Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 17 of the series. Chapter 1034 Supremacy Family. 1034 Supremacy Family. The Azure Planet spun slowly. This inconspicuous Azure Planet was famous in the entire Origin universe for one reason: this planet was the home planet of supremacy. Lin Feng. Now, the Supremacy family all lived on his home planet. Grand Emperor. An austere middle-aged man appeared. He was in charge of the home planet, and was Supremacy Lin Feng's direct descendant and his only son, Lin Sheng. The current Lin Sheng had already become a Grand Emperor. Being able to become a Grand Emperor in just 10,000 years was already quite impressive. Of course, Lin Sheng was also under a lot of pressure. His father was the universe supremacy, the only transcendent in the universe. The pressure was unimaginable. How's the situation? Lin Sheng had been in charge for tens of thousands of years, and had long matured. He could remain calm no matter how serious the matter was. But now, his expression was clearly a little anxious, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Grand Emperor, the situation is very bad. The chaotic lifeforms that invaded the universe are very strong. They killed dozens of divine emperors with a single strike. Currently, the divine emperors have already given up resisting, but for some reason, those chaotic lifeforms are not attacking. Instead, they stopped. It's as if they are waiting for something. Lin Sheng's frown deepened as he paced back and forth. The Lin family had already prospered for tens of thousands of years, although they were far from being the hegemon of the universe now. After all, Lin Feng had never thought of making the Lin family the hegemon of the universe. However, no one would underestimate the Lin family. After all, no one knew how many secret methods Lin Feng, the only transcendent in the universe, had left for the Lin family. The Lin family had always been successful and prosperous. That was until now, when the universe was threatened by the invasion of chaotic life forms. Although the Lin family did not have a divine emperor, how could eggs remain intact when their nest was overturned? Lin Sheng knew this very well. The Lin family's prosperity was closely related to the entire universe. Those chaotic life forms learned that Father is a transcendent. They already know. Our universe can only rely on the supremacy now. It's only because they learned that the supremacy is a transcendent, who has left the universe and entered the depths of chaos, that those chaotic life forms stopped. Father, if only you're still around. Lin Sheng heaved a long sigh. Although he was a Grand Emperor and had a good memory, 10,000 years was too long. He had almost forgotten what his father looked like. Lin Sheng knew all about Lin Feng's glorious deeds in the past. He had seen Lin Feng as his goal, his idol, and a target to catch up to since he was young. Unfortunately, up until now, Lin Sheng had yet to catch up to Lin Feng. Only now did Lin Sheng realize how great his father was. If the supremacy were here, perhaps we wouldn't have to be so afraid. This might be the consensus of everyone in the universe at this moment. I'm afraid we can't deter those chaotic lifeforms with Father's reputation alone. Transfer Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother, in short. Transfer all the important personnel of our Lin family at once. If those chaotic lifeforms really decide to invade the universe, they will never let our Lin family off. After all, Father is still outside. They still need some bargaining chips. It's better to be prepared. Grand Emperor, what about you? Me. Of course I'm going to guard this place and my father's legacy. Moreover, if those chaotic lifeforms can't find an important figure of the Lin family, how can they let the matter rest? But there are no buts. Go and make the arrangements. We don't have much time. Lin Sheng waved his hand. His subordinate still had something to say, before cutting himself off. But Lin Sheng did not give him a chance. Actually, Lin Sheng knew very well that if he stayed here and those chaotic lifeforms really found him, he would most likely be doomed. However, he had to stay here. Father, This is all I can do. I won't let you down. Looking at the quiet cosmos outside the window, determination flashed across Lin Sheng's eyes. He seemed to have made up his mind. In the quiet cosmos, the remaining divine emperors were all tense, but they did not make any moves. Right now, they could also tell that these chaotic lifeforms seemed to be waiting for something. There had been no movement the entire time. Suddenly, the expression of one of the chaotic lifeforms changed. "There's a message." The other two hurriedly asked, "What is His Majesty the Perfected Deity's reply?" A smile appeared on the chaotic perfected Lord's lips. "His Majesty has ordered us to do it according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce." Haha, I knew it. Why would His Majesty the Perfected Deity be afraid of a mere transcendent who has only cultivated for 1,000 years? That's right. His Majesty the Perfected Deity is considered an expert even among perfected deities. No matter how much potential that transcendent has, even if he has a chance of becoming a perfected deity in the future, so what? He still can't do anything to His Majesty. How can it be so easy to become a perfected deity? Even a transcendent will take billions of years. Moreover, no accidents can happen in the meantime. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Perhaps this transcendent has already died in the chaos. That's right, that's right. Heh, a transcendent. In the past, famous transcendents in the chaos were all supreme perfected deities. I didn't expect that we would actually encounter an origin universe that had once given birth to a transcendent today. By the way, did that transcendent leave behind any families or factions? When some divine emperors saw the three chaotic lifeforms slowly coming over, despair also appeared on their faces. However, this was not the greatest despair. They saw 1, 2, 3 of them alight from the chaotic spaceship one after another. There were a total of more than 20 chaotic lifeforms. Although their auras were slightly weaker than the previous 3 chaotic lifeforms, they were all chaotic lifeforms, far surpassing those divine emperors. Any one of the 20-odd chaotic lifeforms could sweep through the entire origin universe, let alone more than 20. Even those who still had a trace of hope and anticipation in the depths of their hearts despaired at this moment. Yes, the supremacy left the Lin family behind. It's also the only supremacy family in the universe. The divine emperors did not resist anymore. They all lowered their proud heads, facing terrifying entities that could kill dozens of divine emperors with a wave of their hand. All their resistance was meaningless. The Lin family? Not bad. Let's go take a look. Perhaps the transcendent left behind some good things. After all, he's an extraordinary transcendent. The eyes of the 3 chaotic perfected lords lit up as well. They were dignified perfected lords, who had high status in the chaos. They could dominate a region, and even occupy some small chaotic continents as the founding ancestors. However, they were also very curious about a transcendent. After all, every transcendent was very extraordinary. Now that they had found the origin universe of a transcendent, they naturally had to take a good look. All of you, go and plunder the resources in the origin universe. Kill anyone who resists. The 3 of us will go and take a look at the family of that transcendent first. As you command, perfected lord. Hence, the 20-odd chaotic perfected persons on the chaotic spaceship quickly spread out and flew in all directions of the universe. The 3 perfected lords asked the divine emperor to lead the way, and rushed towards the Lin family. Chapter 1035 Destruction of the Home Planet. 1035 Destruction of the Home Planet. Buzz. In the cold and pitch-black cosmos, as the law of space exploded, figures flew out of space one after another. At the front were a few famous divine emperors, but in the lead were 3 unfamiliar figures. The few divine emperors behaved like servants, their attitudes deferential. It's this planet. The current patriarch of the supremacy family, Lin Sheng, is currently a grand emperor. He's on the guardian planet. One of the divine emperors looked at the azure planet with a somewhat complicated expression. That was the guardian planet, and also the planet where the supremacy was born. The supremacy had even left behind a family. It was The only supremacy family in the universe, and its status in the universe was very extraordinary. Even divine emperors were very respectful towards the supremacy family. They would never provoke the supremacy family lightly. After all, no one knew what trump cards the only transcendent in the universe had left behind in the supremacy family. But now, looking at the azure planet not far away, the divine emperors had inexplicably complicated expressions. Oh! This planet doesn't look that special. After all, he's only a transcendent. He has just transcended and probably hasn't even become a chaotic life form. How can he have any powerful trump cards? That's right. It's not a chaotic continent. It's just an origin universe. The three chaotic perfected lords paid no heed to it. Swoosh. At this moment, a few figures flew out of the azure planet. The person in the lead was the current patriarch of the supremacy family, Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng saw the few divine emperors, then the three strangers with completely different auras, who even seemed out of place in the entire universe. His heart skipped a beat, and he roughly guessed the identities of the three of them. They were probably chaotic life forms that had invaded the origin universe. This day had finally come. Greetings, Divine Emperor Red Hades. That Divine Emperor just now was Divine Emperor Red Hades. Back when Supremacy Lin Feng was still around, when the innumerable Divine Emperors came to pay their respects, Divine Emperor Red Hades had also met Lin Sheng back then. After so many years, Lin Sheng had already become a Grand Emperor. One day, he might even become a Divine Venerable. However, be it Divine Venerables or Divine Emperors, what could they do against those chaotic life forms? Alas, Lin Sheng, these three are great chaotic life forms. They want to find the supremacy family, so Divine Emperor Red Hades appeared very ashamed. As a dignified Divine Emperor, he was also forced to act as a guide for the chaotic life forms. This was a humiliation that could not be abetted. He had also tried his best to fight previously. However, the disparity was too great. Even sacrificing was meaningless. It's fine. Divine Emperor Red Hades, you have also tried your best. This matter is not your fault. People who know about our Lin family can be found everywhere. Lin Sheng was actually already prepared for this day. As expected, this day had finally arrived. The situation on the Guardian planet could not be concealed from these three chaotic perfected lords at all. Lin Sheng's expression changed slightly, but he immediately calmed down. He raised his head, and his calm gaze suddenly became sharp. Even the Divine Emperors did not dare to look directly at him. I stayed behind, naturally because I'm the current patriarch of the Lin family. The blood of the supremacy flows in my veins. The Lin family is the supremacy family. Someone must make sacrifices in the face of such a matter. I know what you want, but not only does our supremacy family not have the secret of transcendence, it does not exist in the entire universe. Lin Sheng's body emitted a powerful aura, and the bloodline power in his body surged. This was the bloodline of the supremacy, the descendant of the supremacy. Even the Divine Emperors felt ashamed at this moment, and did not dare to meet Lin Sheng's eyes. Back then, Supremacy Lin Feng had done so much for the entire origin universe. But now, not only had they failed to protect the supremacy family and preserve the supremacy's bloodline, they had also put the descendant of the supremacy in danger. No Divine Emperor could face Lin Sheng's sharp gaze with composure. This was the courage of the supremacy family, the descendant of the supremacy's bloodline. It was also the responsibility he must shoulder. Hey, that's very selfless, the supremacy family. What a shame. How dare a mere transcendent call himself a supremacy in your origin universe? Forget about the fact that he hasn't returned, so what if he has? I can kill him with a flip of my hand. It's not up to you to claim if there's a secret to transcendence. Search. Immediately, the other two perfected lords flew into the Guardian planet. They interrogated everyone about the secret of transcendence. Through violence, anyone related to the supremacy family who disobeyed them would be immediately slaughtered. At once, for the first time in nearly 10,000 years, the Guardian planet suffered a devastating massacre. The Lin family had managed the Guardian planet for so long, and there was no knowing how many connections they had in all aspects. Almost all of the Guardian planet was related to them. Even the population on the Guardian planet would likely be reduced by 10 or 20% with such a massacre. Hearing the screams from the Guardian planet, and as a bloody aura filled the cosmos, the veins on Lin Sheng's forehead bulged. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Stop now. Lin Sheng roared and deployed his massive combat body, trying to stop the massacre conducted by the two chaotic life forms. You're just an ant. You'd better stay still. A chaotic perfected lord flicked his finger. Immediately, Lin Sheng's combat body was pierced, and his entire combat body was almost shattered. This was only because the other party did not want to kill Lin Sheng. Otherwise, he could have killed Lin Sheng instantly with a breath. Father, I'm incompetent. At this moment, the image of his father, Lin Feng, appeared in Lin Sheng's mind. Lin Feng was the man who had shouldered the world for him since he was young. Even though Lin Feng did not spend much time by Lin Sheng's side, it did not affect Lin Sheng's idolization of his father at all. The Guardian planet was where Lin Feng was born and grew up. It was his home planet. Lin Feng handed the Guardian planet to Lin Sheng because he trusted Lin Sheng. But now, Lin Sheng was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the Guardian planet was turned into a hellish slaughterhouse. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two figures flew out of the Guardian planet. They were the two chaotic perfected lords from before. The two of them shook their heads and said, "We didn't find any secret of transcendence, let alone any treasures. In fact, the true core members of the Lin family have long left. All that's left are some insignificant collateral descendants. Nothing. In that case, this planet is useless. No, what are you trying to do? Since you can't find it, why take it out on a planet? There are all lives down there, tens of billions of lives." Lin Sheng's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted hysterically. Tens of billions of lives. They're just slaves. In fact, most people are just ants. What do they have to do with us? Of course, if you're willing to tell us where the core members of the Lin family are, as well as the secret of transcendence, I can spare all the life forms on this planet. There's really no secret of transcendence, there really isn't. Lin Sheng shook his head, his eyes filled with pain. In that case, let's destroy it. Immediately, the chaotic perfected lord no longer hesitated. He instantly extended his hand and enveloped the entire planet. Boom. As his palm landed, the huge planet was instantly shattered. The billions of life forms on the planet were instantly reduced to cosmic dust and completely erased from the universe. Chapter 1036. Chen, I'm back. 1036 Chen, I'm back. In the distant cosmos, a huge cosmic spaceship warped space constantly, before finally arriving at a huge planet. This huge planet was very well concealed. Even divine emperors could not discover it. In the spaceship's control room, the core members of the Lin family were all staring blankly at the huge screen. That huge hand had crushed a planet instantly. No. The home planet has been destroyed, and Lin Sheng is still there. Shenger, Lin Feng muttered softly. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, Chu Chen, Lin Xin, and so on all belonged to the core members of the Lin family. They were also the closest and most important people to the former universe supremacy, Lin Feng. Now, apart from Lin Sheng, everyone was on this cosmic spaceship. Is there still no way to contact Fenger? Mr. Lin bit his lip. The Lin family's only hope was Lin Feng. Unfortunately, due to the layers of obstruction in the origin universe and chaos, Lin Feng could not be contacted through the communication method he had left behind back then. They could only watch helplessly as their home planet was blasted apart by the chaotic life forms. That was their foundation, the planet. They had lived on for countless years, but now, it had been reduced to cosmic dust. Even Lin Sheng was in danger. As Lin Sheng's mother, Chu Chen never spoke a word. Actually, when Lin Sheng made this decision, he had already discussed it with Chu Chen and convinced her. Someone from the supremacy family had to step forward, and the one who chose to step forward was Lin Sheng. Feng, where are you? Our child is about to die. Our home planet has already been destroyed. Feng, we really need you now, Chu Chen muttered softly. She held back her tears, but the atmosphere in the entire cosmic spaceship was very solemn. More people also felt uncertain about their own fates. Now, their home planet had been destroyed, and Lin Sheng was very likely dead. From now on, the universe was about to enter an era ruled by those chaotic life forms. Although they could hide for the time being, how long could they keep hiding for? No one could be certain. Perhaps they had 100 years, 1,000 years, or perhaps those chaotic life forms would find them the very next day. However, they were powerless. They could only pray silently and look forward to the return of the supremacy. However, there had been no news of the supremacy for 10,000 years. When would he return? There was no knowing whether Lin Feng was even still alive in the chaos. All seemed to have fallen into darkness. The current members of the Lin family, the former supremacy family, could only struggle to survive on this hidden planet. Buzz. In the chaos, circles of spatial ripples spread. A figure took a step out of space. He actually looked slightly disheveled. The pressure in the chaotic space is greater than I expected. He could only warp a short distance. Actually, Lin Feng had no idea how terrifying the chaotic space was. Forget about perfected lords, even those perfected deities and even top-notch perfected lords with extremely high comprehension of space could not possibly warp through the entire chaos at once. How vast was the entire chaos? Forget about perfected deities, even hallowed venerables might not know. If one wanted to warp through the chaotic space in such a huge chaos, they would definitely need to comprehend the chaotic rule of space. Moreover, they would have to withstand the pressure of the chaotic spatial passage. That pressure was not something that ordinary cultivators could imagine. If an ordinary chaotic life form did not have the protection of a special artifact, they would probably be crushed into dust as soon as they stepped into the spatial passage. This was enough to show how dangerous the chaotic space was. Even top-notch perfected deities who cultivated body-tempering divine abilities and had incomparably powerful bodies could only warp a long distance. Only the 7 great and powerful chaotic hallowed venerables could truly ignore the distance of the chaotic space and travel anywhere in the chaos. The hallowed venerables of chaos linked their perfected spirits to the chaos. As long as the chaos still stood, hallowed venerables were undying and indestructible. Moreover, hallowed venerables grasped the supreme rule that commanded all the rules of chaos. They could ignore the spatial distance of the chaos. However, there were only 7 chaotic hallowed venerables. Lin Feng had just comprehended the chaotic rule of space, and was not even very familiar with using it. This was the first time he had warped chaotic space, and he could not control the distance well, so he looked rather disheveled. If not for the fact that Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body was indeed strong enough, he would probably end up worse than disheveled. Looks like I still have to warp many times to return to the origin universe. I'll just treat it as a chance to understand the chaotic rule of space, and strive to comprehend it more deeply. Lin Feng shook his head. He felt a sense of urgency that spurred him to return to the origin universe immediately. However, he had to control the distance when warping through chaotic space. If he was not careful, he might even be injured. Hence, Lin Feng warped through the chaotic space again and again. After a few times, he gradually learned how to control the distance. It was neither too much nor too little, and happened to be the limit of what Lin Feng's body could withstand. This would not put any pressure on his body. Even if the distance of warp was slightly shorter and could not compare to some perfected deities, no matter how short the spatial warp was, it was still spatial warp, and much faster than taking the chaotic spaceship. Once, twice, thrice. Even Lin Feng himself could not remember how many times he had warped. Finally, after innumerable warps, Lin Feng arrived at a stretch of chaos. Although this stretch of chaos looked no different from the rest of the chaos, Lin Feng had a sense of familiarity. I should have been here before. Isn't this near the origin universe? Lin Feng was very excited. He remembered now. This was the vicinity of the origin universe. Back when he left the origin universe, he had metamorphosed into a chaotic life form in the chaos. Then, he looked around the vicinity. This seemed to be the region. Even though Lin Feng had already paid attention to the area where the origin universe was when he left the universe, this area was remote to begin with, and Lin Feng did not have specific coordinates from back then. It was only after collecting information from many sources in the holy city of chaos that he confirmed this area, and prepared to search for it slowly. As long as the area was confirmed, he would definitely be able to find it eventually. He did not expect to be so lucky. Before he searched for long, he had already warped space to the place he had once been. Soon. I'll be able to return to the origin universe soon. Shenger, Xiner, Chen, how are you? Images appeared in Lin Feng's mind, especially his son Lin Sheng, his daughter Lin Xin, and his wife, Chu Chen, who had been with Lin Feng since he was an ordinary young man. He had been in the chaos for almost 1,000 years, and there was a difference in the flow of time between the chaos and the origin universe. Perhaps 10,000 years had already passed in the origin universe. Lin Feng did not know what had changed in the origin universe in the past 10,000 years. Hence, he was eager to return to the origin universe and reunite with his family. No matter when or where, even in the holy city of chaos, apart from cultivation, his family would always be the most important thing to Lin Feng. Swoosh. Lin Feng spread his mental power and began to search the origin universe. How immense was his current mental power? It had long surpassed ordinary top-notch perfected lords. He could even comprehend the chaotic rule of space. It was only a matter of time before he comprehended other chaotic rules. Hence, the current Lin Feng could be considered more than halfway past the entry point to the realm of a perfected deity. Once he returned to the origin universe and brought his family back to the holy city of chaos, he would dedicate all his effort to comprehend the chaotic rules, and become a perfected deity. Lin Feng searched for a few days. Suddenly, he scanned with his mental power and found something. The origin universe, I found it. I finally found it. Lin Feng was thrilled. The origin universe. He was all too familiar with the origin universe where he was born and grew up in. Now, he had finally found it. Chen, I'm back. Lin Feng could not suppress his excitement. Then, he suddenly leaped and instantly entered the spatial passage. He warped through the distance and descended outside the origin universe. Chapter 1037 Enormous Changes in the World. 1037 Enormous Changes in the World. Lin Feng landed outside the origin universe. Without any hesitation, he flew straight towards the origin universe. There was still a barrier, but this barrier seemed to be like a bubble that could be broken with a poke. Lin Feng was almost unimpeded as he descended into the origin universe. It's so easy to enter the origin universe. Lin Feng was a little curious. He looked up at the cosmos. In the past, as a universe supremacy, he could clearly sense the will of the universe. But now, the will of the universe did not even appear. Is it slumbering, or has something gone wrong? Lin Feng was a life form of the origin universe to begin with, so it was normal that he was not rejected. However, any life form that tried to enter the origin universe from the chaos outside the origin universe would be rejected by the will of the origin universe. Back then, Langda, Ao, and so on were all rejected by the will of the universe, and would even be bombarded by the eye of the universe. But now, Lin Feng did not sense any will of the universe, let alone see the eye of the universe. However, Lin Feng did not discover any problems for the time being. After all, he had left the origin universe for too long. It had been almost 1,000 years in the chaos, and it had probably been 10,000 years in the origin universe. 10,000 years might be a blink of an eye to those divine emperors and divine kings, but to Lin Feng, it was too long. In the origin universe, Lin Feng was still familiarizing himself with the situation in the universe. The space here was like thin paper. Lin Feng could tear through space with a light wave of his hand. It was just too weak. In the past, the origin universe had been immensely powerful to Lin Feng. Now, he could probably blast it apart with a single punch. As for the vast universe, it was even less of a deal to Lin Feng. Even if he warped space by force, he could resist any part of the origin universe. Lin Feng had just entered the origin universe. This place seemed to be empty, and there were no planets. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could not wait to see his family. Chen, where are you? Are you at the Universe Alliance headquarters, or on my home planet? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Before he left the Universe Alliance behind. This was a hegemonial faction in the entire universe. As Lin Feng's wife, the wife of the supremacy, and the one wielding supreme authority, Chen should be at the Universe Alliance. Hence, Lin Feng decided to take a look at the Universe Alliance headquarters first. Swoosh. Lin Feng tore open a space and entered the spatial passage with a flash. A figure appeared in the pitch-black cosmos. Rings of spatial ripples spread in all directions, like ripples in water. Lin Feng took a step out of the spatial passage. He looked at the surrounding cosmos. It was a little unfamiliar, but also a little familiar. This place was completely empty. This should be where the Universe Alliance headquarters was, right? Lin Feng frowned. He was sure that he remembered correctly. This was where the Universe Alliance headquarters was located. Back then, there were countless planets here. As a hegemonial faction in the universe, it was incredibly prosperous. But now, it had actually become a dead stretch of the cosmos. Could the Universe Alliance headquarters have moved? 10,000 years. Perhaps it's been too long. Lin Feng shook his head. Enormous changes could occur in 10,000 years. He had left the origin universe for 10,000 years, and a lot seemed to have changed. Even the Universe Alliance headquarters had disappeared. But if it had moved, where could it move to? As for the other possibility, Lin Feng did not want to think about it at all, because he felt that it was impossible. The possibility was minuscule. It was that the entire Universe Alliance had been erased. However, with the power of the Universe Alliance at that time, who could erase the Universe Alliance? Even many divine emperors could not erase the Universe Alliance. Moreover, there were also many divine emperors guarding the Universe Alliance. The surroundings were empty. There seemed to be no planets, let alone cultivators. Lin Feng's mental power began to spread in all directions broadly. He was searching for cultivators or inhabited planets. Lin Feng's mental power finally found two figures. They were in a cosmos millions of kilometers away. There were two figures who seemed to be cultivators. Lin Feng simply transformed into a stream of light and flew toward the two figures. Soon, Lin Feng saw the two cultivators. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was very young, probably only an ordinary planetary life form. The middle-aged man did not seem to be very strong. He was just an ordinary venerable. The two of them seemed to be a master and a disciple. Swoosh. Seeing Lin Feng transform into a stream of light and arrive in front of them so quickly in an instant, the two of them immediately became on guard. The young man among them berated loudly, "Who are you? How dare you be so impudent? Xiao Xian, shut up. Hurry up and greet Senior." The middle-aged man berated loudly, then said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. May I inquire about your title, Grand Emperor?" Seeing that this person treated him as a Grand Emperor, Lin Feng did not pay much heed to it. He said blandly, "I've been in seclusion for thousands of years, and have just exited seclusion. I have some questions for you." "Senior, please go ahead. I'll answer all your questions." The middle-aged man appeared very deferential, not daring to show any disrespect. His disciple seemed very confused. His master was a dignified venerable. He would not usually behave so humbly. Xiao Xian, don't be rude. This senior must be a grand emperor. In any case, I can't see through his power. Don't anger this mysterious expert. The middle-aged man sent a voice transmission to his disciple. Lin Feng glanced at the young planetary life form, but did not pay much attention to him. Then, he asked directly, before I entered seclusion, I remember that the Universe Alliance headquarters was located in this cosmic domain. That's a cosmic hegemonial faction. But now that I've exited seclusion, why has the Universe Alliance headquarters disappeared? Has the Universe Alliance headquarters relocated? Universe Alliance. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he heard this, as if he was wary of something, and unwilling to speak about it. Huh? What happened? Seeing the change in the middle-aged man's expression, Lin Feng suddenly had an ominous feeling. The Universe Alliance. Where can such a huge Universe Alliance relocate to? The Universe Alliance has never moved at all. It has always been here, the young man said, unable to help himself. Been here all along. Why can't I see it? Haha, of course you can't see it, because the Universe Alliance has already been turned into cosmic dust. How can you see it? What? Lin Feng's entire body shook, and his body involuntarily emitted a terrifying aura. The surrounding space instantly shattered. A terrifying aura spread, causing the master and disciple to feel as if they were a tiny boat swaying continuously in the ocean. Shut up, Xiao Xian. The middle-aged man hurriedly berated loudly, but the way he looked at Lin Feng was incomparably shocked. This was definitely not the power of a grand emperor. Although the power of a grand emperor was strong, it had not reached the point where a trace of aura could shatter space. This must be an invincible divine king above grand emperors. Chapter 1038 Devastating Killing Intent. 1038 Devastating Killing Intent. Impossible. Lin Feng immediately shouted, the Universe Alliance is the #1 faction in the universe. There are countless divine venerables and divine kings in the alliance. There are even many divine emperors guarding it, and there are also the arrangements left behind by that supremacy before he left. Who in the universe can destroy the Universe Alliance, let alone reduce the Universe Alliance headquarters to dust? Tell me, what happened? Only a little of the aura on Lin Feng's body surged out, but it was like the sun, moon, and stars, carrying infinite pressure. It made the young man's breathing quicken. He was almost suffocating, unable to say anything. Divine King, please calm down. Xiao Xian, apologized to His Majesty quickly. The middle-aged man hurriedly shouted. He could already tell that this mysterious Divine King in front of him might be related to the Universe Alliance back then. Xiao Xian did not know the glory of the Universe Alliance back then, but the middle-aged man knew it very well. He was an esteemed venerable. There were simply too many venerables and grand emperors who wanted to join the Universe Alliance back then. There were even countless divine kings. If this mysterious divine king in front of him had really been in seclusion for thousands of years, and had only exited seclusion recently, he might indeed not know about the upheaval in the Universe Alliance. Tell me, what happened? Lin Feng was a top-notch perfected lord after all. He quickly recovered and spoke coldly. His gaze was fixed on the master and disciple, causing cold sweat to break out on the middle-aged man's forehead. He knew that if he could not satisfy this mysterious divine king, the two of them would probably be in danger today. Senior, please calm down. Although Xiao Xian has offended you, what he said was true. The Universe Alliance was indeed destroyed. Its headquarters were directly erased and reduced to cosmic dust. If Senior has been in seclusion for thousands of years, you may indeed not know about the recent changes in the universe. Actually, it happened not too long ago. It was only 10 years ago that a group of chaotic lifeforms suddenly came to the chaos beyond our universe. They were domineering and powerful. Ever since they entered the origin universe, they had been massacring. Back then, hundreds of divine emperors joined forces to resist them. With just one strike, dozens of divine emperors were reduced to dust and fell completely. Later, those chaotic lifeforms found the Supremacy family, which was the Lin family. They wanted to find the Supremacy family's secret of transcendence. Unfortunately, the head of the Supremacy family, the son of the Supremacy, Grand Emperor Lin Sheng, had long transferred the family, but stayed behind himself. The chaotic lifeforms did not find the secret of transcendence, so they took their anger out on the guardian planet where the Supremacy family was located, and destroyed it. I heard that even the son of the Supremacy, Grand Emperor Lin Sheng, was captured. After that, one of the chaotic lifeforms even found the Universe Alliance headquarters and destroyed it, reducing it into cosmic dust. The Universe Alliance naturally collapsed and dissipated completely. In the current universe, everyone is a slave to those chaotic lifeforms. Everyone is in danger. Hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Lin Feng's expression darkened even further. He did not expect this to happen only 10 years ago. He wished he had returned to the origin universe sooner. If he had returned sooner, this tragedy would not have happened. Where is Lin Sheng? And where is the Supremacy family? Lin Feng said in a low voice. Every word seemed to reveal killing intent, making the master and disciple in front of Lin Feng tremble in fear. They were afraid that Lin Feng would kill them directly if he was at all displeased. The middle-aged man said cautiously, "Was your majesty once a divine king of the Universe Alliance?" Alas, actually, those chaotic lifeforms simply do not treat the living beings in our universe as humans. They all call us slaves. In order to plunder resources and treasures, they have conducted countless massacres. Some divine emperors of the Universe Alliance even concealed their identities and went into hiding. A divine king like you should quickly hide and avoid being discovered by those chaotic lifeforms. Otherwise what? Lin Feng smiled coldly as he said, "Tell me, where are Lin Sheng and the Lin family?" The middle-aged man was a little hesitant. He suspected that Lin Feng was more than just a divine king of the Universe Alliance. He might even have a deep relation to the Supremacy family. Otherwise, why would he be so concerned about the situation of the Supremacy family? Senior, according to what I heard, Grand Emperor Lin Sheng was captured by that group of chaotic lifeforms. It's been 10 years, and he's probably long been tortured to death. As for the Supremacy family, they were hunted down and killed by that group of chaotic lifeforms. They're probably doomed as well. Not long ago, it was rumored that the place where the Supremacy family was hiding had been found. Then, that group of chaotic lifeforms captured them all in one fell swoop, and all of them fell. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the master and disciple felt an explosion behind them. Then, they suddenly turned around and saw the space around them had shattered, forming a huge black hole. He might even be a member of the Supremacy family. Impossible, impossible. Chen can't be dead, Shenger can't be dead. Lin Feng's killing intent surged. The surrounding space had already distorted. Not just space, but even the laws of the universe had also collapsed. The most fundamental laws were completely shattered by Lin Feng's furious strike. In the past, this strike might even have damaged the universe origin. With Lin Feng's current strength, even the power he emitted might be enough to destroy the entire universe. Lin Feng's heart was filled with madness, hatred, and monstrous killing intent. He could not believe that his wife, son, daughter, and even the entire Lin family had been killed and reduced to ashes. He would not believe it. He sent one message after another in a frenzy. Back then, Lin Feng had the contact methods of many people in the universe, be it Chu, Chen, his son, his daughter, or even some old friends of the Universe Alliance. Unfortunately, there was nothing. All the messages were met with silence, and no response came at all. Lin Feng's heart gradually sank. If what the two of them said was true, then Lin Feng was afraid that he would start a supreme massacre. No matter who the other party was, even if Lin Feng must hunt down the entire chaos, even if the other party was a perfected lord and his perfected spirit could reincarnate, Lin Feng would hunt him down for eternity. No amount of blood and killing could resolve this feud. Senior. The middle-aged man almost felt suffocated. He was a dignified venerable, but he could not even withstand a trace of that aura. Under such circumstances, he could not even deploy his combat body. It felt like if he made any abnormal moves, he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying aura. Follow me to the guardian planet. If you lied at all, I'll kill you without mercy. With that, Lin Feng completely ignored the reactions of the master and disciple. He grabbed the master and disciple and immediately entered the spatial passage, warping towards Planet Guardian. Chapter 1039, 1039 The Return of the Supremacy. 1039 The Return of the Supremacy. Swoosh. A figure emerged from space. The cold and dark cosmos was lifeless. No one would have thought that this was once the center and the most prosperous area of the entire universe. This was because there was a supremacy family here, as well as the home planet that had once given birth to a supremacy. Unfortunately, everything had already disappeared now. Lin Feng stood quietly in the cosmos. Behind him were the middle-aged men and Xiao Xian. The two of them were a little downcast. Seeing Lin Feng like this, they were certain that he must be a divine king of the Universe Alliance, and had been in seclusion for a long time, unaware of the changes in the outside world. In fact, he might even have a deep relationship with the supremacy family. Once he exited seclusion, he realized that the world had changed enormously. The supremacy family had disappeared. Even the guardian planet had disappeared, and the Universe Alliance no longer existed. No one could bear it. Hence, they did not speak, but they were very nervous. They were afraid that Lin Feng would take his anger out on them in a fit of anger. Facing an invincible divine king, they had no ability to resist at all. Lin Feng stood quietly in the cosmos. In this cosmos, he vaguely sensed a familiar aura. This was the aura of his home planet. Lin Feng would never forget the aura of his home planet. He had grown step by step from his home planet to his current state. But now, his home planet had already been reduced to dust. Shenger, Lin Feng muttered softly. His tone was very calm, and even his entire being was very calm. However, the calmer he appeared, the more the two people behind him trembled in fear, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Rewind. Lin Feng had already confirmed that there was indeed the aura of his home planet in this void. It was very likely that his home planet had really been destroyed. However, he had to see the enemy clearly. He had to see clearly the one who destroyed his home planet. More importantly, he wanted to see clearly if his son, Lin Sheng, was still alive. Buzz. Lin Feng began to rewind time. Images appeared in front of him one after another, like a clock turning back. Countless images began to rewind rapidly. When the middle-aged men and Xiao Xian saw this scene, they could not conceal the shock in their eyes. This is time rewind. Impossible. Only by mastering the law of time can one rewind time. However, when has anyone ever mastered the law of time in the universe? The prime of all laws. The law of time is the prime of all laws, the most mysterious and difficult law to comprehend. Since ancient times, no one has been able to comprehend the law of time. No, there's someone who once comprehended the law of time. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. He tried his best to recall the images in his mind, and a bold thought came to him. The supremacy, the universe supremacy. The only transcendent in the origin universe, the former universe supremacy, Lin Feng, had comprehended the law of time. After so many years, there was almost no news of Lin Feng, let alone appearances. It was rumored that Lin Feng had already gone to the chaos. Otherwise, how could supremacy Lin Feng not have appeared when the chaotic life forms invaded? The middle-aged man carefully recalled the image of supremacy Lin Feng from before, but it had been too long. Moreover, he had not paid much attention to it back then. But now, he came back to his senses, and gradually recalled it. Slowly, the figure in his memory gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him. Boom. The middle-aged man's mind went blank, and his entire body trembled with excitement. The supremacy, the universe supremacy. He was certain that the figure in front of him was not a divine king of the Universe Alliance at All but the supremacy, the only transcendent in the origin universe who had founded the supremacy family, Supremacy Lin Feng. Splash. Lin Feng used rewind and began to rewind time. Images appeared one after another. Gradually, the images began to freeze. Chaotic life forms and Lin Sheng appeared. Lin Feng stared intently at the screen. He had seen with his own eyes Lin Sheng's sorrow and helplessness. He had also seen his home planet blasted apart by the chaotic life form with his own eyes. Chaotic perfected Lord. Lin Feng could tell at a glance that the one who destroyed his home planet was a chaotic perfected Lord. As the saying went, as long as the perfected spirit was not destroyed, the perfected Lord would not die. The origin universe had been discovered by chaotic perfected Lords. No wonder the origin universe could not resist at all. Forget about perfected Lords, even a peak chaotic life form could easily sweep through the entire origin universe. The scene disappeared. Lin Feng stood quietly in the cosmos. His home planet had indeed been destroyed, but on the screen, Lin Feng saw that his son, Lin Sheng, was not dead. He seemed to have been captured by the chaotic perfected Lord. This might be a blessing among misfortunes. However, it had been 10 years since Lin Sheng was captured. Anything could happen in these 10 years. Lin Feng had no guarantee that Lin Sheng was still alive. Lin Feng looked up at the pitch-black cosmos. He had actually not encountered any resistance when rewinding time just now. Actually, even if he had comprehended the law of time back then, rewinding time would definitely be slightly obstructed by the will of the universe. However, that little obstacle was nothing to Lin Feng. But now, when Lin Feng rewound time, there was not even the slightest obstruction. This was very abnormal. Lin Feng also discovered the reason. The universe origin has already disappeared, Lin Feng muttered softly. The universe origin was the foundation of an origin universe, and also the greatest treasure of the origin universe. Once it lost its origin, it would actually lose its foundation. From then on, the origin universe would slowly decline, and finally completely become a dead universe. This was also why the eye of the universe had not appeared when Lin Feng entered the origin universe previously. It turned out that the universe origin had already been taken by those chaotic merchants. In the future, unless Lin Feng could find a way to inject the origin into this origin universe again, this universe might completely die in billions of years, turning into a dead universe, where no living being could ever survive. Greetings, Supremacy. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Lin Feng bowed deeply to Lin Feng, his expression incomparably excited. Ah. You know me. Lin Feng's tone was calm and indifferent. Hearing Lin Feng's own admittance, the middle-aged man was even more excited. Of course I do. Supremacy once repelled a chaotic life form and saved our entire universe. We all remember it by heart. The universe is in danger now. I implore Supremacy to defeat those chaotic life forms, and restore peace to the universe. The middle-aged man was very excited. That was the Supremacy, the strongest Supremacy in the history of the universe, and the only transcendent. Now that the Supremacy had returned, there was also a trace of hope for the universe to return to peace. Chapter 1040 Am I really insignificant in your eyes? 1040 Am I really insignificant in your eyes? That's right, I'm back. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the cosmos, but his calm tone contained monstrous killing intent. Take me to the base of those chaotic merchants. Yes, Supremacy. The middle-aged man was very excited. The Supremacy had returned, and they finally had something to look forward to. As for the Supremacy failing, there was a possibility. After all, the Supremacy had not transcended for long. However, no matter what, there was still a trace of hope. The Supremacy, Lin Feng, was the only hope of the universe currently. In a pitch-black and cold cell, Lin Sheng's expression was calm and his face was pale. His entire body was confined, and he could not even manifest his combat body. He had the bloodline of a great Supremacy, and was also a Grand Emperor, but now, he did not even have the slightest ability to resist. It's been 10 years, a full 10 years. Lin Sheng, you're still unwilling to tell us where the rest of the supremacy family are. A divine emperor walked into the cell. Lin Sheng raised his head and glanced at the other party, but did not even want to say anything. The other party was a divine emperor. And also a famous expert in the universe who had once dominated an era. But now, they actually became the lackeys of those chaotic lifeforms and helped the enemy. They had been torturing Lin Sheng, trying to find out the whereabouts of the others in the supremacy family from Lin Sheng. Those chaotic lifeforms actually did not pay much attention to the others in the supremacy family. They had already obtained the most important thing, the universe origin. What greater treasure was there in the entire universe? As for the secret of transcendence, they had actually also learned that it did not exist at all. Every transcendent could transcend only by chance and various opportunities combined. How could there be a secret of transcendence? However, the reason why they still imprisoned Lin Sheng and did not kill him, and even kept hunting down the others from the supremacy family, was that those chaotic lifeforms wanted to study the transcendence bloodline. They wished to study the characteristics of transcendence from his bloodline. However, the divine emperors serving the chaotic lifeforms did not think so. They already knew how terrifying those chaotic lifeforms were. They even wanted to follow those chaotic lifeforms into the chaos, and metamorphose into half-chaotic lifeforms, or even true chaotic lifeforms. Hence, they worked even harder than those chaotic lifeforms, trying to find out the whereabouts of the others in the supremacy family. From Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, actually, it doesn't matter if you don't ask, because the others in the supremacy family will reunite with you. Lin Sheng's gaze shook slightly, but he was still unmoved. You don't believe me? Do you think you've hidden it very well? No matter how well concealed it is, in 10 years, divine emperors like us have long searched the entire universe carefully. Hey, turns out, the most dangerous place is the safest. Lin Sheng, you've hidden the rest of the supremacy family in the Bemond galaxy. You've really made us work to search for them. Swoosh. Divine Emperor Onyx, why? Why do you still have to work so hard to hunt down others? Even those chaotic lifeforms don't pay much attention to them. Why are you working so hard? Aren't you afraid that Father will return one day? Lin Sheng could no longer maintain his composure. The Bemond galaxy. It was the Bemond galaxy. He had indeed sent the rest of the Lin family to the Bemond galaxy. He had also used all kinds of methods to conceal them from that group of chaotic lifeforms, and had even bought them 10 years. Unfortunately, he still could not hide them from those divine emperors who had joined the chaotic lifeforms. Supremacy. Divine Emperor Onyx's expression changed slightly. When Lin Sheng mentioned the supremacy, he could not help but recall the scene of the innumerable emperors coming to the Universe Alliance to pay their respects. At that time, the supremacy, Lin Feng, was the hegemon of the universe. Even divine emperors had to submit to him. Back then, divine Emperor Onyx had also gone to the Universe Alliance, and admired supremacy Lin Feng. Unfortunately, everything had already changed. Lin Sheng, do you still not understand? Even if the supremacy returns, he is not a match for those chaotic lifeforms. Do you know what those chaotic lifeforms are? They are perfected lords who have cultivated perfected spirits. They are all terrifying entities that dominate a region in the chaos, and are eternal. All of them have cultivated for billions of years. In the chamber of commerce behind them, there are even perfected deities, who are even more terrifying than perfected lords. In the past, our outlook was limited. We had always stayed in the universe, and did not know how vast the chaos is, let alone how powerful chaotic lifeforms are. Even if the supremacy transcended, he's actually just an ordinary chaotic lifeform. If he wants to become a perfected lord, it would probably take billions of years. He might not even be able to cultivate a perfected spirit. Even if he becomes a perfected lord, what about the perfected deities above perfected lords? The supremacy would probably never be able to become a perfected deity in his entire life. Lin Sheng, there's no hope for this universe anymore. Even the universe origin has been taken by the chaotic lifeforms. The universe will eventually die. Once the universe dies, even divine emperors like us will die. We've cultivated for so long. Who would want to die? Therefore, we can't die, and we do not want to die. We want to enter the chaos, because that's a wider world. Lin Sheng looked at Divine Emperor Onyx tauntingly. Divine Emperor Onyx was not the only Divine Emperor who thought so. There were many more. No one was willing to face death. Even Divine Emperors who had lived for so long did not want to die. The universe had already lost its origin, and was gradually dying. These Divine Emperors naturally did not want to die with the universe. And their choice was to join those chaotic life forms. They hoped that one day, those chaotic life forms would take them to the broader chaos on account of their contributions. Father will definitely return, definitely. At that time, people like you who betrayed the universe will pay a painful price. Lin Sheng was unwilling to say anything else. Even if these divine emperors really discovered the others in the supremacy family, there was nothing he could do. In fact, the current Lin Sheng sought only death. Even if his father returned, Lin Sheng would be too ashamed to see Lin Feng again. A universe supremacy. What did he rely on to be this supremacy back then? Its strength. In the future, when we enter the chaos and become powerful chaotic life forms, the supremacy will be insignificant. Divine Emperor Onyx sneered and paid no heed to it at all. So what if he was the universe supremacy? Against chaotic life forms and even chaotic perfected lords, he could not withstand a single blow. Now, even the bloodline of a supremacy was about to be captured in one fell swoop. Where was the universe supremacy? Is that so? Divine Emperor Onyx, am I really insignificant in your eyes? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the pitch-black and cold prison. Although the voice was very calm, the killing intent hidden within was like perennial ice. It chilled his heart and made him feel as if he was plunged into an ice cellar. Supremacy. Divine Emperor Onyx looked at the spatial ripples in front of him in fear. A vague figure stepped out of the spatial passage. Chapter 1041, 1041 times have changed. You must die today. 1041 times have changed. You must die today. Swoosh. A familiar, yet unfamiliar figure took a step out of space. Divine Emperor Onyx was immediately agitated. His entire body was trembling. His dignified air as a divine emperor had dissipated. Lin Sheng was so excited that he could not speak. Despite being an esteemed grand emperor, tears flowed down his face as he muttered in a low voice, "Father, is it really you? You're back." "Shenger, I'm back." Lin Feng took a step forward and came beside Lin Sheng. This was his son, Lin Sheng. He was now a famous grand emperor in the universe, and the strongest person in the supremacy family, Lin Feng's direct bloodline. Lin Feng actually did not put much effort into raising his son. They had only met very few times. However, this did not stop Lin Sheng from worshipping Lin Feng, and had always aspired to catch up to Lin Feng. However, no matter how hard Lin Sheng tried to catch up, he was far inferior to Lin Feng. "Father, you're finally back. I was incompetent and failed to protect the home planet." Lin Sheng was a dignified grand emperor, but at this moment, he was crying like a child, his face covered in tears. He felt very guilty. His home planet had been destroyed. This was the responsibility Lin Feng had entrusted to him, but he had failed to protect his home planet. He was very ashamed. "No, you've done well enough. Remember, you're the patriarch of the supremacy family. You're my son." Lin Feng's tone was very stern, but his gaze was very calm and loving. Fortunately, Lin Sheng was still alive. This was already a blessing. Amidst misfortunes, Lin Feng had already learned about Lin Sheng's behavior through Rewind. He was very satisfied. This was also the best Lin Sheng could do. Lin Sheng never backed down. He was even willing to sacrifice his life for justice. He had not disgraced the supremacy family or Lin Feng. Crack. The law chains on Lin Sheng's body broke with a bang. Lin Sheng's imprisoned power instantly recovered to its original state. Moreover, Lin Feng's return gave Lin Sheng hope, and he had regained his confidence. Hence, his entire being was filled with hope. Shenger, which divine emperors betrayed the alliance and the universe? Point them out one by one, Lin Feng said indifferently. Beside him, divine emperor Onyx gritted his teeth and shouted, Lin Feng, although you're a supremacy, you only relied on the power of the universe to defeat a chaotic life form back then. But do you know the true strength of those chaotic life forms? Their strength is far beyond your imagination. The era when you dominated the universe is gone. Times have changed. Lin Feng, you should forsake your arrogance as a supremacy, and follow me to apologize to the great chaotic life forms. Perhaps then, they can still spare you. Oh. What gave you the guts to talk to me like this? Is it that chaotic artifact you are toting? Lin Feng's expression was calm, and there was even some pity in his gaze. That was the attitude of the strong toward the weak. It was as if he was looking at an ant. Divine Emperor Onyx did not like that look. Those chaotic life forms had looked at him like this back when Lin Feng was a universe supremacy, he had looked at him like this, too. Now, Lin Feng was still looking at him like this. Divine Emperor Onyx suddenly felt an unreasonable burst of anger. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, you're still pretending to be calm. This is no longer your era. Look at what's outside. Divine Emperors, all of them are divine emperors. A total of 48 divine emperors have formed an array to seal you. Moreover, we've informed the great chaotic life forms. Once they arrive, you're dead. You and your supremacy family are all dead. Grand Emperor Onyx threw his head back and laughed aloud. At the same time, the prison shattered, and the entire cosmos appeared in front of Lin Feng. This prison was clearly a huge array. The moment Lin Feng stepped inside, he had actually stepped into the center of the array. Divine Emperor Onyx stood in the void. There were indeed dozens of divine emperors around, all of them looking on menacingly. Supremacy, it's supremacy Lin Feng. He's back. He's really back. Why did he have to come back now? Supremacy, you can't blame us. We're divine emperors, but facing those chaotic life forms, we have no choice. Those who resisted were all killed. We just don't want to die. Supremacy, times are different now. Things are no longer the same as before. These chaotic life forms personally set up this array, and they gave us chaotic artifacts. Once dozens of divine emperors with chaotic artifacts activate the array, even chaotic life forms will be killed for certain. It's better to surrender. Those chaotic life forms seem to be very interested in transcendence. As long as you surrender, you should be able to save your own life. These divine emperors all looked at Lin Feng with complicated expressions. How awe-inspiring was Lin Feng back then? He was the universe supremacy, and innumerable divine emperors had come to pay their respects to him. He had dominated an era, was the strongest supremacy in all eras, and was even the only transcendent. But now, the world had long changed enormously. Even the times had changed. The universe supremacy, who could dominate an era back then, was completely powerless before chaotic life forms. Moreover, after these dozens of divine emperors joined the chaotic life forms, they were also bestowed with precious treasures. They even set up an array, and were actually waiting for someone to come to Lin Sheng's rescue. Lin Sheng was bait to begin with. Father, I am the one who landed you in danger. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Sheng naturally understood. He was the bait. No matter who came to save him, they would be trapped in the array, and put in a disadvantageous position. With so many divine emperors, who were also holding chaotic artifacts bestowed by those chaotic life forms, even a supremacy like Lin Feng would probably find it difficult to resist. Lin Sheng began to worry. In his memory, Lin Feng was constantly creating miracles, as if he was omnipotent, unparalleled, and invincible. However, times had changed. In the vaster chaos, how powerful could Lin Feng be? Moreover, these divine emperors had also informed those chaotic life forms. Lin Sheng knew those chaotic life forms well. That was true. Invincibility, and they were truly despairing. Facing more than 40 divine emperors, and with the surrounding void completely sealed by the array and filled with killing intent, this place had completely become a slaughterhouse. However, Lin Feng did not move. His expression was still very calm, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. That's right, times have changed. However, do you think you can kill me just with a few mere divine emperors who are not even half-chaotic lifeforms, an array that's riddled with flaws, and some scrap metal you call chaotic artifacts? Ignorant fools. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, as if he did not take Divine Emperor Onyx and the others seriously at all. Divine Emperor Onyx's face was dark. Then, he shouted, "You're still trying to talk big before your death. Even if you've returned from the chaos, you'll die for certain today. Earth Prime Killing Array, activate." As Divine Emperor Onyx shouted, the more than 40 Divine Emperors immediately activated the array. Killing intent filled the air, forming a terrifying aura. There were also beams of light flickering with astonishing power. They were all certain chaotic artifacts that were combined with arrays to form killing moves. The power was astonishing. For a moment, they erupted with a terrifying might. Ordinary chaotic lifeforms were really not their match. Fight. Lin Sheng also manifested a huge combat body. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura, and he was already determined to die. However, Lin Feng shook his head. Then, he gently extended a fair palm. Boom. His white jade-like palm instantly turned fiery red. A fist-sized sphere of scarlet flames transformed into a stream of light, and instantly collided violently with the chaotic artifacts of dozens of divine emperors. Chapter 1042, 1042 You still have not improved. 1042 You still have not improved. There was a sizzling sound. Before the dozens of beams of light which were all chaotic artifacts, the scarlet flames transformed into a monstrous inferno at once. They enveloped those chaotic artifacts like a sea of fire. Crack. Crack. One chaotic artifact after another was burned to ashes, and cracks appeared one after another. Their light dimmed, and in the blink of an eye, they all collapsed. How is this possible? These are chaotic artifacts bestowed to us by the great chaotic lifeforms. They're incomparably durable. How can they be burned to ashes by mere fire? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There's also an array. How can an array formed by more than 40 of us not even withstand a burst of flames? Seeing the terrifying flames instantly envelop the array and burn those chaotic artifacts to ashes, all the divine emperors were dumbfounded, as if in disbelief. Times were different now. They had relied on joining those chaotic lifeforms, and helping them to rule the entire universe to be bestowed the chaotic artifacts. They knew the power of these chaotic artifacts very well. A chaotic artifact could enhance their strength by 10 or 100 times. If dozens of chaotic artifacts were combined, along with the Earth Prime Killing Array, it was said that they could kill true chaotic lifeforms. This was the true ace in the hole, the trump card left behind by those chaotic lifeforms. Since they wanted Lin Sheng to be the bait, they naturally had to leave methods to protect the bait. However, even with so many methods now, they could not withstand a sphere of flames casually deployed by Lin Feng. It was just a sphere of flames, but this sphere of flames was burning fiercely now, turning into a sea of fire. The terrifying flames burned wildly, burning the chaotic artifacts of dozens of divine emperors to ashes. The divine emperors even deployed their combat bodies one after another. The terrifying combat body stretched across the cosmos. Lin Feng appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust, yet this speck of dust struck terror into these powerful divine emperors. After so many years, you still have not improved. Lin Feng shook his head. Did these divine emperors think that they could trap him just by relying on a few chaotic artifacts and a certain chaotic array? That was wishful thinking. They were too naive. Forget about a mere chaotic array, even the chaotic divine array could not do anything to Lin Feng. Even without manifesting his hallowed body, Lin Feng could easily kill these divine emperors. He had only used one of his many chaotic spirit flames, but he could easily break this Earth Prime killing array and burn dozens of divine emperors to ashes. No, no, you can't kill me. Supremacy, supremacy, spare me. I know where the rest of the supremacy family is. The chaotic life forms have already given the order to capture everyone in the supremacy family. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Huh. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Divine Emperor Onyx directly. Is what you said true? Divine Emperor Onyx was truly afraid now. The supremacy was still worthy of his title as the supremacy. Even though they had been bestowed artifacts by the chaotic lifeforms, even though they had an array to fall back on, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from the supremacy. Divine Emperor Onyx felt as if he was seeing the supremacy who had swept through the universe back then once more, invincible and unparalleled in the universe. That invincible supremacy from back then had really returned. Father, I know where my little sister, grandparents, and the others are, Lin Sheng hurriedly said at the side. In that case, head there immediately. As for the others, Lin Feng made a grabbing motion with his hand. Those massive Divine Emperor, whose combat bodies were comparable to countless galaxies, were all crushed by Lin Feng with a single palm strike like fragile eggs. Bang. 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 Dozens of Divine Emperors were all crushed. Flames instantly swept over as well, burning them to ashes. The entire cosmos suddenly became incomparably calm and empty, as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng led Lin Sheng into space immediately and warped towards the Beaumont galaxy, leaving the middle-aged men and Xiao Xian staring blankly at everything in front of them. Master, it's really the supremacy. The supremacy has returned. Xiao Xian was very excited. Although he had heard of the supremacy in the past, he actually had no concept of the supremacy. After all, when Xiao Xian was born, the supremacy had long become a legend. No matter how impressive a legend was, how could it compare to being here and witnessing the glory of the supremacy with his own eyes? Xiao Xian could envision that with the return of the supremacy, the entire universe would rise once more. Perhaps, there was really hope for the universe to be saved. In an empty cosmos in the Beaumont galaxy, many divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors had descended, completely sealing the entire cosmos. When these famed divine kings and divine venerables manifested their combat bodies, forget about one galaxy, even 10 or 100 galaxies would be easily blasted apart. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors? These people seem to be traitors who have joined those chaotic life forms. They're indeed traitors. Why are they in the Beaumont galaxy again? Last time, they came and killed Divine King Beaumont. Why are they here this time? Some planetary level or even stronger cultivators had already sensed the commotion here, and were watching from afar. The current Beaumont galaxy had long changed drastically. As the most staunch supporter of the Universe Alliance, Divine King Beaumont, who was closely related to the former universe supremacy, Lin Feng, and the supremacy family, had already been killed by those chaotic life forms back then. As a result, the Beaumont galaxy began to decline. Forget about divine kings and divine venerables, there were not even many grand emperors. Now that so many divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors had gathered, some observant people immediately sensed that something had probably happened in the Beaumont galaxy. This is the place. Divine Emperor Xuanyin glanced across the place. He was a top-notch divine emperor. After joining those chaotic life forms, he had gained deep trust from them. They had even made some promises to him. In the future, Divine Emperor Xuanyin would have a chance to leave the origin universe and enter the chaos, and might even become a chaotic life form. Hence, Divine Emperor Xuanyin was also the person who was most concerned about hunting down the supremacy family. For a full 10 years, Divine Emperor Xuanyin had never given up on hunting down the people from the supremacy family. Now, he had finally obtained a key clue. The supremacy family was very likely hiding in the Beaumont galaxy. Search carefully. Don't miss an inch. With Divine Emperor Xuanyin's order, all the divine kings and divine venerables immediately began to take action. Even if there was a concealment array on the planet, the supremacy family was on concealing them. As long as a thorough search was conducted, they would definitely be found. At this moment, Chu Chen, Lin Xin, and the other core members of the Lin family had already seen the divine kings and divine venerables outside, searching the place thoroughly. Everyone knew very well that disaster was really inevitable for the Lin family this time. It's been 10 years. We've been hiding for 10 years. This day will come sooner or later. Feng Shenger tried his best. I've also tried my best. Unfortunately, we still can't protect the Lin family, Chu Chen muttered softly. She knew that once the traitors serving the chaotic life form noticed the Beaumont galaxy, everything would be over. Originally, Chu Chen was still looking forward to seeing Lin Feng again, that a miracle might happen. However, after 10 years without any news from Lin Feng, Chu Chen no longer held out any hope. This time, it was complete despair. Goodbye, Feng. Chu Chen closed her eyes, and so did the Lin family. Facing so many divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors, any resistance from the Lin family was meaningless. Now, they could only wait quietly for the family's end to arrive. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook. It felt as if the entire planet was shaking. Haha, we found them, we found them. The people of the supremacy family are hiding here. A divine king was overjoyed. He had discovered the planet the supremacy family was hiding on. Such a great contribution was enough for those chaotic lifeforms to give him some good rewards, and even allow him to enter the chaos. That was an opportunity that countless divine kings, divine venerables, and even divine emperors dreamed of. Entering the chaos practically meant ascending to the top in a single step. Chapter 1043, 1043 Resist a finger from me, and I'll spare your life. 1043 Resist a finger from me, and I'll spare your life. Come out. Divine Emperor Xuanyin manifested his combat body. With a grab of his hand, the cosmos shook, and even the surrounding space was shattered. How daunting was the power of a divine emperor! After shattering the space, as expected, a planet appeared. This planet was very small and unique. It was covered in dense arrays, all of which were concealment arrays. It almost blended into space, and was perfectly concealed in space. Without a careful and thorough search, no one could have discovered this planet. Haha, I've finally found you. A smile appeared on Divine Emperor Xuanyin's face. His mental power sensed many familiar auras on this planet. They were all members of the supremacy family. However, Divine Emperor Xuanyin did not enter the planet immediately. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was waiting for something quietly. Soon, a figure walked out of the planet. Divine Emperor Xuanyin. Back when innumerable divine emperors showed up before Lin Feng, you were also among them. You even joined the Universe Alliance. Why are you so keen on targeting us now? Divine Emperor Xuanyin shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Madam Chu, you are the wife of the supremacy, but you are not a true cultivator. The supreme goal that cultivators like us pursue is transcendence, but transcendence is difficult. It is extremely difficult, more so than you could ever imagine. Up until now, the supremacy is the only transcendent in the universe. Those chaotic life forms can use special methods to bring us out of the universe and into the chaos. The vast chaos contains infinite opportunities. I cannot resist such temptation, and I'm not the only one. The other divine emperors cannot, either. Divine Emperor Xuanyin's expression was a little complicated. He actually had some respect for Chu Chen, the wife of the supremacy. Even though he was here under orders, he did not want to make things difficult for the members of the supremacy family. However, in order to enter the chaos, Divine Emperor Xuanyin had no choice but to give up some of his previous principles. You insist on capturing us? That's right. We must capture all the members of the supremacy family. We can't let a single member of the supremacy bloodline off. Chu Chen's face turned even paler, and her slender body seemed ready to give out. Swoosh. Swoosh. More figures flew into the cosmos. Mother, don't compromise with him. At worst, we'll fight to the death. When father returns in the future, he definitely won't let them off. Lin Xin gritted her teeth and glared at Divine Emperor Xuanyin. In her eyes, these divine emperors were genuine traitors. They had betrayed the alliance and the universe. Divine Emperor Xuanyin's expression turned cold. He retracted his smile and stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, Lin Xin, don't think that supremacy is invincible. Times are different now. So what if the supremacy returns? The power of those chaotic life forms is far beyond your imagination. Even divine emperors like us are no longer the same as before. Even the supremacy from back then might not be my match either. Divine Emperor Xuanyin was very confident. Back then, between joining, resisting, or going into hiding and staying out of the affairs, Divine Emperor Xuanyin chose to join the chaotic life forms. For perfected lords who had cultivated a perfected spirit, as long as their perfected spirit was not destroyed, the perfected lord would not die, and could reincarnate and cultivate again. How terrifying was this? There were perfected lords among those chaotic merchants, and more than one of them. In fact, behind the chaotic merchants was a supreme perfected deity above all the chaotic perfected persons and perfected lords. That was a terrifying perfected deity that could be considered a god, even in the chaos. The chaos was vast and boundless, and there were too many experts to count. Divine Emperor Xuanyin was truly tempted. He yearned for the chaos, and was even willing to join chaotic lifeforms and work for them voluntarily. He only hoped to leave the universe and enter the chaos. The supremacy family was the greatest gift Divine Emperor Xuanyin could offer to those chaotic lifeforms. Divine Emperor Xuanyin was very pleased with himself. Now, these members of the supremacy family were already trapped, and could be captured at any time. He was in an extremely fine mood. Is that so? Divine Emperor Xuanyin, it's been many years since we last met. I'd like to see how you're different from before. Suddenly, a sound appeared in the quiet cosmos. Rings of spatial ripples began to spread rapidly in all directions, like ripples in water. This voice. Feng Chuchen was originally filled with despair, and her face was pale. However, when she heard this familiar voice, she suddenly raised her head. Her face turned rosy all of a sudden, and her slender body trembled in excitement. She stared intently at the spatial ripples. A huge spatial gap had already vaguely appeared. It was deep and dark, filled with a mysterious aura. Who is it? Divine Emperor Xuanyin's expression changed drastically, appearing as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Swoosh. Two figures walked out of the spatial passage. Many people were familiar with one of them. He was the son of the supremacy, Grand Emperor Lin Sheng. But who was the other man standing in front of Lin Sheng, and bearing a great similarity in appearance to Lin Sheng? Why did they look so much alike? Brother, that's Lin Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng, is it really you? However, Chuchen recognized him at once. Never mind 10,000 years, she would never forget this familiar face even in 100,000 years, a million years, or billions of years. It's me, Chen. It's been hard on you. I'm late. Lin Feng took a step forward and came to Chu Chen's side. When roaming the chaos, he had never thought that it would take so long. For the sake of cultivation, he had already missed too much. And owed his family too much. This was especially the case for his wife. They should have been family by each other's side for life, but Lin Feng had been separated from Chu Chen for far longer than they had been together. Lin Feng owed Chu Chen far too much. Brother Feng, it's really you. Good, this is great. You're finally back. I've always been worried that if you really return one day, you might not be able to see me. Chu Chen recalled everything in the past and could not help but cry. Even though she was the wife of the supremacy, who had once stood at the top of the universe and controlled the colossus that was the Universe Alliance, she was still a woman who hoped to be reunited with her husband. Father. Alliance leader. Supremacy. Ancestor is back. Many members of the Lin family were very excited. This was the ancestor, the legend of the Lin family, once the strongest person in the universe supremacy. The only transcendent. All kinds of reputations had almost deified Lin Feng. While Lin Feng was away, 10,000 years had passed in the universe. There was no knowing how many descendants Lin Sheng and Lin Xin had. The Lin family had also developed into a huge supremacy family. Hence, Lin Feng was indeed the ancestor of the Lin family now. Very good. It's good that everyone is fine. At least it's not too late. Lin Feng looked at the familiar people and faces. There was his father, big brother, second brother, little sister, daughter, and many descendants of the Lin family. There were simply countless of them on the planet. After all, over the past 10,000 years, the scale of the Lin family had become very massive. The members of the Lin family were very excited, but some people felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Supremacy. Lin Feng. Divine Emperor Xuanyin bit his lip, feeling incomparably complicated. Fear, excitement, madness, and so on lingered in his heart. It's your turn, Divine Emperor Xuanyin. I'll give you a chance. If you can resist a finger from me, I'll spare your life. Lin Feng turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. He stood in the cosmos, looking down at Divine Emperor Xuanyin. Chapter 1044 crushed with a finger. 1044 crushed with a finger. That look again. Divine Emperor Xuanyin gritted his teeth. Back. Then, he was a dignified Divine Emperor, the hegemon of an era. However, ever since Lin Feng rose to power and became a supremacy, tens of thousands of Divine Emperors had come to pay their respects. It had been a grand sight. If that was all, Divine Emperor Xuanyin would have let it be. It was not like supremacies had never appeared in the universe. Back then, he could only swallow his discontent and suppress the traces of turmoil in his heart. However, later on, Lin Feng actually transcended and became a transcendent. He could leave the origin universe and enter the infinite and vast chaos to continue pursuing a higher realm of cultivation. Divine Emperor Xuanyin could not suppress the jealousy in his heart. He also yearned to enter the chaos, and yearned for it to the extreme. Hence, in this invasion of chaotic lifeforms, Divine Emperor Xuanyin was one of the few cosmic lifeforms who were genuinely happy. Divine Emperor Xuanyin immediately joined those chaotic lifeforms. Moreover, under the guidance of the chaotic lifeforms, he was bestowed with some chaotic artifacts, and his strength improved by up to 100 times. He was confident that even against the supremacy from back then, he could put up a fight. But now, Lin Feng had returned, yet Lin Feng was still looking at him as if he were an ant. Divine Emperor Xuanyin could not tolerate it anymore. Haha, forget about a finger, so what if you tried your best? Your return today was the greatest mistake. Since you're back, you can forget about ever leaving. Divine Emperor Xuanyin roared. He manifested his huge combat body, which emitted infinite light like a scorching sun. In the depths of his combat body, it was as if infinite energy was erupting. It was an artifact, a chaotic artifact that those chaotic lifeforms called the heart of perpetual motion. Even in the chaos, it could be considered an extremely good chaotic artifact. Relying on this chaotic artifact, Divine Emperor Xuanyin surpassed all the other Divine Emperors, and never met his match. He became the undisputed strongest being in the universe, and helped those chaotic lifeforms to quickly stabilize and rule over the universe. Do you see that? Lin Feng, although you're the supremacy, you've probably never seen such a formidable power, right? Haha, my strength has increased by up to 100 times, second only to those chaotic lifeforms. What can you do to me? Divine Emperor Xuanyin laughed out loud, as if he had returned to the time when he had just become a Divine Emperor and dominated the universe. Strength. Only strength was eternal. In pursuit of strength, Divine Emperor Xuanyin was willing to forsake everything. He did not care about the chaotic lifeforms or the universe supremacy. Before Divine Emperor Xuanyin, whose combat body was massive to the extreme, Lin Feng was like a tiny grain of sand. He appeared. Just too small and insignificant. However, Lin Feng's expression did not change at all. He was still expressionless as he said indifferently, "I've already given you a chance. Resist a finger from me, and I'll spare your life." Lin Feng extended a finger. Boom. What kind of finger was this? It was ordinary and casually extended. However, in an instant, the entire universe seemed to be shaking, as if this finger could destroy everything. All the laws of space, time, and so on were rendered completely ineffective before this finger. Even Divine Emperor Xuanin's terrifying combat body burst like a bubble the moment it came into contact with this finger. His massive combat body instantly disintegrated and collapsed completely. No, no, how can this be? My heart of perpetual motion. Divine Emperor Xuanin's eyes widened. He mobilized the heart of perpetual motion in his body in a frenzy. Infinite power erupted and surged out of his body. However, no matter how strong he was, it seemed to be useless before this finger. He could only watch helplessly. As the finger pressed down, crack. A crack appeared on the heart of perpetual motion. Then, the cracks grew dense like spider webs, and it shattered all of a sudden. No. Divine Emperor Xuanin cried out in pain, and his massive combat body collapsed with a bang. Lin Feng's finger pressed down hard like a finger that could hold up the sky, instantly crushing Divine Emperor Xuanin into dust. Even the power of a single finger was so overwhelming. All the divine kings, divine venerables, and even the other divine emperors who had followed Divine Emperor Xuanin here could not help but gasp. They had only seen such power from those chaotic life forms. Those chaotic life forms were also ordinary looking, and did not even have combat bodies. Their bodies were as insignificant as dust, yet they possessed earth-shattering power. They could blow up the entire universe with ease. Supremacy, please spare us. We realize our mistake now. Supremacy, please spare us. We had no choice. Supremacy, I know where those chaotic life forms are. Even Divine Emperor Xuanin was dead. These divine kings and divine venerables were cowards to begin with. Otherwise, they would not have joined the chaotic life forms. As soon as they saw that the situation was going south, they immediately begged Lin Feng to spare their lives. Faced with these double-crossers, Lin Feng's expression was apathetic. Then, he flicked his finger. Swish. 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 Streaks of flames flew out. They were just specks of fire, but when they landed on these divine kings and divine venerables, they immediately turned into a raging inferno. No matter how huge their combat body was, it was impossible for them to escape the fate of being burned to ashes. There were also some remaining ordinary cultivators. Lin Feng blew directly. Immediately, violent winds blew, and the void shattered. Countless planetary and galactic lifeforms were reduced to ashes by Lin Feng in a breath. With Lin Feng's current strength, if he manifested a hallowed body, he could easily crush the entire origin universe with a finger, and freeze the boundless void with a breath. No divine king, divine venerable, or divine emperor could resist it. Only those who had truly reached Lin Feng's level, which was comparable to a top-notch perfected deity, could understand how fragile life forms in the origin universe were. Even transcendents who had just transcended and had yet to metamorphose into chaotic life forms were incomparably fragile. The cosmos was vacant. Countless divine kings and divine venerables were killed by Lin Feng in one go, and the entire cosmos was emptied. The Lin clan naturally cheered. With Lin Feng's return, they also regained their mainstay. All the crises of the Lin family had been resolved. Feng. Chu Chen leaned into Lin Feng's arms. How many years had she been waiting for Lin Feng's return? She had thought that she would never see Lin Feng again, but she did not expect Lin Feng to finally appear at the last moment. The return of the supremacy would definitely cause a stir in the universe. Killing these mere divine kings, divine venerables, and divine emperors was not worth mentioning to Lin Feng. These people were only traitors, but they were not the main culprits who wreaked havoc in the universe. The true source was still those chaotic life forms. Lin Feng had not forgotten that this origin universe had already lost the universe origin and was gradually approaching death. Those chaotic lifeforms were the instigators. They were the source of all crimes. The endless killing and countless vengeful spirits in the entire universe must be avenged with the blood of those chaotic lifeforms. T. Chapter 1045, 1045 I've killed even perfected deities. 1045 I've killed even perfected deities. Mother. Lin Sheng walked over and said with a guilty expression, I am sorry for putting you through this. No, Shenger, you're the one who has suffered. Lin Sheng, Lin Xin, Chu Chen, and the other core members of the Lin family were reunited. They all expressed their longing for each other during this period of time. With Lin Feng presiding over the Lin family had their mainstay, and no longer had to fear any threat. Lin Feng also saw his parents and many unfamiliar faces. They were all juniors of the Lin family. Lin Feng was very unfamiliar with them. He had never seen them before, but he could sense the familiar bloodline in their bodies. That was his bloodline. After all, in the past 10,000 years, the Lin family had already continued for many generations. There was no knowing how many descendants were born to the bloodline. Those that Lin Sheng urgently transferred were actually some direct relatives, as well as many collateral relatives. Many of the collateral bloodlines, such as his sister's descendants and many descendants of his eldest and second brothers, had not been transferred in time and were slaughtered. Actually, those chaotic lifeforms did not attack us. The ones who personally hunted us down were all those traitors. They must pay in blood. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth. He clearly hated those traitors to the bone. There were simply countless traitors like Divine Emperor Xuanyin. Moreover, they were all working very hard to hunt down the supremacy family. Many of the collateral bloodlines of the Lin family were killed by the traitors. The Lin clansmen also abhorred these traitors. They were even more detestable than those chaotic lifeforms. However, Lin Feng knew that the main culprits were actually those chaotic lifeforms. Otherwise, how could the traitors dare to attack the Lin family? Shenger, where are those chaotic lifeforms? Father, are you really going to attack those chaotic lifeforms? That's right. I originally planned to come back and bring you into the chaos this time. I didn't expect the origin universe to encounter a calamity. Those chaotic lifeforms are the actual main culprits. Even the universe origin has been stolen. Of course I can't let them off. Lin Sheng's expression was a little hesitant, but he still said in a low voice, Father, the culprits are indeed those chaotic lifeforms, but those chaotic lifeforms are not simple either. According to the information revealed by those traitors, those chaotic lifeforms do not seem to be ordinary chaotic lifeforms, but chaotic merchants. Back then, the few chaotic lifeforms in the lead seemed to be above ordinary chaotic lifeforms, and were perfected lords. There are even supreme perfected deities behind the chaotic merchants. Father, it's best not to provoke such a colossus unless absolutely confident in winning. Those chaotic lifeforms don't seem to have received the news yet. We can still escape quickly. That's right, that's right. Feng, those chaotic lifeforms are too terrifying. They even tried to plot to lure you out once. You've only transcended for 10,000 years, and those chaotic lifeforms have cultivated for countless years. Even if you want revenge, we should wait until success is guaranteed. That's right, Fenger. You were once the universe supremacy, but times have changed. Even if you're a chaotic lifeform, those are dozens of those chaotic lifeforms. If we want to take revenge, we have to make plans for the long term. Be it Lin Sheng, Chu Chen, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, all of them felt a lingering fear when they heard that Lin Feng wanted to take revenge on those chaotic lifeforms, and dissuaded Lin Feng. They had witnessed the savagery of those chaotic lifeforms with their own eyes. That power was still fresh in their minds even after many years. In particular, there was not just one chaotic lifeform, but dozens of them. Although Lin Feng was very strong, even if he had become a chaotic lifeform, how could he deal with dozens of chaotic lifeforms, let alone the powerful entities behind those chaotic lifeforms? No matter who's behind those chaotic lifeforms, I'll make them pay in blood. Killing intent burst forth from Lin Feng's eyes like perennial ice. Everyone could clearly sense the terrifying killing intent in Lin Feng's heart. Vice President, I have an important matter to report. Go on. The only transcendent in this universe has already returned. Huh? The transcendent has returned. The Vice President of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce opened his eyes. He had a slightly bloated figure and looked a little chubby, but his eyes were huge, and he looked very cunning. I remember that the transcendent's name is Lin Feng, right? That's right, his name is Lin Feng. According to the flow of time in this universe, it has only been 1,000 years since this Lin Feng transcended and went to the chaos. How far can he cultivate in just 1,000 years? An advanced chaotic life form. He may only still be an ordinary chaotic life form. The Vice President shook his head, unconcerned. In reality, he was still very cautious. Back when he learned about the transcendent, he had used the intelligence network of the Chamber of Commerce to investigate. There was no such person in the holy cities of chaos at all. There was just some vague news regarding a perfected Lord Lin Feng, who had killed a perfected deity in the holy city Primum Mobile. This news had long spread throughout the 7 holy cities of chaos. However, the Vice President did not even think about it. What a joke! That perfected Lord Lin Feng could kill a perfected deity above his level because he had cultivated a terrifying divine ability as a perfected lord. Although they were both called Lin Feng, how could someone become a perfected lord after transcending for only 1,000 years, and even kill perfected deities above his level? Even the most delusional person would not link the two of them together. At most, they just happened to share the same name. There were countless cultivators with identical names in the chaos. The difference between the two was like a huge mountain and an inconspicuous ant. No one would link them together. Vice President, after this transcendent returned, he was undefeated in the universe. Even Divine Emperor Xuanyin was killed by him. Divine Emperor Xuanyin is dead. He's just a pawn. So what if he's dead? It's a pity that chaotic artifact is lost, though. How useless. He was bestowed with a chaotic artifact, yet he was actually killed by a transcendent who has only cultivated for 1,000 years. The Vice President shook his head, then raised his brows and said, "Let perfected Lord Nonopal Source lead the team of 8 chaotic perfected persons to capture the transcendent and his family. There must be something extraordinary about someone who could transcend. If we can figure out some trick to it, perhaps His Majesty the perfected deity will be pleased enough to give us some rewards." The Vice President waved his hand. His subordinates accepted the order and left. To him, this was just a minor matter. Cultivation was the top priority. As His Majesty the perfected deity had discovered an origin universe, he was very pleased. He even rewarded the Vice President with many treasures. The Vice President was sorting through the rewards from His Majesty the perfected deity, and sought to improve his divine ability further. Chapter 1046 Reincarnation Realm. 1046 Reincarnation Realm. In the Bemond Galaxy, Lin Feng took up the rare chance to accompany his family. He did not search for those chaotic life forms, but waited quietly. He knew that those chaotic life forms would definitely not let a transcendent like him off. After all, transcendents were also rare research subjects in the chaos. According to the flow of time, the time he spent cultivating in the chaos after transcending was only 1,000 years at most. What could someone achieve in just 1,000 years? Lin Feng did not need to move. Those chaotic life forms would naturally come looking for him. Hence, Lin Feng made arrangements for all the Lin clansmen, and even ordered the 3,000 universe demons to protect them. Apart from perfected lords, no one could harm the Lin clansmen. Even those perfected lords would find it very difficult to injure the Lin clansmen. The array formed by 3,000 peak chaotic lifeforms was so powerful that even perfected lords had to avoid its brunt. Lin Feng stayed quietly on the planet, his consciousness immersed in the internal universe. Currently, Lin Feng's internal universe was already incomparably huge, much larger than the origin universe. However, last time, Lin Feng had comprehended that there was still something incomplete about his internal universe, and that was reincarnation. There had never been reincarnations in Lin Feng's internal universe. This was not a situation where Lin Feng could get reincarnations just because he wanted to. A world and a universe could only be considered consummate with natural reincarnations. There was reincarnation in the chaos. Hence, a perfected lord's perfected spirit could reincarnate and return to his peak. Lin Feng's internal universe was abundant in energy, but the 3,000 universe demons were ultimately unable to undergo metamorphosis, and could not cultivate a perfected spirit. It was because reincarnation had yet to be established in his internal universe. Perfected deity all desires divine ability allowed Lin Feng to comprehend some of the true meaning of reincarnation. In particular, reincarnation was crucial to his internal universe. However, it was too difficult to establish reincarnation, or allow reincarnation to come into being naturally in his internal universe. He even had a hypothesis that once reincarnation came into being in his internal universe would truly be consummate and perfect. At that time, there might be a qualitative metamorphosis. Lin Feng did not know what would happen then. If there's reincarnation, can it trap the perfected spirit of a perfected lord, and prevent it from reincarnating in the chaos? Lin Feng's current focus was actually on how to kill the perfected spirit. Although Lin Feng could kill perfected deities now, and had killed countless perfected lords, be it perfected lords or perfected deities, they had only died in their current life. They still had a next life, and could continue to reincarnate and return to their peak one day. Even if Lin Feng was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. Lin Feng wanted to kill a perfected lord or even a perfected deity once and for all, and even annihilate their perfected spirit. Only then could they be considered annihilated in both spirit and form, and fall completely. However, the techniques to kill perfected spirits were too difficult. Even those perfected lords or perfected deities who claimed to be able to kill perfected spirits found them very difficult. At the very least, Lin Feng learned through the Mutual Assistance Alliance that there were actually very few techniques to kill perfected spirits. Even those top-notch perfected deities might not have them. Some perfected lords or perfected deities who claimed to be able to kill perfected spirits actually did not have any techniques to kill perfected spirits. What was Lin Feng's current advantage over other perfected lords and perfected deities? It was undoubtedly the spirit flame hallowed body. However, no matter how strong the spirit flame hallowed body was, and despite its ability to kill perfected deities, it was still unable to annihilate the perfected spirits. Apart from that, Lin Feng only had the internal universe. This was his true reliance. However, Lin Feng had tried it before. If he killed a perfected lord in the internal universe, their perfected spirit could also fly out of the internal universe and reincarnate in the depths of chaos. Lin Feng had no way to keep those perfected spirits behind at all. If I can cause the perfected spirit to reincarnate in the internal universe, there might be some hope of completely killing the perfected spirit. Lin Feng actually had an idea as well. His idea was based on the internal universe. In the end, if it could never awaken, it would be equivalent to the complete destruction of the perfected spirit. There were also countless perfected lords whose perfected spirits reincarnated for billions of years without awakening again after they were killed. This was Lin Feng's thought. He could establish a cycle in the internal universe, and cause the perfected spirit of a perfected lord to reincarnate in the internal universe. Then, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for Lin Feng, the creator of the universe, to control the reincarnations, causing the perfected spirit to reincarnate again and again, and thus slowly erase the perfected spirit? This way, wouldn't it be equivalent to possessing the method to completely kill the perfected spirit of a perfected lord? However, establishing reincarnations in the internal universe was easier said than done. How vast was Lin Feng's internal universe? There was no knowing how complex it was to establish such a cycle. First, a place that could accommodate the souls of countless lifeforms was needed. It was definitely impossible for just a region to accommodate them. After all, there were trillions of living beings. Lin Feng carefully recalled the information in the chaos. It was rumored that there was also reincarnation in the chaos. However, the reincarnation in the chaos seemed to take place in a separate world called the reincarnation realm. After countless living beings in the chaos died, they would enter the reincarnation realm to reincarnate. Only perfected lords who had cultivated perfected spirits could retain their memories. After reincarnation, they would have a chance to awaken and return to their peak. The reincarnation realm was intangible, and the foundation of the chaos. Apart from the 7 hallowed venerables, no one else could sense the reincarnation realm, let alone find it. Hence, despite its importance, the reincarnation realm always remained enigmatic. It was passed down by word of mouth, but no one had ever seen it. Lin Feng was inclined to believe in the existence of the reincarnation realm, since he wanted to use the chaos as a template for reincarnation to be established in the internal universe. It required its own reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm is a world of its own. What it needs is a world, but where can I find another world? Lin Feng frowned. He did not know the exact structure of the reincarnation realm. From the rumors, he felt that there was indeed a reincarnation realm in the chaos. However, according to the rumors, it was simply too difficult to establish the reincarnation realm in the internal universe, and it was even a little delusional. The reincarnation realm is a world of its own. What it needs is a complete world, a world. Gradually, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something. Inspiration flashed through his mind. He tried to grasp it, but could not. It was as if it was lingering in front of him. A world. A lotus seed on the chaotic lotus. Doesn't the world lotus seed contain a world? Lin Feng's mind suddenly cleared. An idea flashed through his mind, and he thought of the world lotus seed. Wasn't the world lotus seed which contained a complete world suitable for transforming into the reincarnation realm of the internal universe? At that, Lin Feng opened his eyes. With a thought, he extended his palm. Buzz. A light appeared in his palm. Then, the light gradually dissipated, and a vibrant green lotus seed appeared in his palm. Chapter 1047 Transcendent Lin Feng, Come and Die. 1047 Transcendent Lin Feng, Come and Die. World Lotus Seed, Lin Feng muttered softly. He had entered the World Lotus Seed before. It was indeed a world, but he had not discovered reincarnation either. Moreover, the world contained in the World Lotus Seed was far weaker than Lin Feng's internal universe. However, no matter how fragile it was still a world, enough to accommodate the reincarnation realm. Moreover, establishing a reincarnation cycle in the internal universe did not depend on the World Lotus Seed alone. All the power in Lin Feng's internal universe had to be mobilized to establish the reincarnation realm that encompassed the entire universe. Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure manifested in the internal universe. Immediately, it emanated infinite power, and countless living beings seemed to prostrate themselves before Lin Feng, the god of creation. In the name of the god of creation, I establish a cycle of reincarnation in my world. From now on, the cycle of reincarnation establishes order. The living and the dead are eternally separated. Life has its own path, and death has its own path. The cosmic cycle, the reincarnation realm, come into being. With great perseverance, great power, and great skill, Lin Feng instantly mobilized the power of the entire universe. Rumble. The universe shook, and Lin Feng's voice echoed in the ears of countless living beings. They instantly understood the meaning of reincarnation. There was a path of life, and a path of death. There was a dilemma between life and death, and the living and the dead would be separated forever. From now on, they would have somewhere to return to after death. In the universe, a green lotus seed began to quickly integrate into the entire universe. Boundless power enveloped the world lotus seed. And a huge change occurred instantaneously within the world lotus seed. It was as if it was connected to the entire universe all of a sudden. With the ability to connect to various parts of the universe, it was the true center of the huge universe, but it was also hidden in the universe. Apart from Lin Feng, no one could sense or find the reincarnation realm. Swoosh. 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 Once the reincarnation realm was established, With Lin Feng's ability as the god of creation, its effect was naturally immediate. Countless souls entered the reincarnation realm, and were constantly disintegrated by the reincarnation realm, removing their memories and any traces of the universe. They were like blank sheets of paper upon entering reincarnation. The meaning of reincarnation was not that the number of lives would never increase. In reality, as the universe expanded, as the universe was perfected, and as lives naturally proliferated and developed, there would definitely be more and more lives, because the total entropy of the universe was always increasing. However, the greatest use of reincarnation was balance. It balanced the entire universe, the entire world, and all living beings. Once a living being died, they would be sent to the reincarnation realm, and all traces and memories would be erased. Then, they would reincarnate again as a whole new life form, which would no longer have anything to do with their previous life. Everything in the past would remain in the past. This was the meaning of reincarnation. The entire world would thrive, and balance would be restored. The reincarnation realm operated on its own. No one needed to interfere. Even the chaotic lotus could not interfere. Only Lin Feng, as the god of creation, could interfere. The reincarnation realm had just been established, and it was already serving the function of balance. For example, some powerful living beings in the universe were too strong. They were also beneficial to the universe. It was a pity that such powerful living beings disappeared just like that. However, with reincarnation, they could reincarnate elsewhere and become a blank sheet of paper again. Perhaps in a few decades or 100 years, they could become famous and powerful living beings again. Lin Feng could control reincarnation, and he could interfere by force. With every reincarnation, a little of the soul imprint would be erased. This kind of soul imprint was the most important thing. If it was a perfected spirit, it would be a perfected spirit imprint. It might not be erased in one go, but if it was erased 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 or 10,000 times in reincarnation, even the perfected spirit would not be able to hold out, and would be obliterated. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The reincarnation realm in his internal universe had been formed, and the reincarnation cycle had begun. Gradually, the region was balanced, and order was established. In the future, as time passed, it would only become stronger. However, Lin Feng was not certain if he could trap or even completely obliterate the perfected spirit. He had to test it. Looking at the time, they should be arriving soon. Lin Feng raised his head and looked into the depths of the distant cosmos. He knew that those chaotic merchants would definitely not leave things alone. This period of time was enough for those chaotic merchants to react. In fact, Lin Feng hoped that the other party would not send people who were too weak. It would be best if there were perfected lords. Only perfected lords had cultivated perfected spirits. He could use them to test if the newly established reincarnation realm in his internal universe could trap perfected spirits. Buzz. Not long after, traces of spatial ripples indeed appeared in the quiet and cold cosmos. Boom. The spatial ripples even shattered directly, and space shattered as 9 figures appeared. These 9 figures were not too tall. Before the combat bodies of those divine kings and divine venerables, they simply paled in comparison, and did not hold a candle to them. They appeared just too insignificant. However, the aura on their bodies was very terrifying, far surpassing those divine kings and divine venerables. Even the laws of the universe shattered with a bang, unable to approach him at all. Lin Feng could not be more familiar with this aura. This was the aura of chaos. They were all chaotic perfected persons. There was even a chaotic perfected lord among the 9 figures. Transcendent Lin Feng, come and die. Perfected Lord Nonable Source's voice spread throughout the entire cosmos. All of the void was shattered. If not for the protection of the 3,000 universe demons, this voice alone would probably be enough to shatter the planet where the Lin clansmen were. This was what it meant to be a chaotic life form. Even the Lin clansmen who were very confident in Lin Feng previously could not help but feel a little worried at this moment. Those who had not seen chaotic life forms with their own eyes could never imagine how powerful they were. But now, just a voice alone could destroy infinite space and shake the universe. Even 10 or 100 divine emperors could not compare to it. This was enough to show how terrifying those chaotic lifeforms were. Back then, only 3 chaotic lifeforms had annihilated dozens of divine emperors. But what was the situation now? A total of 9 figures had actually appeared in the cosmos at once, which meant there were 9 chaotic lifeforms. Anyone would be worried about such a formidable lineup. Supremacy, be careful. Those are all chaotic lifeforms. Among the Lin clansmen, only the core members, Chu Chen, Lin Xin, Lin Sheng, and the others, knew how formidable Lin Feng was now. And how glorious Lin Feng's past achievements in the chaos were. What were chaotic lifeforms, or even chaotic perfected lords? They only knew that Lin Feng had said confidently and domineeringly, "I've even killed perfected deities." Those were supreme perfected deities. After those traitors spread the word, even cultivators in the universe knew that above chaotic lifeforms were perfected lords, and above perfected lords were supreme perfected deities, who were hegemons of a region even in the chaos. He could kill even perfected deities. And these were just chaotic lifeforms. Hence, at this moment, the core members of the Lin clan were very relaxed, and not worried in the slightest. Chapter 1048, 1048 Might of the Universe Demons, Overkill. 1048 Might of the Universe Demons, Overkill. They're here. Lin Feng looked at the 9 figures manifested in the shattered cosmos. Chaotic perfected persons. It had been a long time since he had seen chaotic perfected persons. As for fighting them, that was a very distant memory. Swoosh. Lin Feng took a step forward. As if there were layers of stairs under his feet, he slowly ascended step by step and walked into the cosmos. He stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the pitch-black space around him to explode, as if it had nothing to do with him. Your transcendent Lin Feng. Perfected Lord Nonopal frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. He could not actually see through Lin Feng. He could only vaguely sense that Lin Feng's body should be a chaotic body, and there was chaotic aura on his body. He should be a chaotic life form. However, he could not sense exactly what level Lin Feng had cultivated to. Either Lin Feng had a way to conceal his own aura, or Lin Feng was far stronger than him. The second possibility was minuscule. Perfected Lord Nonopal did not even consider it. This was because it was almost impossible. Lin Feng had only cultivated in the chaos for at most 1,000 years. How much could he achieve in merely 1,000 years? Even the geniuses of the 7 holy cities of chaos would be considered very impressive if they could cultivate from an ordinary chaotic life form to a peak chaotic life form in 1,000 years. As for a perfected lord, there was no need to even consider it. Such a genius might only appear once in tens of thousands of years, and there was no knowing how profound their opportunities must be. I am perfected. Lord Nonopal Transcendent, on account of how difficult it was for you to transcend, give up on resistance. You should know that as perfected lords, as long as our perfected spirits are not extinguished, we are undying. We can even control the chaotic rules. Every move we make contains terrifying power that can destroy a world. A transcendent like you who's just a chaotic life form cannot withstand such majestic power, perfected Lord Nonopal also said blandly, his tone filled with apathy. However, Lin Feng was silent. His expression remained just as indifferent and unmoved, and his gaze was calm as ever. However, such a calm gaze infuriated perfected Lord Nonopal. He was a dignified perfected lord, and his status was considerable even in the Infinity Chamber of Commerce. Any perfected lord's status was actually considerable even in the holy cities, let alone in the chaos outside the holy cities. When a perfected lord was enraged, they would be a terrifying entity that could destroy a chaotic continent. When had he, perfected Lord Nonopal ever been disregarded by an ordinary chaotic life form that was only a transcendent? I'll capture you and destroy your Lin family. Let's see if you can still display such arrogance then. Attack. Perfected Lord Nonopal waved his hand. Immediately, the 8 chaotic perfected persons, all of whom were advanced chaotic Lifeforms formed an array. It could even contend against peak chaotic lifeforms. Perfected Lord Nonable Source already regarded Lin Feng rather highly. After all, Lin Feng was a transcendent. Perfected Lord Nonable Source had heard various miraculous legends of transcendence in the chaos countless times. He actually took Lin Feng rather seriously, and treated him as a peak chaotic life form. He ordered the 8 chaotic perfected persons to do their best, and they absolutely did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng. Swoosh. 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 The 8 chaotic perfected persons formed an array and sealed the void. Lin Feng was surrounded in the middle, and the power of the array was suppressing him. Seeing that Lin Feng was motionless and did not even dodge the array, Perfected Lord Nonable Source let down his guard. Perfected Lord Nonable Source shook his head. Initially, he was still a little worried, so he appeared very cautious. However, from the looks of it, he had indeed overestimated Lin Feng. Even if he was a miraculous transcendent, how far could he cultivate in just 1,000 years? You're quite cautious. Lin Feng glanced at Perfected Lord Nonable Source. Although Perfected Lord Nonable Source sounded very arrogant and nonchalant, the 8 chaotic perfected persons he deployed were all very cautious. They did not underestimate a mere chaotic life form like him. Trying to win with an advantage in numbers. 3,000 universe demons, I summon you. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. A few mere chaotic perfected persons were not worth his time at all. Swoosh. Swoosh. Immediately, 8 universe demons flew over from the void. They were also chaotic lifeforms, but they were peak chaotic lifeforms. Greetings, Father Deity. The 8 universe demons were all peak chaotic lifeforms. The aura on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. Even without forming an array, it was still daunting, and their power was far stronger than the 8 perfected persons under Perfected Lord Nonable Source. 8 peak chaotic lifeforms. Perfected Lord Nonable Source's expression changed. He immediately had a bad premonition. Where did Lin Feng, the transcendent, find these 8 peak chaotic lifeforms? Go, tear them apart. You can enjoy yourselves today. Gore. The 8 universe demons roared at the sky with great excitement. They were universe demons to begin with, born to carry Lin Feng's universe. Actually, all of them were incomparably savage, and only listened to Lin Feng's orders. In the past, Lin Feng would still use the power of the 3,000 universe demons, and let them out to catch some fresh air. But now, Lin Feng's strength was already comparable to a perfected deity. His enemies were all top-notch perfected lords or even perfected deities. The 3,000 universe demons could no longer help Lin Feng much. Hence, the 3,000 universe demons had very little chance of leaving the universe. Now that they had obtained a chance, and Lin Feng was not restraining them, how could these universe demons not be excited? Hence, the 8 universe demons all transformed into monstrous giants. Their terrifying chaotic bodies emitted a daunting aura as they pounced toward the 8 chaotic perfected persons at once. There was a crackling sound. The power of the 8 universe demons far exceeded Perfected Lord Nonable Source's imagination. Even an array formed by 8 chaotic perfected persons should, by right, be able to contend with peak chaotic perfected persons. However, the truth was that they could not even resist a single universe demon. The array was torn apart by the universe demons. They opened their bloody maws and instantly tore the 8 chaotic perfected persons into pieces, devouring them completely. Even Lin Feng was a little surprised by the performance of these 8 universe demons. In reality, Lin Feng's internal universe had always been expanding, but the 3,000 universe demons had not developed perfected spirits. And their realms had not improved at all. The universe demons were the first batch of lifeforms in the universe, and were closely related to the universe. Hence, these universe demons had actually been accumulating energy constantly. Even if they could only use a small portion of the energy accumulated over time would still be unimaginably powerful, far surpassing ordinary peak chaotic lifeforms. Forget about dealing with 8 advanced chaotic lifeforms, even dealing with 80 or 800 of them was nothing. Using 8 universe demons to deal with these 8 mere advanced chaotic lifeforms was really overkill. What? Perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus stared. Even if he wanted to save them, he could not. The speed of the universe demons was too fast. It tore the 8 chaotic lifeforms into pieces and devoured them in the blink of an eye. Transcendent. Do you know how great a crime you've committed? They're all chaotic lifeforms of the infinity chamber of commerce. Once you've killed them, forget about a transcendent like you, even if your entire family and all the lifeforms in the entire universe are sacrificed, they won't be able to repay your sins. Die. Perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus was completely enraged. He was a dignified perfected lord who had led a team to deal with a transcendent. He had thought that it would be a piece of cake. However, he did not expect such a turn of events to occur, and suffered heavy losses. If His Majesty the perfected deity learned of this, he would leave a poor impression. Forget about rewards, he'd be lucky to get off unpunished. Hence, perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus flew into a complete rage. His perfected spirit communicated with the chaotic rules, and even the origin universe could not stop it. A terrifying chaotic storm was already approaching. Even a trace of it was enough to reduce tens of thousands of chaotic lifeforms to ashes. This was a perfected lord who grasped the chaotic rules. With a thought, he could destroy a world. It would not be difficult for him to even destroy a chaotic continent. Chapter 1049, 100 Reincarnations, Annihilation of the Perfected Spirit. 100 Reincarnations, Annihilation of the Perfected Spirit. Chaotic Rule. Lin Feng shook his head. Facing the terrifying chaotic rule, the Lin clansmen of the origin universe were all very nervous. This was a chaotic perfected lord, a supreme entity who grasped the chaotic rule. He was a major figure even in the chaos. Just this terrifying power alone could destroy even 10 origin universes. He lived up to his reputation. Could the supremacy, Lin Feng, resist it? Even if Lin Feng could personally kill a perfected deity, they had only heard of it. Without seeing it with their own eyes, no one could be completely at ease. Mere chaotic rule. Destroy. Lin Feng extended a fair hand. This fair hand instantly transformed into a huge palm that could hold up the sky, and grabbed towards perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus hard. Boom. Perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus felt the surrounding chaotic rules suddenly shake. Then, an unparalleled power directly destroyed the chaotic rule. The surrounding chaotic rules seemed to have been exiled, and he could no longer sense any chaotic rule. Suppressing the chaotic rules. No, this is something that only top-notch perfected lords who have mastered divine abilities can accomplish. You. Perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus was incomparably terrified. Only top-notch perfected lords who had mastered divine abilities could sabotage the chaotic rules. This was already a law of nature. Although he had only just entered the realm of a perfected lord, he could still control the chaotic rule. Only divine abilities cultivated by top-notch perfected lords could completely shatter the chaotic rule. Could this transcendent in front of him actually be a top-notch perfected lord? At this thought, perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus was also shocked. However, although perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus was a perfected lord, he had never seen a top-notch perfected lord, let alone a divine ability, so he had no way of making a judgment. There was only one such top-notch perfected lord in the entire infinity chamber of commerce, and his status was very revered. Even His Majesty the perfected deity valued him highly. It's too late to realize it now. Break. Lin Feng had only used a little of the power of the spirit flame hallowed body. As a greater divine ability, and a top-notch greater divine ability at that, Lin Feng could resist the terrifying divine ability of a perfected deity head-on. Even a little power from it was far from what ordinary perfected lords could resist. Thud. Under Lin Feng's huge palm, perfected Lord Nonapalsaurus was like an eggshell. His chaotic body instantly collapsed and was pulverized. His perfected spirit instantly flew out, about to fly out of the origin universe and enter the depths of chaos to reincarnate. It was almost an ironclad rule that while the perfected spirits were not destroyed, perfected lords were undying. Perfected Lord Nonable Source was ultimately a perfected lord. No matter how strong Lin Feng was, he could only kill perfected Lord Nonable Source in this life. If perfected Lord Nonable Source was lucky, his perfected spirit might only need to reincarnate for a few decades before his memories were awakened, and he recovered his strength. Boom. The internal universe descended. As the origin universe's origin had already been stolen, and the will of the universe had disappeared, the origin universe did not react to the appearance of the internal universe. It allowed the power of the internal universe to envelop this stretch of cosmos. Reincarnation realm, capture. Lin Feng activated the reincarnation realm. He could only hope that the reincarnation realm would be of use, and retain perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit. Swish. As Lin Feng's internal universe descended, even though the power of the internal universe was incomparably powerful, it did not seem to affect perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit. However, when Lin Feng activated the reincarnation realm, and specifically suppressed perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit, suddenly, the perfected spirit hesitated for a moment, then transformed into a stream of light and flew straight into the reincarnation realm. It's working. Lin Feng was overjoyed. The reincarnation realm in his internal universe was actually useful. Perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit instantly flew into Lin Feng's reincarnation realm. Lin Feng was the god of creation of the internal universe, so he could naturally interfere with the operation of the reincarnation realm. When perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit entered the reincarnation realm, Lin Feng used the reincarnation realm to begin reincarnation again and again, constantly erasing perfected Lord Nonable's perfected spirit. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. In the blink of an eye, perfected Lord Nonable Source had reincarnated for 99 lifetimes. If he went through the due process for reincarnation, almost 100 lifetimes would have taken thousands of years. However, with Lin Feng controlling the reincarnation realm, it took only an instant. Forget about reincarnating for almost 100 lifetimes, even reincarnating for thousands or tens of thousands of lifetimes would only take a blink of an eye. The 100th life. Finally, after perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit had reincarnated for 100 lifetimes, his memories still did not awaken. Then, his perfected spirit was completely obliterated and disappeared. This was true annihilation. From now on, there would no longer be any traces of the existence of perfected Lord Nonable Source in the world. All traces of him had been erased. The annihilation of his perfected spirit also meant the complete fall of a perfected lord. He's really annihilated. Lin Feng still could not quite believe it. The moment perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit was annihilated, it seemed to have transformed into an extremely pure and strange power, and disappeared from the reincarnation realm. Or rather, it had fused into the reincarnation realm. Rumble. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head. He saw a storm wreaking havoc in the vast chaos outside the origin universe, as if it intended to destroy the entire origin universe. However, the storm quickly subsided. If one did not observe carefully, they would not even notice it. Is it because of the perfected spirit? Lin Feng pondered. If a perfected lord in the chaos died, their perfected spirit would be transferred to the reincarnation realm in the chaos to reincarnate and cultivate again. If they could not awaken their memories, they might gradually be erased, and eventually be completely annihilated. However, even after the perfected spirit was annihilated, it would fuse into the chaos and become a part of it. But now, after perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit was annihilated, it did not fuse into the chaos. Instead, it fused into the reincarnation realm in Lin Feng's internal universe, which was equivalent to fusing into Lin Feng's internal universe. Lin Feng did not know if the chaotic tremors just now were due to the annihilation of perfected Lord Nonable Source's perfected spirit. However, due to the annihilation of the perfected spirit of perfected Lord Nonable Source, there was indeed an inexplicable and subtle change in the reincarnation realm that even Lin Feng could not understand. Lin Feng could not understand this change either, but it should be beneficial to the reincarnation realm. The reincarnation realm seemed to have become more stable, sturdier, and could integrate more souls. Lin Feng came to a realization, and already had a vague guess. The reincarnation realm is still growing and becoming stronger. If it can grow to the level of the reincarnation realm in the chaos, perhaps the perfected spirit would not need to undergo 100 reincarnations to be obliterated. Perhaps dozens of reincarnations can annihilate the perfected spirit of a perfected lord. Lin Feng formed a rough hypothesis. He was also very gratified. No matter what, he now had a secret technique that could annihilate perfected spirits. Perfected Lord Nonable Source was only an ordinary perfected lord, and needed 100 reincarnations to be annihilated. Then, what about a supreme perfected deity? He might have to reincarnate countless times. The perfected spirit of a perfected deity might even be so sturdy that with the current level of the reincarnation realm, it was impossible to annihilate it. However, he still had to try personally to find out how it would go. Chapter 1050, 1050 You are perfected Lord Lin. 1050 You are perfected Lord Lin. Father. He won. Supremacy, that was a perfected lord just now. Is he really dead? I heard that as long as the perfected spirit is not destroyed, a perfected lord will not die. The Lin clansmen were all surprised and overjoyed. They saw with their own eyes that Lin Feng had easily crushed perfected lord Nonable Source, like he was grabbing a fledgling. Then, perfected Lord Nonable Source was gone. There was no earth-shattering battle. The process felt too easy. One of them had practically crushed the other. Lin Feng had crushed perfected Lord Nonable Source. It had to be known that that was a perfected lord. He's dead. There's no more perfected Lord Nonable Source in the world, Lin Feng said indifferently. The Lin clansmen relaxed and began to get excited again. However, they did not know the deeper meaning of Lin Feng's words. Perfected Lord Nonable Source was not just dead in this life, but had been dead for all lives. Even his perfected spirit had been annihilated. If anyone in the chaos knew, they would definitely be greatly shocked. Although there were many perfected lords who had fallen in chaos, there was actually not a single one whose perfected spirit was truly annihilated. Often, powerful perfected lords who claimed to have methods to annihilate perfected spirits would still find it extremely difficult to annihilate them. Without anyone's knowledge, Lin Feng had casually annihilated the perfected spirit of a perfected lord. 3,000 universe demons, follow my orders and protect the Lin family. It's time to deal with those chaotic merchants once and for all. Since Lin Feng had already grasped the method to annihilate the perfected spirit, he no longer had to wait for those chaotic merchants to come looking for him. He wanted to go personally and completely deal with those chaotic merchants. A debt of blood must be repaid in blood. Even if they were perfected lords, they had to be obliterated for eternity. Crack. The vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, a life token had completely shattered. It was almost impossible for the life token to be shattered. This contained the imprint of the perfected spirit. Unless the perfected spirit was annihilated, even if a perfected lord died, the life token would not crack. But how could the perfected spirit be annihilated? Impossible, impossible. How could the perfected spirit be annihilated? That means falling for all lifetimes. It means falling completely. There won't be any trace of him in the world from now on. The vice president had never been in such a state of panic. Back when he was roaming the chaos, he had encountered countless crises and turned misfortunes into blessings every time. He had never lost his composure like now. This life token was the life token of perfected Lord Nonable Source. In the Infinity Chamber of Commerce, only perfected lords had life tokens. This was because only perfected lords had perfected spirits, and could leave a perfected spirit imprint in their life tokens. The shattering of the life token meant the death of a perfected lord and the annihilation of their perfected spirit. This was a huge matter. And it terrified the vice president even more than the death of a perfected lord. This was because the annihilation of a perfected spirit meant complete death for all lifetimes. The law of a perfected lord's immortality would also be broken, and the greatest reliance of a perfected lord would be gone. Who is it? Who exactly is it? The vice president panicked. On careful thought, hadn't perfected Lord Nonable Source led 8 chaotic perfected persons to capture the transcendent of the origin universe. The transcendent. Could it be that transcendent? The vice president forced himself to calm down. In this origin universe, only that mysterious transcendent could cause perfected Lord Nonable Source to fall, and annihilate his perfected spirit at that. He had long heard that transcendents were all very miraculous. They were either top-notch perfected deities, or had ultimate techniques. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. No, I have to inform His Majesty the perfected deity immediately. This matter was too important. The vice president could no longer make the decision on his own. Buzz. An image appeared in front of the vice president. Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. Aren't you in that origin universe? What's the matter? Your Majesty, something has gone wrong in the origin universe. The transcendent of the origin universe has already returned. Perfected Lord Nonable Source was ordered to capture him, but his life token has been shattered. He's probably doomed. It's very likely that the other party is a powerful entity who has grasped a secret technique to annihilate the perfected spirit. What? He has grasped a secret technique to annihilate the perfected spirit. Good, very good. I will personally descend and capture him. Alive. Even perfected deities might not possess the secret technique to annihilate the perfected spirit. A sharp glint flashed across perfected deity Infinity's eyes. He was also very excited. As for the death of perfected Lord Nonable Source, he did not care at all. He was just an ordinary perfected lord. As long as he, perfected deity Infinity, made the request, there was no knowing how many perfected lords would be willing to join the Infinity Chamber of Commerce. What was really important was the secret technique to annihilate perfected spirits. Once one mastered such a secret technique, it would be the ace in the hole, the trump card. It could even deter many perfected deities, allowing perfected deity Infinity to become one of the most daunting perfected deities in one leap. The vice president was overjoyed. How could he not be overjoyed that a perfected deity was personally descending? Greetings, Your Majesty the perfected deity. Then, the scene disappeared. Perfected deity Infinity was already beginning to warp space and descend outside the origin universe. Good. You've done very well. Since you got perfected deity Infinity to come, it appears that allowing you to live for a while longer was not in vain. Just as the vice president was feeling excited and thinking about how to welcome perfected deity Infinity, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the excitement in the vice president's heart. Swoosh. At some point, spatial ripples appeared in front of the vice president. A figure took a step out of the spatial passage and looked down at the vice president. Who are you? The vice president's expression changed drastically. Weren't you reporting to perfected deity Infinity about me just now? Lin Feng gave a half-smile. He was about to kill the vice president and the others directly, but he happened to see the vice president reporting to perfected deity Infinity. The instigator was perfected deity Infinity. Lin Feng naturally would not let perfected deity Infinity off. He even wanted to slay a god again. Moreover, unlike the previous 2 times, he wanted to completely annihilate the perfected spirit of perfected deity Infinity, and truly slay a god. Lin Feng would not let any of these chaotic merchants who had invaded the origin universe off, even if they were perfected deities. This was because this was the Achilles heel in Lin Feng's heart, an inviolable Achilles heel. Anyone who touched it would die. If perfected deity Infinity was hiding in the holy cities of chaos, there was really nothing Lin Feng could do. After all, fighting was absolutely not allowed in the holy cities of chaos. Forget about Lin Feng, even a top-notch perfected deity would not dare to fight in the holy cities of chaos. However, now that perfected deity Infinity wanted to personally descend into the origin universe, that would naturally be for the best. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're a transcendent. The vice president's expression changed indeterminately, and he was incomparably surprised. Do you know that once His Majesty the perfected deity descends, you and your origin universe will be completely annihilated? Now, you'd better cooperate, and hand over the secret technique to annihilate the perfected spirit. Perhaps then, His Majesty the perfected deity can spare your life. At the thought that perfected deity infinity was about to descend, the vice president also felt more confident. No matter how strong the transcendent in front of him was, so what if he was a top-notch perfected lord? Could he contend with a perfected deity? All below the level of perfected deities were insignificant. Ignorant. I happen to be waiting for perfected deity infinity. I don't mind slaying a god for the third time. Haha, slaying a god for the third time. Who do you think you are? That invincible perfected lord from the holy city Primum Mobile. Lin. The vice president threw his head back and laughed aloud, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. However, his laughter suddenly stopped. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his entire body was even trembling. He suddenly recalled a piece of earth-shattering news that had been circulating in the 7 holy cities recently. An invincible perfected lord had killed a perfected deity as a perfected lord. Moreover, he had killed a perfected deity twice, accomplishing the feat of slaying a god. Wasn't that perfected? Lord a transcendent. Hearing Lin Feng mention slaying a god, now, the vice president's heart skipped a beat. He immediately had an ominous feeling. You're that transcendent, the invincible perfected lord who had killed perfected deities above his level, Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng's half-smile, the vice president felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Even an exalted perfected lord like him could not help but tremble violently in fear. Chapter 1051 Since you're here, forget about leaving. 1051 Since you're here, forget about leaving. Perfected Lord Lin, please spare me. Without any hesitation, the vice president immediately begged for mercy. Spare you? Lin Feng's gaze became colder and colder. His family was his Achilles' heel. Now, not only had this vice president violated his Achilles' heel, he had even personally attacked and destroyed his home planet. How could Lin Feng let him off? Anyone could be forgiven, but not the vice president who had destroyed his home planet. The vice president's heart trembled. He remembered now. Back then, he was the one who attacked and destroyed Lin Feng's home planet. How could such a grudge be forgiven so lightly? However, as a dignified perfected lord, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. As the vice president, he had long learned to be very pragmatic. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the vice president. When it was time to make trade-offs, he definitely knew how to make them. Lin Feng was the invincible perfected lord, who could kill perfected deities above his level and had even slain a god twice. He was comparable to a perfected deity and had a revered status. How could an ordinary perfected lord like him compare? Forget about him, even if perfected deity infinity descended, he would not be able to save him. But he did not want to die. If he were just an ordinary perfected deity, he would not even beg for mercy. However, perfected Lord Nanopal Source's life token had shattered, which meant that his perfected spirit had been annihilated. Who wouldn't be afraid of a terrifying entity who had grasped the technique to annihilate perfected spirits, and could do so? Once they died at Lin Feng's hands, they would really be dead, and wouldn't even have a chance in their next life. Perfected Lord Lin, I have information, very important information. I know that perfected Lord is collecting extraordinary chaotic spirit flames. I know where chaotic spirit flames can be found, and there's more than one type of them there. Chaotic spirit flames. Lin Feng did not expect this chubby perfected lord to actually know about chaotic spirit flames. Tell me. Perfected Lord, please promise to spare me first. Thud. Lin Feng grabbed with his hand and manifested his hallowed body directly. Although he only manifested a little, that terrifying aura was overwhelming, as if even the entire origin universe was about to explode. If he manifested his entire hallowed body, even the origin universe probably would not be able to withstand it. Even so, manifesting a little of his hallowed body was far from what ordinary perfected lords could contend with. Lin Feng grabbed the Vice President. With just a light clench, Lin Feng could pulverize him. You are not qualified to bargain with me. Tell me, or die. The Vice President's heart shook. He did not dare to gamble. If Lin Feng crushed him to death, he would really be dead. Even his perfected spirit would be annihilated, and he would truly fall. Give me the detection imprint. Lin Feng said indifferently. He knew about the dark domain of chaos. It was the end of the infinite chaos. Although chaos was boundless, there was the dark domain of chaos, which was infinite. Even a top-notch perfected deity might be completely lost if they entered. In fact, even the chaotic hallowed venerables were unwilling to enter the chaotic dark domain lightly. It was rumored that the dark domain of chaos was the end of the chaos. Outside the dark domain of chaos, there might be infinite dangers or opportunities. Many perfected lords and perfected deities who wished to improve further had ventured into the dark domain, but never returned. The Vice President gritted his teeth. He was captured by Lin Feng now, and could only be at his mercy. He was not qualified to negotiate terms at all. Hence, he could only obediently hand over the detection imprint. After obtaining the detection imprint, Lin Feng raised his brows. The Vice President said cautiously, Perfected Lord Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. If we had known that this was an origin universe that you had transcended, the Infinity Chamber of Commerce would never have dared to enter. His Majesty the Perfected Deity is about to descend. Perfected Lord Lin, don't worry. I'll explain things to His Majesty the Perfected Deity. We'll definitely be able to bury the hatchet. Boom. As soon as the Vice President finished speaking, the entire origin universe shook. Lin Feng could clearly see that circles of spatial ripples had appeared in the chaotic void outside the origin universe. Just traces of spatial ripples were enough to shake the origin universe. The power was so great that it could only signify the descent of a perfected deity. The Vice President was overjoyed and hurriedly said, His Majesty the Perfected Deity has descended. In order to avoid misunderstandings, I'll report the situation to His Majesty the Perfected Deity first. Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly exerted force with his palm. Under the Vice President's stunned gaze, Lin Feng instantly crushed him into dust. Lin Feng stored his perfected spirit into the reincarnation realm in his internal universe, and sent it into reincarnation again and again. In an instant, after only 118 reincarnations, the perfected spirit was completely obliterated. This meant that the Vice President's perfected spirit was far stronger than the perfected spirit of perfected Lord Non-Opal Source, but there was a limit to how strong it was. It could only hold out for slightly over 100 reincarnations. Perfected Deity Infinity, I've been waiting for you. Lin Feng took a step forward. A trace of coldness flickered in his eyes, and his entire being was filled with killing intent. Bury the hatchet with Perfected Deity Infinity. Lin Feng was unwilling. The origin universe was his Achilles heel. Anyone who violated it would die. Even if a perfected deity violated it, Lin Feng would not mind slaying a god again. Why would he bury the hatchet with Perfected Deity Infinity? Swoosh. Lin Feng took a step forward, and his figure appeared outside the origin universe. At this moment, spatial ripples appeared in the entire chaotic void, spreading in all directions majestically. Terrifying divine might emitted from it. This was a true deity, a perfected deity. Even chaotic life forms could not withstand the divine power of a perfected deity, let alone life forms in the origin universe. Lin Feng was comparable to a perfected deity because he cultivated the spirit flame hallowed body. However, in reality, Lin Feng was not a perfected deity, so he did not have divine power. He only had the power of the hallowed body. However, he did not usually manifest the spirit flame hallowed body, so he naturally did not emanate any terrifying power. If a perfected deity descended into the origin universe and unleashed his divine power without restraint, just that divine power would be enough to cause the origin universe to collapse, and even the will of the universe would be completely suppressed. What a grand display! Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. This perfected deity infinity had descended so openly, without any defense at all. Actually, on second thought, this was normal. Who would dare to contend against a perfected deity? Never mind ambushing one. Even if it was another perfected deity, no one would ambush or launch a sneak attack unless they were mortal enemies. Perfected deity infinity had descended to the origin universe openly, intending to capture Lin Feng and obtain the perfected spirit. Annihilation technique with overwhelming force. Why would he expect someone to ambush him? Moreover, as a perfected deity, ostentation was also very important. If not for their mighty divine power, those perfected lords and chaotic perfected persons probably would not revere them so much. I have descended. Where is the vice president? Suddenly, a magnificent voice came from the spatial passage. At the same time, a figure had already taken a step forward, and was about to exit the spatial passage. It was perfected deity infinity. However, the moment perfected deity infinity swept his gaze and saw Lin Feng outside the spatial passage, he was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes suddenly focused, and his pupils constricted. His divine power erupted instantly, and he actually tried to retreat from the spatial passage at once. Perfected deity infinity, since you're here, forget about leaving. Boom. Lin Feng manifested a huge 100,000 feet tall hallowed body. Like a giant holding up the sky, he suddenly slammed his hands together and blasted apart the chaotic space where perfected deity infinity was with absolute power. Chapter 1052 Apologize with your life. 1052 Apologize with your life. Rumble. Chaos shook, and waves surged. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. The space within a radius of millions of kilometers was shattered by Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body with a single strike. Only divine abilities could shatter the chaotic rules. Moreover, the spirit flame hallowed body that Lin Feng had cultivated from more than 40 chaotic spirit flames was comparable to a strike from a divine ability of a perfected deity. The power was incredible. Lin Feng of Holy City Primum Mobile, Alliance leader of the Mutual Assistance Alliance and the top perfected lord. Do you really intend to fight me to the death? In the endless spatial storm, a figure staggered and fell from the spatial passage in a rather sorry state. It was perfected deity infinity. In the instant he saw Lin Feng, perfected deity infinity already knew Lin Feng's identity. He was the top perfected lord of chaos, Lin Feng, who had killed perfected deities above his level. It would be understandable if some ordinary perfected lords did not know about Lin Feng, but it was impossible for a supreme perfected deity like perfected deity infinity to not pay attention to news regarding Lin Feng. After all, slaying a god as a perfected lord was no ordinary feat. Perfected deity infinity had even investigated Lin Feng's identity thoroughly. The moment he saw Lin Feng, perfected deity infinity understood that he had encountered trouble. The origin universe that the chaotic perfected lords from his chamber of commerce had found was very likely the origin universe where Lin Feng had transcended. This grudge was serious. Perfected deity infinity was only an ordinary perfected deity. He could be considered a senior perfected deity among ordinary perfected deities. Of course, he was far inferior to top-notch perfected deities. Otherwise, the Infinity Chamber of Commerce would not be a small scale as it was now. Lin Feng had slain a god twice and even defeated perfected deity All Desire. Perfected deity Infinity knew this information very well. Hence, he tried to escape back to the holy city of chaos immediately. It was already embarrassing enough for a dignified perfected deity to escape without fighting immediately. Moreover, he had failed, and was forced back by Lin Feng. Perfected deity Infinity, you seized the origin universe's origin. If you return just like that, wouldn't I appear incompetent? No one can save you today. Lin Feng's huge 100,000 feet tall hallowed body had a rumbling voice, shaking the entire chaos. Perfected deity Infinity's face was dark. He was a dignified perfected deity. He was usually treated respectfully wherever he went, high and mighty, and looked down on all living beings. He had never been forced into such a predicament as he was by Lin Feng now. Lin Feng, I know that you have the ability to kill a perfected deity above your level. I admit defeat this time. Tell me what you want. I'll give you whatever you want as my apology. Perfected deity Infinity's face was ashen, but he had no choice but to bow down. It was true that he was a perfected deity, but Lin Feng was an absurd perfected lord who could kill a perfected deity. He had even slain a god twice before. Perfected deity Infinity had no choice but to bow his head. Moreover, the vice president's report just now mentioned the death of perfected Lord Nonable Source. Even his perfected spirit had been annihilated. Didn't that mean that Lin Feng still had a secret technique that could annihilate perfected spirits? Perfected deity Infinity had no choice but to be careful. Even losing a little face was not a big deal. A perfected deity had a long lifespan and was undying and indestructible. In a true life or death moment, losing a little face was nothing. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Then, apologize with your life." Boom. Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body erupted again, like a greater divine ability. Perhaps it could not reach the level of a greater divine ability, but it far exceeded ordinary normal divine abilities. Even the chaotic void was blasted apart, and all the chaotic rules retreated. The moment Lin Feng erupted, a huge black hole was vaguely formed in space. Lin Feng, you're pushing me too far. I only attained my principle after billions of years of cultivation and accumulation. The foundation of a perfected deity is incomparably abundant. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Perfected deity Infinity was also furious. If Lin Feng did not give him a way out, there was nothing holding him back. Infinity divine ability. Suddenly, perfected deity Infinity also used his divine ability. With this divine ability, huge holes seemed to appear in the chaotic void. Terrifying power brewed and blasted toward Lin Feng's hallowed body in a frenzy. Boom. 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 Despite repeated strikes, Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body was completely undamaged. He allowed these divine abilities to strike his body without effect. This was the power of the spirit flame hallowed body. Even though Lin Feng was only a perfected lord, with more than 40 chaotic spirit flames converging on his body, his defense was unbelievably strong. Shatter. Not only was Lin Feng enduring the attack of perfected deity Infinity's divine ability, he even had spare strength. He extended his arms, which suddenly expanded to hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, grabbing straight at perfected deity Infinity. Wherever they passed, all the chaotic rules were shattered. He broke all techniques with sheer force. The terrifying power made even perfected deity Infinity's scalp tingle. He now understood how the two perfected deities who had been killed by Lin Feng felt. How could this still be a perfected lord? He was more like a chaotic divine beast, and an incomparably powerful chaotic divine beast at that. Infinity armor. Perfected deity Infinity activated the chaotic spirit treasure on his body. He had a chaotic spirit treasure, refined over billions of years. It could even be considered a top-notch defensive spirit treasure. Normally, he did not want to use it at all unless absolutely necessary. But now, it was a life-or-death moment. Perfected deity Infinity could not care less. Bang. 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 Lin Feng's fist smashed hard onto perfected deity Infinity's body like maces. The Infinity armor was a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure, which had been condensed by perfected deity Infinity for countless years by exhausting countless rare treasures. However, as Lin Feng struck it again and again, even the Infinity armor could not withstand strikes from him anymore. Once, twice, thrice. Crack. After only 3 times, a crack had already appeared on the Infinity armor. How can it be so terrifying? Run, run, run now. Perfected deity Infinity's scalp went numb. He was truly terrified now. Previously, he still had something to rely on. He thought that even if he was not Lin Feng's match, escaping should not be a problem. However, now that he saw that even the Infinity armor could not hold out against Lin Feng for long, perfected deity Infinity was really afraid. Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body was already infinitely close to a greater divine ability. It was definitely not something that an ordinary perfected deity could contend against at all. Hence, perfected deity Infinity fled backward rapidly and yelled, "Lin Feng, if you must kill me, I will bring your origin universe down with me." Ha ha ha. Perfected deity. Infinity's vast divine ability enveloped the origin universe. He actually did not hesitate to perish together, and intended to blast the origin universe behind Lin Feng into pieces. Ha. Lin Feng was also a little surprised that perfected deity Infinity was actually so bold. However, while he must kill perfected deity Infinity, he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to the origin universe. Lin Feng could only block the origin universe with his hallowed body, and temporarily give up on killing perfected deity Infinity. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, I'll remember our match today. As long as I'm alive, I'll make sure your mutual assistance alliance never enjoys a day of peace. Perfected deity Infinity was extremely furious. He had almost died just now. Once he died, who knew if Lin Feng could annihilate his perfected spirit too? Hence, perfected deity Infinity did not dare to delay. He took this opportunity and quickly retreated for billions of kilometers. He warped space directly and entered the spatial passage to escape. Trying to run. You can't run. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. It was rather troublesome if a perfected deity held a grudge against him. Hence, perfected deity Infinity could not be allowed to escape. At the very least, Lin Feng would not let perfected deity Infinity leave just like that. Hence, Lin Feng locked onto perfected deity Infinity's body. With a flash, he also entered the spatial passage and chased after perfected deity Infinity. Chapter 1053, 1053 Nowhere to Escape. 1053 Nowhere to Escape. Holy City Luster was the most prosperous holy city among the 7 holy cities of chaos. This place was famous for refining all kinds of top-notch chaotic spirit treasures or top-notch chaotic artifacts. Hallowed Venerable Luster was a top-notch treasure refinement master himself. Hence, the holy city of chaos he established also attracted a large number of treasure refinement masters. There were all kinds of rare treasures. In Holy City Luster, the most respected individuals were not perfected deities, but treasure refinement masters. Their status was also very high, and even perfected deities were not willing to offend them lightly. Chaotic spirit treasures were divided into intrinsic chaotic spirit treasures and extrinsic chaotic spirit treasures. Although those intrinsic chaotic spirit treasures were extremely powerful and miraculous, there were simply too few of them. They were as rare to the extreme in the entire chaos. The extrinsic chaotic spirit treasures were different, and could be refined. The extrinsic chaotic spirit treasures painstakingly refined by some top-notch treasure refining masters were not inferior to those intrinsic chaotic spirit treasures. In fact, they were even stronger, and had unparalleled miraculous effects. Many chaotic perfected lords and even perfected deities were willing to come to Holy City Luster in search of certain powerful chaotic spirit treasures. I heard that a Chamber of Commerce in Holy City Luster has obtained a universe origin recently. That's right, a universe origin. This is good stuff. TSK, although the universe origin is useless to perfected lords and perfected deities, it's very useful to chaotic life forms. Some top-notch perfected lords and even perfected deities are willing to leave some universe origins for their descendants. Unfortunately, origin universes are too difficult to find. They can only be chanced upon by luck. It's not easy to encounter an origin universe in the vast chaos. I heard the Infinity Chamber of Commerce release the news that their caravan happened to encounter an origin universe, and obtained this universe origin. Perhaps we can also compete for it. In the Holy City Luster, many chaotic perfected lords and chaotic lifeforms were discussing the universe origin of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce. A universe origin could only be chanced upon by luck. Perhaps it was useless to perfected lords, but it was very useful to those chaotic lifeforms. It was a supreme treasure for building the foundation. Most importantly, the universe origin was very rare. Things increased in value with rarity. When something was rare, its value would naturally be high. The Infinity Chamber of Commerce had long begun to publicize and promote it. They were going to hold an auction at a later date to auction off this universe origin. In fact, some chaotic perfected lords were even prepared to go to that origin universe through the channels of the Infinity Origin Chamber of Commerce to take a good look. Many chaotic lifeforms were born in the chaos and had never seen an origin universe in their lives. They were very curious. Of course they would not miss such an opportunity. At this moment, however, the Infinity Chamber of Commerce was very busy. Has the perfected deity still not returned yet? The auction date is approaching. How long can His Majesty the perfected deity take to travel to an origin universe? He should be back soon. Without His Majesty the perfected deity presiding over it, the auction cannot proceed as scheduled. Just as the people of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce were panicking, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the entire holy city of chaos. Boom. Outside Holy City Luster, a large area of the void was instantly shattered. The terrifying divine might emitted from within was shocking. What's going on? Even the chaotic space has been shattered. This is outside Holy City Luster. Who would dare to attack here? Which perfected deity is it? How terrifying. Even the chaotic space was completely shattered at once, and his divine might is like an abyss. There must be perfected deities fighting. Such a huge commotion immediately caught the attention of many cultivators in the holy city. Be it chaotic perfected persons or chaotic perfected lords, they were all alarmed. Even perfected deities could not help but look over. Although the place where the chaotic space was shattered was not in the holy city of chaos, and did not violate the rules of the holy city, even a perfected deity would have reservations when being so close to the holy city of chaos. Normally, they would not attack so close to the holy city. But now, such a large-scale chaotic space was shattered. This was not just a fight, but a life-or-death battle that spared no effort. Arg. Lin Feng, I'll fight you to the death. As space exploded, a furious voice sounded. At the same time, a disheveled figure quickly stumbled out of the shattered space. Moreover, he quickly flew towards Holy City Luster. Immediately, he appeared to be in an incomparably sorry state. It was perfected deity Infinity. He originally wanted to warp space directly and return to the Holy City Luster. However, he was locked on by Lin Feng. Lin Feng kept pursuing him, shattering the chaotic space and putting perfected deity Infinity in a sorry state. Now, he was even blasted out by the power of Lin Feng's hallowed body while outside the holy city of chaos. Perfected deity Infinity, you can't escape. Die. Another figure took a step out of space. However, this figure was huge, at least 100,000 feet tall. His entire body was bathed in terrifying flames, like a flaming god of war. The terrifying pressure made even perfected lords feel as if they were about to suffocate. Boom. The huge flaming giant struck the disheveled figure in front of it hard. Lin Feng, you dare to kill me outside the holy city of chaos. Perfected deities, quick, help me and kill this thief together. He has a perfected spirit annihilation technique. Faced with a strike from Lin Feng's hallowed body, perfected deity Infinity roared at the sky. His voice instantly spread throughout the entire chaotic void and into Holy City Luster. Ah! Isn't that perfected deity Infinity? Perfected deity Infinity is being hunted down in such a sorry state. Who did it? That hallowed body is so terrifying. It's probably infinitely close to the power of a greater divine ability. What kind of hallowed body is it? Has perfected deity Infinity, the perfected deity of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce, ever been in such a sorry state as he is today? Ha ha ha, I remember now. That hallowed body is bathed in raging flames, but there's no aura of a perfected deity on him. He must be the invincible perfected Lord Lin Feng, who killed a perfected deity above his level recently. The invincible perfected Lord, Lin Feng. The Lin Feng of Holy City Primum Mobile. The perfected spirit annihilation secret technique can only be chanced upon by luck. Perfected deity Infinity, I will save your life. Remember to refine a chaotic spirit treasure for me for 100,000 years. In a flash, someone already realized the identity of perfected deity Infinity. They had even deduced Lin Feng's identity from his terrifying, hallowed body. A dignified perfected deity was hunted down by a perfected lord until he had nowhere to escape. This was probably the first time such a thing had happened in the chaos. Many chaotic perfected lords and chaotic lifeforms watched this scene with their mouths agape. They had long heard that a perfected lord had killed perfected deities above his level. However, that was in Holy City Primum Mobile. After all, and no one would pay much attention to it unless they saw it with their own eyes. But now, they had seen with their own eyes. That perfected deity Infinity, a dignified perfected deity, was in such a sorry state that he could only call for help. The one behind perfected deity Infinity was actually only a perfected lord, the invincible perfected lord who could kill perfected deities. Above his level, Lin Feng. For a moment, even the boldest and most knowledgeable cultivators all watched this scene in a daze. Boom. In the end, Lin Feng's palm landed, but perfected deity Infinity was not dead. In front of perfected deity Infinity, a burly man whose entire body seemed to be cast in gold blocked Lin Feng's strike with one hand. It was yet another perfected deity. Moreover, it was a powerful perfected deity who had cultivated a body-tempering divine ability. Chapter 1054, 1054 Return. 1054 Return. Perfected deity Golden Elephant. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this individual too. Although he had never been to Holy City Luster, as he could kill perfected deities above his level, his strength was already comparable to a perfected deity. Hence, he more or less learned about some perfected deities in the chaos. In particular, he had specifically learned about certain special perfected deities. The entire body of this perfected deity in front of him seemed to be cast in gold. His hallowed body, when manifested, was like a giant statue. It was perfected deity Golden Elephant, who was famed in the chaos. It was rumored that perfected deity Golden Elephant's Golden Elephant divine ability simulated a chaotic hallowed beast. It was infinitely close to a greater divine ability, and its power was incredible. He had never lost in his entire life. Lin Feng, you are a perfected lord of the Holy City Primum Mobile. Even if you're the invincible perfected lord who can kill a perfected deity above his level, this is the Holy City Luster. It's not your place to be impudent. Perfected deity Golden Elephant snorted coldly, appearing rather righteous. Although the 7 hallowed venerables in the chaos were all high and mighty, and it was rumored that they had a good relationship, there was actually some competition between the cultivators in the 7 holy cities, both openly and implicitly. Lin Feng had come from afar and hunted down perfected deity Infinity all the way to the outside of the Holy City Luster. Naturally, some perfected deities could not stand it. Moreover, perfected deity Infinity had cultivated for billions of years after all. He had a deep foundation in the Holy City Luster. By saving perfected deity Infinity's life this time, one could obtain more benefits from perfected deity Infinity. Perfected deity Golden Elephant, I'll refine a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure for you for 100,000 years. I absolutely won't go back on my word. With that, perfected deity Infinity flew straight into the Holy City Luster. Before he left, he even gave Lin Feng a hateful glare. He hated Lin Feng to the bone. He had been hunted down by Lin Feng all the way outside the Holy City Luster, and could be considered to have lost all his dignity and become a laughingstock. When had a dignified perfected deity like him ever been hunted down to such a miserable state? Perfected deity Infinity would probably become the laughingstock of the various holy cities in the future. All of this was because of Lin Feng. Perfected deity Infinity and Lin Feng were already mortal enemies. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He wanted to stop them, but he could not stop perfected deity Infinity even after pursuing him all the way outside the Holy City Luster. Now that perfected deity Golden Elephant was stepping in, he had lost the best opportunity. Moreover, apart from perfected deity Golden Elephant, Lin Feng could also sense multiple other powerful auras hidden right outside Holy City Luster. If he insisted on fighting perfected deity Golden Elephant, and even defeated him, another perfected deity or even a top-notch perfected deity would definitely show up. This was because this concerned the reputation of the holy city luster. Sometimes, even the hallowed venerable might not care about the holy city of chaos, but the cultivators in the holy city of chaos cared a lot about their reputation. What a shame. Lin Feng shook his head and did not continue to provoke him. Perfected deity Infinity had already fled into holy city luster. Lin Feng no longer had a chance. If he continued to stay here, some top-notch perfected deity might attack Lin Feng on a whim in a fit of anger. The gains would not make up for the losses. Although Lin Feng was strong, he was probably far from a match for a top-notch perfected deity who had grasped a greater divine ability. Swoosh. Lin Feng entered the spatial passage directly and disappeared. On the other hand, the anger on perfected deity Golden Elephant's face gradually disappeared. Instead, he looked meaningfully in the direction Lin Feng had disappeared and muttered in a low voice, "The invincible perfected lord really lives up to his reputation." He had clashed head-on with Lin Feng just now. In the holy city luster, and even in the chaos, there were very few perfected deities who could withstand a punch from him head-on. However, Lin Feng was as sturdy as a mountain, and was not at a disadvantage at all. It made perfected deity Golden Elephant feel very solemn. The reputation of the invincible perfected lord was truly well-deserved. However, even if Lin Feng had infinite potential, offending him was a minor matter. Perfected deity Golden Elephant would not care. He was only half a step away from advancing his divine ability to a greater divine power and becoming a top-notch perfected deity. Why would he care about other perfected deities? After saving perfected deity Infinity this time, perfected deity Golden Elephant would have to extort perfected deity Infinity properly. Only then would his efforts of stepping forward and obstructing Lin Feng, the invincible perfected lord with infinite potential, not be in vain. Swoosh. Lin Feng took a step forward and returned to the outside of the origin universe. Unfortunately, I still failed to kill perfected deity Infinity, nor can I verify if the reincarnation realm in my internal universe can annihilate the perfected spirit of a perfected deity. Lin Feng shook his head. He would definitely kill perfected deity Infinity. After all, the one who really seized the universe origin was still perfected deity Infinity. However, after this battle, perfected deity Infinity would probably be very cautious. At least for the time being, he definitely would not dare to step out of the holy city of chaos again. Forget about the current Lin Feng, even if he became a top-notch perfected deity and grasped a greater divine ability, he would not dare to enter the holy city of chaos to attack perfected deity Infinity. Ultimately, it was still because he was not strong enough. This time, Lin Feng also clearly realized his power level. There should be a considerable gap between him and a top-notch perfected deity. Previously, in a head-on clash with perfected deity Golden Elephant, Lin Feng was not at a disadvantage, but that was all. At most, he was about evenly matched with perfected deity Golden Elephant. As for perfected deity Golden Elephant, he had been famous for billions of years, but he was always a hair's breadth away from becoming a top-notch perfected deity. He could not ascend his divine ability to a greater divine ability. This was enough to show how difficult it was to become a top-notch perfected deity. However, unlike perfected deity Golden Elephant, whose potential had been exhausted and could only work hard to improve his divine ability, Lin Feng was not even a perfected deity. There was still a lot of room for improvement for his spirit flame hallowed body. In terms of potential, Lin Feng far exceeded any perfected deity. Looking at this huge origin universe, Lin Feng immediately deployed the quintuple ceiling banners. They transformed into a colorful light that enveloped this origin universe. Retrieve. As Lin Feng shouted and activated the quintuple ceiling banners, the huge origin universe was immediately stored within the quintuple ceiling banners. The reason why it was so easy was that even the will in this origin universe had disappeared, and it no longer had any ability to resist. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. For a moment, Lin Feng also felt rather helpless. Without the universe origin, the origin universe would quickly decline, unless a new Universe origin could give birth to a new will of the universe origin. Unfortunately, although the universe origin was not very important, it was very rare. It could only be chanced upon by luck. Lin Feng had no choice but to wait slowly. He might have a chance to obtain a universe origin in the future. After storing the origin universe in the quintuple ceiling banners, Lin Feng stepped into the spatial passage. These quintuple ceiling banners were indeed very miraculous. There was actually no inconvenience in storing an origin universe. He could even warp space freely. It seemed like Lin Feng was still very inexperienced in the field of divine arrays. He warped space countless times. As the distance was too great, Lin Feng could not warp to the Inception continent at once. He had to warp space for many times in a row, which took some time. Swoosh. Finally, when Lin Feng stepped out of the spatial passage again, he saw a familiar continent. It was the Inception continent. I'm back. The Inception continent. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had finally returned to the Inception continent. Next, it was time to make arrangements for the origin universe and his family. Chapter 1055, 1055 Rely on themselves for cultivation. 1055 Rely on themselves for cultivation. Alliance Leader is back. Haha, Alliance Leader, there was news not long ago that you hunted down Perfected Deity Infinity to outside Holy City Luster, putting Perfected Deity Infinity in an incomparably sorry state. This caused an uproar, and also made our Holy City Primum Mobile proud. That's right. Perfected Deity Infinity is a perfected deity after all. He's a high and mighty perfected deity, yet he's actually in such a sorry state and was hunted down by the Alliance Leader. Ha ha ha, this is the first time in history that a dignified perfected deity has been hunted down by a perfected lord until he has nowhere to run. Such is Alliance Leader's prowess. With Alliance Leader's prowess, our mutual assistance alliance is also developing better and better. Many top-notch perfected lords have come from other holy cities in admiration for you. When Perfected Lord Yuan, Perfected Lord Long, and the others saw Lin Feng return, they hurriedly came to greet him and report on the recent situation of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. The news has spread to the Inception continent so quickly. Lin Feng was also a little surprised. Even though he knew that his pursuit of perfected deity infinity would definitely cause a stir, he did not expect the news to spread so quickly. Even the Inception continent knew about it. Haha, Alliance Leader, you're a big shot in the chaos now. Countless factions are paying attention to your every move. Naturally, news travels quickly. Perfected Lord Yuan was also in high spirits. Although managing the Mutual Assistance Alliance gave him a lot less time to cultivate, he enjoyed this process very much. In fact, in his good mood, even the speed at which he comprehended the chaotic rules became faster. In the Mutual Assistance Alliance, apart from Lin Feng, the one who was closest to becoming a perfected deity and had the greatest chance of becoming a perfected deity was Perfected Lord Yuan. Even Perfected Lord Long was far inferior to him. By the way, Alliance Leader, did you bring your family back this time? Perfected Lord Yuan did not Lin Feng's main purpose. Of course I've brought them. Moreover, I've brought an origin universe over. However, I still need you to study how to accommodate them carefully. Lin Feng briefly explained the current situation in the origin universe. Alliance Leader, actually, this matter is easy to handle. If your family is accommodated on the Inception continent, I'm afraid they won't be that safe either. Although Alliance Leader is powerful and peerless in power, it's inevitable that you will encounter enemies. If the enemy destroys the Inception continent with a divine ability, the gains won't make up for the losses. Alliance Leader, you can arrange for your family to stay in the Holy City Primum Mobile. In the chaos, the holy cities are the safest places. Lin Feng nodded. He had the same plan, but he would only make arrangements for the people closest to him. Otherwise, there were too many clansmen of the Lin family to enter the Holy City of Chaos. Entering the Holy City of Chaos cost top-grade chaotic prime crystals. Even Lin Feng could not provide for so many of them. However, just arranging for the people closest to him to enter the holy city of chaos was an easy matter. As for the origin universe, I will set it beside the inception continent. Moreover, the theft of the universe origin of the origin universe is actually not much of a disaster. Without the universe origin, there will be no will of the universe. It will be very convenient for living beings from the origin universe or chaos to travel between the origin universe and chaos. There will not be much obstruction. Lin Feng nodded. He had brought the origin universe to the chaos precisely to allow the living beings of the origin universe to enter the chaos, so that they could at least become half-chaotic life forms. This was because only in the chaos was there a broader world, and could one cultivate to a higher realm. All right, I'll place the origin universe beside the inception continent. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. After agreeing, he extended the quintuple ceiling banners. Boom. A huge origin universe appeared beside the inception continent. The set of quintuple ceiling banners was a single-use treasure. Originally, it could seal something for 100 years. Now that Lin Feng had released the origin universe, the quintuple ceiling banners naturally lost their effect. They were immediately reduced to ashes, and disappeared completely. Although it was a pity, the quintuple ceiling banners had finally completed their mission and brought the origin universe here. Swoosh. Lin Feng led Perfected Lord Yuan, Perfected Lord Long, and the other members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance into the origin universe. Feng. Father. Supremacy. Lin Feng's family hurriedly stepped forward. They did not know what had happened. They only felt that the origin universe seemed to feel turbulent for a while, and had now already returned to normal. However, they did not know what was going on outside. In particular, Lin Feng was accompanied by Perfected Lord Yuan and Perfected Lord Long. Their auras were terrifying. Don't be afraid. I've already brought the entire origin universe to the chaos. They're all members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. In the future, you can also enter and exit the origin universe freely. However, this origin universe will die out soon. Lin Feng conveyed this news. Naturally, all the Lin clansmen were excited. How lucky was it to be able to enter the chaos? As for the declination of the universe, they did not pay much attention to it. If it declined, so be it. As long as they could enter the chaos, it would be their greatest opportunity. Actually, there was one more thing Lin Feng had not mentioned, and that was that once they entered the chaos, these people might never have the chance to become transcendents. The potential of a transcendent was far from what those chaotic life forms could compare to. However, Lin Feng also knew that no one would care even if he said it. How difficult was it to transcend in the origin universe? After so many years in the origin universe, among so many entities with astonishing talents, Lin Feng was the only one who had truly transcended. Northwest one would place their hopes on that illusory chance of transcendence. They might as well be realistic. If they could enter the chaos, they could at least cultivate to become half-chaotic life forms. As for whether they could become chaotic life forms in the future, that would depend on their opportunities. Lin Feng brought his closest family to stay in the Holy City Primum Mobile. He also personally helped them to metamorphose into chaotic life forms. Only then could they adapt to the environment of the chaos. Only Lin Feng could spend a large amount of top-grade chaotic prime crystals to purchase resources, and help his family to metamorphose into half-chaotic life forms through sheer resources. These were his closest family. No matter how much it cost, Lin Feng would not hesitate. As for the other life forms in the origin universe, they would have to rely on themselves. Not everyone could enter the chaos. They had to be divine emperors with extremely deep accumulations. Only then could they possibly metamorphose into half-chaotic life forms. Moreover, not all of them would succeed, and there would be some danger. However, the living beings in the origin universe had to bear this risk themselves. If they wanted to enter the chaos, they had to take some risks. Lin Feng had given them a way out, and it was also an opportunity. Whether they could seize it would depend on themselves. Even Lin Feng could not possibly make all life forms in the origin universe metamorphose into half-chaotic life forms. Forget about Lin Phone, even a top-notch perfected deity could not possibly have such resources. It was not a matter of ability, but resources. It was probably impossible to plunder enough resources for all life forms in an origin universe. To metamorphose into half-chaotic life forms, even from an entire holy city of chaos. They could only rely on themselves for cultivation. Chapter 1056 Visitors from the Dark Domain. 1056 Visitors from the Dark Domain. The boundless dark domain of chaos was pitch black. There was no light, no space, and not even the concept of time. It was a forbidden place for all chaotic life forms. If a perfected lord entered it, they would not be able to sense the chaotic rules at all, nor could they mobilize them. In reality, they could only rely on their own strength, and would not be much stronger than a perfected person. On the other hand, those chaotic dire beasts, chaotic spirit beasts, and even chaotic divine beasts would not be much weaker after entering the dark domain of chaos. This was because those chaotic dire beasts, chaotic spirit beasts and chaotic divine beasts relied on their own bodies instead of external forces. On this day, outside the dark domain of chaos, a figure took a step out of space. The dark domain of chaos. I didn't expect that I, perfected deity Black Sun, would reach this point. This figure was dressed in black, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of black light. Just looking at him made one's heart palpitate. If there were some experienced and knowledgeable cultivators in the chaos, they would definitely be able to recognize that he was an incomparably ancient and famed figure in the chaos, perfected deity Black Sunday. It was rumored that perfected deity Black Sun's original form was a black sun in the chaos. He was not a chaotic spirit beast, but a chaotic sprite who had attained the principle, and eventually became a perfected deity. However, perfected deity Black Sun had cultivated for billions of years, and his strength was daunting to the extreme. Even when he once fought with a top-notch perfected deity, he could actually retreat unscathed. This was enough to show how formidable he was. Even if he did not have any methods comparable to greater divine abilities, he should be able to withstand it for a while. But now, perfected deity Black Sun had come to this vast dark domain of chaos. To all chaotic life forms, the dark domain of chaos was a forbidden place. Once they entered, they would not be able to decide their own fates. I've already attained the principle for 1,060,000,000 years. It's really too long. I don't have a clan or disciples. I am alone and only seek to improve. However, the path ahead is long, and I'm already in a hopeless situation, perfected deity Black Sun muttered softly. For cultivation, the greatest affliction was not being able to improve further. The current chaos was too calm and too stable. Without the chaotic origin stone, it was impossible to improve further, and one would never be able to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. This was equivalent to cutting off the path of countless cultivators. Perfected deity Black Sun was among them. Be it ordinary perfected deities or top-notch perfected deities, they were actually all perfected deities, and their realm was about the same. If one could not become a hallowed venerable, there was no possibility of advancing further. Perfected deity Black Sun could not tolerate such a life. If he just lived, he was already tired of it. The only way left is passing through the dark domain of chaos. It's rumored that there's another chaotic world hidden on the other side of the dark domain of chaos, filled with all kinds of opportunities. It may not be impossible for one to control the chaotic origin of another world, and become the ruler of a world. The dark domain of chaos is filled with danger, but it also represents opportunity. A sharp glint flashed across perfected deity Black Sun's eyes. He had been contemplating this for too long, and had even made abundant preparations for this. Even though it was only a rumor, and many perfected deities and perfected lords had never returned after entering it, who could be certain that they were all dead? What if they passed through the dark domain of chaos, and arrived at the other end? Swoosh! Perfected deity Black Sun plunged into the incomparably pitch-black dark domain of chaos. In the beginning, he could still sense the chaotic rules a little, and could even mobilize chaotic rules a little. However, as he flew deeper into the dark domain of chaos, gradually, he could no longer sense any chaotic rules. Fortunately, perfected deity Black Sun had already made sufficient preparations to enter the dark domain of chaos. As one was unable to sense the chaotic rules in the dark domain, rule-tempering divine abilities were useless. Hence, over billions of years, he cultivated two more divine abilities, and they were both body-tempering divine abilities. Even in the dark domain of chaos, the body-tempering divine ability was completely unaffected. The dark domain of chaos was desolate, and there was no space, let alone the concept of time. It was as if no matter how one flew, they would remain in the same place. Even with perfected deity Black Sun's determination, he could not quite withstand it. Perhaps decades or centuries had passed, or perhaps only a few hours had passed. How determined was the will of perfected deity Black Sun? However, in the vast dark domain of chaos, he almost could not hold out any more, and went incomparably insane. Ah! Light. There's light. Suddenly, perfected deity Black Sun realized that there seemed to be a beam of light in the infinite darkness. Even though this beam of light was very weak, it was very eye-catching in the infinite darkness. Light in the dark domain of chaos was a miracle in itself. Perfected deity Black Sun did not consider anything else. He flew in the direction of the weak light in a frenzy. Buzz. Through the layers of darkness, perfected deity Black Sun's mouth fell open, and his eyes were filled with shock. There was more than a beam of light in front of him, but several. Moreover, they were not the light of gems, but eyes that emitted a scarlet light. Perfected deity Black Sun saw the owner of those eyes. It was an enormous head that appeared like a bull's head. It had a pair of curved horns that were tens of thousands of feet, or even hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and its entire body emitted a violent aura. Even perfected deity Black Sun could not help but feel suffocated. Behind this minotaur monster were spaceships that looked like battleships, constantly shuttling through the vast dark domain of chaos. Swoosh! Suddenly, an invisible force swept across perfected deity Black Sunday. Even though perfected deity Black Sun could not sense what kind of power this was, his heart had already skipped a beat. This is bad. Perfected deity Black Sun was about to escape, but the minotaur monster seemed to be enraged all of a sudden. It threw back its head and roared, extending its huge hand that blotted out everything. It grabbed towards perfected deity Black Sun like it was grabbing a tiny worm. No. Perfected deity Black Sun roared and unleashed his divine ability with all his might. No matter who it was, be it a creature from the dark domain of chaos or a creature from the other end of the dark domain, once they encountered each other in the dark domain, they could only fight. Boom. In the chaotic void beside the Inception continent stood a majestic figure. Infinite chaotic rules descended and converged on his body. This was the power of the entire chaos, and even traces of chaotic will descended. Even Lin Feng was shocked. Ha ha ha, after cultivating for 1,000,000 years, I've finally become a perfected deity today. A figure slowly appeared in the chaotic void. It was perfected Lord Yuan Zhengang. His entire body emitted infinite authority, and countless chaotic rules gathered around him. Today, after cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, Yuan Zhengang finally attained the principle, and became a perfected deity. Very good, perfected deity Yuan. Now, a perfected deity has finally been born in our mutual assistance alliance. Lin Feng also slowly walked out of the chaotic void, and a smile appeared on his face. He was sincerely happy for Yuan Zhengang. Chapter 1057, 1057 Entering the Dark Domain of Chaos. 1057 Entering the Dark Domain of Chaos. Ha ha ha, Alliance Leader, it's all thanks to the support you've given me over the past 100 years. Otherwise, how could I have really leaped through the ranks in just 100 years, taken this critical step, and become a perfected deity? Yuan Zhengang bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng accepted this bow generously. Indeed, just as Yuan Zhengang had said, ever since Lin Feng made proper arrangements for the origin universe, Lin Feng had supported Yuan Zhengang vigorously for more than 100 years. After all, Lin Feng could already tell that Yuan Zhenggang's accumulation in the perfected Lord realm was unimaginable. As expected, with Vigorous support from Lin Feng and a large amount of resources. In 100 years, Yuan Jinggang lived up to expectations, and took the critical step to become a perfected deity. This was very crucial. In the past, no matter how prosperous the Mutual Assistance Alliance became, and no matter how famous Lin Feng was, all the people who came to join them were only perfected lords. What Lin Feng wanted was not perfected lords, but perfected deities. Even though it was very difficult for any faction to obtain the support of a perfected deity, Lin Feng knew that the reason perfected deities did not consider the Mutual Assistance Alliance. It was that the foundation of the Mutual Assistance Alliance was still too weak, and there was not a single true perfected deity. Even though Lin Feng's reputation was at the peak, he only had the combat power comparable to a perfected deity, and was not a true perfected deity. The inherent limitations prevented the Mutual Assistance Alliance from continuing to develop. However, things were different now. The Mutual Assistance Alliance had given rise to a perfected deity, who was once the vice president. The significance was very different. He believed that after today, the Mutual Assistance Alliance would definitely develop to a new level. Lin Feng could also rest assured now. 3 days later, the Mutual Assistance Alliance held a grand, deity investiture ceremony, in celebration for Yuan Jinggang. Perfected deities from not just Holy City Primum Mobile, but also other holy cities of chaos also personally came to congratulate him. From then on, the overall momentum of the Mutual Assistance Alliance was established. With 2 perfected deities, Yuan Jinggang and Lin Feng presiding over it, it truly became a major faction in the chaos. Lin Feng could also be completely at ease. With a perfected deity like Yuan Jinggang presiding over the Mutual Assistance Alliance, he could rest assured. It's time to make a trip to the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng had actually wanted to go to the dark domain of chaos since decades ago. After all, he was still some distance away from becoming a perfected deity. Even with the help of the chaotic origin stone, the chaotic rules that Lin Feng had comprehended were still very far from enough for him to become a perfected deity. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only fuse more chaotic spirit flames. Unfortunately, in the past 100 years, even with the influence of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, they had not been able to obtain any chaotic spirit flames. As a result, Lin Feng still had 46 chaotic spirit flames at the moment. With 46 chaotic spirit flames, Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body had seen almost no improvement at all. Hence, Lin Feng wanted to go to the dark domain of chaos. The vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce had mentioned that more chaotic spirit flames could be found in the dark domain. However, the dark domain of chaos was not an ordinary place. Even a top-notch perfected deity might not be able to return after entering. Hence, Lin Feng patiently accompanied his family for 100 years before patiently waiting for Yuan Jinggang to become a perfected deity. Now, Lin Feng no longer had anything to worry about. Yuan Jinggang could take care of his family and the Mutual Assistance Alliance. He could go to the dark domain of chaos to search for the chaotic spirit flames without worries. Alliance leader, the trip to the dark domain of chaos is filled with danger. You still have to be careful. Everyone in the chaos knew about the dangers of the dark domain of chaos. Yuan Jinggang was actually very worried, but seeing that Lin Feng had made up his mind, he knew that he could not dissuade him, so he could only remind him. Don't worry, I have the detection imprint given to me by the vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, I've collected a portion of the information on the dark domain of chaos over the years. If I encounter any danger, I'll return immediately. Yuan Jinggang could only nod and agree to help Lin Feng take care of his family and the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Then, Lin Feng silently warped space and headed towards the dark domain of chaos. Swoosh! Outside the boundless dark domain of chaos, spatial ripples spread. A figure took a step out of the spatial passage and stood in the chaotic void. This is the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng, who had just warped out of the spatial passage, looked at the boundless dark domain of chaos in front of him. It was pitch black. There was no space, not even a concept of time. When he extended his mental power into it, there seemed to be no effect at all. he found nothing, only emptiness. Lin Feng decided to observe first. He did not enter the dark domain of chaos rashly. If he wanted to enter the dark domain of chaos, he would not enter it on a whim. Even a peak-perfected deity might never return after entering the dark domain of chaos, let alone Lin Feng. He had spent 100 years collecting information about the dark domain of chaos, and making sufficient preparations. For example, according to the information Lin Feng had collected, this dark domain of chaos did not seem to belong to the chaos, but outside it. Even the power of the various chaotic rules could only radiate to a very short distance from the dark domain of chaos. Some perfected deities could still sense the chaotic rules when they first entered the dark domain of chaos, but after venturing a distance, they could no longer sense it. Some people guessed that the dark domain of chaos was the border of chaos. It was an infinite dark domain with nothing, let alone life forms. There were no opportunities at all. However, others also guessed that there was still an end to the dark domain of chaos. At the end of the dark domain of chaos, there might be other chaotic worlds, or some other life forms, and it was filled with all kinds of opportunities. There were even other even more absurd guesses. However, only these two hypotheses seemed to be slightly more reliable. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables would not enter the dark domain of chaos lightly. In the long history of the chaos, there were also people who had offended the chaotic hallowed venerables. Those cultivators or chaotic divine beasts who offended the chaotic hallowed venerables would hide in the dark domain of chaos directly. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables would not enter the dark domain to hunt them down. Clearly, even the chaotic supreme rule could not radiate power into the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng was still observing the dark domain of chaos. According to the detailed information he had collected, some had once entered the dark domain of chaos by mistake, but were very lucky and returned. However, even those who were lucky enough to return could not draw a map. This was because everywhere in the dark domain of chaos was the same. It was all pitch black. How could a map be drawn? One could only leave behind some imprints left for detection, like the vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce did. Lin Feng had also investigated carefully. Back then, the vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce had indeed entered the dark domain of chaos by mistake, and was lucky enough to return from the dark domain. However, the vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce refused to talk about what he had encountered in the dark domain of chaos. It was rather mysterious. I can still sense it vaguely. It's indeed in the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng took out the vice president's detection imprint. Even in the chaos, he could vaguely sense that it was indeed in the dark domain of chaos. However, it was very faint, and its exact location could not be determined. Looks like I'll have to make a trip into the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was already prepared to take the risk. Since the detection imprint was indeed in the dark domain of chaos, there was no reason for him to hesitate. Swoosh! Lin Feng transformed into a stream of light and flew directly into the pitch-black dark domain of chaos. Chapter 1058 Flowing Dark Domain. 1058 Flowing Dark Domain. In the pitch-black dark domain of chaos, Lin Feng could not control the direction. It was not that his senses were obscured. In reality, his senses were not obscured. He could still sense everything around him normally. But what was all around him? Darkness. Endless darkness. There was no light, not even a trace of light. His mental power was not obstructed at all, and was still unimpeded. However, wherever his mental power passed, there was only darkness and emptiness. It was not that Lin Feng could not tell the direction, but that there were no directions at all. His surroundings were all pitch black. Without anything to refer to, how could he tell the direction? My senses of the chaotic rules are becoming weaker and weaker. If this continues, it's very likely that I'll get lost and find myself unable. Return to the chaos. Lin Feng suddenly stopped and frowned. This was because according to the vice president's detection imprint, he was approaching it along the way. There was no concept of time. Here, no space, and no way to warp space. However, Lin Feng's speed was naturally not slow, so he quickly approached the detection imprint. However, as Lin Feng approached the detection imprint, he realized a problem. The closer he was to the detection imprint, the weaker his sense of the chaotic rules became. In this vast dark domain of chaos, if one could not sense the chaotic rules, not only would they not be able to use rule tempering divine abilities, they also would not be able to utilize the power of the chaotic rules. More importantly, if one could not rely on the chaotic rules, they would not be able to return to the chaos. This was the biggest problem. Back then, the vice president was only able to return to the chaos because he was extremely lucky and returned by accident. Otherwise, even a top-notch perfected deity probably would not be able to return to the chaos. Lin Feng had encountered this difficult problem. If he continued to venture deeper into the dark domain of chaos, he might not be able to return to the chaos. Looks like I can only come so far. No matter how much chaotic spirit flames there are, if I can't return to the chaos, the gains won't make up for the losses. Lin Feng shook his head. He had considered things beforehand. Although it was a little risky for him to come to the dark domain of chaos, it was not that he had no assurances at all. He still had a certain degree of assurance. If he could not even sense the chaos, it would be a real risk. After he had only been in the chaos for 1,000 years, Lin Feng had already cultivated to his current level. He still had the chaotic origin stone. His path of ascension was very smooth, and practically unimpeded. There was no need for him to take such a risk at all. Wait. Even the vice president, a mere perfected lord, could leave a detection imprint. I can still sense it even now. Why can't I leave a detection imprint here? This way, as long as I can sense the imprint I made, I can return here and sense the chaos from there. I won't have to worry about getting lost in the dark domain of chaos. Inspiration flashed through Lin Feng's mind. This was indeed a method. Hold on. If I can think of this method, how could the other perfected lords and even perfected deities never have thought of this method? Lin Feng considered things thoroughly. He did not think that his method was very brilliant. If even the vice president knew how to leave an imprint, the others should know even better. However, why was the dark domain of chaos still so terrifying? It was even classified as a forbidden place where even top-notch perfected deities got lost and never returned. There were probably many unknown secrets within. Lin Feng recalled the information about the dark domain of chaos again and again, but there was just too little. Even those cultivators who were lucky enough to return from the dark domain of chaos refused to talk about it, or only revealed very little information. Almost all of them had to be extremely lucky to be able to return to the chaos. Universe demons, I summon you. Lin Feng summoned 3,000 universe demons. Swoosh. Greetings, Father Deity. All of you, spread out and explore the surroundings. Remember, you must stay in touch with each other. If your senses of the others weaken, return at once. Yes, Father Deity. The 3,000 universe demons quickly spread out. However, Lin Feng then realized that even if the 3,000 universe demons stood still, their senses would constantly change. Lin Feng's expression could not help but change. Could it be that everything in the dark domain of chaos would move on its own? Lin Feng summoned the 3,000 universe demons back and tested his hypothesis carefully. As he had guessed, even if they stood still, their senses were constantly changing. Their positions were actually constantly changing. It turned out that the dark domain of chaos was constantly changing. However, its surroundings were empty and pitch black, so even Lin Feng had not sensed it previously. If Lin Feng had really assumed that he would have nothing to worry about after leaving behind a detection imprint, he would probably never be able to return from the dark domain. As for why the vice president's detection imprint could be sensed even in the chaos, it probably only meant that the sensory mark left behind by the vice president was actually not that far from the chaos. The dark domain of chaos is constantly moving, so the vice president's sensing mark is also constantly moving. However, the speed of Movement is not too fast. Perhaps one day, the vice president's sensing mark will move to the closest distance to the chaos. At that time, even if I head there, I will still be able to sense the chaos. An idea flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Indeed, it was not worth it for Lin Feng to take the risk to venture into the dark domain of chaos now. This dark domain of chaos was just too bizarre. Safety was more important. Hence, Lin Feng retreated immediately. He left the dark domain of chaos and returned to the chaos. Swoosh. Back in the chaos, Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt much safer in the chaos. In the dark domain of chaos, one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Even though there did not seem to be much pressure or danger, in the long run, that kind of loneliness and oppression for a long time was enough to make one go mad. No matter how strong one's willpower was, it was not enough. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the chaotic void near the dark domain of chaos, and began to carefully sense the vice president's detection imprint. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As 1 month, 2 months, then 3 months went by. Lin Feng did not know how long he had been waiting. Perhaps a few months, perhaps a year. In his senses, the detection imprint in the dark domain of chaos was like a small boat in the waves of the ocean, drifting away and approaching at intermittent times. This also confirmed Lin Feng's hypothesis. The dark domain of chaos was indeed constantly flowing and changing. If one was not careful and entered the dark domain of chaos, they might be completely lost. Even though Lin Feng could sense that the detection imprint was actually very close to the chaos, it had yet to reach the safe distance in Lin Feng's view. Hence, Lin Feng did not move at all. Almost. Just a bit closer, Lin Feng muttered softly, staring at the incomparably pitch-black dark domain of chaos. Chapter 1059 Carcasses and Chaotic Spirit Flames. 1059 Carcasses and Chaotic Spirit Flames. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and a trace of light seemed to flash across his dark eyes. Now is the time. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. When he sensed that the location of the imprint was closer to the chaos than ever, he stood up immediately and leaped in, like a large fish leaping into the waves. Swoosh. Lin Feng entered the incomparably pitch-black dark domain for the second time. It was like a tide. The surrounding darkness was like infinite waves, stopping Lin Feng from advancing. An invisible force was enveloping Lin Feng, or rather, enveloping the entire dark domain of chaos, constantly flowing and changing. However, there was darkness all around, so it was not easy to detect. It's getting stronger and stronger. I'm still within the radius of the chaotic rules. I can continue advancing. Lin Feng was very calm. He had waited for so long before finally obtaining such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The distance he sensed. The mark was unprecedentedly close to the chaos. Even if Lin Feng had entered the dark domain of chaos, he would still be able to sense the chaotic rules within this range clearly. As long as the distance did not change drastically. All of a sudden, he could sense the chaos and return to it, instead of getting lost in the dark domain of chaos. Soon. Lin Feng did not know how much time had passed. He knew that the dark domain of chaos was constantly changing. It was just like the crust of his home planet back then, which was also constantly changing. However, the process was very slow, and not easy to detect. Even though Lin Feng was already paying close attention to the changes in the dark domain of chaos, he still did not get anything. He could only rely on his senses of the chaotic rules. If he was about to fail to sense the chaotic rules, he would decisively give up on this operation and return immediately. He absolutely would not take the risk. His sense of the chaotic rules was becoming weaker and weaker, but the detection imprint was getting closer and closer. It's just ahead. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head. Suddenly, he sensed that the detection imprint was right ahead, and he could clearly sense the chaotic rules as well. He raised his head and began to scan his surroundings with his mental power. The dark domain of chaos was only a little vaster. In reality, his mental power would not be obstructed at all. Hence, when Lin Feng scanned with his mental power, and immediately found a continent in the dark domain of chaos. However, this continent seemed to be only a fragment without any life. It was cold, dark, and dead. If not for the detection imprint, Lin Feng would not have noticed it at all. Lin Feng flew straight onto this continent. With a sweep of his mental power, he immediately knew its size. With Lin Feng's current mental power, it would not be difficult to envelope even a chaotic continent. This piece of land was at most a land fragment, only about 1% of a small chaotic continent. Fissures and all kinds of broken rocks were everywhere on it, and it emitted a cold and dead aura. It was as if a great battle had broken this continent fragment here. Were there chaotic continents in the dark domain of chaos? Lin Feng did not know. There had never been such records in the information he collected. Lin Feng could almost imagine the fortuitous encounter of the vice president back then. It was precisely because of this fortuitous encounter that the vice president could advance by leaps and bounds, and become the vice president of the Infinity Chamber of Commerce. He even left a detection imprint here, preparing to explore it again in the future. However, even the best laid plans often go awry. The vice president did not expect it to end up benefiting Lin Feng instead, and even his own perfected spirit was annihilated. Chaotic spirit flames. Lin Feng had not forgotten his goal in coming to the dark domain of chaos. He had waited painstakingly for this moment, and his goal was acquiring chaotic spirit flames. Although he could still sense the chaotic rules now, they were already very faint. Moreover, the dark domain of chaos was constantly flowing. No one knew where it would flow to in the next moment. Hence, Lin Feng did not dare to delay. He immediately flew towards the vice president's detection imprint from back then. Lin Feng enveloped the pitch-black chaotic continent with his mental power, and could see that it was filled with layers of aura of death. This was very strange. If there was no life, how could there be the aura of death? Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng's spirit flame-hallowed body shook violently. He had discovered a new type of chaotic spirit flames. Lin Feng looked over, and indeed saw a dark flame ahead. It was chaotic spirit flames. Swoosh. Lin Feng flew forward immediately. When he approached the sphere of chaotic spirit flames, he realized that there were many terrifying carcasses on this continent. They had not decayed even in billions of years. These corpses looked in tatters. They had ox heads and deer bodies, or many arms or eyes. The corpses were incomparably huge, and were casually hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of feet in size. Lin Feng had never seen such enormous carcasses before. At least, Lin Feng could not find any similar records among the various monsters in the chaos. There were a total of 13 of these carcasses. There's no sign of life anymore. These carcasses are really terrifying. Just the aura they emit is probably not inferior to perfected deities. And top-notch ones at that. Lin Feng's heart palpitated. Even the aura emitted by a carcass after its death was shocking. How strong must it be back when it was alive? It was simply unimaginable. A mere perfected lord like the vice president probably did not even dare to approach this place. He could only leave a detection imprint here from afar, and leave in a hurry. The vice president probably intended to return to the dark domain of chaos to explore this place after becoming a perfected deity, but he would never have the chance. Chaotic spirit flames. So much chaotic spirit flames. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes twitched. He saw one of the incomparably huge carcasses, probably close to 1,000,000 feet tall. There was a golden horn on its head. Its head was shattered, leaving only a headless carcass. However, there were spheres of flames burning in the carcass, as if they were the flames inherent in the carcass itself. Lin Feng hurriedly flew to the side of this huge carcass. When he saw that there were many types of chaotic spirit flames in the carcass, all of which were chaotic spirit flames he had never seen before, he was incomparably elated. 1, 2, 3. 14 types of chaotic spirit flames, a total of 14 types of chaotic spirit flames that I have yet to cultivate. Lin Feng was overjoyed. These were 14 types of chaotic spirit flames. It had to be known that with Lin Feng's current status and identity, even with the bounty in the chaos, he could not find any new chaotic spirit flames. But now, he had actually discovered 14 new types of chaotic spirit flames at once. What exactly was this carcass? It had 14 types of chaotic spirit flames inherently. Even after its death, the chaotic spirit flames still did not disappear. This was too strange and terrifying. However, the 14 new types of chaotic spirit flames were a huge surprise to Lin Feng. Currently, his spirit flame hallowed body had only cultivated 46 types of chaotic spirit flames. Once he cultivated these 14 new chaotic spirit flames, the number of chaotic spirit flames in the spirit flame hallowed body would reach 60. He was just a little bit away from attaining consummation of the second level. The consummation of the second level required cultivating 66 chaotic spirit flames. Once he attained consummation, the power of the spirit flame hallowed body would improve to a terrifying level. Even the spirit flame hallowed body with 60 types of chaotic spirit flames would have extraordinary power, far surpassing ordinary perfected deities. It might even approach a greater divine ability. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng waved his hand, intending to retrieve these 14 chaotic spirit flames. However, he realized that he could not retrieve them at all. Once he retrieved them, the chaotic spirit flames would be extinguished. Looks like I can only cultivate here first. Lin Feng sensed the chaotic rules for a while, but there was not much change. He quickly made the decision to cultivate the spirit flame hallowed body first. After all, 14 types of chaotic spirit flames could only be chanced upon by luck. Once he missed them, it would be almost impossible to encounter them again. Only cultivating and converting them into his own strength was the safest method. Chapter 1060, 1060 Changes from the Carcasses. 1060 Changes from the Carcasses. Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body had already cultivated a total of 46 chaotic spirit flames. With the addition of every type of chaotic spirit flames now, the power of his hallowed body would increase by a lot. The 14 types of chaotic spirit flames were all fused into the hallowed body. The improvement in the spirit flame hallowed body could be considered earth-shattering. Lin Feng manifested the spirit flame hallowed body. The hallowed body had already expanded again, reaching a terrifying height of hundreds of thousands of feet. Just a stomp of his foot would probably shake an entire chaotic continent. Cultivating the 14 types of chaotic spirit flames went without danger. It just took a little time. However, Lin Feng could still sense the chaotic rules. This meant that he was still not far from the chaos. These carcasses do not belong to the chaos. Lin Feng opened his eyes. When he looked at these carcasses again, he already had a guess. In fact, these 14 chaotic spirit flames should not belong to these carcasses. Rather, it seemed that a major battle had occurred here. These chaotic spirit flames were left behind by the major battle. They were rather similar to the abilities of chaotic perfected deities. In particular, there was a faint trace of will among the 14 types of chaotic spirit flames. However, perhaps because a long time had passed, it was already almost impossible to detect. There were all kinds of strange things in the dark domain of chaos. After Lin Feng cultivated the chaotic spirit flames, he was still short of 6 types of chaotic spirit flames. Then, he would be able to attain consummation of the second level of the spirit flame hallowed body. Hence, Lin Feng was also interested in finding more chaotic spirit flames. So he continued to search through this continent fragment. However, this continent fragment was not big. Lin Feng searched the entire continent fragment, but could not find any other chaotic spirit flames. Instead, he saw carcasses all over the ground, and some wreckage similar to battleships. Battleship wreckage. Lin Feng was even more surprised. As far as he knew, although there were also some battleships and spaceships in the chaos, none of them looked like this. Could these all be things from outside the chaos? There was a lot of debate about whether there was life outside the chaos, or if there were other worlds. However, Lin Feng was inclined to believe that there were other lifeforms outside the chaos. Nothing was unique in this world. Back then, Lin Feng had believed that his home planet was the only special planet in the universe. But in reality, in the vast universe, there were simply countless planets, and inhabited planets were innumerable. As for the origin universe, before transcending, Lin Feng did not even believe that he could really see a wider world after transcending. However, after transcending, he realized that the origin universe was only a tiny place. The vast chaos was truly boundless, and there was no knowing how great it was. Although the chaos was so huge, the dark domain of chaos was not inferior to the chaos. No one could pass through the dark domain of chaos. Who could guarantee that there was no other world at the end of the dark domain of chaos? However, this was only Lin Feng's guess. Looking at the various carcasses on this continent fragment, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Although these carcasses no longer had any life force, they still contained terrifying energy. Since it was energy, it could not be wasted. It had been a long time since Lin Feng had paid attention to the expansion of his internal universe. Unless he could refine divine beasts, Lin Feng's internal universe would not expand by much. How could divine beasts be so easy to encounter? At least up until now, Lin Feng had never encountered a true divine beast. On the other hand, these carcasses contained energy not inferior to divine beasts. If he refined them, they would definitely allow Lin Feng's internal universe to expand further. Hence, Lin Feng immediately mobilized his internal universe. In any case, this place was very far from the chaos. Without being enveloped by the supreme rule, Lin Feng was not afraid of exposing the chaotic origin stone in his internal universe. Universe descending. As Lin Feng's universe descended, it enveloped the entire continent fragment. Since the current diameter of Lin Feng's universe exceeded 100 billion light-years, a mere continent fragment was nothing. The universe enveloped the continent fragments. Lin Feng had never mobilized the power of the universe so brazenly. In particular, after coming to the holy city of chaos, Lin Feng was wary of the supreme rule. He did not dare to reveal any of the cosmic power in his body. Afraid that the supreme rule would discover the chaotic origin stone in his internal universe. Upon mobilizing his internal universe at this moment, Lin Feng keenly sensed that his internal universe had become stronger again. Although the scale of the entire universe did not seem to have expanded by much, that peerless power appeared clearly in Lin Feng's senses. It's the reincarnation realm. Lin Feng quickly discovered the reason. It was the reincarnation realm. This was because Lin Feng's internal universe had undergone basically no changes recently. If there was any change, it could only be the reincarnation realm. A reincarnation realm was added. With the reincarnation realm, the universe in Lin Feng's body was truly perfected. Not a trace of power was lost. All the power was circulated in the universe, constantly expanding. Even if Lin Feng did nothing, the power of his internal universe would continue to accumulate. Even Lin Feng himself did not know what level it would reach in the end. This was the terrifying aspect of a complete universe and a complete world. After staying in the chaos for so long, even in the holy city of chaos, Lin Feng had not found any records on transforming into a universe. Apart from artifacts that contained worlds like world lotus seeds, even those chaotic hallowed venerables probably could not truly possess a complete world. Only Lin Feng himself had already possessed a complete universe by chance when he transcended. Ignite. With a thought from Lin Feng, his internal universe began to refine the carcasses in the continent fragment. Splash. Countless carcasses were refined by Lin Feng's internal universe. Every one of these carcasses was at least at the level of a top-notch chaotic perfected lord. Or rather, their bodies contained terrifying energy which did not appear similar to chaotic perfected lords, but more like chaotic spirit beasts. It was even comparable to chaotic divine beasts. Even after death, the power contained in the carcasses was rather terrifying. 1 carcass, 2 carcass, 3 carcasses. Lin Feng lost count of how many carcasses there were. He could only sense that the universe in his body was expanding rapidly. It was originally more than 100 billion light-years in diameter, but now, it was expanding even more rapidly. 110 billion light-years, 120 billion light-years, 130 billion light-years. Even Lin Feng did not expect his internal universe to expand so quickly. The energy contained in these carcasses far exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. When the diameter of the internal universe expanded to 150 billion light-years, it gradually stopped. Actually, how much the universe expanded no longer had much of an impact on the current Lin Feng. Ever since the reincarnation realm was established and his internal universe was completely perfected, even Lin Feng himself did not know how strong his internal universe was. This is. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had been paying attention to the changes in the universe in his body. Apart from the expansion of the universe, Lin Feng realized that something seemed to have suddenly appeared in his reincarnation realm just now. Chapter 1061, 1061 Ghosts. 1061 Ghosts. Ghosts. Lin Feng sensed that there seemed to be something new in his reincarnation realm. They were somewhat similar to ghosts, and was an invisible force that could only be captured by the reincarnation realm. However, they did not seem to be ghosts either. What the reincarnation realm captured was entirely energy that seemed to belong to the soul, such as perfected spirits, ghosts, and so on. Apart from these, the reincarnation realm could not capture other energy. There were very few of these ghosts, and they were all incomplete. For some reason, they still remained in the carcasses after death. Forget about ordinary cultivators, even a perfected deity would not be able to detect them. If not for the reincarnation realm in Lin Feng's internal universe, he would not have been able to discover the remaining power of the ghosts in the carcasses either. Once the ghosts were absorbed into the reincarnation realm, they would at least have a chance of reincarnation. After reincarnation, they could completely transform into life forms in Lin Feng's internal universe. Of course, perfected spirits were the exception. After all, if perfected spirits attained a cultivation realm in the chaos, even after passing through Lin Feng's reincarnation realm, once they reincarnated and cultivated again, and awakened their memories, they could still recover their peak strength. In fact, they could even take away a portion of the power of the internal universe. The gains would not make up for the losses. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Feng would not allow perfected spirits in the chaos to reincarnate in the reincarnation realm. Even if they were absorbed by the reincarnation realm, it was only to destroy the perfected spirit. This was the case for these ghosts at this moment. Lin Feng was not prepared to let them all reincarnate. Even if they reincarnated, these incomplete souls might only be able to reincarnate into some flowers and plants. The chance of reincarnating into intelligent life forms was minuscule. However, as the ghosts were absorbed into the reincarnation realm, Lin Feng could use it to read some of the memories of the ghosts. Swoosh. Using the reincarnation realm, Lin Feng began to browse through the memories of the ghosts. These ghosts were clearly all incomplete. There was not even a complete ghost. Only some recent memories appeared intermittently. Lin Feng saw a hallowed body, a huge hallowed body. In the darkness, there were infinite flames burning. There were a total of 14 types of flames. 14 types of chaotic spirit flames. Lin Feng was surprised. Hadn't he found 14 types of chaotic spirit flames previously? Did this mean that the incomparably huge hallowed body in the memories of these ghosts was the owner of the 14 types of chaotic spirit flames? Lin Feng focused again and browsed through the memories of these ghosts. Images appeared in front of Lin Feng one after another. That hallowed body was incomparably massive, and its power was incomparably terrifying. According to Lin Feng's judgment, after the other party's hallowed body manifested, it was actually not much inferior to his current spirit flame hallowed body, comparable to a greater divine ability. Lin Feng did not know who the other party was, but he must be a chaotic perfected deity, and a very powerful one at that. Even if he was not a top-notch perfected deity, he should be around the same level. In the end, in the memories of the ghosts, Lin Feng saw that he suddenly manifested into a black sun. Moreover, infinite flames burned in the sun, turning countless terrifying monsters into ashes. A thought occurred to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stayed in the holy city of chaos for a long time. He was in charge of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, and was the invincible perfected lord in the chaos who had killed a perfected deity above his level. His knowledge was no longer inferior to ordinary perfected deities. When he saw the scene of this black sun from the ghosts, an idea immediately flashed through his mind. A great black sun. Wasn't this perfected deity black sun? As Lin Feng had once collected chaotic spirit flames on a large scale, he had collected all the information on the chaotic spirit flames. Among it, he had collected information on perfected deity Black Sun many times. Perfected deity Black Sun had cultivated as a sprite. He was once a great sun in the chaotic continent in the beginning. Somehow, he had cultivated successfully, and was born with 14 types of chaotic spirit flames. Moreover, he had once escaped unscathed from a top-notch perfected deity. His strength was daunting to the extreme, and he was infinitely close to a top-notch perfected deity. In particular, his divine ability was a body-tempering divine ability. When he manifested his true form, it was even more terrifying. Back then, Lin Feng had intended to personally visit perfected deity Black Sun, and ask for the 14 chaotic spirit flames innate to him. Unfortunately, perfected deity Black Sun seemed to have disappeared. But now, Lin Feng saw the image of perfected deity Black Sun, and it was in the dark domain of chaos. In the images of these spirits, perfected deity Black Sun was infinitely powerful. When he used his divine ability, he reduced many monsters to ashes. However, in the end, a huge minotaur monster attacked. It blotted out everything and extended a huge hand, instantly reducing perfected deity Black Sun into dust. Even perfected deity Black Sun's perfected spirit seemed to be annihilated. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was shocked. These carcasses are not life forms in the chaos. They come from outside the chaos. The weaker ones among them are all comparable to chaotic spirit beasts. The stronger ones can even kill perfected deity Black Sun with a single strike, and even annihilate perfected spirits. Lin Feng was stunned. He had more or less learned the truth from the memories of these ghosts. No wonder there had been no news of perfected deity Black Sun in the past 1,000 years. There was not even a trace of him. It turned out that perfected deity Black Sun had come to the dark domain of chaos. Moreover, he had encountered these monster life forms outside the chaos, and had already fallen. The time when perfected deity Black Sun fell should have been in the past 1,000 years. This period of time was not that long, but it was not that short, either. Why had he never seen these monster life forms in the chaos? That's right, the dark domain of chaos is boundless. Even the chaotic hallowed venerable senses don't work here. These monster life forms and battleships should be trying their luck everywhere in the dark domain of chaos. However, if they could encounter perfected deity Black Sun 1,000 years ago, they were probably already very close to the chaos. Perhaps one day, they will discover the chaos. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He did not know how strong these life forms outside the chaos were. However, if they could kill perfected deity Black Sun with a single strike and even annihilate his perfected spirit, evidently, these monster life forms were definitely not to be trifled with. Once the chaos was discovered, it would probably not be a good thing for the chaos. It might even be a calamity. Swoosh. After reading the memories of the ghosts, Lin Feng then felt that he was worrying over nothing. The dark domain of chaos was so enormous. For 1,000 years, these monster life forms had not been able to find the chaos. Perhaps they were already lost in the depths of the dark domain of chaos. Moreover, even if these monsters appeared, there were still powerful entities like top-notch perfected deities and the hallowed venerables of chaos. Why would Lin Feng need to worry? Perfected deity Black Sun, don't worry. You fought with life forms outside the chaos in the dark domain of chaos and fell completely. However, you left behind the chaotic spirit flames. I can be considered to have inherited your principle. If I encounter these monsters in the dark domain of chaos one day, I will definitely avenge you. Lin Feng muttered softly. It felt like the 14 chaotic spirit flames also fused more completely into Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body. It's time to leave. Lin Feng retracted his internal universe. Seeing that this continent fragment was empty and there were no more treasures, Lin Feng took a step forward. He sensed the chaotic rules, and prepared to return to the chaos. However, as soon as he left this continent fragment, Lin Feng suddenly saw vague specks of light appear in the pitch-black dark domain of chaos. There's light. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There was not even space in the dark domain of chaos. How could there be light? Chapter 1062 Battle of the Dark Domain. 1062 Battle of the Dark Domain. In the pitch-black environment of the dark domain of chaos, there was a hazy light that passed through the layers of the dark domain. And Lin Feng saw it. Is it really light? Lin Feng's heart palpitated. Light. How could there be light without space? His intuition told him that something was amiss, especially since this light was not white light. Instead, it was gray, and even contained a faint tint of blood. It looked more like a bloody light. Even though Lin Feng had doubts, when he saw this light, although he did not step forward, he did not leave immediately either. It was too strange for a light to appear in the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng believed that he was not far from the chaos now. Even if there was any danger, he could return to the chaos in time. Hence, Lin Feng waited quietly where he was and observed carefully. As time passed, Lin Feng realized that the light seemed to be getting closer and closer. Closer. It's getting closer. Lin Feng was also making preparations. The chaotic spirit flames on his body filled his entire body, and the spirit flame hallowed body could be unleashed immediately. He believed that even against a greater divine ability, his spirit flame hallowed body could not possibly be destroyed with a single strike. At the very least, it could hold out for a little while. Moreover, there were no chaotic supreme rule here. Lin Feng still had an even stronger internal universe. Gaining confidence, Lin Feng's composure also returned to him. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an invisible force sweep past his body. Even though Lin Feng had not discovered what kind of power it was, he could sense it. Ah! This power. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Then, he suddenly came to a realization. This invisible power was similar to mental power. It was used by the other party for detection. Could this beam of light actually be some cultivator or intelligent life form? Spirit flame hallowed body. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng manifested the spirit flame hallowed body immediately. With 60 types of chaotic spirit flames, it had almost become consummate at the second level, and was just a little bit away from being comparable to a greater divine ability. At once, the huge hallowed body that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall stretched across the dark domain of chaos like a god of war. Gore. In the distance, a roar came from behind the beam of light. Through the layers of the dark domain of chaos, Lin Feng finally saw with his mental power. How was that light a beam of light? It was clearly the eye of a huge minotaur monster. However, Lin Feng was shocked by this minotaur not because it was sinister and terrifying, but because it was identical to the carcasses of the monsters he had seen in that continent fragment. These are the monsters of the dark domain of chaos that fought with perfected deity Black Sun. Why are they still here? Lin Feng was very surprised. Perfected deity Black Sun had disappeared for 1,000 years. Even a few hundred years was a long time. Could these monsters have been in the dark domain of chaos for centuries? Everything happened in a flash. Lin Feng did not have time to think, because the Minotaur was already pouncing towards him. Boom. Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He manifested the spirit flame hallowed body, which was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. He threw a punch with unstoppable force. This was a pure body tempering divine ability. Even without the chaotic rules, its power would not change at all. In the dark domain of chaos, chaotic divine beasts or body-tempering divine abilities were the most powerful. Thump. The Minotaur cried out in pain. A huge hole had appeared in its chest, a wound from a punch from Lin Feng's hallowed body. However, no blood flowed out. Instead, its aura quickly waned. It already has the power of a top-notch perfected lord. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Just a Minotaur had the power of a top-notch perfected lord. Just as Lin Feng was about to capture this Minotaur and interrogate it properly, furious roars sounded, and beams of scarlet light appeared in the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng looked up and saw that a large number of monsters had appeared in the vast dark domain of chaos at some point. There were monsters which were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, hundreds of thousands of feet tall, and even 1,000,000 feet tall. There was an endless stream of all kinds of indescribable monsters, with ox heads, deer heads, elephant heads, and so many monsters. Lin Feng was shocked. It turned out that this tiny Minotaur was only the vanguard. There were still a large number of monsters behind. Lin Feng even saw battleships following behind. Gore. Countless monsters charged towards Lin Feng in a frenzy, seemingly very excited. This is troublesome. Lin Feng did not escape immediately. He had the spirit flame hallowed body, and was infinitely close to a top-notch perfected deity. He was not too afraid of even greater divine abilities. Although these monsters were very strong, how could they be comparable to the greater divine ability of a top-notch perfected deity? Kill them. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body suddenly ignited with raging flames. Behind him, halos hung densely behind his head. There were a total of 60 halos, making him look like a god of war. Boom. Lin Feng did not hold back at all. The spirit flame hallowed body attacked in a frenzy. He threw a punch, enveloping a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the dark domain of chaos. Those monsters that were 1,000,000 feet tall and hundreds of thousands of feet tall were directly blasted into pieces by this punch, turning into dust. Countless violent forces wreaked havoc, and Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body only gained momentum as he fought. Weak. They're just too weak. If this is all they have, how could perfected deity Black Sun have been killed? Even his perfected spirit was annihilated. Lin Feng shook his head. These monsters seemed to be billions of feet tall, they looked majestic and unstoppable. However, in reality, their strength was only comparable to top-notch perfected lords or top-notch chaotic spirit beasts. Even the stronger ones among them were only comparable to some ordinary chaotic divine beasts. Before Lin Feng, an expert infinitely close to a top-notch perfected deity, they were naturally unable to withstand a single blow. A strike from Lin Feng's hallowed body was now infinitely close to a greater divine ability. Its power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even ordinary chaotic divine beasts would be blasted apart by a single punch. It was not that these monsters were too weak, but that Lin Feng was too strong. Boom. Suddenly, among these monsters, the monster that was 1,000,000 feet tall attacked. This monster seemed to be the leader of the monsters. As soon as it attacked, all the monsters stopped. The terrifying monster with a tiger's head and a bull's body, with a body of more than 1,000,000 feet, took a step forward, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Thud. They both threw a punch. There was no unnecessary technique, just pure strength. Lin Feng's entire body shook. For the first time, the spirit flame hallowed body took a few steps back, but this monster was as stable as a mountain, and showed no signs of retreating. Chapter 1063 Devil Laguerre. 1063 Devil Laguerre. Good. Lin Feng's heart was pumping, and his battle intent soared. Ever since he mastered the spirit flame hallowed body, he had been peerless in terms of absolute strength in a head-on clash. But now, in this dark domain of chaos, the monsters he had encountered by accident actually had power comparable to his. Lin Feng could sense that this was the other party's true power, the rawest power. Fight. Lin Feng pounced forward again, the battle intent on his body growing stronger and stronger. The 60 halos of the spirit flame hallowed body flickered wildly. With every collision and battle, the 60 types of chaotic spirit flames in Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body fused and intertwined, finally completely becoming one. The spirit flame hallowed body did not just require cultivation. It also required complete integration. This required hard work over long term, or an evenly matched head-on battle. Now, Lin Feng happened to encounter such a battle. His opponents were evenly matched, and could help him better integrate the chaotic spirit flames. Now that the 60 types of chaotic spirit flames had completely integrated into one, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His strength had even actually increased a little further. Bang! 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 Lin Feng threw punch after punch, not afraid of the other party's attacks at all. The spirit flame hallowed body had excellent offense and defense. Even in a head-on clash, it was not inferior to anyone. However, Lin Feng's opponent, the giant monster that was millions of feet tall, was a little overwhelmed. Traces of cracks appeared on its huge body. Although the cracks were very small, they accumulated over time, and would definitely incur grave injuries eventually. The enemy was already at a disadvantage. This meant that even a giant monster millions of feet tall did not have the strength of a top-notch perfected deity. Die. Lin Feng suddenly folded his arms, transforming them into huge millstones that crushed down hard. Even the giant monster, which was millions of feet tall, revealed a trace of fear in its eyes. Swoosh. At some point, a small figure had appeared in the dark domain of chaos. This figure was really very small. He looked a little like an ordinary human cultivator, but his body was covered in black scales. He had a pointed chin and sunken cheeks, like a devil. Gulp. The sharp-faced devil seemed to be chanting an incantation. Then, all the giant monsters went berserk. Their blood-red eyes emanated a savage air. Their strength increased by several times at once. Thud. Lin Feng was sent flying by a punch from the monster in front of him. Even the spirit flame hallowed body could not hold out for long. How is this possible? Lin Feng was very surprised. How did the strength of these monsters increase by so much all of a sudden? Behind Lin Feng, the slender and mysterious figure appeared again. Lin Feng felt an extreme sense of danger. There was a sizzling sound. However, he did not dodge. With just a hard grab, a long wound appeared on his back. Even the spirit flame hallowed body seemed about to collapse. A top-notch perfected deity. Lin Feng was shocked. A top-notch perfected deity. The other party must be a top-notch perfected deity. Or rather, they must have the strength of a top-notch perfected deity. These giant monsters seemed to be just some kind of pets tamed by the other party. You were the ones who killed perfected deity Black Sun. Lin Feng stared intently at the other party. His mental power transmitted his thoughts and sounded directly in the other party's mind. This was the most direct way for any living being to communicate. You're a cultivator from the nearby chaos. Surrender obediently and lead us to your chaos. Otherwise, die. The other party also transmitted a thought. Ah. You want to go to our chaos? Lin Feng was shocked. He acutely sensed that the other party had revealed a lot of information. The other party wanted to enter the chaos, but the chaos was clearly not far away. How could they not have found it? That's right, they must be unable to sense the chaotic rules. The dark domain of chaos isolates many detection methods. Without detecting the chaotic rules, it's impossible to find the chaos at all. Perfected deity Black Sun's perfected spirit was annihilated. He probably died in battle, or would rather die than lead the way. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Flee. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng fled immediately. As long as he could escape back to the chaos, these monsters could only continue to warp through the dark domain of chaos, and would never find the chaos. However, as soon as Lin Feng moved, he felt his surroundings become incomparably viscous, as if an invisible net was tightly binding him. According to the classification of cultivators like you, I have the strength of a top-notch perfected deity. You cannot escape. Lead the way to the chaos, and you can live. The other party sent another thought. It seemed that he did not intend to kill Lin Feng, and only wanted to capture Lin Feng alive. Lead the way. A vicious glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Perfected deity Black Sun would rather have his perfected spirit annihilated than bring these monsters to the chaos. Lin Feng would not do any less. At this moment, many figures appeared in Lin Feng's mind. This was a true critical moment. However, he had no other choice. Universe descending. Boom. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng's internal universe descended, instantly enveloping an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The terrifying cosmic power crushed these giant monsters directly. Bang. 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 These violent giant monsters went first. Be it 1,000,000 feet tall, a few 100,000 feet tall, or even 1,000,000 feet tall, as long as they were pulled into the universe, the cosmic power with a diameter of more than 100 billion light-years would instantly crush them into dust. Moreover, traces of mysterious power were pulled into the reincarnation realm, causing it to grow constantly as well. The expression of the terrible, sharp-faced life form who looked like a devil changed drastically. He transmitted his thoughts and roared. Almost in a frenzy, lowly chaotic cultivator, you have angered the great Laguerre. In Laguerre's true name, release a lethal storm that shall destroy everything. The sharp-faced devil began to mumble. Lin Feng's internal universe was very, very strong. Even an ordinary perfected deity could not withstand the crushing force of the universe. While whether their perfected spirit could be annihilated was unknown, ordinary perfected deities could not withstand Lin Feng's current internal universe at all. A complete universe was simply too powerful, so powerful that it exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. The reincarnation realm had completely perfected the universe, allowing the power unleashed by the internal universe to increase by more than 10 times. Even those savage monsters could not withstand the force of Lin Feng's internal universe crushing down. They were all crushed into dust and turned into the purest power that increased the power of the universe. However, this mysterious life form that called himself Laguerre resisted the crushing force of the universe head-on. Moreover, as he used his unique ability, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from his frail body. A huge phantom appeared behind it, filled with an ancient and destructive aura, like the oldest primordial devil. As soon as this phantom appeared, even Lin Feng's internal universe shook violently. Chapter 1064 Numa. 1064 Numa. What powerful strength, but it seems to be missing a core. Lin Feng was shocked. The other party's phantom made even Lin Feng's heart tremble. The phantom did not seem to be a true life form. Rather, it appeared to be condensed from some kind of rule. Lin Feng could tell at a glance that this was the other party's core. It seemed like after being pulled into Lin Feng's internal universe, the other party also grew anxious. He was ready to fight with his life. Lin Feng did not know what kind of life form Laguerre was, but the strength he had displayed was indeed comparable to a top-notch perfected deity. However, unlike the top-notch perfected deities in the chaos, the other party seemed to be missing some kind of core. Although he was strong, his strength was still a little lacking for what was needed to tear Lin Feng's internal universe apart. Could it be something similar to the chaotic rules? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that the phantom contained dense and mysterious rules. Unfortunately, these mysterious rules were without any foundation and could not be infused with power, so their strength was greatly reduced. Cosmic power, suppress. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. After seeing the other party's true state, he immediately mobilized the power of his internal universe and used the power of an entire universe to suppress Laguerre. Boom. A terrifying storm wreaked havoc. The storm released by the phantom swept through the entire universe, causing the deaths of countless life forms. The universe was turned upside down, and even the cosmos was shattered. However, to Lin Feng, it was not a big deal. It did not even cause much damage at all. As long as it did not tear apart the universe, the internal universe with the reincarnation realm established would be the most perfect world. All the power could be constantly recycled. In the internal universe, Lin Feng was almost invincible. In fact, Lin Feng believed that as long as the other party could not use the power of the chaotic rules, he could probably trap even a top-notch perfected deity to death. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, every time you lose a portion of your strength, it'll be lost for good. There's no way to replenish it. Lin Feng's voice sounded. His enemy was already becoming weaker and weaker. Damn it. If I hadn't left the abyss, my diabolic pneuma would be able to utilize the power of the abyss. How can a great superior devil like myself be trapped by a puny worm like you? Devil Laguerre was very furious. Unfortunately, no matter how he used his strength, he could not tear Lin Feng's universe apart. As long as Lin Feng's internal universe was intact, Laguerre could only be suppressed. Gradually, Laguerre's power could no longer hold out. He was instantly suppressed by Lin Feng's layers of cosmic power. At the same time, Lin Feng flew towards the chaos in a frenzy immediately. Just now, he saw more and more battleships, and there was even an infinite sense of danger in his heart. He knew that there might be an even more terrifying entity among those battleships that he could not deal with at all. Hence, he could only flee. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly. He had used his internal universe in a flash. After suppressing all the monsters and Laguerre, he flew towards the chaos immediately, not giving those battleships any time. Hence, by the time those battleships caught on, Lin Feng had long disappeared from the dark domain of chaos. Finally, Lin Feng stepped into the chaos and distanced himself from the dark domain of chaos. Sensing the vast power contained in the chaotic rules, Lin Feng gradually relaxed. However, as his shock subsided, he still had lingering fears. After suppressing Laguerre, Lin Feng had the feeling he was being watched. When Lin Feng recalled that gaze, it made his entire body tremble. It was a feeling that completely exceeded Lin Feng in terms of the level of life. If the owner of that gaze attacked, even if Lin Feng was 10 times stronger, he would probably be captured instantly. Who exactly are these life forms? Lin Feng looked at the distant dark domain of chaos with lingering fears. It was almost wishful thinking to find the chaotic continent in the vast dark domain of chaos without sensing the chaotic rules. However, it was hard to say. Those battleships had shuttled through the dark domain of chaos for a long time. They might get lucky enough to discover the chaos. After all, those battleships were already very close to the chaos. Lin Feng casually went to a chaotic void and set up a simple array. Then, he immersed his consciousness in the internal universe. At this moment, the internal universe had long been turned upside down. Even though it had been damaged by Laguerre during the previous great battle, the universe did not suffer much loss. Rather, after refining so many giant monsters at once, Lin Feng's internal universe had expanded again. Its diameter had even reached 200 billion light-years now. The power of the universe had increased a lot further. However, Lin Feng's attention was not on these monsters, but on the life form that called itself Devil Laguerre. Laguerre, what kind of life form are all of you? Why are you searching for chaos? Lin Feng manifested an avatar. In the internal universe, even if it was just an avatar, it could mobilize the power of the entire universe, and was no different from his true body. Even a thought could do it. Laguerre was heavily suppressed by the power of the universe, but he did not say anything and watched on coldly. Huh? You think I can't kill you? Lin Feng sneered and began to increase the crushing power of the universe. However, the strange thing was that there was a faint power in the other party's body. Even though his body had been crushed into dust, that power still existed. Laguerre transmitted a thought. Give up, ignorant cultivator. I am a superior devil who has condensed the abyssal pneuma. Someone of your strength cannot destroy my pneuma. Is that so? So, the abyssal pneuma is the power core condensed from the rules of the abyss. Lin Feng pondered. From these few words, he could actually already obtain a lot of information. However, this was far from enough. If he wanted to learn more information in greater detail from Laguerre, he needed a way to kill Laguerre. Or rather, he had to have the power to break Laguerre's pneuma. If the power of the universe is not enough, I wonder if the reincarnation realm can do it. With a thought, Lin Feng immediately moved Laguerre to the reincarnation realm. Only Lin Feng, as the god of creation, could enter and exit the reincarnation realm at will, and even mobilize the power of the reincarnation realm. In this reincarnation realm, even the sky was gray, and ghosts were everywhere. Previously, the destruction caused by Laguerre had created countless ghosts. Now, they were all waiting for reincarnation. Laguerre's pneuma was not a ghost, so the reincarnation realm could not take it proactively. However, Lin Feng could personally make Laguerre's pneuma enter the reincarnation realm directly. Power of reincarnation, obliterate. Lin Feng mobilized the reincarnation realm. Immediately, the unique reincarnation power of the reincarnation realm began to envelop Laguerre's pneuma. Just like how it had destroyed the vice president's perfected spirit back then, it began to slowly obliterate Laguerre's pneuma. 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, 3 lifetimes. In the beginning, Laguerre did not care at all. However, the power of reincarnation became stronger and stronger, and he reincarnated more and more times. When he had experienced the equivalent of countless reincarnations, his pneuma began to loosen. No, how can this be? The abyssal pneuma I condense contains the rules of the abyss. How can you destroy it with your strength? Laguerre began to panic. He could sense that the abyssal rules on his pneuma were slowly weakening, and even gradually disappearing. Once the abyssal rules had completely disappeared, even if he was a superior devil who had condensed a pneuma, he would probably die. Laguerre's prior nonchalance had now dissipated. Stop now. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. The great Laguerre is willing to tell you everything. Laguerre's voice was trembling. Even a superior devil was afraid of death. Chapter 1065, Laguerre's origin. 1065 Laguerre's origin. Very good. Tell me, where are you from? Lin Feng had no intention of killing Laguerre completely. He was only threatening Laguerre just now. Even if he wanted to kill Laguerre, he would only do it after obtaining useful information. Laguerre had already accepted his fate. He could only explain, we come from the abyss. Abyss. That's right, the abyss. It's a huge world in the dark domain. Just like your chaos, we are all in the dark domain. The chaos is also located in the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng was very surprised, because the information he collected in the chaos had always been centered around the chaos. Or rather, the chaos was always the center. But now. However, Lin Feng obtained completely different information from Laguerre. Be it the chaos or the abyss, they were all in the infinite dark domain. The abyss called it the dark domain of abyss, and the chaos called it the dark domain of chaos. No one knew how vast the dark domain was, but there were multiple worlds in the dark domain. The abyss knew far more about this than the cultivators in the chaos. Or rather, those great hallowed venerables knew, but ordinary cultivators did not. So we're in the dark domain. Lin Feng paused. For a moment, clearly accepting this reality. Then, he continued to ask, since you are life forms in the abyss, why are you in the vast dark domain, searching for chaos? Laguerre heaved a long sigh and said, why would we ever have wanted to leave the abyss and enter this vast dark domain? However, we had no choice. Our home was destroyed, and the abyss was already breached. We can only escape into the dark domain and struggle to survive. Laguerre did not conceal the truth, and told the story of the abyss. It turned out that the abyss where Laguerre was located was very strange. It was a complete world, not even inferior to the chaos. According to Laguerre, the abyss had a total of 5 rulers, called Devil Kings. They were the greatest entities in the entire abyss, and ruled over all in the abyss. They were equivalent to the hallowed venerables in the chaos. As long as the abyss still stood, the devil kings would be undying and indestructible. Moreover, the abyss was unique. Above the abyss was the netherworld, and above netherworld was the nirvana. This formed a trinity. The three worlds were independent of each other, but also connected to each other. Every world had 5 rulers, such as the 5 kings of netherworld and the 5 kings of nirvana. Nirvana, the netherworld, and the abyss were all engaged in endless war with each other. Until one day, when exploring the dark domain, they encountered another type of lifeforms from another world in the dark domain. The nirvana, netherworld, and the abyss called them the celestial devils. Those celestial devils were extremely powerful, especially the celestial devil kings. Even the kings supported by the 3 worlds in the abyss, the nirvana, and the netherworld were not a match for those celestial devil kings. Hence, the nirvana was destroyed, the abyss was conquered, and the netherworld was broken. Countless lifeforms from the nirvana, netherworld, and the abyss began to flee into the dark domain under the lead of the only surviving experts. In other words, abyssal devils like Laguerre had already become wanderers. They wandered continuously in the vast dark domain. Without a place to live, they had no way to cultivate or replenish resources, and their strength would only wane over time. If they could never find other worlds, this entire race of abyssal devils would disappear and become a part of the vast dark domain. That was why Laguerre and the others were so anxious to find the chaos. They had encountered perfected deity Black Sun and realized that there was a world nearby. However, they could not sense this world. Hence, they kept searching nearby, but never managed to find the chaos. Great lifeform, I've already said everything I should. Can you let me go? Don't worry, even if I escape into the dark domain, I'll never know where the chaos is, Laguerre said cautiously and extremely deferentially. Oh. Laguerre, devils like you are incomparably cunning. I think you'd better stay here. Perhaps one day, I may set you free. Lin Feng shook his head and imprisoned Laguerre directly. The information Laguerre had provided was extremely useful. Perhaps it would come in handy some day in the future. Hence, Lin Feng did not kill him, and imprisoned him instead. In any case, Laguerre could not cause much trouble in the internal universe. Laguerre's words gave Lin Feng a new understanding of the chaos and the dark domain of chaos. In terms of insight, perhaps even top-notch perfected deities could not compare to Lin Feng now. All along, the chaos had a chaos-centric view. In other words, chaos was the center of everything. For example, the general view of the dark domain of chaos was that it was only a layer of dark domain, and was the boundary of chaos. All living beings in chaos were the strongest. But now, Lin Feng learned that the dark domain of chaos was not the end of the chaos, but a boundless dark domain which included countless worlds similar to, or even stronger than the chaos. All the worlds were actually within the dark domain. They were surrounded by the dark domain. The chaos was only one insignificant world in the dark domain. Even if every world out of the abyss, netherworld, and nirvana was slightly weaker than the chaos, there were a total of 15 rulers, who were entities comparable to chaotic hallowed venerables. They were invincible in their own worlds. Lin Feng found it hard to imagine with conquests over the years, how majestic the wars between these 3 worlds must be. Even so, when these 3 worlds encountered a type of lifeforms called celestial devils in the dark domain of chaos, the 3 worlds were destroyed. The lifeforms in the 3 worlds could only struggle to escape into the vast dark domain, and become wandering lifeforms. Laguerre was an example of what would happen without the enhancement of their own world. As a superior devil, his strength in itself was comparable to a top-notch perfected deity. However, after leaving the abyss, even Lin Feng could suppress him. Wandering lifeforms were miserable. Lin Feng knew very well that those abyssal devils, and even some lifeforms from the nirvana and netherworld that followed, might find the chaos. Wandering lifeforms wanted to occupy another world at all costs. However, was the chaos weak? Lin Feng shook his head. The 7 hallowed venerables presided over it for all ages, and they were almost invincible in the chaos. There was nothing to worry about at all. Moreover, those abyssal devils might not even be able to find the chaos. I'll go back. The dark domain of chaos is very dangerous. If there's no need, it's better not to take risks in the dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng shook his head. He understood the danger of the dark domain of chaos now. It was even more dangerous than rumored. In fact, if one encountered lifeforms from other worlds, it was very likely to bring calamity to the chaos. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. With a flash, he stepped into the spatial passage and warped towards the Inception continent. Chapter 1066, 1066. After this step, he would become a perfected deity. 1066. After this step, he would become a perfected deity. Lin Feng returned to the Inception continent. He did not mention Laguerre to anyone, let alone his encounter in the dark domain of chaos. He only collected a large amount of information on the dark domain of chaos. He really discovered some clues. Some of the more critical information regarding the dark domain of chaos was all lost. After launching an investigation via the Mutual Assistance Alliance, many clues pointed to the great and powerful chaotic hallowed venerables. Moreover, there were multiple hallowed venerable involved. The 7 hallowed venerables were joining forces to destroy this information. This could not help but make Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Perhaps the chaotic hallowed venerables did not want cultivators to know the truth about the dark domain of chaos. So what if they knew? Apart from bringing panic, perhaps there was nothing they could do. Lin Feng did not understand the plans of the chaotic hallowed venerables, but he stopped here and did not continue investigating. Instead, he began to focus on cultivating. He was still short of 6 types of chaotic spirit flames to cultivate the second level of the spirit flame hallowed body to consummation. He had a feeling that once the second level was consummate, the spirit flame hallowed body would even be comparable to a greater divine ability. However, these 6 types of chaotic spirit flames were not so easy to collect. Lin Feng did not hold much hope. Instead, he focused on the internal universe and the chaotic rules he had comprehended. Relying on the chaotic origin stone, Lin Feng had no problem comprehending the chaotic rules. At most, he just needed time. However, the key was the divine ability. It was actually very easy for Lin Feng to become a perfected deity. However, if he only became an ordinary perfected deity, even inferior to the spirit flame hallowed body, what was the use? At the very least, I have to cultivate a greater divine ability that belongs solely to myself. Every perfected lord had to comprehend all kinds of chaotic rules if they wanted to become a perfected deity. Apart from that, they had to cultivate divine abilities. Once they had the embryonic form of a divine ability, it was not impossible for them to cultivate a greater divine ability at once, and become a top-notch perfected deity in one leap. Lin Feng did not want to just become an ordinary perfected deity. If he became an ordinary perfected deity, it would be meaningless to him. After all, just by relying on the spirit flame hallowed body, Lin Feng was actually already infinitely close to a top-notch perfected deity. He needed to cultivate a greater divine ability that belonged solely to him. This was the path every perfected lord had to take after advancing to the level of a perfected deity. They had to cultivate their own divine ability. This was actually what attaining the principle meant. One had to find their own principle to attain the principle and become a perfected deity. Lin Feng recalled carefully the chaotic martial arts, chaotic spells, self-created martial arts, spells, and divine abilities he had cultivated. He sorted through everything carefully. As he comprehended more and more chaotic rules and perfected them, Lin Feng could already sense that if he took another step forward, he would be able to reach a new realm. However, this step was a threshold. If one lacked the ability to cross it, they would never be able to cross it. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. His current strength was only slightly inferior to a top-notch perfected deity. If he could find 6 new types of chaotic spirit flames for the spirit flame hallowed body, it would even be comparable to a top-notch perfected deity. Lin Feng suppressed Laguerre and learned about the cultivation systems of the Abyss, the Nirvana, and the Netherworld. He had many reflections on them. His hallowed body could not integrate these systems, but his internal universe could. Up until now, even in Laguerre's knowledge, someone who possessed a complete world was unheard of, let alone someone who was one with a world. Lin Feng's transformation into a universe was a new path. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables could not give Lin Feng guidance. Lin Feng had to rely on himself to slowly explore his way forward bit by bit. The change Laguerre had brought to Lin Feng lay in the internal universe, especially the reincarnation realm. Lin Feng had already discovered the special effect of the reincarnation realm. He had even established a hell in the reincarnation realm to imprison those heinous and vile ghosts. Or rather, extremely indelible entities like Laguerre, perfected spirits, and so on could all be suppressed in the hell. Moreover, the hell was filled with immense reincarnation power. Perfected spirits could be obliterated bit by bit, even without undergoing reincarnation. Once the hell was formed, even Laguerre was terrified in it. He absolutely did not dare to stay in the hell. Moreover, Lin Feng also discovered that his internal universe operated by plundering resources. The more it plundered power or ghost from the outside world, the faster it would grow. Moreover, no matter the kind of strange energy or strange life form, it could be integrated into the internal universe. For example, during Lin Feng's battle with Laguerre, the energy in the bodies of the abyssal monsters that were suppressed by the internal universe had expanded the internal universe. The ghosts also greatly strengthened the reincarnation realm, causing the reincarnation realm to undergo some special changes. It would be extremely easy to erase the diabolic pneuma of a demon like Laguerre. This meant that the reincarnation realm had immense compatibility. It was very inclusive and could quickly undergo some changes, making it an indispensable part of Lin Feng's internal universe. Time passed quickly. Lin Feng had never cultivated in such peace. 300 years passed in a flash. He had never even left the Inception continent, and always remained focused on comprehending the chaotic rules. To other cultivators, 300 years, or a few centuries were simply a blink of an eye. They was simply not worth mentioning. However, to Lin Feng, 300 years were a rare period for cultivation, especially when he was cultivating diligently like now. He only paid attention to some crucial news. For instance, the Mutual Assistance Alliance was constantly watching perfected deity Infinity in Holy City Luster. Unfortunately, perfected deity Infinity seemed to really be afraid. He had never taken a single step out of Holy City Luster for 300 years. Lin Feng did not mind. There would always be a chance in the future. He was focused on his cultivation. By now, he had comprehended all kinds of chaotic rules very well. In fact, after combining his various cultivation experiences, and with the help of the chaotic origin stone, the divine abilities he had deduced were also nearing completion. This was a rule-tempering divine ability. Lin Feng called it the Prime Realm. Prime meant all-encompassing, inclusiveness, and the beginning of everything, while realm referred to an encompassing world. Lin Feng cultivated diligently with focus for 300 years, sorting out everything along his path of cultivation, and grasped his unique aspects. What was Lin Feng's unique aspect? It was the internal universe. He controlled everything in the internal universe. He was the god of creation, and was very proficient in all kinds of cosmic laws. He was comprehensive and had no shortcomings. It was the same for the divine ability that Lin Feng wanted to deduce. In the end, he deduced the Prime Realm. It gathered all the chaotic rules, and was actually based on some structure of the internal universe. Once it was used, it would be like a complete world, capable of both offense and defense. There were no shortcomings at all. Perfection and consummation were Lin Feng's purposes. Moreover, more importantly, this Prime Realm divine ability was more than just a rule-tempering divine ability. On the surface, it might only be a rule-tempering divine ability. Even if its intent was very profound, and its power was very great, comparable to a greater divine ability, it was actually nothing much. Many top-notch perfected deities had all cultivated greater divine abilities. The truly exceptional thing about it was that this divine ability was actually tailor-made for the internal universe. If Lin Feng mobilized the internal universe and used the prime realm, that would be the true prime realm. Even Lin Feng himself did not know how powerful it would be at that time. A greater divine ability. Or even an ultimate divine ability. Lin Feng did not know, but if in range of the supreme rule, Lin Feng did not dare to use the true prime realm divine ability lightly. Although it was a rule-tempering divine ability, with the internal universe, even in the dark domain of chaos, the prime realm divine ability could be used normally without any effect. This was the true result of Lin Feng's dedication over 300 years. Now, it was time to test the results. After taking this step today, Lin Feng would become a perfected deity. Chapter 1067, 1067 Reactions from All Parties. 1067 Reactions from All Parties. Mother, can father become a perfected deity? I heard that becoming a perfected deity requires great intelligence, great perseverance, and great opportunity. One needs to cultivate their own divine ability. Among countless top-notch perfected lords, there are only a handful who can eventually become perfected deities. Haha, it's extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to become perfected deities. They still have to rely on a little luck. But the alliance leader, he will definitely become a perfected deity, and he'll definitely become an extraordinary one. Perhaps he can become a top-notch perfected deity in one leap. He's exited seclusion. The alliance leader has exited seclusion. In the Inception continent, when many people saw Lin Feng appear in the chaotic void outside the Inception continent, they were all excited. Actually, apart from the core members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, even the ordinary members knew that Lin Feng had been focused on cultivating for 300 years. It was for the purpose of comprehending the chaotic rules and becoming a perfected deity. No one believed that Lin Feng could not become a perfected deity. How could the famous invincible perfected lord, who could kill perfected deities above his level, not become a perfected deity? That would be ridiculous. Many people were speculating when Lin Feng would become a perfected deity. And now, the time had clearly arrived. Swoosh. Many figures appeared in the chaotic void. The Alliance deputy leader of the Mutual Assistance Alliance and its only true perfected deity, Yuan Jinggang, immediately ordered with a trace of excitement and solemnity in his eyes, seal this area. Oh, and invite acquainted perfected deities to watch the ceremony. That's right, watch the ceremony. This was actually something Lin Feng and Yuan Jinggang had discussed beforehand. Lin Feng knew himself very well. He would not encounter much of a challenge in becoming a perfected deity, and Yuan Jinggang was actually in charge of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Lin Feng, the invincible perfected lord, was about to become a perfected deity. Wasn't this a very good opportunity for publicity? In any case, it was killing two birds with one stone. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the chaotic void calmly and silently. He closed his eyes, his expression tranquil. He was preparing for the best opportunity. The core area of the holy city Primum Mobile was where hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile lived. Apart from a few disciples of the hallowed Venerable who could live here, no one could enter this place. Swoosh. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile's eyes were tightly closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. ZG. As Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile called out, a middle-aged man in a violet robe with an imperial air walked in respectfully. Master, what are your instructions? This violet-robed man was one of the disciples that Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile valued highly. Perfected deity ZG was a top-notch perfected deity himself, and he had two greater divine abilities. He was so powerful that he was one of the strongest entities even among perfected deities. ZG, if I'm not wrong, the holy city Primum Mobile will see a new top-notch perfected deity. Oh. Who are you talking about, Master? That little fellow, Lin Feng, has already comprehended chaotic rules to consummation, and is about to become a perfected deity. Go and watch the ceremony. Perfected deity ZG was stunned. He knew Lin Feng's reputation. Even top-notch perfected lords had heard of the name of the invincible perfected lord. But even so, perfected deity ZG actually did not pay much attention to it. Even if he was the invincible perfected Lord. Was there any guarantee that he could cultivate a greater divine ability? Only top-notch perfected deities knew how difficult it was to cultivate a greater divine abilities were. However, hearing hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile's instructions now, it sounded like Lin Feng would definitely be able to become a top-notch perfected deity. Moreover, it seemed like hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile thought very highly of Lin Feng. Go on, and do your best befriend Lin Feng. This little fellow has boundless potential. Then, hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile closed his eyes. Although perfected deity Ziji was filled with doubts, he did not dare to inquire further. After, he respectfully bade farewell and left. After perfected deity Ziji retreated, hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile heaved a long sigh and said, "Little fellow, I hope you won't disappoint us. I wonder if the ultimate divine ability will appear." In the holy city Styx, hallowed Venerable Styx suddenly opened his eyes. "Where is Eventide?" "Greetings, Master." Perfected deity Eventide was an extremely beautiful perfected deity. She was almost reputed to be the #1 goddess in the chaos. Of course, no one dared to underestimate her. She was reputed to be the #1 goddess, not because of her beauty, but because of her strength. Even among the disciples of many hallowed venerables, perfected deity Eventide could be ranked among the top few. Eventide, invincible perfected Lord Lin Feng, is about to become a perfected deity. Go and watch the ceremony. Bring these 6 types of chaotic spirit flames to him. Hallowed Venerable Styx extended his hand, and the 6 chaotic spirit flames flew into perfected deity Eventide's hands. Perfected deity Eventide was extremely shocked. She naturally knew the name of Lin Feng, the invincible perfected Lord. However, even if Lin Feng became a deity, an esteemed hallowed venerable like her master did not need to take him so seriously, right? He even bestowed these 6 chaotic spirit flames to Lin Feng. It had to be known that the only keepsake left behind by her master's favorite disciple, perfected deity Easterly, were these dozens of chaotic spirit flames. But now, he was giving Lin Feng 6 chaotic spirit flames. Not knowing what hallowed Venerable Styx was thinking, perfected deity Eventide did not dare to speculate either. She could only obey. Easterly, if you were still alive, you might have already ascended the spirit flame hallowed body to an ultimate divine ability, right? Alas. Forming the ultimate divine ability isn't that easy. Even I couldn't successfully ascend it. This Lin Feng's talent isn't inferior to yours. This is all I can help him with. I hope he can fulfill your lifelong wish." Hallowed Venerable Styx shook his head. The death of his 3rd disciple, perfected deity Easterly, pained hallowed Venerable Styx's heart. Even after tens of millions of years, or billions of years, he could not let it go. In the Infinity Chamber of Commerce in Holy City Luster, perfected deity Golden Elephant was currently staying in the Infinity Chamber of Commerce. Apart from discussing the principles with perfected deity Infinity, he was also supervising perfected deity Infinity to refine a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure for him. Back then, in order to survive, perfected deity Infinity was willing to pay any price. He was willing to refine a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure for 100,000 years. Fortunately, perfected deity Infinity was a master at refining spirit treasures. Otherwise, perfected deity Golden Elephant might not have been willing to save him. President, this is bad." Suddenly, a perfected lord from the Infinity Chamber of Commerce came to report. "What is it?" Perfected deity Infinity was in a bad mood. Anyone who was trapped in the holy city of chaos and had to work hard to refine chaotic spirit treasures every day would not be in a good mood. "President, that invincible perfected Lord Lin Feng has invited many perfected deities to attend a ceremony. He's about to become a perfected deity." "What? Lin Feng is going to become a perfected deity?" Perfected deity Infinity's expression changed, as if he was in disbelief. Actually, many people had investigated Lin Feng and knew that Lin Feng had only cultivated for a very, very short period of time. He must have a huge secret. But so what? When Lin Feng became famous, the momentum had already been established. Apart from top-notch perfected deities, who would dare to say that they could win against Lin Feng? Perfected deity Infinity was even more dejected. If Lin Feng stayed a perfected lord, even if he was the invincible perfected lord, perfected deity Infinity would always have a chance. He could even think of ways to deal with Lin Feng. But now, once Lin Feng became a perfected deity, with his potential, he even had a chance of becoming a top-notch perfected deity. At that time, who would be willing to go against Lin Feng? Perfected deity Infinity would probably be trapped in the holy city luster for the rest of his life. Perfected deity Golden Elephant, take a look on my behalf. Even if Lin Feng becomes a perfected deity, I want to know everything about him. Perfected deity Infinity gritted his teeth. All right, I'll go take a look. Perfected deity Golden Elephant was also very interested in Lin Feng. The invincible perfected lord's transition to a perfected deity was naturally no small matter. However, perfected deity Golden Elephant did not have any wariness. He was only half a step away from becoming a top-notch perfected deity, and had cultivated a body-tempering divine ability. In the vast chaos, he could do whatever he wanted, and was completely fearless. Hence, perfected deity Golden Elephant's figure flashed as he warped space towards the Inception continent. The news of the invincible perfected lord becoming a deity immediately spread throughout the 7 holy cities of chaos. Be it top-notch perfected lords or those supreme perfected deities, everyone was very curious. How did Lin Feng, the invincible perfected lord who was unprecedented in all of history, become a perfected deity? How miraculous would the divine ability he had deduced be? Hence, countless perfected lords and perfected deities were unwilling to miss this grand event. Even if they did not receive invitations, they all headed to the Inception continent to watch the ceremony. Chapter 1068, 1068 It's begun. 1068 It's begun. There was a sea of people on the Inception continent. Recently, countless perfected lords had come to the Inception continent, causing the Inception continent to become incomparably lively. After all, the Mutual Assistance Alliance did not restrict chaotic perfected lords from coming to watch the ceremony. It even invited some perfected deities to watch the ceremony. Any perfected lord would probably be willing to personally witness how the invincible perfected lord, who could kill perfected deities above his level, would become a deity. Such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. If they missed it, there would not be a next time. Apart from perfected lords, even perfected deities came, and there were many of them. However, there were no top-notch perfected deities for the time being. Although the Mutual Assistance Alliance had a wide range of influence, and during the years perfected deity Yuan Zhengang was in charge of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, they had befriended many ordinary perfected deities. Top-notch perfected deities were almost on another level. Even though Lin Feng had never met any top-notch perfected deity, Yuan Zhengang naturally could not invite a top-notch perfected deity to watch the ceremony. Buzz. Suddenly, spatial ripples appeared in the void. Which perfected deity is it? Many people were guessing. Even Yuan Zhengang was uncertain. There were actually only a few perfected deities he was on good terms with. He had already invited them. It was possible for someone to come uninvited too. However, the aura emitted from this spatial passage was a little unusual. Swoosh. A figure stepped out of the spatial passage. Who is this? Many chaotic perfected lords questioned. Even Yuan Zhengang frowned. He did not know this perfected deity at all. However, when some ancient perfected lords or perfected deities who came to watch the ceremony saw this figure, they were shocked and almost in disbelief. Perfected deity ZG. What? He's perfected deity ZG. That's impossible, right? Perfected deity ZG is the disciple of hallowed venerable Primum Mobile. He's a top-notch perfected deity. He's here to watch the ceremony too. Many people could not believe it, but as more and more ancient perfected lords or perfected deities confirmed perfected deity ZG's identity, everyone slowly accepted it. It was impossible for a top-notch perfected deity to come to the ceremony on a whim for no reason. In particular, perfected deity Ziji's identity and status were extraordinary. He was the disciple of hallowed venerable primum mobile. Did this mean that Lin Feng had already caught the attention of hallowed venerable primum mobile? Yuan Jinggang hurriedly went forward to welcome him. No matter why perfected deity Ziji had come, as the alliance deputy leader of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, he had to do his duty as a host. There's no hurry. Another distinguished guest is coming. Perfected deity Ziji gave a half-smile. As soon as he finished speaking, as expected, circles of spatial ripples appeared again, and a beautiful woman walked out. Everyone's mouths fell open in disbelief. There was no need to ask about this woman, let alone for her to introduce herself. All perfected lords knew her. She was the disciple of hallowed venerable Styx, perfected deity Eventide. After all, female perfected deities were rare to begin with. With her immense beauty, her reputation was naturally much greater than perfected deity Ziji's. Perfected deity Eventide and perfected deity Ziji nodded at each other. The two of them could be considered acquainted with each other, and were both disciples of a chaotic hallowed venerable. Yuan Jinggang led them to the Inception continent, but they only gave Yuan Jinggang some acknowledgement. The others were too far away from the two of them, so they naturally did not interact much. However, both of them were here for Lin Feng. Hence, after arriving at the Inception continent, they looked at Lin Feng in the chaotic void. The arrival of perfected deity Eventide and perfected deity Ziji stunned many people. This was because these two people represented two hallowed venerables. Did this mean that the two hallowed venerables viewed Lin Feng very highly? For a moment, there were all kinds of speculations. The Mutual Assistance Alliance also became even more powerful. Lin Feng knew everything about the outside world, but ignored it. He had been preparing and adjusting his status. In reality, becoming a perfected deity was no challenge to him. However, he also wanted to know how the prime realm divine ability he had spent 300 years cultivating was like. Even though Lin Feng understood that the prime realm had infinite potential, he still needed to test it when truly becoming a perfected deity. It's about done. Lin Feng opened his eyes. They were incomparably calm. Swoosh. A wind blew. Many people saw Lin Feng open his eyes. Right on the heels of that, traces of a breeze blew towards them. How could there be any breeze in the vast chaos? It was clearly an illusion produced by the convergence of chaotic rules. What immense chaotic rules! Perfected Lord Lin has already started. Many people were on guard and looking at Lin Feng expectantly. This first invincible perfected lord in the history of the chaos was about to become a perfected deity. Under the witness of many people, the process has already begun. 1, 2, 3, 4. Countless chaotic rules began to gather, illuminating each other. They roared in the chaotic void, floating above and behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng wandered through the countless chaotic rules as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Some perfected deities had already narrowed their eyes slightly. They had all comprehended all these chaotic rules. This was the most basic requirement to become perfected deities. The end goal was a divine ability that belonged solely to Lin Feng himself. If Lin Feng relied on the spirit flame hallowed body alone, he would not be able to become a perfected deity. As more and more chaotic rules appeared, Lin Feng still did not move. What's going on? Why hasn't perfected Lord Invincible deduced a divine ability yet? There are already so many chaotic rules. It's rumored that the more chaotic rules gathered with the divine ability, the more complicated it is, but the power might not be stronger. On the contrary, many divine abilities that are focused on one or two chaotic rules are actually very powerful. I wonder what divine ability the invincible perfected Lord deduced. Does it require so many chaotic rules? With so many chaotic rules, it would probably be difficult to deduce a greater divine ability at once. Originally, I was still looking forward to the invincible perfected Lord cultivating a greater divine ability directly, and becoming a top-notch perfected deity. Now, it seems like he's still a little lacking. Hey, even transcendents can basically slowly ascend their divine ability to a greater divine ability after becoming a perfected deity. As for cultivating greater divine abilities when advancing, all of them are top entities of various eras. Although the invincible perfected Lord is very strong, it's also because he cultivated the spirit flame hallowed body, a body tempering divine ability. Cultivating a greater divine ability that belongs solely to him would be difficult. That's right. The spirit flame hallowed body is very strong, but becoming a perfected deity has nothing to do with the spirit flame hallowed body. Cultivators can only rely on themselves. Seeing that Lin Feng had not deduced the divine ability for a long time, and more chaotic rules were converging, many people started discussing. Lin Feng's fame as the invincible perfected Lord was awe-inspiring, and he had almost become a legend. It was impossible for him not to be envious or jealous. Many people were even waiting to mock him. Even if Lin Feng became a perfected deity, if he did not have the aura that could overwhelm everything, this ceremony would probably become a laughingstock. Many people had high expectations for Lin Feng. As for expecting him cultivating a greater divine ability directly, that was still a little unrealistic. The invincible perfected Lord's strength lied in the body tempering divine ability, not rule tempering divine abilities. Only perfected deity Ziji and perfected deity Eventide frowned imperceptibly. They were here on the orders of their masters. Without a doubt, the two hallowed venerables took Lin Feng very seriously. If Lin Feng, whom the two hallowed venerables had high hopes for, could not be a pleasant surprise, at the very least, his divine ability should be very strong. However, from the looks of it, Lin Feng's divine ability was probably going to be quite ordinary. Looks like Master is going to be disappointed. Perfected deity Ziji shook his head slightly. From the expression of perfected deity Eventide beside him, she seemed to be thinking the same thing. They were both a little disappointed in Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's performance, even if he became a perfected deity, he would not be worthy of so much attention from the two hallowed venerables. Chapter 1069, 3000 Chaotic Principles. 3000 Chaotic Principles. Eventide, I remember that back when you directly advanced to the level of a perfected deity, you cultivated a greater divine ability, which awed the chaos, perfected deity Zi said with a smile. Perfected deity Eventide's expression was cold as she said indifferently, I accumulated strength in the perfected Lord realm for tens of thousands of years, before cultivating a greater divine ability in one fell swoop. In terms of talent, I'm far inferior to Senior Donglai. Perfected deity Ziji's expression tensed. He also nodded and said, that's right. Perfected deity Easterly cultivated a greater divine ability in less than 3,000 years. His talent is unprecedented. If he had not encountered a calamity and fallen early, likely, if the chaotic origin stone had appeared, perfected deity Easterly could have become the 8th hallowed venerable of the chaos. Pausing, perfected deity Ziji continued, however, the invincible perfected Lord is also very extraordinary. Even if he relied on the power of the spirit flame hallowed body divine ability to kill perfected deities previously, he should also be an outstandingly talented person. It's very likely that he can cultivate a greater divine ability. Perfected deity Eventide's tone turned cold as she said, the spirit flame hallowed body was created by Senior Donglai. It was a coincidence that he could cultivate it. That's nothing much. As for cultivating a greater divine ability directly, it's only been 1,000 years since he transcended. It's already quite good that he could cultivate to the level of a perfected deity in 1,000 years. As for cultivating a greater divine ability, perfected deity Eventide shook her head. Her senior, perfected deity Easterly, was the person she admired the most in her life. However, even perfected deity Easterly, who was hailed to have the best chaotic talent, took 3,000 years to cultivate a greater divine ability. Lin Feng had only cultivated for 1,000 years. Did he think he could cultivate a greater divine ability by relying on the spirit flame hallowed body created by perfected deity Easterly? Perfected deity Eventide did not believe it at all. Perfected deity Ziji smiled. Of course he knew what was going on with the indignance in perfected deity Eventide's tone. Putting everything aside, he actually still admired Lin Feng quite a lot. After all, only Lin Feng succeeded in killing perfected deities above his level. However, the fact that the two hallowed venerables both valued Lin Feng so much puzzled perfected deities, e.g., no matter how hard he thought about it. In the pitch-black and cold dark domain of chaos, battleships shuttled through the dark domain. Laguerre failed. He was defeated by the alien lifeforms. All the abyssal monsters were slaughtered. If we're not wrong, it should be related to the chaos, where that alien lifeform was from centuries ago. That perfected deity Black Sun came from a world called the Chaos. Now, another chaotic lifeform has appeared. This is rare in the dark domain. The chaos is probably close by. That's right. Search carefully, inch by inch. We've already wandered for too long. We urgently need a world to recuperate. Otherwise, the abyssal devils will probably disappear completely from the dark domain. In the battleship, many superior devils were discussing. They had wandered for too long, and knew very well what a world meant to them. It was a goal that they could not give up at all costs. However, how difficult was it to find a world in the vast chaos? In particular, they did not have any coordinates, nor did they sense anything. Your Majesty, can you sense Laguerre? Suddenly, a devil asked the great king of Abyss, who was sitting at the top. The devil king was tall and burly, emitting an infinite, terrifying aura of the abyss. As a superior devil under my command, Laguerre is related to me by the rules of the abyss. However, he suddenly disappeared in the last battle. There's no been contact from him, and we do not know if he's dead or alive. I cannot sense him. Then, there's no better way. We can only let the abyssal beasts scatter to search for him. The dark domain is constantly flowing and changing. Even if we know that a world is close by, it's very difficult to find it. I hope we get lucky. As soon as the devil finished speaking, the great king of Abyss suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! A terrifying, surging aura swept through the entire battleship like a storm. All the devils were incomparably terrified. In the past, in the Abyss, once the Devil King was enraged, it would mean a calamity for all the abyssal devils. I found it. Haha, I finally found it. One of the beasts in the 103rd Abyssal Beast Squad approached an unfamiliar world. The King of Abyss laughed aloud. Really? Great King of Abyss, is that really a world, and not a continent fragment? Your Majesty, we encountered too many broken continent fragments in the dark domain. Some are even incomparably huge, like a real world. We still have to confirm this news ourselves as soon as possible. That's right. Those abyssal monsters are all a bunch of unintelligent and dumb beasts. They don't know the difference between continent fragments and worlds. The King of Abyss recalled their previous experiences and nodded. All right, let's go together then. Hence, countless battleships quickly changed direction. After passing through the heavy abyssal fog, finally, all the demons could see a faintly discernible world ahead. Haha, it's a world. It's definitely a world. These are complete rules of a world. How beautiful and abundant. It's not inferior to our abyss. This is the second home that the great King of Abyss led us to. At last, we don't have to wander in the chaotic dark domain anymore. After all, the devils saw this world with their own eyes, their eyes lit up with incomparable excitement. They had wandered the dark domain for a long, long time, and too many devils had died. Even the Devil King had lost his confidence, and was about to get weary of it. But now, they had suddenly found a complete world, a world as complete as the abyss. How could he not be excited? In particular, this aura was very familiar to the Devil King. By the way, this aura is very similar to that alien life form back then. Could this be the world where that alien life form was from, the chaos? The Devil King already had a vague guess. However, with the world ahead of them, never mind many demons, even the Devil King could not wait anymore. Chaos, I am coming. As the King of Abyss gave the order, countless battleships, countless abyssal monsters, and countless demons charged towards the vast chaos like madmen. The 3,000 Principles of Chaos. More and more chaotic rules gathered on Lin Feng, but every perfected deity knew that there were actually only 3,000 chaotic rules. While there were many subdivisions, they were actually all under these 3,000 chaotic rules. They were also known as the 3,000 principles. As the god of creation, Lin Feng knew very well that there appeared to be only 3,000 laws in Lin Feng's internal universe as well. This seemed to coincide with some pattern. Be it the universe or the chaos, there were only 3,000 principles. If he wanted to become a perfected deity, he had to comprehend the 3,000 chaotic rules. This was only the most basic of foundations. Next would be the divine ability deduced by Lin Feng. This was a sublimation of the chaotic rules that Lin Feng had comprehended. A perfected deity was the sublimation of life in itself, and the sublimation of a perfected lord. Without deducing a divine ability, there would be no such sublimation, and one could forget about becoming a perfected deity. Prime realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. This was the first time the divine ability he had been deducing for 300 years was displayed in the chaos. Chapter 1070, 1070 A successful conclusion, becoming a perfected deity. 1070 A successful conclusion, becoming a perfected deity. Boom. With Lin Feng as the epicenter, it was like an all-encompassing dot, but filled with a vast and holy aura. What kind of divine ability is this? Many people were shocked. This was because they saw that many chaotic rules were actually beginning to flicker as they integrated into this divine ability. It had to be known that this was a critical moment for becoming a perfected deity. It could not be said that just because one had deduced a divine ability, they had succeeded. They still had to actually verify it. Only then could one completely sublimate and become a perfected deity. 1, 2, 3. As chaotic rules were integrated into the divine ability one after another, the divine ability appeared to remain only a dot. Next, it quickly spread like ripples, majestic and emitting a terrifying might. This is a lesser divine ability. No, it doesn't seem like it. Right now, it only has the power of a lesser divine ability, but its aura is still strengthening. It's still expanding. How many chaotic rules does perfected Lord Lin Feng want to accommodate? Unimaginable. What kind of divine ability is this? Even the previously disappointed perfected deity Ziji and perfected deity Eventide's expressions turned solemn at this moment. In particular, perfected deity Eventide had originally looked down on Lin Feng, and was even a bit biased against him. But now, as one chaotic rule after another was integrated into the divine ability, her expression also turned solemn. With her insight, she could naturally see through Lin Feng's plan. How impressive and ambitious. Is it possible for one person to combine 3,000 principles? Even Master did not have such ambition. When he advanced to the perfected deity realm back then, perfected deity Eventide could also tell that Lin Feng wanted to integrate the 3,000 chaotic principles. Of course, integrating the 3,000 principles might also form the most balanced divine ability with no shortcomings. However, who could control 3,000 chaotic principles? Perfected deity Ziji's expression was also extremely solemn. He nodded and said, Lin Feng still lacks guidance from a reputed teacher. The 3,000 chaotic principles. If one can accommodate the 3,000 chaotic principles, there's no knowing how many perfected deities would be willing to accommodate them. However, the essence of a divine ability lies not in quantity. It's extremely difficult to completely master a divine ability with 3,000 chaotic principles. I originally thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to become a perfected deity. I didn't expect his ambition to be so great. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to even become a perfected deity. The two top-notch perfected deities were experienced and knowledgeable. They naturally knew the risk of Lin Feng accommodating 3,000 chaotic principles at this moment. It was really too great. He would either succeed, or die trying. None of them were very optimistic for Lin Feng. Even perfected deity Easterly, who was the most talented back then, had never thought of accommodating the 3,000 chaotic principles. After all, even a divine ability that accommodated 3,000 principles might not be the strongest divine ability. There was no need at all. What a perfected deity needed was a divine ability that was most suitable for themselves, and most compatible with their principles. This would be the strongest divine ability. No one knew that the Prime Realm was actually the divine ability most compatible with Lin Feng's principles. Along Lin Feng's path of cultivation, transforming into a universe was about consummation and perfection. Moreover, Lin Feng had a similar experience with the 3,000 chaotic principles. His universe also had 3,000 principles of the universe. 100, 200, 300, 400. Seeing the divine ability Lin Feng had condensed grew more and more terrifying, and more perfect. The discussions of many people became even more enthusiastic. Even the perfected lords understood Lin Feng's ambition. Perfected Lord Lin wants to integrate the 3,000 chaotic principles. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. This is really an unprecedented feat. Once he succeeds in integrating them, it will definitely be a greater divine ability. However, there's a high chance that he won't succeed. It's too risky. Hey, integrating 3,000 chaotic principles might not form the strongest divine ability, but it would definitely be the most consummate divine ability with the least shortcomings. That's right. Perfected Lord Lin is indeed worthy of his title of the invincible perfected deity. He's indeed bold. Unlike the two top-notch perfected deities, most of the perfected lords were amazed, and felt that Lin Feng was really bold. Since ancient times, no one had dared to integrate so many chaotic rules in a divine ability. Those perfected lords who were watching the ceremony were naturally very excited, because whether he was successful had nothing to do with them. On the other hand, the people from the Mutual Assistance Alliance and the Lin family were all very worried. This was especially the case for Yuan Zhengang. He had only become a perfected deity not long ago, so he naturally knew the inner workings of the process. Back when Yuan Zhengang became a perfected deity, he had only used a divine ability condensed from a chaotic rule, so he successfully became a perfected deity. However, Lin Feng wanted to use the 3,000 chaotic principles to condense a shocking divine ability. This was just too difficult. However, this was Lin Feng's path. No one could dissuade him. Lin Feng could only rely on himself. Moreover, Yuan Zhengang also believed that Lin Feng would not act rashly. He must have his own reasons for being confident. Otherwise, why would he agree to Yuan Zhenggang's suggestion, and invite other perfected deities to watch the ceremony? However, even Yuan Zhengang did not know Lin Feng's reason for being confident that he could definitely condense the divine ability. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was at the most critical moment of condensing a divine ability, felt calm and very peaceful. Perhaps, others would think that he was taking too much risk and being too arrogant, and was too ambitious to think of using the 3,000 chaotic principles to condense a divine ability. The strength of divine abilities were not about quantity. However, it was undeniable that the more chaotic rules there were, the more comprehensive the divine ability condensed, and the greater its potential would be. Moreover, who said that the Prime Realm was not the most suitable for Lin Feng? This Prime Realm was the one that was most compatible with Lin Feng's principles. Moreover, Lin Feng was completely confident. Because the template of the Prime Realm was actually the universe. Lin Feng could create a complete universe, let alone a mere divine ability. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Lin Feng took a very long time to condense the divine ability, a total of 10 days. In the past 10 days, more and more cultivators had gathered. Lin Feng could even sense that 2 supreme rules seemed to be approaching him. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that perhaps 2 hallowed venerables were looking at him. However, he had nothing to fear. The universe in his body was concealed very well, and even hallowed venerables could not detect it. He was even more confident in condensing a divine ability and advancing to the level of a perfected deity this time. Finally, after 10 days, the 3,000th chaotic rule was finally integrated into the Prime Realm divine ability. In the next moment, 3,000 chaotic rules suddenly erupted, and the Prime Realm instantly expanded. Boom. The terrifying aura of the divine ability swept in all directions majestically. In everyone's eyes, it was like a dazzling star rising slowly, emitting infinite majesty. Even the divine abilities in the bodies of perfected deity Eventide and perfected deity ZG seemed to be stirring. Prime Realm, condense. Lin Feng was like a deity. He extended his hand expressionlessly and pointed. The Prime Realm divine ability transformed into a round disc, and slowly fused into Lin Feng's body. Immediately, Lin Feng felt that all 3,000 principles were rumbling, and the essence of his life was sublimating. His comprehension of the chaotic principles grew deeper. He even felt that the chaotic principles had become incomparably close to his previous self at every moment. Lin Feng could even easily create a chaotic storm and destroy a chaotic continent with a wave of his hand. He could travel anywhere with ease. The chaos no longer held any secrets for him. This was a perfected deity. Even Lin Feng could not help but howl at the sky at this moment. He had cultivated ascetically in the chaos for thousands of years, experiencing all kinds of hardships in the Incendium continent, the hallowed beast continent, and the holy cities of chaos. Now, his path had finally reached a successful conclusion, and he became a perfected deity. Chapter 1071, 1071 The True Prime Realm Divine Ability. 1071 The True Prime Realm Divine Ability. He succeeded. He's really become a perfected deity. From now on, Perfected Lord Lin will become Perfected Deity Lin. Perfected Deity Lin doesn't seem to have any title yet. Previously, the Invincible Perfected Lord could be considered a title, but he can't be called the Invincible Perfected Deity, right? With so many top-notch perfected deities, even if he condensed a greater divine ability, he's far from claiming the title of Invincible Perfected Deity. Perfected Deity Lin's rise is too fast. His title has yet to spread. Many perfected lords were in high spirits. Lin Feng was like their idol. When they saw Lin Feng become a perfected deity and use the Prime Realm divine ability, just the aura he emitted was daunting. Without a doubt, it must be a greater divine ability. In other words, Lin Feng had directly used a greater divine ability to become a top-notch perfected deity. Lin Feng's deeds could be highlighted for all eras. Ha ha ha, good. From now on, our Mutual Assistance Alliance will have a top-notch perfected deity presiding over it. The people of the Mutual Assistance Alliance were all very excited. Previously, Yuan Jinggang had become a perfected deity, but he was only an ordinary perfected deity. Although Lin Feng was strong, he was ultimately a hair's breadth away from a top-notch perfected deity. But now, Lin Feng had become a perfected deity, and a perfected deity with a greater divine ability at that. From then on, it did not seem difficult for the Mutual Assistance Alliance to become one of the top factions in the chaos. Perfected Deity ZG and Perfected Deity Eventide had complicated expressions. I didn't expect him to really succeed. His reputation is not in vain. This invincible perfected deity has infinite potential. No wonder the two hallowed venerables thought highly of him. He's indeed extraordinary. Even the proud perfected deity Eventide had to laud him at this moment. Lin Feng had indeed exceeded her expectations. He had condensed a greater divine ability with the 3,000 principles of chaos. Whatever power of the divine ability for the time being, just this boldness and this feat alone were not something that just anyone could accomplish. He could be considered the strongest person in history. Lin Feng's transition to a perfected deity was met with praises all around. However, for some reason, Lin Feng felt a faint sigh coming from the two supreme rules. Dissatisfied, Lin Feng frowned slightly. He knew that the two hallowed venerables were also paying attention to him. But now, the supreme rules had retreated, and the two hallowed venerables had already retracted their gazes. They still seemed dissatisfied. Could it be that they felt that Lin Feng had not condensed the ultimate divine ability? However, since ancient times, who had ever condensed an ultimate divine ability? At this moment, hallowed venerable Stick still heaved a long sigh. The potential of the 3,000 principles of chaos is high, but he still hasn't condensed an ultimate divine ability in the end. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile nodded as well. He knew that it had always been Hallowed Venerable Styx's wish to see the birth of an ultimate divine ability, especially for a cultivator like Lin Feng, who had inherited the spirit flame hallowed body. Lin Feng was already very outstanding, and there were already few cultivators more outstanding than Lin Feng in the history of the chaos. Unfortunately, Lin Feng still could not condense the ultimate divine ability in the end, and could not allow hallowed venerable sticks to see his wish come true. As for the fact that Lin Feng might be very strong, no matter how strong he was only a top-notch perfected deity. To hallowed venerables, anyone below the level of a hallowed venerable was insignificant. There was not much need to pay attention. Lin Feng did not know what the two hallowed venerables were thinking, but he vaguely sensed that the two hallowed venerables seemed very disappointed. Swoosh. Swoosh. Perfected deity Ziji and perfected deity Eventide both flew towards Lin Feng. Congratulations, perfected deity Lin, for condensing a greater divine ability and becoming a top-notch perfected deity. Perfected deity, Ziji said with a smile. Thank you for coming to watch the ceremony, perfected deity Ziji. Perfected deity Eventide said indifferently, I'm here on Master's orders. Master asked me to hand over these 6 chaotic spirit flames to you. However, I have to remind you that the spirit flame hallowed body was created by Senior Easterly. If you want to improve further, you can only walk your own path, and deduce more of your divine ability. With that, perfected deity Eventide entered the spatial passage and disappeared. Many people looked at each other. Perfected deity Ziji also bade farewell and left. Lin Feng looked at the 6 chaotic spirit flames in his hand, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He also vaguely understood why hallowed venerable sticks had sent these 6 chaotic spirit flames. Looks like hallowed venerable sticks is still disappointed in me for not condensing an ultimate divine ability. Lin Feng pondered. He had long investigated thoroughly when cultivating the spirit flame hallowed body. The spirit flame hallowed body was created by hallowed venerable sticks' favorite disciple, perfected deity Easterly. Perfected deity Easterly's intention was to ascend the spirit flame hallowed body to the level of an ultimate divine ability, but he failed in the end. Eventually, he even died by accident. Hallowed venerable sticks had been in seclusion ever since, trying to deduce an ultimate divine ability in memory of perfected deity Easterly. However, even a hallowed venerable of his caliber could not deduce the ultimate divine ability. Lin Feng also gradually understood that hallowed venerable sticks must have placed his hopes on him. Unfortunately, even though the prime realm he had condensed was a greater divine ability, a very comprehensive greater divine ability, even, and had infinite potential. In the future, hallowed venerable sticks was still disappointed. The 2 supreme rules from before should be hallowed venerable sticks and hallowed venerable primum mobile. They were all very disappointed that he could not condense the ultimate divine ability. Only Lin Feng himself knew how daunting his prime realm was. It was far from as simple as it appeared. Ultimate divine ability. In fact, it's no longer just an ultimate divine ability, Lin Feng muttered softly. Even he himself was not sure how terrifying the true prime realm was. However, these 6 chaotic spirit flames also came at a good time. At the very least, they could push the second level of the spirit flame hallowed body to the consummate state, making it a greater divine ability. Just by relying on the spirit flame hallowed body, Lin Feng would be comparable to a top-notch perfected deity. Hence, Lin Feng instructed Yuan Zhengang to entertain the guests. Using the excuse of stabilizing his realm, he eagerly returned to the Inception continent to enter seclusion. Lin Feng indeed needed to enter seclusion. Only he knew how formidable the prime realm he had condensed was. Prime realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. In the secret chamber, Lin Feng stared at the prime realm divine ability he had condensed in front of him. It was like a sphere, beautiful, perfect, and flawless. There was not a single flaw, nor were there any shortcomings. It was very comprehensive. The 3,000 chaotic principles were all fused into one, but this was only the surface. On the surface, the prime realm was the most comprehensive and perfect divine ability, but its power might not be the strongest. At most, it was just a greater divine ability. No one in the chaos could condense an ultimate divine ability. Even someone of the hallowed venerable's ability could not deduce an ultimate divine ability. It was as if the ultimate divine ability was only a legend, and intangible. But now, Lin Feng was very certain that the ultimate divine ability might really exist. Buzz. Suddenly, a world phantom appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's body. It was the internal universe. At the same time, the divine ability he had condensed, the prime realm, was combined with the internal universe. Only at this moment did the prime realm become truly consummate. This was the true prime realm. This was because the prime realm itself was tailor-made for the internal universe. This was a divine ability condensed with a complete universe as the foundation. The infinite divine ability even far exceeded the ultimate divine ability, reaching an incredible level. Chapter 1072, 1072 Mastery of the Spirit Flame Hallowed Body. 1072 Mastery of the Spirit Flame Hallowed Body. Lin Feng slowly retracted his internal universe, and the prime realm slowly disappeared. The true prime realm divine ability had to unleash incomparably daunting power with the internal universe as basis. As for how terrifying it was, and whether it was comparable to the legendary hallowed spirit or chaotic hallowed beast, he would only know after fighting one. However, this was Lin Feng's trump card. He could not expose it lightly. In particular, this involved his internal universe and had the aura of the chaotic origin stone, which was even more reason not to expose it lightly. In terms of strength on the surface, Lin Feng's prime realm was also a greater divine ability, and had no shortcomings. Moreover, Lin Feng had the spirit flame hallowed body. This was a body-tempering divine ability. Once it was promoted to a greater divine ability, it would contain incredible power. Swoosh. Lin Feng took out 6 chaotic spirit flames. Hallowed venerable sticks had instructed perfected deity Eventide to bestow them to Lin Feng. He definitely knew that Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body had reached a bottleneck, and was just short of 6 chaotic spirit flames to attain consummation at the second level. Lin Feng naturally would not let hallowed venerable sticks down. Ignite. As Lin Feng circulated the spirit flame hallowed body technique, streams of chaotic spirit flames immediately transformed into halos. And a total of 60 halos appeared behind Lin Feng's head. Right on the heels of that, there were the 61st, 62nd, 63rd, 64th, 65th. 33 chaotic spirit flames were the threshold for the spirit flame hallowed body. With 66 chaotic spirit flames, it reached consummation at the second level. Boom. When Lin Feng fused all 66 chaotic spirit flames into one, his hallowed body suddenly shook. At the same time, Lin Feng eagerly manifested his hallowed body to fly out of the secret chamber and into the chaotic void. The manifested hallowed body went from 1 million feet, 2 million feet, 3 million feet, 4 million feet, to 5 million feet. The spirit flame hallowed body was a total of 500,000 feet tall. Its entire frame was bathed in raging flames. The people from the Mutual Assistance Alliance also discovered Lin Feng in the chaotic void. All of them were overjoyed. Alliance leader has cultivated the spirit flame hallowed body to consummation. It should be. What a terrifying aura. It's definitely a top-notch divine ability. The spirit flame hallowed body and the prime realm are both top-notch divine abilities. Does Alliance leader have 2 top-notch divine abilities? Impressive, impressive. That's a top-notch divine ability. One has to be very good to possess even one, let alone 2. Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body could indeed be considered mastered now, and had been successfully ascended to the level of a greater divine ability. In other words, just by relying on the spirit flame hallowed body, Lin Feng was comparable to a top-notch perfected deity, or even stronger. However, at this point, Lin Feng knew that the potential of the spirit flame hallowed body had been exhausted. There was still the legendary third level, which meant that the spirit flame hallowed body could accommodate a total of 99 types of chaotic spirit flames. However, even if Lin Feng continued to accommodate 67, 68, or even 99 types of chaotic spirit flames, it would only be a quantitative increase. Although the power of the spirit flame hallowed body would increase, it would not undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. At most, the spirit flame hallowed body would be a top-notch greater divine ability, but it could not become an ultimate divine ability. Hence, perfected deity Easterly still failed back then. Lin Feng was also a perfected deity now, and a top-notch one at that. He had condensed a greater divine ability himself, so his insight was naturally different from before. He could clearly see the limitations of the spirit flame hallowed body divine ability. It relied only on the chaotic spirit flames, so no matter how many were superimposed, they could not break through the shackles. The ultimate divine ability was not something that could be accumulated with quantity. What it took was a new realm, which was a qualitative change. Having completely comprehended it, Lin Feng naturally would not focus on the spirit flame hallowed body. He would not search for more chaotic spirit flames in the future. Promoting the hallowed body to the level of a greater divine ability was enough for Lin Feng. What came next was crucial to Lin Feng. This was because above the perfected deity was the hallowed venerable. The chaotic hallowed venerable needed the chaotic origin stone to master the supreme rule, and Lin Feng happened to possess a chaotic origin stone. Go, conquer all, destroy all, and modify all. In the vast chaos and the boundless dark domain, battleships were constantly converging. Countless devils had sinister and excited expressions as they glared menacingly at the huge world in front of them, the chaos. The abyssal devils had had enough of wandering. Now that they had finally discovered a complete world, they were naturally overjoyed. The great king of Abyss, Devil King Andre, was already standing in the dark domain. All the devils had already firmly locked onto the chaos. Even though the dark domain was constantly flowing, as long as they did not venture too far into the dark domain, they could sense the chaos. Great King of Abyss, the abyssal monsters have been released. There's still a batch of inferior devils. Do you want to release them? The superior devil reported respectfully. There's no hurry, no hurry. There should also be a ruler in this chaos. We have to confirm the forces the chaos possesses before making plans. We've already lost the abyss. There's no way of regaining every bit of strength we lose. Therefore, we have to be cautious. Let the abyssal monsters explore first, and see the reaction of the chaotic life forms. As you command, Great King of Abyss. These devils all smiled sinisterly. In terms of war, the abyssal devils were experts. Back when the Nirvana, Netherworld, and Abyss fought, the Abyss always had an advantage. The reason was very simple. There were almost infinite abyssal monsters that could be used as cannon fodder in the Abyss. Although these abyssal monsters might not be strong, there were simply too many of them. They were simply infinite. The strongest ones were also comparable to inferior devils. In fact, their strength was not bad. If a war broke out, the abyssal monsters would be the best cannon fodder. Looking at the endless stream of abyssal monsters, the devils all smiled. It was as if they had returned to the Abyss. At that time, they were all high and mighty overlords of the Abyss, commanding billions of abyssal monsters to conquer one place after another in Nirvana and the Netherworld. Death was the favorite of devils, and blood was their instinct. Only death and blood could make demons stronger. However, in the dark domain, they had become a wandering race, and could no longer return to their former glory. Now that they had found a complete world, war had broken out again. This was the scene the devils looked forward to the most. Gore. There were countless abyssal monsters with bodies massive to the extreme, and strength powerful to the extreme. They were almost comparable to chaotic spirit beasts, even top-notch chaotic spirit beasts and some ordinary chaotic hallowed beasts. Immediately, the flames of war were ignited everywhere in the chaos. Countless chaotic continents were slaughtered by the swarming abyssal monsters. The 7 great and powerful hallowed venerables were finally alarmed by this sudden upheaval, and woke up one after another. Chapter 1073, 1073 Divine War Order. 1073 Divine War Order. Prima Mobile, you should be awake, right? What's going on? There's the aura of so many alien life forms. They're completely different from chaos, and are definitely not chaotic life forms. Could they be life forms from another world? If they're life forms from another world, we'll be in big trouble. Styx, you're awake too. One after another daunting consciousness woke, communicating in the unseen world. These thoughts were all the thoughts of the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables. Normally, the chaotic hallowed venerables were all slumbering. It was too boring, and they could not advance in cultivation, so they would naturally fall into a slumber. However, one of the 7 hallowed venerables would usually stay behind to guard the chaos. The one guarding the chaos this time was hallowed venerable primum mobile. Hence, hallowed venerable primum mobile was awake. As for hallowed venerable Styx, ever since perfected deity Easterly died, he had been deducing the ultimate divine ability. He was also awake. Swoosh. A few more figures suddenly appeared in hallowed venerable primum mobile's secret chamber. They all ignored the various divine arrays set up by hallowed venerable primum mobile. This was because to chaotic hallowed venerables, who grasped the supreme rule, all divine arrays and arrays were useless to them. The 7 hallowed venerables were already gathered. Such a situation was rare. Hallowed venerable primum mobile glanced at all the chaotic hallowed venerables. As expected, they had all awakened. Then, he waved his hand, and an image appeared in the secret chamber. Countless beasts were slaughtering wantonly, and some chaotic lifeforms and chaotic perfected lords could not resist them at all. There were simply too many of them. These monsters are not chaotic lifeforms, but lifeforms that suddenly charged into the chaos from the chaotic dark domain. I suspect that they are lifeforms from another world, hallowed venerable primum mobile said with a solemn expression. Lifeforms from another world. If they're really lifeforms from another world, this is troublesome. Hallowed venerable Luster's expression was solemn. He had just woken up, but when he heard about lifeforms from another world, he knew that it meant an ordeal. Everyone, our chaos has been at peace for too long. The chaos is in the dark domain, and is only in a remote corner. We all know the danger of the dark domain, but we did not even take the initiative to explore the dark domain. Unexpectedly, we are still discovered by the alien lifeforms in the dark domain. The situation is very grim. Hallowed venerable primum mobile's words made the other 6 hallowed venerables fall silent. They all knew that the chaos was not the center at all. They even knew that the chaos was only a remote corner of the vast dark domain, but they did not dare to explore it. The reason was naturally that the chaos was very special. In the current chaos, there were originally 9 supreme rules. Only by gathering them could one mobilize the power of the chaos. However, after so long, only 7 chaotic origin stones had appeared, and there were only 7 chaotic hallowed venerables. Hence, the current chaos was experiencing a special period. Even lifeforms from other worlds would not be rejected when they entered the chaos. In fact, lifeforms from other worlds could even obtain chaotic origin stones to become hallowed venerables of chaos. If such a thing really happened, it would be colonization, and the other chaotic hallowed venerables wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Hence, for all these years, the chaotic hallowed venerables all hoped that the chaotic origin stones could appear and give rise to 2 other chaotic hallowed venerables. It would make the positions of hallowed venerables full, and the chaos to be consummate. That way, the chaos would not have to fear the threat of the dark domain, and could even take the initiative to attack. Unfortunately, the 8th chaotic origin stone had never appeared. For this reason, the rule agreed upon by the 7 hallowed venerables, that hallowed venerables could not interfere with the chaotic origin stone, became useless. These alien lifeforms are all below ordinary chaotic spirit beasts. Even if there's a large amount of them, it's not a big deal. The key is that I suspect that there are some stronger alien lifeforms hidden in the dark domain of chaos. There might even be some hallowed venerable level entities among them. That's right. We have to find the strongest entity on the other side. If he's not much stronger than us, the 7 of us can even join forces and kill him. In the chaos, we can use the power of chaos. Why would we fear another hallowed venerable level entity? But we have to figure out the origins of these alien lifeforms first. What's so difficult about that? I'll just capture some alien lifeforms first. A divine glint flashed across hallowed venerable primum mobile's eyes. He circulated the supreme rule. Immediately, one of the Countless abyssal monsters was silently grabbed by a huge hand, and instantly dragged into the spatial passage. Swoosh! An abyssal monster struggled wildly. Unfortunately, it was firmly suppressed by the power of the hallowed venerable. Soul search. The hallowed venerables could mobilize the rules to read souls and memories. No matter how the beast struggled, its memories were still read by the hallowed venerables. Gradually, the expressions of the chaotic hallowed venerables turned solemn. They come from the abyss, and are wandering lifeforms. A total of 15 hallowed venerable level entities in the abyss, the nirvana, and the netherworld were all destroyed by the celestial devils. How terrifying! These are abyssal devils under the command of the Abyss King Andre. Is there only one hallowed venerable level entity? As long as we find Andre, we can deal with him. However, this King of Abyss is very cunning. He's hiding in the dark domain, and seems to be observing us. These devils are all the most sinister and cunning, and the King of Abyss is naturally one of the best among them. He is hiding in the dark domain because he wanted to wait for us to attack. He wanted to use these abyssal monsters as cannon fodder to figure out the strength of the 7 hallowed venerables before attacking. No, we can't attack first. Hidden enemies are the most nefarious. If the abyss is destroyed, these abyssal devils will definitely give their all to occupy a world. It's very easy to kill these devils, but if we expose our strength and are defeated by Abyss King Andre one by one, we'll be in trouble. That's right, we have to stay on guard. These are abyssal monsters. They haven't even mobilized the devils, and are clearly testing us. Then, we'll gather the cultivators in the holy cities of chaos. We also have perfected lords and perfected deities. They can also contribute to resisting the lifeforms from the other world. That's right. Let the people below fight. It can also test the combat power of chaotic lifeforms. Even those chaotic divine beasts have to participate in the battle. The 7 of us hallowed venerables will wait for an opportunity to find the whereabouts of Abyss King Andre. Once we find him, we'll give our all to kill him immediately. The 7 hallowed venerables all came to an agreement. This was a calamity for the chaos. Then, all living beings in the chaos were obligated to contribute their strength. Even those chaotic divine beasts and chaotic spirit beasts had to contribute their strength. A divine war. Hence, the 7 hallowed venerables returned to their holy cities one after another, and gave the order for the divine war. Anyone who received the news of the divine battle could not disobey. Those who denied the orders of the hallowed venerables would be killed without mercy. This was the divine war order. This was also why the 7 hallowed venerables had established the holy cities of chaos. The holy cities of chaos could gather most of the cultivators in the chaos, and the divine battle order could also be quickly transmitted. For a moment, the entire chaos changed. Be it chaotic perfected lords or chaotic perfected deities, they were all shocked. The appearance of the divine war order represented a great war. Chapter 1074, 1074 Something serious had occurred. 1074 Something serious had occurred. Swoosh. In a secret chamber in the Mutual Assistance Alliance on the Inception continent, Lin Feng opened his eyes. So, this is the mystery of hallowed venerables. A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Feng's eyes, but his expression was a little complicated, and even vaguely resigned. Swoosh. Lin Feng flipped his palm, and the chaotic origin stone appeared. The Inception continent was also some distance away from the holy city of chaos. It was out of range of the supreme rule. Hence, no one would discover the chaotic origin stone. Ever since Lin Feng became a perfected deity, he was qualified to comprehend the supreme rule in the chaotic origin stone. There was indeed a supreme rule in this chaotic origin stone. The so-called supreme rule was above all chaotic rules, just like the heirloom seal of the emperor of a mortal country. It was orthodox. Only by obtaining the heirloom seal could one be considered legitimate and inherit the throne. It was the same for the supreme rule. Only by mastering this supreme rule could one link their perfected spirit to the chaos. As long as the chaos was not destroyed, a hallowed venerable would not die. The secret of the chaotic hallowed venerables was right in front of Lin Feng. This supreme rule could only be comprehended by specific cultivators. It was not something that could be comprehended by just anyone. Countless people had actually obtained the first 7 chaotic origin stones, but why were only 7 hallowed venerables able to stand out and eventually master the supreme rule? It was because not everyone could comprehend the supreme rule. Now that Lin Feng had obtained the chaotic origin stone, and he had also become a perfected deity, he was also qualified to comprehend this supreme rule. However, Lin Feng was not happy. It was not that he could not comprehend this supreme rule. Lin Feng had yet to try if he could. It was because if he wanted to become a chaotic hallowed venerable, he had to link his perfected spirit completely to the chaos. Subconsciously, Lin Feng actually sensed that the chaos had a will. Moreover, once he were to link his perfected spirit to the chaos, it would mean completely entrusting his life to the chaos. At that time, his internal universe would definitely be exposed to chaos. Lin Feng did not know if the will of chaos would allow a complete universe with the reincarnation realm to appear. However, it was destined for him to encounter difficulties when becoming a hallowed venerable. Lin Feng even had further considerations. So what if he became a hallowed venerable of chaos? The chaos would be the cause of both his success and failure. Once his perfected spirit was entrusted to the chaos, it could never be separated from the chaos, and would not even have the chance to continue growing unless the chaos continued to grow as well. It was not the hallowed venerables who controlled the chaos, but the chaos that controlled the hallowed venerables. Perhaps it felt a little incredulous, but after Lin Feng comprehended the supreme rules in the chaotic origin stone, he immediately understood this principle. If not for the internal universe, Lin Feng would definitely choose to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. However, Lin Feng had his own internal universe. Although it might be far inferior to the chaos, Lin Feng was the master of the internal universe, and controlled it completely. Even the reincarnation realm had appeared, and it was a miniature version of chaos. The internal universe truly contained infinite potential. Lin Feng looked at this chaotic origin stone. Countless people went mad over it. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables were no exception. The chaotic origin stone was useless to the hallowed venerables, and the hallowed venerables could not interfere. However, they still had disciples and family. In short, the chaotic origin stone was the greatest treasure in the chaos. Who wouldn't want it? Lin Feng closed his eyes. He was also in a serious dilemma. With the chaotic origin stone in hand, as long as he comprehended the supreme rule, he might be able to become a chaotic hallowed venerable, ascend to the top in a single leap, and become the top entity in the chaos. However, if he let go, he would have to slowly expand his internal universe. There was no knowing when it would become comparable to chaos. One could imagine the difficulties and obstacles involved. This was a difficult choice, but Lin Feng did not hesitate for too long, and quickly made the decision. He placed the chaotic origin stone back into his internal universe. The chaotic origin stone is good, and hallowed venerables are very powerful, but that's not my path. Lin Feng muttered softly, and his gaze became more and more determined. His path was already decided from the moment he transformed into the universe. Right now, Lin Feng's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. However, it was precisely because he had reached a bottleneck that Lin Feng could better determine his direction and his future path of cultivation. He only had one direction, one path, and that was the internal universe. He could no longer improve his divine ability. Even the foundation of the divine ability lay in the internal universe. The stronger the internal universe, the stronger Lin Feng's prime realm divine ability would be. It might not be able to resist a hallowed venerable now, but that might change in the future. If the internal universe expanded further, and the reincarnation realm became more complete, it might be able to contend with a hallowed venerable someday. However, now, Lin Feng also learned the nature of his internal universe, which was to devour. No wonder the will of the origin universe was in conflict with his internal universe. They were practically irreconcilable. It turned out that there was only one way to expand both the internal universe and the origin universe, and that was to devour. By Transforming the energy of others into the energy of the universe, it could continue to expand. In fact, someday, when Lin Feng's internal universe became strong to a certain extent, it would not be impossible for it to devour the entire chaos. Of course, that would take an extremely long time. Perhaps he would never be able to develop to that point. The path Lin Feng had taken was unprecedented. Lin Feng had to slowly explore everything himself. Divine War Order. Anyone who receives the news of the Divine War will follow my orders and head to the base of the Holy City. This time, we will recruit chaotic perfected lords, chaotic perfected deities, chaotic spirit beasts, and chaotic divine beasts. Within 10 days, anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy, in the joint name of the 7 hallowed venerables. Boom. Just as Lin Feng was about to exit seclusion, a voice sounded in his mind. It was like the toll of bells, shaking him until he felt dizzy. For a moment, he did not understand what was going on. Divine War Order. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of this so-called Divine War Order. However, he knew very well that this was a recruitment order personally issued by Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile. Who would dare to disobey it? Looks like something major has happened. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Then, his figure flashed as he stepped out of the secret chamber. At this moment, the entire chaos was in an uproar. The Divine War Order had been issued. Moreover, it was not just one Divine War Order, but 7 Divine War Orders jointly issued by the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables. Who would dare to disobey? In fact, even those chaotic divine beasts and chaotic hallowed beasts, which had always been at odds with cultivators, followed the orders of the hallowed venerables and headed to the holy cities of chaos. What exactly happened? This was something all cultivators wanted to know. Near the dark domain of chaos, cultivators naturally sent back news of the attack of a large number of abyssal monsters. Gradually, news about monsters, the dark domain of chaos, alien lifeforms, and so on appeared incessantly. Everyone was stunned. They did not know how so much chaotic information suddenly came about, nor if it was true. However, everyone knew very well that something serious had occurred. Chapter 1075, 1075 Battlefield. 1075 Battlefield. Alliance Leader, something serious has indeed happened. As soon as Lin Feng walked out of the secret chamber, he saw Perfected Lord Long and Perfected Deity Yuan arrive in the hall. Perfected Lord Long's expression was solemn. He had clearly received the news. What's the serious matter? Perfected Lord Long glanced at Lin Feng and Yuan Zhengang. These were the 2 mainstays of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, the only 2 perfected deities. In the past, he was also the Alliance deputy leader like Yuan Zhengang. But now, although both were still Alliance deputy leaders, in terms of status and identity, Perfected Lord Long was actually slightly inferior to Yuan Zhengang. This was the change brought about by strength, and nothing else. For this reason, apart from working hard to cultivate, Perfected Lord Long worked even harder to develop the Mutual Assistance Alliance. The rest of the time, Alliance Leader, according to the information our Mutual Assistance Alliance has just obtained, a large group of monsters charged out of the dark domain of chaos. They claimed to be some kind of abyssal monsters, and charged into the chaos from all directions to slaughter wantonly. Those monsters are also very terrifying. Even the weakest of them are comparable to chaotic spirit beasts, and the stronger ones are even comparable to some divine beasts. The Divine War Order was issued to deal with those abyssal monsters. Abyssal monsters. Lin Feng's heart sank as he pondered. Had the abyssal monsters finally found the chaos? Lin Feng knew very well that what was truly terrifying was not the abyssal monsters. Those abyssal monsters were just cannon fodder. It was those abyssal devils, which were comparable to chaotic perfected deities and chaotic divine beasts. The alien lifeforms have already arrived. Why did the 7 hallowed venerables not attack, and issued the Divine War Orders instead? Lin Feng did not know what the 7 hallowed venerables were thinking, but the 7 hallowed venerables definitely knew that those abyssal devils were lifeforms from another world. After all, they could find out by capturing any abyssal monster. However, no matter what the seven hallowed venerables thought, the divine war order had already been issued. No one in Holy City Primum Mobile dared to disobey it. Lin Feng could even somewhat understand why the hallowed venerables built these holy cities of chaos. Back then, Lin Feng had already found it very strange. The chaotic hallowed venerables built the holy cities of chaos, but did not directly manage them. They remained aloof from the matters. Did they just intend to build a holy land for cultivation? Only now that this divine war order was issued did Lin Feng come to a realization. It turned out that the Holy Land was built to gather a large number of cultivators, especially top-notch cultivators. Otherwise, even with the ability of the hallowed venerables, how could they gather cultivators from all over the chaos? It was impossible. Only by establishing holy cities could cultivators in or near the holy cities be kept from escaping. They had to take action upon receiving the divine war order. Alliance leader, what should we do? Perfected Lord Long asked. We'll act as usual. The divine war order has appeared. Who dares to disobey the combined forces of the seven hallowed venerables? However, don't worry. With the seven hallowed venerables around, mere monsters are nothing. Days passed. Countless perfected lords and perfected deities gathered in front of the commander's platform. The place was very spacious, and would not have trouble accommodating any amount of people. On the commander's platform, a figure suddenly appeared. A vast aura like chaos surged towards them and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. Even top-notch perfected deities sincerely accepted his command. They bowed respectfully and said, "Long live the hallowed venerable." This was a hallowed venerable primum mobile, one of the top 7 hallowed venerables in the chaos. Under the divine war order, everyone is to get ready for war. Alien lifeforms from the dark domain of chaos have appeared and are slaughtering chaotic lifeforms. All of you are chaotic lifeforms who have attained success in cultivation. You should naturally contribute to the chaos. The Holy City's treasure vault will now be opened. Killing alien lifeforms on the battlefield can be converted into contribution points. With contribution points, you can exchange for any treasure in the Holy City's treasure vault. Everyone was overjoyed. It was the treasure vault of the Holy City, where chaotic hallowed venerables kept things collected over billions of years, and spent infinite resources to build. There were countless treasures stored inside, including top-notch chaotic spirit treasures, rare miraculous items, and so on. Everything could be found there, even greater divine abilities. No one had expected that with the divine war order this time, the hallowed venerables would actually be willing to open the treasure vault of the Holy City. For a moment, all the perfected lords and perfected deities were eager to fight. Moreover, with the chaotic hallowed venerable in the chaos, how could they possibly lose? 7 hallowed venerables were equivalent to the incarnations of 7 chaos. They could mobilize chaotic energy and were almost invincible in the chaos. This was the confidence of all the perfected lords and perfected deities. Hence, under the personal lead of hallowed venerable primum mobile, all the perfected lords and perfected deities in the Holy City primum mobile formed the primum mobile legion. Hallowed venerable primum mobile used a supreme method to open a huge spatial passage, and escorted everyone in the primum mobile legion to the front line. Buzz. Rings of spatial ripples gradually spread. The perfected lords and perfected deities of the primum mobile legion stepped out of the spatial passage one after another. Immediately, a large number of abyssal monsters appeared in front of them. Those are cultivators from the Holy City Styx, right? They're not the only ones. There's also Holy City Luster. 7 holy cities, 7 hallowed venerables, and 7 legions. What are mere alien lifeforms? Haha, test the prowess of my divine ability. As soon as the perfected lords and perfected deities of the 7 legions attacked, they immediately restrained the attacks of the abyssal monsters. Although the abyssal monsters were very numerous and incomparably strong, how could they compare to divine abilities? In particular, in the chaos, the power of rule-tempering divine abilities would not decline. With a single divine ability, tens of thousands of abyssal monsters were reduced to ashes. This was the terrifying aspect of the rule-tempering divine ability. In the chaos, the power of rule-tempering divine abilities was undoubtedly slightly stronger than body-tempering divine abilities. They're indeed abyssal monsters. Lin Feng was also on the battlefield. When he saw a large number of abyssal monsters surging out of the dark domain of chaos continuously, his heart skipped a beat. He was not that optimistic, because he knew that these abyssal monsters were just cannon fodder. There were also countless devils. They were the main forces of the abyss. But now, they did not see a single devil. Clearly, the King of Abyss was also testing the power of chaos. The devils were not the only ones testing their enemy. In reality, the 7 hallowed venerables were also testing them. Until they were completely confident, the 7 hallowed venerables probably would not attack. Otherwise, they would not have issued the divine war order. They could just attack directly. No matter what these abyssal devils were plotting, no matter what doubts the 7 hallowed venerables had, to Lin Feng, the moment he, a top-notch perfected deity, put down the chaotic origin stone, his path to becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable had actually been severed. He only had one path, and that was to strengthen his internal universe. Enhancement of the internal universe required plundering and devouring a large amount of energy. These abyssal monsters were only cannon fodder of the abyss, but to Lin Feng's internal universe, they were great tonics. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be missed. Hence, Lin Feng let out a long howl. He manifested his hallowed body, and took the lead to charge into the dark domain of chaos. Chapter 1076, 1076 Merit Rankings. 1076 Merit Rankings. Someone has charged into the dark domain of chaos. Eh? This person is very unfamiliar. Which perfected deity is he? I've been slumbering for so long, I'm not too sure. It's Lin Feng. He cultivated the spirit flame hallowed body, and in just 1,000 years, he's become a top-notch perfected deity who has cultivated a greater divine ability. His potential is infinite. As Lin Feng charged into the dark domain of chaos, he naturally attracted the attention of the 7 hallowed venerables. The other 5 hallowed venerables did not know about Lin Feng. After all, they were all slumbering. However, hallowed venerable Styx and hallowed venerable Primum Mobile knew him very well. In particular, Lin Feng was still in the Primum Mobile Legion. Let these little fellows attack. We don't have to interfere. We just need to find the King of Abyss. Also, set up the merit rankings. Kills can be recorded in any place in range of the chaotic rules. It can also be considered a little benefit for chaotic cultivators. These chaotic hallowed venerables all smiled. They were great and powerful. Why would they need so many cultivation resources? How many precious resources would the 7 holy cities receive every year? They were simply innumerable. Normally, the hallowed venerables would only reward some disciples, and would not offer them at all. But things were different now. With the invasion of alien lifeforms and the establishment of the merit rankings, one could obtain merit through kills, and exchange them for various treasures in the Holy City's treasure vault. Buzz. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile waved his hand. Immediately, a flag appeared in the chaotic void. It was the merit rankings, densely filled with 10,000 names. These were the top 10,000 on the merit rankings, the perfected lords or perfected deities who had the highest kill count. The golden words even stimulated the competitive spirit of many perfected lords or perfected deities, forming a benign competition. Merit rankings. As soon as Lin Feng flew into the dark domain of chaos, he also saw the merit rankings. It was densely packed with many names, but most of them were perfected deities. In particular, those at the top were top-notch perfected deities. Lin Feng was not ranked within. He had not attacked at all previously. Moreover, he did not care about this ranking. The first reason he charged into the dark domain of chaos was firstly to slightly avoid attracting attention. Even if the dark domain of chaos was not far, at least the chaotic hallowed venerables would not be able to observe it with such ease. Secondly, it was to transfer more abyssal monsters into the internal universe, so that the internal universe could expand. Now that Lin Feng had already found his path, which was to let the internal universe devour and plunder, he naturally would not miss any opportunity. However, he could not go too far into the dark domain of chaos. Otherwise, he would not be able to sense the chaotic rules, and would get lost in the chaotic dark domain. The gains would not make up for the losses. Lin Feng took the lead and charged into the dark domain of chaos. There were even more abyssal monsters here, and they were everywhere. They were dense as a tide. Spirit Flame Hallowed Body. Lin Feng manifested the Spirit Flame Hallowed Body. Immediately, the huge 500,000 feet tall hallowed body appeared. With a wave of his hand, infinite chaotic spirit flames smashed down hard with the power of 60 types of chaotic spirit flames. Immediately, a large number of abyssal monsters were reduced into ashes. Be it the abyssal monsters comparable to top-notch chaotic spirit beasts, or ordinary chaotic divine beasts, none of them could withstand a single strike from Lin Feng. Moreover, not only did he use the spirit flame hallowed body to kill them, he even used his internal universe in conjunction, and secretly expanded it. Using the power of the internal universe, he swept up many abyssal monsters in an instant. This happened without anyone knowing. The 7 hallowed venerables did not use the supreme rules to envelop the battlefield. Hence, apart from Lin Feng, no one knew about his secretive moves. Hence, Lin Feng was incomparably at ease. He was like a ferocious tiger among a flock of sheep, reaping the lives of the abyssal monsters in a frenzy. Countless abyssal monsters were even transferred into the internal universe. It expanded wildly. This was Lin Feng's cultivation, and this was Lin Feng's path. Ever since Lin Feng entered the chaos, he had never felt so carefree. At this moment, the names on the merit rankings were constantly changing. Many people were paying attention to the merit rankings. As long as there was a ranking, there would be competition and attention. Even perfected deities were not exempt. After all, there were differences even among perfected deities. That's the ancestor of our Spirit Sword sect, perfected deity Spirit Sword. He's ranked 1800th and has the Spirit Sword divine ability. He's really impressive. Our ancestor Fire Cliff is ranked 997th on the merit rankings, and has already entered the top 1000. Your Spirit Sword sect is nothing. Impressive, impressive. Old Mangord is actually hiding his strength. He's always been an itinerant cultivator, and no one paid attention to him. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Look, he's almost entered the top 500 on the merit rankings. Many perfected lords and perfected deities were actually paying attention to the rankings of their ancestors or masters. The reason was very simple. These perfected deity ancestors were usually wary of each other. As long as their perfected spirits were intact, no one was confident that they could kill each other completely. Hence, the number of battles between perfected deities could be counted on one hand, and it was impossible to determine the winner. But now, life forms from another world had invaded the chaos, and the hallowed venerables had even established the merit rankings. This could indirectly reflect the strength of the various perfected deities. Of course, this was not absolute. For example, in terms of kill count, a large-scale rule-tempering divine ability would definitely have an advantage over a body-tempering divine ability. Being ranked did not indicate strength. It was just a reference. Even so, many people still discussed it enthusiastically. Compared to the constantly changing ranking on the merit rankings, the top 50 were almost completely stable, and remained very stable. Without exception, the top 50 were all top-notch perfected deities. It was a body-tempering divine ability, but as long as it was ascended to a greater divine ability, its power would be terrifying. With a single strike, countless abyssal monsters would be reduced to ashes. Look, that's the Alliance leader. He's ranked 28th. The 28th Alliance leader is really impressive. Haha, from now on, who in our Mutual Assistance Alliance dares to underestimate us? As Lin Feng attacked, his ranking immediately skyrocketed to 28th. It had to be known that the top 50 were All top-notch perfected deities, and all of them had greater divine abilities. The first reason Lin Feng's ranking could rise so quickly was that the spirit flame-hallowed body was indeed very extraordinary. Secondly, it was because he had ventured deep into the dark domain of chaos. There were infinite abyssal monsters there at every moment, so it was naturally very easy to kill them. However, 28th place was about Lin Feng's current limit. Those ranked above all cultivated rule-tempering divine abilities which were even more terrifying than Lin Feng's spirit flame-hallowed body. With a single strike, they could reduce hundreds of thousands, or millions of abyssal monsters to ashes. Such was the might of divine abilities. Even Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He could not underestimate other top-notch perfected deities. Some divine abilities awed even him. The chaotic cultivators unleashed their prowess. With their divine abilities, all the abyssal monsters were reduced to ashes. No matter how many of them there were, it was futile. For a moment, the chaotic cultivators had the absolute advantage. In the dark domain of chaos, battleships emitted a cold black light. In the battleships, the devils were about to lose their patience. They were born for war and killing. Great King of the Abyss, the devil army requests to enter battle. A great devil that was larger than other devils, and had a status higher than even superior devils, made a request to King Andre of the Abyss to enter battle. Chapter 1077 The Power of the Prime Realm. 1077 The Power of the Prime Realm. Abyss King Andre was also known as the King of Deception in the Abyss. He was the most cunning and insidious devil king. Back when the celestial devils invaded, the other 4 kings of the Abyss all died in battle. Only Andre escaped into the dark domain with some of his subordinates, preserving some future hope for the Abyss. This was enough to show how sinister and cunning Andre was. Andre had always hidden in the dark domain of chaos, and he was very, very far away. He was so far that even chaotic hallowed venerables might not be able to find him if they entered the dark domain of chaos. However, Andre commanded many devils and abyssal monsters, which allowed him to always pinpoint the position of the chaos. Thus, there was no risk of losing their way at all. He was wary of the 7 hallowed venerables of the chaos. Through the attacks of the abyssal monsters during this period of time, the devils gradually collected a lot of information about them. The 7 chaotic hallowed venerables were equivalent to 7 devil kings. Of course, their exact strength was still unknown, but this was what Andre was most wary of. Normally, when invading another world, one had to know how strong the other party's world's dominant power was. Andre was wary of the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables. Similarly, the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables were also wary of Andre. Both parties were like hidden beasts now. They would not attack lightly, but once they attacked, they would definitely kill with a single strike. Hence, they were both very cautious. Andre glanced at the devils under his command. These devils had grown up in times of war in the Abyss, and were not afraid of war at all. However, they were the last hope of the Abyss. Andre had to be careful. Go. All of you, go together. Remember, don't leave the dark domain of chaos, and let those chaotic lifeforms attack. When those chaotic lifeforms can't hold out anymore, the chaotic hallowed venerables will definitely attack. Once they attack, I can estimate their strength. Then, we'll win half of this war. Go, let them see the power of us abyssal devils. With a command from the King of Deception, Andre, countless devils immediately cheered. This was war, the most holy battle, the battle for survival. Were devils afraid of war? They had grown up in war. Why would they be afraid of war? Hence, as battleships opened one after another, devils with wings and strange appearances appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Every devil was comparable to a perfected deity. Inferior devils were comparable to ordinary perfected deities, while superior devils were comparable to top-notch perfected deities. The devils unleashed all kinds of powerful spells. Although they were not in the Abyss, the abyssal spells were engraved in their pneumas. At most, the power of the spells would be slightly weaker. Moreover, the bodies of many devils were extremely powerful, not inferior to chaotic divine beasts. In addition, there were simply too many devils that surged out at once. Some perfected lords and perfected deities who ventured deep into the chaos failed to hold out as soon as they came into contact with the enemy. Thump. A perfected lord was cruelly torn into pieces by the devils with sinister smiles. What was even more terrifying was that as soon as his perfected spirit appeared, it was actually devoured by the infinite dark domain of chaos. It could not enter the chaos to reincarnate and cultivate again. In other words, if one died in the dark domain of chaos, they would die completely. This upheaval immediately made many perfected lords and perfected deities hesitate. They did not dare to step forward. If they were in the chaos, so what if they died? Their perfected spirits would not be destroyed. At worst, if they died in this lifetime, they could reincarnate and cultivate again. If they were lucky, they would not suffer any losses at all. However, if they died in the dark domain of chaos, they would really be dead. They would not even have the chance to reincarnate and cultivate again. The 7 chaotic hallowed venerables also frowned when they saw the scene in front of them. Andre was known as the king of deception. He was indeed sinister and cunning. Up until now, the 7 hallowed venerables had yet to find any traces of Andre's true form. Moreover, the attacks of the abyssal devils never exceeded the range of the dark domain of chaos. As a result, the chaotic perfected lords and perfected deities hesitated and did not dare to approach. This was because once they entered the dark domain of chaos, the greatest advantage of perfected lords and perfected deities would be gone. It was that as long as the chaos still stood, the perfected spirit would not be destroyed. Once they died in the dark domain of chaos, they would truly be dead. This Andre is indeed very cunning. He must know the various techniques we cultivate in the chaos. That's why he deliberately prevented the devils from leaving the dark domain of chaos. He won't come out, but we have no choice but to charge in. Hallowed Venerable. Luster said with a frown. This situation was very disadvantageous. The abyssal devils could stall for time, but the chaos could not. Could they keep stalling here forever? Moreover, the 7 hallowed venerables could not attack now. The enemy was in the chaos, and they had not even found his true form. If they attacked rashly, Andre would find out the details of their forces. It would be a disaster for the entire chaos. For the chaos, they could only attack by force now. Attack by force. Get all the perfected lords and perfected deities to charge into the dark domain of chaos. Just ensure that they can sense the chaotic rules. Kill all these abyssal devils. Let's see if Andre can sit still then. A sharp glint flashed across the eyes of the 7 hallowed venerables. They knew that by giving this order, the chaos would definitely suffer huge losses. A large number of perfected lords and perfected deities would even truly fall. However, this was war. In a war with alien lifeforms, it was kill or be killed. There was no way to compromise at all. Attack. With the order of the 7 hallowed venerables, even though these perfected lords and perfected deities were very hesitant, they had no choice but to charge into the chaos. As long as they were not too far from the chaos, and could still sense the chaotic rules, they could use rule-tempering divine abilities. At most, the power of the divine ability would be weakened a little. The devils are out. Lin Feng had always been in the dark domain of chaos. Previously, he was awe-inspiring and practically invincible. He was like a fiery god of war, and killed countless abyssal monsters. Hence, as soon as the devils charged out, they targeted Lin Feng. Swoosh. 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 A total of 3 superior devils surrounded Lin Feng at once. Hey, admire the spell of the great superior devil grow. Gaze of death. And my abyssal swamp. I shall reap your life. Scythe of death. All 3 superior devils were not inferior to Laguerre, and might even be stronger. They were comparable to top-notch perfected deities. They surrounded Lin Feng at once, and used their 3 strongest spells one after another. Even without the enhancement of the abyss, the power of the spells inscribed in the abyssal pneuma was no small matter, comparable to greater divine abilities. The 3 abyssal spells instantly confined Lin Feng on the spot. Even the spirit flame hallowed body could not break free. Gore. Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body roared at the sky. However, he did not just have the spirit flame hallowed body divine ability. He also had the rule tempering divine ability. Prime Realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the magnificent Prime Realm enveloped the 3 devils like a bubble. Even without using the internal universe, the Prime Realm was still a greater divine ability, and a divine ability with no shortcomings in all aspects. Thump. The Prime Realm shattered instantly like a bubble. The 3 devils cried out in agony, and their bodies were instantly reduced to ashes. They left only the 3 abyssal pneumas behind, which tried to escape at once. Just like chaotic cultivators, the pneuma of the abyssal devils was the essence of their bodies. As long as the pneuma was not damaged, the devils would not die. Trying to escape. Retrieve. Lin Feng's huge spirit flame hallowed body made a grab, but he had actually already secretly used the power of his internal universe to circulate it. Immediately, the 3 pneumas of the superior devils were swept into the internal universe, and thrown directly into the hell of the reincarnation realm. The terrifying power of reincarnation immediately began to obliterate the 3 pneumas. At this moment, as Lin Feng killed the 3 superior devils on the merit rankings, his ranking instantly soared from the 28th to the 1st place. There were 2 shining words, Lin Feng, first on the merit rankings. Chapter 1078 first on the merit leaderboard. 1078 first on the merit leaderboard. What? The first on the merit rankings has changed. Lin Feng, which Lin Feng is it? That former invincible perfected lord who just became a perfected deity, and became a top-notch perfected deity at one go. Wow, he must have just killed 3 devils, and superior devils at that. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to obtain so much merit value at once. Superior devils are comparable to top-notch perfected deities, and they are extremely difficult to deal with. One be lucky to defeat them. Kill them. Likely, only the disciples of those hallowed venerables can do it. All the perfected lords and perfected deities could see the shining words on the merit rankings. At this moment, everyone knew Lin Feng's name. The people of the Mutual Assistance Alliance were naturally overjoyed, and even a little incredulous. Many cultivators who knew Lin Feng's title as Invincible Perfected Lord had thoughtful expressions. Perfected deity Eventide's eyes narrowed as she muttered in a low voice, I didn't expect you to have some capability after all. You have a little of Senior Easterly's magnificence back then. Unfortunately, you'll never be Senior Easterly. Perfected deity ZG also raised his brows. He was ranked 9th on the merit rankings, but it was almost impossible for him to get to 1st place. He did not expect that Lin Feng could shoot up to the 1st place at once. He had just fought with a superior devil. Even if he could defeat a superior devil, it would be very, very difficult to kill one. After all, they could be considered entities of the same level. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had killed 3 superior devils at once. No wonder Master thinks so highly of you. I didn't expect you to already be ahead of me. Many people underestimated Lin Feng's Prime Realm divine ability realm. After all, no one had ever seen Lin Feng use the Prime Realm divine ability with their own eyes. They only knew that it was composed of 3,000 chaotic principles, and was the most comprehensive and flawless divine ability. However, no one knew exactly how powerful it was. But now, Lin Feng had killed 3 superior devils at once. This showed everyone that Lin Feng's divine ability was probably one of the top greater divine abilities. Thus, Lin Feng was naturally one of the top perfected deities below the level of hallowed venerables. The strength of a perfected deity depended on their own divine ability. The stronger the divine ability, the stronger the perfected deity. Some had painstakingly concentrated for tens of thousands of years, and condensed a powerful divine ability in one go, which would allow them to instantly surpass many experienced perfected deities. The divine ability was the foundation of the combat power of a perfected deity. Lin Feng's reputation spread throughout the chaos. Moreover, almost all the forces in the entire chaos was gathered on this battlefield. After this battle, everyone knew Lin Feng's fame. Some were celebrating, while others were upset. For example, perfected deity Infinity was in a state of despair, and completely disbelieving. First on the merit rankings, Lin Feng had killed 3 superior devils in one fell swoop. Even though he had cultivated for billions of years, he was far inferior to a top-notch perfected deity, let alone able to kill 3 devils comparable to top-notch perfected deities at once. Impossible, impossible. How can someone who's only a perfected deity be so powerful? Perfected deity Infinity lost all hope. Lin Feng was so powerful. If nothing unexpected happened, didn't this mean that he would never be able to leave the holy city luster for the rest of his life? Then, what was the difference between that and being sealed or suppressed? Perfected deity Golden Elephant was also beside perfected deity Infinity at this moment. He shook his head, knowing that there was no hope for perfected deity Infinity. It was rare for anyone below the level of a hallowed venerable to be a match for a top-notch perfected deity. Even if perfected deity Infinity was a perfected deity, what else could he do apart from hiding in the holy city? Good little fellow. This divine ability is so consummate and perfect. It's the most comprehensive divine ability I've ever seen. TSK, I didn't expect such a top genius to be born while I was slumbering. Haha, I think he's not inferior to perfected deity Easterly back then at all. He's indeed very impressive. Even the 7 hallowed venerables nodded in satisfaction, even hallowed venerable Styx and hallowed venerable Primum Mobile. They felt a little regretful that Lin Feng had not condensed the ultimate divine ability. However, the power of Lin Feng's prime realm divine ability could indeed be considered one of the top greater divine abilities. It was exceptional that Lin Feng could condense such a divine ability as soon as he became a perfected deity. At this moment, Lin Feng was full of battle intent, and his entire body was bathed in raging flames. His spirit flame hallowed body was a body-tempering divine ability. Normally, his strength was in the hallowed body. He could not use the chaos to replenish the power of the chaotic spirit flames in the dark domain of chaos, so the hallowed body could not fight for a prolonged period. However, the prime realm divine ability made up for this flaw. In the dark domain of chaos, Lin Feng could still vaguely sense the chaotic rules, so he could use the prime realm divine ability. Even if its power was weakened, it was still not something superior devils could resist. It could be considered one of the top greater divine abilities. Hence, with a strike of the divine ability, 3 more diabolic pneumas appeared in Lin Feng's internal universe. Lin Feng's internal universe had always been operating on its own, but the 3 diabolic pneumas were extraordinary. They were equivalent to 3 top-notch perfected deities. Lin Feng divided a portion of his consciousness and immersed it in his internal universe. Immediately, all kinds of disasters appeared in the internal universe like a tsunami. The entire universe was turned upside down. Many living beings that were originally alive were destroyed in the cosmic catastrophe. However, Lin Feng did not care. No matter how many living beings died, it was not a big deal. No matter how many civilizations were destroyed, there was the reincarnation realm in the internal universe. At most, they would just reincarnate, and there would be no loss of energy. Only now could Lin Feng be considered a true god of creation. He had the bearing of a creator of the universe. The birth and destruction of civilizations, the birth and death of living beings, were just cycles of the universe. He only needed to watch and not interfere. After all, he was the great and powerful god of creation. With the reincarnation realm, all the energy in the internal universe could be circulated without any depletion. This was the most important thing. On top of that, as Lin Feng harvested countless abyssal monsters in a frenzy previously, Lin Feng's internal universe was already expanding wildly. Moreover, the extent of expansion was unimaginable. It went from 200 billion light-years, 300 billion light-years, 400 billion light-years. Lin Feng's internal universe had almost doubled in size. This was simply unbelievable. When the diameter of his internal universe doubled, its volume would increase by several times. This way, the power of Lin Feng's internal universe was simply expanding. However, Lin Feng knew that such a small amount of power was far from enough. In fact, the power of the energy in Lin Feng's internal universe was at most equivalent to a small origin universe. How massive was the entire chaos? Of course, Lin Feng did not intend to expand his internal universe to the size of the chaos. However, even 1/10,000th of it would be incredible. As its god of creation, Lin Feng would probably be able to defeat all the hallowed venerables. Relying on the chaos alone, Lin Feng could not possibly allow the universe to grow very quickly. After all, the growth of the universe was actually blatant plundering. The more the universe grew, the less there would be left of the outside world, and the less there would be left of chaos. In the end, it would invoke the discontent of the chaos, and cause the hallowed venerables to jointly attack. This was not the outcome Lin Feng wanted. However, with these abyssal monsters, Lin Feng no longer had this worry at all. Even the abyss of these abyssal monsters and abyssal devils had been shattered and conquered. They were just right for being converted into nourishment for Lin Feng's internal universe. Perhaps this was very cruel, but from another perspective, this was how cultivation was. Comprehending the principles was stealing the power of the principles. The stronger one was, the lesser there would be left of the outside world. From a long time ago, Lin Feng had understood the true nature of cultivation. Let's see how much the pneumas of 3 superior devils can expand my internal universe. Power of reincarnation, obliterate. Without hesitation, Lin Feng mobilized all the power of reincarnation, and began to destroy these 3 superior devil pneumas. Chapter 1079, 1079 The True Effect of the Reincarnation Realm. 1079 The True Effect of the Reincarnation Realm. There was a sizzling sound. The pneuma. It was the pneuma of an abyssal devil, and the pneuma of a superior devil at that. It was not inferior to the perfected spirit of a top-notch perfected deity at all. Lin Feng had already tried to destroy Laguerre's pneuma before, so he was already familiar with the process. In the reincarnation realm, Lin Feng had specially established another hell. It was filled with a large amount of reincarnation power. The 3 diabolic pneumas were in the hell, obliterated by the infinite power of reincarnation, and did not need to go through multiple reincarnations. There are so many ghosts. Apart from the ghosts, there's also a bizarre power. Lin Feng vaguely felt that there seemed to be a new power in his internal universe, but after it passed through the reincarnation realm, it seemed to have disappeared again. That strange feeling declined. However, now was not the time to delve into it. Lin Feng began to mobilize a large amount of reincarnation power, constantly obliterating the 3 diabolic pneumas. Although devils were dead, the pneuma was their foundation. As long as the pneuma was not destroyed, devils would not die. At this moment, they were being obliterated bit by the infinite reincarnation power. The 3 devils roared and cried out frantically, emitting shrill cries and even begging for mercy. However, it was useless. Lin Feng would not let go of these 3 great supplements. Crack. Finally, under the obliteration of the massive amount of reincarnation power, a crack appeared on one of the diabolic pneumas, and it shattered completely. A vast energy quickly filled the reincarnation realm. Among them was a completely different power from an alien world. It seemed to be some kind of rule that filled the reincarnation realm, and even showed signs of overtaking the host. Will of the Abyss? No, it's just the rules of the Abyss. The diabolic pneuma is the manifestation of abyssal rules. Every pneuma is actually a part of the Abyss. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood that feeling of something being amiss previously. They were the abyssal rules. He had devoured so many abyssal monsters in his internal universe. While every abyssal monster might be independent, there were more or less some abyssal imprints on them. This was especially the case for the abyssal devils. The pneumas they condensed were the manifestations of the abyssal rules. 1 or 2 of them would not be a problem, but if there were 10, 100, even tens of thousands, or billions of them, the abyssal will would even awaken in Lin Feng's internal universe, and seize control over the entire internal universe. This did not just apply to the abyss, but also the chaos. If Lin Feng began to refine chaotic divine beasts, perfected deities, or some chaotic continents on a large scale, as time passed, the chaotic will would even be born in his internal universe, and it would compete with Lin Feng for control of his internal universe. However, all of this was completely resolved after the appearance of the reincarnation realm. All the hidden dangers were gone. The reincarnation realm was a place that erased all imprints, all wills, and all rules. Be it the abyssal monsters or chaotic divine beasts. Even the abyssal and chaotic wills would be completely obliterated once they entered the reincarnation realm. So, the reincarnation realm is the foundation of the universe. It is the key to empower the universe. Lin Feng was very glad that he had not slaughtered and devoured wantonly back then. Otherwise, before he established the reincarnation realm back then, a chaotic will might have already come into being in his internal universe. Then, he would be in big trouble. However, on careful thought, Lin Feng realized that ordinary cultivators could not give birth to the chaotic will or the abyssal will. Only by devouring perfected lords, perfected deities, or devils that had condensed the pneuma would there be serious consequences. However, all of this was meaningless before the reincarnation power of the reincarnation realm. Obliterate. Boom. Only after understanding the true meaning of the reincarnation realm did Lin Feng completely relax. No wonder Lin Feng had always felt that the internal universe seemed to be incomplete in the past. The reincarnation realm was missing from it. The three demon divinities were instantly obliterated by the reincarnation power of the reincarnation realm. Immediately, they transformed into a massive amount of pure energy that constantly surged through Lin Feng's internal universe. These were the essence and the entire beings of three superior devils, equivalent to three top-notch chaotic divine beasts. Devouring any one of them would be very helpful to Lin Feng's internal universe, let alone three. Lin Feng's internal universe underwent a tremendous change, and its diameter expanded wildly. The speed was so fast that even Lin Feng found it unbelievable. As expected, plundering was the fastest way to let the internal universe grow. Prime Realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng used the Prime Realm again. His Prime Realm was a comprehensive mystical ability. Its confinement, attack, and defense were all the most comprehensive mystical abilities. Any one of them was a top-notch divine ability. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the hallowed venerables, no matter how comprehensive a greater divine ability was, it was only a greater divine ability, not an ultimate divine ability. Even the hallowed venerables began to suspect if there was no such thing as the ultimate divine ability. Boom. Lin Feng's Prime Realm divine ability immediately enveloped hundreds of abyssal monsters and some inferior devils. Superior devils were actually very rare even in the abyss. It was just like how top-notch perfected deities were very rare in the chaos. Hence, in a single clash, there might be a lot of casualties among the chaotic perfected deities, but at the same time, there were also a lot of casualties among the demons. The perfected deities had divine abilities, and their attacks were terrifyingly powerful. On the other hand, the devils were very comprehensive. Be it abyssal spells or diabolic bodies, they were all relatively comprehensive. In a one-on-one battle, the devils actually had a slight advantage. However, without the enhancement of the abyss, the slight advantage of the devils would be gone. The two parties were evenly matched, but it was obvious that this was the home ground of chaotic life forms. The number of chaotic perfected deities far exceeded those abyssal devils. After all, the abyssal devils were wandering life forms. They were just life forms that struggled to escape from their hometowns after the abyss was conquered. The king of deception, Andre, did not seem to be worried about the devils being at a disadvantage at all. He seemed to be full of confidence. He still had his trump card. Go, my devil legion. As the king of the abyss, the king of deception naturally had his own bodyguard forces. Yes, your majesty the devil king. Hence, the 8 enormous devils were mobilized. They were the 8 great devils under the king of deception. Originally, the king of deception had 12 greater devils by his side. Unfortunately, 4 greater devils were killed by the celestial devils in the Battle of the Abyss. Even so, the remaining 8 greater devils were still top-notch entities among devils. Moreover, during their retreat, Andre also recruited 6 other greater devils. Now, he had deployed all of them, leaving not a single one behind. There were a total of 14 greater devils. Boom. As soon as the greater devils appeared, they swept through everything in their path. They crushed everything with their powerful diabolic bodies. Any perfected deity who came into contact with them would be either dead or injured. Even the greater divine ability released by a top-notch perfected deity could only scrape through a layer of black light on the bodies of the greater devils. It was completely useless. Chaotic hallowed beasts, it's your turn to attack. The 7 chaotic hallowed venerables naturally saw those greater devils. They knew that in the chaos, only chaotic hallowed beasts could resist those greater devils. However, the chaotic hallowed beasts had always been at odds with the cultivators, and they were even enemies. If not for the fact that there was no entity among the chaotic hallowed beasts that could resist the chaotic hallowed venerables, a war would probably have broken out between the two parties long ago. But now, no matter how dissatisfied the chaotic hallowed beasts were, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the chaotic hallowed venerables. Boom. The chaotic hallowed beasts with incomparably massive bodies were also mobilized. Chapter 1080, 1080 Chaotic Hallowed Beast. 1080 Chaotic Hallowed Beast. That's the ancestral dragon. And the ancestral fire phoenix. Ancestor Qilin. The massive bodies of the chaotic hallowed beasts were like huge fragments of a chaotic continent, blocking everything in sight and emitting a terrifying aura. These chaotic hallowed beasts were all the ancestors of the various chaotic divine beasts in myths and legends. The descendants of their bloodlines were even all chaotic divine beasts. With luck, some might also become chaotic hallowed beasts. For example, the son of the ancestral dragon, the Tautye, was born a chaotic divine beast. However, by chance, it devoured something. Its bloodline mutated, and it grew 9 heads, turning into a 9-headed Tautye, which was also a chaotic hallowed beast. Unfortunately, it devoured perfected deity Easterly later, which invoked hallowed venerable Styx's wrath. It could only escape into the vast dark domain of chaos, and was never found. Chaotic hallowed beasts. Even Lin Feng felt a heavy pressure when he looked at these chaotic hallowed beasts at this moment. Just relying on his current divine ability, he was probably unable to deal with chaotic hallowed beasts. However, things would be different if he used the true prime realm. The true prime realm was no longer a greater divine ability. It was not even an ultimate divine ability, but an incredible realm above ultimate divine abilities. Gore. In terms of strength, chaotic hallowed beasts were actually not much inferior to chaotic hallowed venerables. However, they could not link their perfected spirits to the chaos, because they did not have perfected spirits at all. Hence, since the hallowed venerables could mobilize chaotic energy, they naturally suppressed the chaotic hallowed beast completely. However, this did not mean that chaotic hallowed beasts were inferior. Chaotic hallowed beasts corresponded to the hallowed spirit among cultivators. But the hallowed spirit was a legendary realm. According to the legends, those who deduced ultimate divine abilities and were comparable to chaotic hallowed beasts without chaotic origin stones were called hallowed spirits. However, even the chaotic hallowed venerables probably did not know if hallowed spirits existed. Chaotic hallowed venerables were the strongest cultivators, but they were not the oldest cultivators. Chaotic hallowed beasts like the ancestral dragon, the fire phoenix, the Qilin, and so on were indeed very, very powerful. No wonder. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables could not bear to annihilate them, and spared them. Every chaotic hallowed beast collided with those greater devils without falling into a disadvantage at all. In fact, the chaotic hallowed beasts even had the upper hand. In terms of defense, chaotic hallowed beasts were almost impossible to kill. In terms of offense, the power of the chaotic hallowed beast was simply infinite. In terms of realm, chaotic hallowed beasts did not need any realm, let alone the enhancement of any rules. They could unleash their strongest power even in the dark domain of chaos. The chaotic hallowed beasts had always been their greatest opponent. Hence, perfected deity Easterly tried everything he could to deduce the ultimate divine ability. Although the chaotic hallowed venerables were great and powerful, they were still restrained in certain aspects. For example, they could not possibly annihilate chaotic hallowed beasts for no reason. Hallowed venerables could not do it. Even if they really did it, even a hallowed venerable would have to pay a heavy price. The chaos had its own rules of operation. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables could not change them. If not for the great and powerful chaotic hallowed venerables, even these top-notch perfected deities would likely be incomparably fragile before the chaotic hallowed beasts. No matter how powerful a greater divine ability was, what was the use when it struck the chaotic hallowed beasts? At most, it would just tickle them. The chaotic hallowed beasts also showed their prowess at this moment. When spells akin to greater divine abilities struck their bodies, they did not even break their skin. Even though the spells of those abyssal greater devils far exceeded ordinary greater divine abilities. Without the enhancement of the abyss, the power of spells could not do anything to the chaotic hallowed beasts at all. Hence, the greater devils forgoed using spells and fought purely with their physical bodies. The chaotic hallowed beasts could almost fight 1 against 2 without being at a disadvantage at all. However, the chaotic hallowed venerables frowned, because there were simply too few chaotic hallowed beasts. There were only 6 chaotic hallowed beasts. These were the only 6 chaotic hallowed beasts left in the chaos. Actually, in the past, there were 7 chaotic hallowed beasts in the chaos, the same number as the chaotic hallowed venerables. However, hallowed venerable Styx hunted down the 9-headed Tautya, causing it to escape into the dark domain of chaos. Hence, only 6 chaotic hallowed beasts were left in the chaos. Even if the chaotic hallowed beasts were fighting 1 against 2, there were still 2 greater devils that they could not deal with. They charged into the camp of the chaotic perfected deities and slaughtered them at will. Just like chaotic hallowed beasts, the bodies of the greater devils were extremely powerful. Even greater divine abilities or top-notch spirit treasures were useless against them. In a short period of time, the chaotic side had already suffered heavy losses. 1 greater devil could almost determine the outcome of a battle, let alone 2. The 7 chaotic hallowed venerables frowned. They could all tell that the current situation was rather disadvantageous to the chaos. Back then, I was the one who drove the 9-headed Tautya away. Let me attack. In any case, this battle would happen sooner or later. If he wants to figure our forces, so be it. In a head-on clash, why would the 7 hallowed venerables be afraid of a mere king of abyss? Hallowed venerable Styx stepped forward. Back then, he was the one who hunted down the 9-headed Tautya to the dark domain of chaos. Otherwise, the chaos would not be in such a dilemma now. Then, it was time for him to step forward and resolve the crisis. The chaotic hallowed venerables looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. They could also tell that without the enhancement of the abyss, those greater devils were actually inferior to the chaotic hallowed beasts. At most, they were equivalent to half a chaotic hallowed beast. However, even this half of the chaotic hallowed beast was invincible. After all, no cultivator had ever deduced the ultimate divine ability, let alone become a hallowed spirit. At this point of this battle, the chaotic hallowed venerables had no choice but to interfere. Otherwise, it would be meaningless losses. Once the chaotic hallowed venerables intervened, the chaos would be at a slight disadvantage compared to the abyssal devils in this battle, and the abyssal devils would have the upper hand. In particular, the sinister and cunning king of deception, Andre, was hiding in the dark. Who would know what schemes he had up his sleeve? Haha, destroy. Destroy everything. Devil's flames. The massive body of one of the greater devils charged over. Countless chaotic perfected lords and chaotic perfected deities were even burned to ashes by the diabolic flames on his body. No one was his match. This greater devil, on the other hand, had long set its sights on one of the figures. It was this figure that had slaughtered countless devils. And there was no lack of superior devils among them. Insignificant worm from another world, die. The greater devil's green eyes stared straight at the figure in the distance in the dark domain. Ah! He's targeting me. Lin Feng was a little stunned. He did not expect to be targeted by the greater devil. Perhaps some of the many devils he had killed just now had some relation with this greater devil. However, so what if he was a greater devil? So what if he was a chaotic hallowed beast, even? Lin Feng reflected on his internal universe. He was filled with confidence, and made a decision. Chapter 1081, 1081 The Origin Stone Exposed. 1081 The Origin Stone Exposed. In the dark domain of chaos, Lin Feng could not escape even if he wanted to, because he could not warp space at all. He could only watch as the greater devil pounced over. The greater devil had his eyes on Lin Feng. No matter how Lin Feng fled, he definitely would not let Lin Feng off. Hence, he could only fight head-on. Without the enhancement of the abyss, a greater devil was at most equivalent to half a chaotic hallowed beast. Fight. Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body emitted raging flames. The power of a hallowed body cultivated from 66 chaotic spirit flames had almost reached its limit. Boom. The greater devil did not even use any spells. He simply crushed down with his diabolic body. Crack. An unparalleled force acted on Lin Feng's body, and he was sent flying. Even a crack appeared on the spirit flame hallowed body. In just one round, Lin Feng could no longer hold out. The spirit flame hallowed body that could kill gods had actually failed to hold out. If even a greater devil was this powerful, what could a stronger chaotic hallowed beast do? It seemed like it was not an exaggeration that only hallowed spirits could deal with chaotic hallowed beasts in the chaos, but an ironclad rule. Hallowed Venerable Styx, who was originally prepared to attack, also stopped slightly when he saw that Lin Feng could actually resist a strike from the greater devil. After that strike, not only did Lin Feng not escape, his battle intent grew even stronger. Could Lin Feng have another trump card? Does he plan on using his Prime Realm Divine ability? Hallowed Venerable Styx vaguely felt that Lin Feng was still a little overconfident. So what if he had the Prime Realm Divine ability? Although the 3,000 chaotic principles had integrated into one, it had not undergone metamorphosis. It was still only a greater divine ability. How could one contend with the greater devil with a greater divine ability? The greater devil's huge wings flapped, and immediately transformed into a stream of light that swept over like a howling wind. The wind he brought about was earth-shattering, and even greater divine ability appeared inferior before it. Styx. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile was a little worried. Why wasn't Hallowed Venerable Styx attacking yet? There's no hurry. This lad won't die so easily. He can withstand a single strike. If he can't, it won't be too late to save him. He has a secret. A strange look flashed across Hallowed Venerable Styx's eyes. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile was slightly stunned, then nodded thoughtfully. The two of them were Hallowed Venerables who had remained conscious. The other Hallowed Venerables were all slumbering. They even paid some attention to Lin Feng. After cultivating in the chaos for 1,000 years, he had already become a top-notch perfected deity. Forget about everything else, just comprehending the chaotic rules was extremely difficult. However, to Lin Feng, it did not seem to be difficult at all. The two of them were both chaotic hallowed venerables who had cultivated for billions of years. How could they not see that Lin Feng had some secrets? It was just that as dignified hallowed venerables, delving into it was beneath them. But now, against the greater devil and a life-or-death moment, what other trump card did Lin Feng have? Hallowed Venerable Styx wanted to know, and so did Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile. Moreover, Hallowed Venerable Styx was already prepared. As a Hallowed Venerable, saving Lin Feng was not a problem at all, even if the enemy was a greater devil. Hence, he was also willing to wait. At this moment, however, Lin Feng erupted completely. He did not know that Hallowed Venerable Styx would save him. Moreover, even if he knew, he would not care. He would only trust himself, trust his own strength, and rely on himself. Hence, at this moment, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. In a life-or-death situation, he could only rely on himself. Prime Realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Feng no longer held back. He used the Prime Realm, and it was the true Prime Realm. Boom. Even in the dark domain of chaos, even though they could barely sense the chaotic rules, at this moment, everyone seemed to feel a rumble in their minds. The daunting 3,000 principles of chaos seemed to have expanded into the dark domain of chaos at once. Countless chaotic principles wreaked havoc. In the dark domain, Lin Feng's prime realm expanded rapidly like a huge sphere, enveloping everything. Everything that was enveloped was reduced to dust. Be it the abyssal monsters, abyssal devils, superior devils, or inferior devils, they were all reduced to dust. This is a greater divine ability. The prime realm, a greater divine ability. No, this is no longer the fluctuation of a greater divine ability. This far exceeds greater divine abilities. This is an ultimate divine ability. An ultimate divine ability. Impossible. How can the ultimate divine ability exist in the chaos? It's not like we haven't seen the prime realm how Lin Feng became a perfected deity, and condensed a divine ability. How can it be an ultimate divine ability? When Lin Feng used the prime realm, the commotion was simply too great. The entire chaos rumbled. Even in the dark domain of chaos, the 3,000 chaotic principles seemed to become incomparably clear at this moment. Moreover, that sphere of light seemed to be able to envelop and shatter everything. Even top-notch perfected deities and chaotic hallowed beasts felt a trace of fear. The ultimate divine ability, this must be an ultimate divine ability. There was no other explanation. A trace of surprise appeared in hallowed venerable Styx's eyes. His entire body was even trembling with excitement. The ultimate divine ability, this is a true ultimate divine ability. We were all deceived by him regarding the 3,000 principles of chaos. His prime realm isn't based on the 3,000 principles of chaos, but a universe within. It's based on an entire world. Could he have obtained the legendary world lotus seed? Or a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure that contains a world? Even so, he could use the power of an entire world to communicate, and use the divine ability as the foundation to communicate with the world. On this basis, he created the ultimate divine ability from it. Impressive, truly impressive. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables were excited. The ultimate divine ability. This was something that hallowed venerable Styx could not deduce even after countless years of deduction. He did not expect that someone could really condense the ultimate divine ability. Although not everyone knew this method, the ultimate divine ability was extremely rare to begin with. How could just anyone do it? Not only were the 3,000 principles rumbling, there was even a trace of jubilation among the 3,000 principles, as if they were guarding an emperor, the emperor of principles and the king of chaotic rules. In the beginning, this trace of aura was not obvious, but as Lin Feng's prime realm enveloped the greater devil at once, the greater devil's body failed to hold out before the prime realm. After all, that was power with an entire universe as the foundation. How could a greater devil contend against it? Even a chaotic hallowed beast could not withstand it. However, as the prime realm was used, Lin Feng's internal universe was inevitably exposed to everyone. No one would guess that Lin Feng had cultivated a universe himself. They would all guess that it was a world lotus seed, or a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure. It was just that Lin Feng could communicate with the world. This was not unprecedented. The perfected lords might not be able to sense the trace of aura emitted by Lin Feng's internal universe. However, the supreme perfected deities who had completely comprehended the chaotic rules could acutely sense an unusual fluctuation. This fluctuation contains the supreme rule. That's right, it's this fluctuation. It's a fluctuation of the supreme rule. Moreover, it's different from any fluctuation of the supreme rules of the 7 hallowed venerables. This is a new fluctuation of the supreme rule. A new supreme rule. So, it's the legendary chaotic origin stone. The chaotic origin stone has appeared. It's in perfected deity Lin Feng's possession. As expected, he indeed has a huge secret, a huge secret. The chaotic origin stone. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have fallen strangely silent. Countless perfected deities, and even chaotic hallowed venerables, stared intently at Lin Feng with fervent gazes. The chaotic origin stone was a supreme treasure that could drive any perfected deity insane. It was the pass to the supreme throne of the chaos, and the only hope for one to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Now, it had appeared without any warning. Zem on 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1082 All living beings in all forms. 1082 All living beings in all forms. Chaotic origin stone. Hallowed venerable Styx opened his mouth, but in the end, he heaved a long sigh. This Lin Feng really hid his strength well. Originally, we thought that he only had some special opportunities, but we never thought of the chaotic origin stone. After all, the chaotic origin stone has not appeared for a long, long time. Hallowed venerable Primum Mobile also shook his head helplessly. The chaotic origin stone had appeared, but it just happened to be during a troubled period. Now was a critical point when lifeforms from another world were invading. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little inconvenient. Ha ha ha, Primum Mobile, Styx, while the two of you were conscious, you didn't realize that the chaotic origin stone had appeared. You can't blame us for this. The appearance of the chaotic origin stone is destined to cause a bloodbath, but it's actually a good thing for the entire chaos. It's also a good thing for us, Hallowed Venerable Luster said with a smile. The other chaotic hallowed venerables also nodded. This was indeed a good thing, because the appearance of the chaotic origin stone meant that an eighth chaotic hallowed venerable was about to be born. Perhaps this was intentional on the chaotic will's part. In fact, if the chaos was in danger, the ninth chaotic origin stone would definitely appear soon, and a ninth chaotic hallowed venerable would be born. According to the unseen operation of chaotic rules, the birth of every hallowed venerable was actually destined. Only the hallowed venerables, who had true perfected spirits in the chaos and understood a little about the providence, knew this. They were also very helpless. However, even the hallowed venerables were also hoping that these destined hallowed venerables would be their disciples or family and friends. According to the agreement, when the chaotic origin stone appears, hallowed venerables like us are not allowed to attack. That's right, we can't attack. This is the natural operation of the chaos. Since he's the eighth hallowed venerable, he's destined to experience hardships and fight his way through bloody battles, before he can achieve the position he's destined for. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of the position of hallowed venerable? The hallowed venerables are undying and indestructible, and enjoy billions of providence. How can they be ordinary? We can send disciples and inform our family and friends, but we absolutely can't attack personally. The chaotic hallowed venerables were also very thrilled. The appearance of the chaotic origin stone meant that a comrade would appear among them soon. This was already a good thing for the 7 great and powerful chaotic hallowed venerables, who were rather lonely. Hey, hallowed venerables, I think you can forget about it. Could it be a coincidence that the chaotic origin stone can appear in Lin Feng's possession? It's probably fate. Look, even the greater devil was reduced to ashes by Lin Feng's ultimate divine ability. Even if the chaotic origin stone is in his possession, apart from us chaotic hallowed venerables personally taking action, who else can seize the chaotic origin stone from him? Hallowed venerable Styx suddenly smiled. He seemed to see the figure of his favorite disciple, perfected deity Easterly, in Lin Feng. They had the same talent, the same pride, and even the same confidence. He had a vague feeling that Lin Feng was probably not afraid of exposing the chaotic origin stone at all now. There was even a hint of deliberateness to it. In the current situation, even if the chaotic origin stone appeared, the chaotic hallowed venerables were not allowed to fight for it. Privately, the news spread throughout the entire universe at once. If Lin Feng could withstand the reaction after this war, he would have nothing to worry about, and would no longer have to deal with endless schemes. Hearing hallowed venerable Styx's words, many hallowed venerables looked at Lin Feng again. As expected, Wherever the prime realm passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Even that greater devil was reduced to ashes before he could even let out a scream. Many chaotic hallowed venerables' hearts skipped a beat. They had seen many greater divine abilities, but the ultimate divine ability was a legendary divine ability. None of them had seen it before, so they naturally did not know how terrifying its power was. Hallowed Venerable Luster also said self-deprecatingly, if an ordinary perfected deity, or even a top-notch perfected deity, obtained the chaotic origin stone, they would definitely cause a bloodbath, or even more than tens of thousands of years. However, Lin Feng is now above top-notch perfected deities, and a hallowed spirit. Even if there are still some twists and turns in this chaotic origin stone, they will probably be minor. Could this be the will of the heavens? Is he the 8th hallowed venerable? It's hard to say if he's the 8th hallowed venerable. Everything is predestined. It's fine as long as we don't interfere and wait and see. However, now that lifeforms from another world are invading, we have to stop them. Pass down the order. During the war, no one is to act rashly. Otherwise, the hallowed venerables will personally take action. I suspect that the King of Deception is about to lose his patience. The 7 hallowed venerables discussed and reached a consensus, so they immediately gave the order. All the perfected lords heard the voice of the hallowed venerables. During war, they were not to act rashly, and only obey military orders. The voice transmissions of the hallowed venerables also sounded in Lin Feng's ears. He was relieved. Actually, Lin Feng had already vaguely guessed it when he decided to expose the chaotic origin stone. Through the Mutual Assistance Alliance, Lin Feng had long learned some of the rules for the appearance of the chaotic origin stone. Back when the 5th, 6th, and 7th chaotic origin stones appeared, the other 4 hallowed venerables did not interfere. Clearly, there was an agreement between the hallowed venerables. Otherwise, if a hallowed venerable interfered, how could anyone else obtain the chaotic origin stone? At most, they would just send some disciples to compete. Later, these chaotic origin stones were passed through different owners. They eventually wound up in the possession of the hallowed venerables now, and allowed them to become chaotic hallowed venerables. Naturally, as agreed back then, the hallowed venerables would not interfere. Since the hallowed venerables would not interfere with Lin Feng's current strength, what was there to be afraid of? Hence, so what if the chaotic origin stone was exposed? Moreover, this was a war. Before dealing with the abyssal devils, the 7 hallowed venerables would definitely not want any trouble in the chaos. This gave Lin Feng a chance. At the very least, his internal universe could be greatly enhanced again. Many perfected deities received the voice transmissions of the chaotic hallowed venerables. They naturally understood what was going on, but they still could not suppress their excitement. That was the chaotic origin stone. Once one obtained it, they might be able to ascend to the top in a single step and become a hallowed venerable, undying, and indestructible. Be it ordinary or top-notch perfected deities, neither could resist such a temptation. Even the chaotic hallowed beast had some vague ideas. Unfortunately, back then, the chaotic hallowed venerables had warned the chaotic hallowed beast that while chaotic divine beasts could participate in the competition for the chaotic origin stone, chaotic hallowed beasts could not. Although the chaotic divine beasts and chaotic hallowed beasts could not comprehend the supreme rule, they were still unwilling to accept it. Even if they could not comprehend the supreme rule, studying it might allow them to analyze the mysteries of the hallowed venerables. Hence, the hearts of the crowd were in turmoil. Many looked at Lin Feng with dread. Only a minority remained rational. Lin Feng has obtained the chaotic origin stone. Haha, a good thing, a wonderful thing. So what if you have the ultimate divine ability? So what if you can resist the chaotic hallowed beast? No one can resist the temptation of the chaotic origin stone. You will only encounter wave after wave of various attacks and assassinations. One day, you will die, and you will not be able to keep the chaotic origin stone. Haha, then, I will be free. Perfected deity Infinity was overjoyed. Originally, he was already in despair. Lin Feng had actually mastered an ultimate divine ability. He was simply a legend in the chaos. However, of all things, Lin Feng had obtained the chaotic origin stone, and it had been exposed. A man's wealth would lead to his own ruin. Possessing the chaotic origin stone was the greatest original sin to begin with. Perfected deity Infinity was even looking forward to the scene of Lin Feng being surrounded and attacked by countless perfected deities. After this war, he did not have that much unrealistic hope of obtaining the chaotic origin stone. He only hoped that once Lin Feng died, he would no longer be threatened by anyone and could regain his freedom. Chapter 1083, 1083 King of the Abyss. 1083 King of the Abyss. No matter how the others thought, from the moment Lin Feng used the true Prime Realm divine ability, he already knew that the chaotic origin stone would be exposed. But so what if it was exposed? At this moment, his Prime Realm divine ability instantly crushed the devil before him into dust. With a sweep of the cosmic power, the diabolic pneuma was swept into the internal universe. The reincarnation realm quickly erased the abyssal imprint on the greater devil's pneuma. The greater devil's abyssal imprint was far stronger than that of a superior devil. It expanded, stabilized, and reinforced Lin Feng's reincarnation realm, allowing it to become countless times stronger. Boom. The internal universe also expanded further. The amount of energy contained in a greater devil was 10 or 100 times that of a superior devil, and was unimaginable. Good, good, good. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Even if he had to take the risk of exposing the chaotic origin stone, he had to kill the greater devil completely. It was not just to save his life. More importantly, such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. Greater devil. Lin Feng's gaze was intense as he stared at the remaining 13 greater devils. In his eyes, these greater devils were all his food and energy. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no next time. Hence, he quickly pounced towards another greater devil. With a simple envelopment of the Prime Realm divine ability, he easily crushed it. Only Lin Feng himself knew that his Prime Realm divine ability was not as simple as an ultimate divine ability, but far exceeded it. If there had to be a name, it would be a completely different realm above the ultimate divine ability. Regardless of whether it was a greater devil or a chaotic hallowed beast, none of them could withstand a single strike from the Prime Realm divine ability. This was because it was an attack that erupted with the entire internal universe as the foundation. It was Lin Feng's strongest strike at the moment. The two diabolic pneumas brought earth-shattering changes to Lin Feng's internal universe. He no longer knew how far his internal universe had expanded. He could only feel infinite power surging into his body continuously. It seemed omnipotent and indestructible. The remaining 12 greater devils were all held back by those chaotic hallowed beasts. Lin Feng had no intention of watching, and pounced forward instantly. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, 4 more greater devils were crushed into dust by Lin Feng. A total of 6 greater devils died at Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng also firmly occupied the first place on the merit rankings. It was impossible for him to fall off that place anymore. Just the merit value of 1 greater devil was comparable to the merit value of 100 superior devils. How could those perfected deities ranked second and third on the merit rankings catch up? The ultimate divine ability. So that is the ultimate divine ability. This is too terrifying. Perfected deity Lin Feng is invincible. He was the invincible perfected lord previously. I think he's an invincible perfected deity now. He's the invincible perfected deity, the invincible perfected deity among cultivators like us. He's not just a perfected deity. The current Lin Feng should be a hallowed spirit. He should be the invincible hallowed spirit. Seeing Lin Feng display his prowess now, as if he was invincible among the abyssal devils, almost invincible and unparalleled, even those chaotic hallowed beasts fell silent. Lin Feng's Prime Realm divine ability did not affect those chaotic hallowed beasts. It only enveloped those greater devils. However, the greater devils that could still fight with the chaotic hallowed beasts previously were instantly crushed into dust. How could these chaotic hallowed beasts not be shocked? If Lin Feng's divine ability could crush greater devils into dust in an instant, it could also crush chaotic hallowed beasts like them into dust. Could the ultimate divine ability really be that terrifying? For a moment, even the arrogant chaotic hallowed beasts were bewildered. A total of 6 greater devils were crushed into dust by Lin Feng, and all of them were killed and transformed into the energy of his internal universe. A storm brewed in his internal universe, and a mighty tide surged continuously. There was no knowing how far it had expanded. The abyssal devil army had already been repelled. Countless devils began to flee backward. At this point in the war, the outcome had already been determined. The 7 hallowed venerables waited quietly. They knew that the king of deception, Andre, would either destroy everything indiscriminately, or lead many abyssal devils to escape to the dark domain of chaos from now on, and never come to the chaos again. Great King of the Abyss, we have lost. There were not many devils left. Even the greater devil did not dare to approach them anymore. Andre looked at Lin Feng, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. He had failed on the verge of success. It was really a failure on the verge of success. If not for Lin Feng, his plan would have succeeded. When the 7 hallowed venerables personally attacked, he would be able to find out the details of the capability of the 7 hallowed venerables. However, now was not the time to admit defeat. This was because the King of Abyss, the King of Deception, Andre, had yet to attack. Whether we succeed or lose, we have to give it a try. We can't return to the Abyss, and we can't enter this dark domain anymore. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to ever find another complete world. Don't act rashly. Actually, whether we succeed or lose, we'll definitely enter this chaos. However, it'll naturally be best if we succeed. If we fail. Andre did not continue. Instead, he took a step forward. Buzz. All the abyssal devils' hearts palpitated. The great King of Abyss and the King of Deception, Andre, had finally attacked. In the past, once Andre attacked in the Abyss, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Be it the Nirvana, the Netherworld, or the Abyss, there would be no peace. And now, Andre had finally attacked again. The infinite dark domain was originally filled with noises. The next moment, it seemed to have calmed all of a sudden, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. A wind had actually risen in the vast dark domain. Swoosh. It was only a breeze, but when the breeze touched one's face, there was no warmth at all. Instead, it was bone-piercingly cold, and vaguely corrosive. This is. Everyone's eyes widened. What did they see? In the pitch-black dark domain, 1 head, 2 heads, then 3 heads appeared. Every head emitted a scarlet light. From 360 degrees all around it, every side wore the same expression. Be it the life forms in the Abyss, or the chaos, be it devils or perfected deities, they all felt their hearts palpitate at this moment, as if they wanted to kneel and prostrate themselves in front of this huge, dark deity with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was like a deity walking out of the darkness, filled with boundless might, and various terrifying and oppressive auras. Even the aura of a perfected deity was completely suppressed, as if they were facing their natural enemy. Only Lin Feng could still act freely by relying on his internal universe. However, the spirit flame hallowed body was already firmly suppressed, and on the verge of collapse. King of Abyss, Andre. Lin Feng enunciated each word clearly. He knew that only the King of Abyss, Andre, could possess such terrifying power. Chapter 1084, 1084 Dare to make the gamble. 1084 Dare to make the gamble. Andre's body was incomparably huge, even larger than Lin Feng's 500,000 feet tall spirit flame hallowed body. He was like a child, favored by the darkness as he appeared in the dark domain, terrifying, majestic, and mysterious. Even Lin Feng could sense a terrifying pressure. Abyss King Andre was not the King of Abyss who excelled at combat most in the Abyss. He had another title, and that was the King of Deception. He was famed for his scheming and cunningness. Lin Feng learned all of this from Laguerre. In fact, without the enhancement of the Abyss, logically speaking, the power of Abyss King Andre should be greatly reduced. Even so, the weakened Abyss King Andre still far exceeded the greater devils, and was above them. Lin Feng had a feeling that if he fought the King of Abyss by force with his current strength, the outcome would probably be very dismal. I am the King of Abyss, the King of Deception, Andre. I led all the life forms of the Abyss here from afar just to find a place to live. The chaos is so huge. There must be some place for us to live. Abyss King Andre did not even look at Lin Feng. His 3 heads and 3 mouths shouted at the same time. Everyone on the battlefield's ears were buzzing. Although their languages were different, they could understand what the King of Abyss meant. Abyss King Andre, although there is room in the chaos, it is not a place for you alien lifeforms to live. You should go back to where you came from. Chaos is not where you belong. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile also took a step forward. At the same time, the 6 Hallowed Venerables also took a step forward and surrounded the King of Abyss. Since the King of Abyss had taken the initiative to appear, how could the 7 Hallowed Venerables hold back? Being so close to the chaos, the 7 Hallowed Venerables could still sense the power of the chaos. It was the most advantageous to the Hallowed Venerables. Hence, they were not afraid of any schemes. Their auras locked onto him, and the supreme rules began to envelop him. The 7 supreme rules were like shackles, locking onto Abyss King Andre with clacks. Even Lin Feng had to retreat from such a great battle. The abyssal diabolic flames burned fiercely all over Andre's body, but could not burn down the supreme rules of the chaotic hallowed venerables. The diabolic flames actually contained a trace of the will of the Abyss. Originally, the King of Abyss was one of the manifestations of the Abyss. Although the Abyss was destroyed, its will was not. Even the slightest trace of will could allow the Abyss to be reborn through another form. Unfortunately, such a small amount of will could not do anything before the massive chaotic supreme rules. The 2 parties did not fight, but in reality, the fight had already ended. The competition between the rulers of worlds was a competition of the wills of the worlds. As for the energy of the world, the Abyss had already been destroyed. Every time Andre used his power, it would be depleted, while the power of chaos was infinite. The difference was obvious. We lost. Andre's expression was a little dark. But a loss was a loss. Although he was the King of Deception and had endless schemes, he also knew that strength was the most important thing. Hence, the first King of Abyss would never be him, Andre. Aren't you going to retreat? Hallowed Venerable Styx berated sternly. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to fight Abyss King Andre. Even though the 7 of them could suppress Andre was the ruler of a world after all. Once he unleashed his full strength, he might even be able to break the chaos. If they could make King Andre of Abyss recognize the reality and take the initiative to leave, it would be best. Leave. In the vast dark domain, many life forms of our Abyss have already wandered the dark domain for tens of thousands of years. Apart from the chaos, we haven't found a single world. Once we leave, when will we be able to find another world? Abyss King Andre calmed down instead. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Ah. You want to stay and fight to the death. But even if you die, chaos will at most suffer some damage, and it won't take long for it to recover. As the ruler of a world, it's impossible for you not to know this, Andre, Hallowed Venerable Styx said coldly. Of course. Without the Abyss, all the life forms of the Abyss are rootless. Their strength will be greatly reduced, and they are not a match for your chaos at all. However, no matter how strong your chaos is, it is at most comparable to our Abyss. How are you compared to the celestial devils? Back then, when our Abyss, Nirvana, and Netherworld joined forces, there were a total of 15 world rulers, yet our worlds were still destroyed by the celestial devils. Those celestial devils are unimaginably powerful. They are locusts that occupy one world after another and constantly invade. We abyssal lifeforms thought that we are already proficient in war, but compared to celestial devils, we are simply like children in a kindergarten. Celestial devils are the true enemies of all the worlds in the dark domain. Do you understand? Hearing the Abyss King's words, the chaotic hallowed venerables had some doubts, but they did not know the true goal of the Abyss. King. The celestial devils may be very strong, but what does that have to do with us? That's right. Just because your Abyss was destroyed doesn't mean that our chaos will be destroyed. The celestial devils are so far from the chaos. The vast dark domain is infinite. How can the celestial devils find our chaos? The chaotic hallowed venerables shook their heads. That's right. The celestial devils are so far away, and the dark domain is so vast. How can they find the chaos? The celestial devils can't find it, but we have found the chaos. Once we send the coordinates of chaos in the dark domain to the celestial devils, will your chaos still be safe? Andre was indeed worthy of being the king of deception. This was simply pulling out the rug from underneath, and he had targeted what would threaten the survival of chaos. How is this possible? The dark domain is so vast. How can you pinpoint its location? That's right. The dark domain is infinite. How can you contact the celestial devils? It's just nonsense. Many chaotic hallowed venerables did not believe it. Andre continued, the dark domain is indeed very vast, but the celestial devils roam the dark domain and constantly search for various worlds to hunt and devour. No matter how far they are, they can sense it. You will never understand how frightening the celestial devils are. Moreover, when our Abyss fought with the celestial devils back then, we also captured some celestial devils and learned the method of communication between them. Hence, as long as we want to contact them, we will definitely be able to. Celestial devils are like locusts. Once chaos is discovered, your chaos will be finished. As for whether you believe me or not, you can attack now and kill all these lifeforms from the Abyss to see if the celestial devils will come. Let's see if you dare to make the gamble. The chaotic hallowed venerables' expressions were dark. Even Lin Feng, who was at the side, frowned when he heard this. There was no solution. There was no solution at all. This was not a trick, but an open scheme. Would the chaotic hallowed venerables dare to gamble on it? Even if Andre was lying, after all, Andre was the master of fraud, would the chaotic hallowed venerables dare to gamble on it? The celestial devils could even conquer the Abyss, the Nirvana, and the Netherworld. The 15 world rulers were all dead or injured, leaving only the king of deception, Andre. This was enough to show how terrifying those celestial devils were. If Andre could really contact those celestial devils, would there ever be peace in the chaos? At this thought, everyone fell silent. Chapter 1085, 1085 If I don't give it away, no one can take it. 1085 If I don't give it away, no one can take it. Bang. 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 A sharp glint flashed across hallowed venerable Styx's eyes. Wherever the supreme rule enveloped, countless devils, be they superior devils or inferior devils, were all reduced to dust. Even their pneumas were no exception, and fell completely. In the blink of an eye, the devils suffered heavy losses, but none of them were enraged. Everyone knew that this was the most critical moment. Soul Search. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile had also captured many abyssal devils, and browsed through their memories one by one. Seeing the terrifying capabilities of those celestial devils, even the chaotic hallowed venerables were trembling. What Andre said was the truth. At least for now, it was the truth. As for whether Andre had a way to contact the celestial devils, the chaotic hallowed venerables did not know either. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill Andre at this moment. With the 7 hallowed venerables joining forces, the king of deception, who had lost the Abyss, was naturally not a match for the hallowed venerables. However, under such circumstances, did they dare to gamble? They did not dare. Without a doubt, the hallowed venerables did not dare. No hallowed venerable could afford such consequences. King of Deception, you are indeed worthy of being the most cunning and sinister king of deception in the Abyss. So many powerful world rulers in the Nirvana, Netherworld, and the Abyss were killed by the celestial devils, but you were the only one who survived. Tell me. King of Deception, what are your conditions? The expressions of the abyssal lifeforms were dark. The hallowed venerables did not dare to gamble. So what if they took out their anger on those abyssal devils? Once they really attacked, Andre would contact those celestial devils, and the chaos would be reduced to ashes. No one could afford such a sin. A victorious smile appeared on the lips of the King of Deception. He said indifferently, my conditions are very simple. All the abyssal life forms I bring must enter the chaos. You just need to give us a place to live. We will live and cultivate along with ordinary chaotic life forms. No war is to be initiated lightly, and our abyssal devils or abyssal monsters are not to be killed without a reason. So unwelcome guests have made themselves at home, and turned the tables on us. As expected of the King of Deception. Andre. What could the chaotic hallowed venerables do? Even if they could kill Andre, they had reservations and did not dare to attack. Andre proposed conditions without reservations. The chaotic hallowed venerables naturally would not agree to all of them. However, this was a trivial matter for the subsequent negotiations between the two parties. The general direction had undoubtedly been decided. In terms of the chaos, the losses were not very severe. On the battlefield, the chaos had won, but in the end, the chaos had lost. The abyssal devils entering the chaos were already unstoppable. After intense negotiations, the abyss and chaos came to an agreement. The abyssal devils would build a chaotic city, and both parties were not to initiate wars on a large scale. The King of Deception, Andre, and the chaotic hallowed venerables were not to interfere in any disputes. The rest would go by the laws of chaos. The devils were elated, but chaos was very reluctant to accept it. However, at the thought that they could exchange contribution points for a great amount of treasures, the last bit of discontent in the hearts of many cultivators dissipated. Moreover, everyone knew that the chaotic hallowed venerables were in a difficult position. The other party had something on chaos that could cause them to perish together. Chaos could only relent. Moreover, the chaos was so huge. Even if a part of it was left for the abyssal lifeforms, it would not actually affect them much. After the war ended, the cultivators all returned to the holy city of chaos. They went to the treasure vault of the holy city to exchange contribution points for the treasures they needed. After the war ended, Lin Feng warped space immediately and returned to the holy city Primum Mobile. As they headed for the holy city's treasure vault, everyone's gaze subconsciously landed on him. Lin Feng naturally knew the reason. With the chaotic origin stone on him, he was like a walking treasure trove now. Anyone would want to pounce on it. However, they were deterred by the authority of the chaotic hallowed venerables. Fighting was forbidden in the holy city, so they could only hold themselves back. Lin Feng did not encounter any trouble along the way. After entering the holy city's treasure vault, Lin Feng glanced at the various treasures collected by these hallowed venerables. They were indeed very precious, and were even somewhat beneficial to top-notch perfected deities. However, they were not of much help to the current Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not think much of any of the treasures. At his current cultivation stage, what he needed was a large amount of energy, such as superior devils, and a large number of superior devils at that, or greater devils, or chaotic hallowed beasts. There were none of such things in these treasure vaults. Apart from that, Lin Feng was not interested in anything like chaotic spirit treasures. Hence, although Lin Feng had the first place on the merit rankings, he did not exchange for anything. Although Lin Feng was not interested in the resources and treasure vault of the holy city, he still knew that he had a mutual assistance alliance under his command. He would not waste these contribution points so lightly. He did not need them, but the members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance did. He gathered perfected Lord Long, Yuan Zhenggang, and the other core upper echelons of the Mutual Assistance Alliance to form a specific list of treasures to be exchanged for. Then, he exchanged them one by one according to these lists. Lin Feng's contribution points were probably higher than everyone else's combined. Hence, with this exchange, he had almost emptied out the holy city Primum Mobile. He even went to other holy cities, where he could also exchange for all kinds of treasures and resources. Relying on the large amount of cultivation resources exchanged with these contribution points, the Mutual Assistance Alliance suddenly became one of the factions with the deepest foundation in the entire chaos. Apart from the holy cities of chaos, no faction could have the deep foundation of the current Mutual Assistance Alliance. For a moment, countless people flocked to the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Even perfected deities were willing to join. Lin Feng did not refuse anyone, but he knew that many of these perfected deities who were willing to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance probably had an ulterior motive. What they coveted was not the cultivation resources of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, but the chaotic origin stone on Lin Feng. During this period of time, Lin Feng also realized that although there were many people who joined his Mutual Assistance Alliance, there were also many who caused trouble. There were all kinds of trouble. There were even many powerful factions who had their eyes on Lin Feng from outside the holy city Primum Mobile. The temptation of the chaotic origin stone was simply too great. Lin Feng had now exceeded top-notch perfected deities and become a hallowed spirit, the top individual below hallowed venerables. Even so, there were still people who would take the risk, and people who were unwilling to accept it. Yuan Jinggang could not help but remind Lin Feng, alliance leader, there are all kinds of extraordinary people in the chaos. Every time the chaotic origin stone appears, it would cause violent turmoils and endless bloodshed. With the chaotic origin stone in your possession, it'd be best if you try not to leave the holy city of chaos. Just stay in the holy city and focus on studying the chaotic origin stone to become a hallowed venerable as soon as you can. Then, no one will dare to covet you anymore, alliance leader. Comprehend the chaotic origin stone in peace and become a hallowed venerable. Lin Feng shook his head. In the past, he might have done this. Being a coward had its advantages. There was no risk. However, since he chose his path, he had actually given up on becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable. He would never be able to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. The chaotic origin stone had no effect in his hands. However, just because it had no effect did not mean that Lin Feng did not need it. The chaotic origin stone is mine. I can give it to anyone I want. If I don't give it away, no one can take it. There are only a few inconsequential ruffians. There's no hurry. Just wait. When more of them arrive, I'll end it altogether. Otherwise, there'll be no end to it. Lin Feng muttered softly as he played with the chaotic origin stone that countless perfected deities would go insane over. Yuan Jinggang could clearly sense that Lin Feng's calm tone contained a chilling killing intent. This alliance leader was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the invincible perfected lord from back then, and was not even a perfected deity. He was the hallowed spirit, whose majesty shook the chaos. He was invincible among all below hallowed venerables. Chapter 1086, 1086 The Eve of the Storm. 1086 The Eve of the Storm. Far away from the holy city Primum Mobile, countless cultivators came and went. There were also innumerable spaceships and battleships. Everything seemed to be as usual. Swoosh. Suddenly, figures walked out of the void in the chaos. They were only faintly discernible, and even ordinary perfected lords could not see these figures. He still hasn't come out yet. What if he keeps hiding in there and never comes out? One of the perfected deity's expressions was dark. He appeared anxious. He still has the Inception Continent. If there's really no other way, we'll threaten him with the Inception Continent. I don't believe he won't come out then. If it were me, I wouldn't come out. The Inception Continent, the subordinates and the faction are all inconsequential. Only my own attainment is the most important thing. But you're not him, and you'll never be him. Don't worry, he'll definitely come out. He's the only hallowed lord in the chaos. The hallowed lord was the title of respect for Lin Feng, the only hallowed spirit in the chaos at the moment. It meant that he was the only hallowed lord in the entire chaos in all of history, above billions, and second only to hallowed venerables. The one who spoke was an ancient perfected deity. He had cultivated for billions of years, and was even not inferior to the seven Hallowed venerables in terms of qualifications. His divine abilities were simply immeasurable, and he had even condensed several greater divine abilities. He was known as Ancestor Mani. Ancestor Mani was not in the holy city of chaos. His qualifications were even older than the 7 hallowed venerables. The 7 hallowed venerables were even his juniors. He was proud, so he naturally did not have the face to stay in the holy city of chaos. Moreover, the various cultivation resources in the holy city of chaos were useless to Ancestor Mani. He was slumbering in a remote stretch of chaotic void, and had been slumbering the entire time. He had not even received the divine battle order from the 7 hallowed venerables during the last battle with alien lifeforms. After all, the divine battle orders were only circulated in the holy cities of chaos and the surrounding regions. Naturally, cultivators in the depths of the chaos or in some remote places had not received them. However, this time, with the appearance of the chaotic origin stone, Ancestor Mani also woke up. I didn't manage to obtain the chaotic origin stone the previous few times. I can't lose the chaotic origin stone again this time. A trace of determination appeared in Ancestor Mani's eyes. It was the chaotic origin stone, the supreme treasure of chaos that he had always dreamed of obtaining. This was the true supreme treasure of chaos. It was worth it, even at the risk of his life. Even though it was almost impossible for them to snatch the chaotic origin stone from a hallowed lord this time, Ancestor Mani and the others would not hesitate to risk their lives for this opportunity to attain consummation in cultivation. They had already lived for a long, long time. As long as they could attain consummation in cultivation, dying was nothing. Ancestor, we're not the only ones coveting the chaotic origin stone. Many other old fellows have also awakened. There are even some chaotic divine beasts. That's right, Ancestor. These fellows are all hiding in the dark and coveting the chaotic origin stone. Should we eliminate them first? It's not just the cultivators in our chaos. There are even those otherworldly life forms. I can already sense the aura of some devils. Those despicable devils invaded our chaos, and they still covet the supreme treasure of cultivation in our chaos. They deserve to die. These perfected deities were all top-notch perfected deities. They had been good friends with Ancestor Mani for billions of years. If not for the chaotic hallowed venerables and chaotic hallowed beasts, these few people alone could even dominate the chaos without any resistance. They had mastered countless arcane techniques and divine abilities. There's no need to care about all of them. Moreover, the more of them there are, the better. It's normal for those devils to covet the chaotic origin stone. If they want to gain a foothold in the chaos, just that threat alone is not enough. They naturally want to obtain the chaotic origin stone, comprehend the supreme rule within, and even become hallowed venerables, thereby becoming a part of the chaos. However, we're dealing with the hallowed lord, the invincible hallowed lord, who's only below the hallowed venerables and above billions. Everyone, take your positions. This may be the hardest battle for the chaotic origin stone. The more helpers there are, the better. Only by taking advantage of the situation can we fish in troubled waters. Hearing that even Ancestor Mani needed to fish in troubled waters, the hearts of many top-notch perfected deities skipped a beat. That's right. Lin Feng was the hallowed lord. They had not participated in the war against invading lifeforms from another world, and did not know how terrifying Lin Feng was. However, from the rumors that Lin Feng had condensed the ultimate divine ability, and was the only hallowed spirit in the chaos, it was evident how terrifying his strength was. The respectful title of Hallowed Lord further highlighted Lin Feng's current identity and status. Snatching the chaotic origin stone from Lin Feng was extremely dangerous. However, even if there was extreme danger, they still could not resist the temptation of the chaotic origin stone. There were some things that had to be done. They could die without regrets. The chaotic origin stone was an opportunity to attain the principle of cultivation. They would not hesitate even if they died. Your Majesty, the ancestral dragon, the chaotic origin stone has appeared. Aren't chaotic divine beasts like us supposed to fight for it? The 6 chaotic hallowed beasts were all gathered now. Although the 6 chaotic hallowed beasts usually did not get along, they all knew their priorities. When facing a major event like the appearance of the chaotic origin stone, the ancestral dragon opened its huge, draconic eyes. It recalled Lin Feng's terrifying divine ability in the battle of the invasion of alien life forms. Even now, it still had lingering fears. We've already fought for the chaotic origin stone a few times, but we've failed every time. Do you know the reason? What other reason can there be? We chaotic divine beasts are not strong enough. The cultivators have the advantage in numbers, so it's naturally easy for them to obtain the chaotic origin stone. Moreover, those chaotic hallowed venerables won't allow your majesties to fight for it. Otherwise, no matter how many chaotic origin stones there are, we would have gotten all of them. However, the ancestral dragon shook his head and said, "Divine beasts like us do not comprehend the rules since birth. Although we are compatible with the rules ourselves, we will never become chaotic hallowed venerables. Did you think we lost the competition the previous few times because there are too many cultivators? In reality, that's not the case. How could those chaotic hallowed venerables allow the chaotic divine beast lineages to obtain the chaotic origin stone? Your Majesty the ancestral dragon, do you mean to say that we shouldn't compete for it? But even those devils are planning to compete for it. Stop competing. We divine beasts will stop competing. The devils are competing because they have confidence. They have something on the hallowed venerables. What can we do?" The chaotic hallowed venerables drove the 9-headed Taotia away. "So what if we're hallowed beasts? We're different from those devils. We're far inferior to those devils, even. Let's stop competing, and let them fight. Moreover, that hallowed lord is not so easy to deal with." A trace of helplessness appeared in the ancestral dragon's eyes. Then, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. The other chaotic hallowed beasts also left one after another. Some chaotic divine beasts were unwilling, but the chaotic hallowed beasts could not care less. If they were unwilling, so be it. After so many years, the line of chaotic divine beasts had already grown cowardly. They had to accept the reality. After all, there was not a single chaotic hallowed venerable among the chaotic divine beasts. Chapter 1087, 1087 I am the hallowed lord, and shall dominate an era. 1087 I am the hallowed lord, and shall dominate an era. The Abyss City was established in the chaotic void. It was built by the King of Deception, Andre, with supreme methods. It looked like a war fortress, sinister and terrifying. Looking at it from afar, it was daunting. However, devils were constantly entering and exiting the Abyss City. Ever since Abyss City was established, and the devils gained a foothold in the chaos, they began to think about cultivation. The cultivation methods of the devils were very special. Without the Abyss, it would be very difficult for them to continue cultivating. Moreover, most of the devils enjoyed killing and fighting. They had constant friction with the cultivators in the chaos, but they were all limited to small-scale or individual fights. Both parties still restrained themselves. At this moment, the King of Deception gathered the 6 greater devils under his command. You should have all heard that a chaotic origin stone has appeared in the chaos. It's with that cultivator called Lin Feng. The King of Deception, Andre, said slowly. Your Majesty the Devil King, we've all heard of it. In the chaos, the chaotic origin stone is the true supreme treasure. It's the key to becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable. It should be similar to the heart of Abyss in our Abyss. Once one obtains the chaotic origin stone, they'd have a chance of becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable. Andre nodded and said, that's right. The chaotic origin stone is actually the heart of Abyss. It's just that the name is different. There are a total of 9 chaotic origin stones in the chaos. Currently, 7 hallowed venerables have already consumed 7 chaotic origin stones. This is the 8th one now. There's not many chaotic origin stones left. Hence, we have to fight for this chaotic origin stone with all we can. Although we've signed an agreement with the chaos, the agreement is nothing. If we want to completely gain a foothold, we have to obtain the chaotic origin stone, and even become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Only then can our abyssal devils gain a foothold in the chaos and thrive. Your Majesty, will those chaotic hallowed venerables let us participate in the competition? After all, the chaotic origin stone is their holy relic. The devils were all filled with doubts. Indeed, the chaotic origin stone was a chaotic holy item. Everyone knew what obtaining the chaotic origin stone meant. How could those chaotic hallowed venerables not know? They definitely would not let the devils obtain the chaotic origin stone so easily. Don't worry, even if those chaotic hallowed venerables want to stop us, I'm still here. You can fight for it without worries. Those hallowed venerables don't dare to fall out with us at all now. As long as we don't attack on a large scale, they will tolerate it. Hence, only 3 of the 6 greater devils need to be mobilized this time. Remember, do things in secret. When the chaotic origin stone appears, all the life forms in the chaos have to fight for it with their lives. You just have to wait for an opportunity. Understood. We will definitely seize the chaotic origin stone and offer it to His Majesty the Devil King. Hence, with a flash, the 3 greater devils flew out of Abyss City. In the Holy City Styx, perfected deity Eventide knelt in front of hallowed venerable Styx. Hallowed venerable, I. Perfected deity Eventide was about to say something, but hesitated. However, she bit his lip, and a trace of stubbornness and indignation appeared in her eyes. Actually, it was not just Eventide. Many disciples of hallowed venerable Styx had rushed back one by one, and knelt in front of hallowed venerable Styx. Alas! Hallowed venerable Styx heaved a long sigh and said, I know what you want to do. The chaotic origin stone, right? However, you have to know that every competition for the chaotic origin stone has been extremely dangerous. Top-notch perfected deities fell every time. This time, it's even harder, because the chaotic origin stone is in Lin Feng's possession. He's the only hallowed lord in the chaos. At the mention of Lin Feng and the hallowed lord, the eyes of hallowed venerable Styx's disciples dimmed, but the stubbornness in their eyes intensified. Even if he's the hallowed lord, he'd struggle against many enemies. We're not the only ones who have their eyes on the chaotic origin stone. The forces of the entire chaos are focused on him. A man's wealth would lead to his own ruin. The chaotic origin stone is his original sin. It would be fine if he kept hiding in the holy city of chaos, but once he comes out, we can't miss this opportunity. Hallowed venerable, please understand. Hallowed venerable Styx looked at the disciples under his command. These disciples had all followed him for a long time. Some disciples were dead, and some disciples were still around. His favorite disciple, perfected deity Easterly, was also dead. Forget it, forget it. Go, I'll bestow you with the demon-subduing ring. Even chaotic hallowed beasts can be confined for a while. Whether you can obtain the chaotic origin stone will depend on your own luck. Thank you, hallowed venerable. The disciples were overjoyed. Hadn't they knelt in front of hallowed venerable Styx precisely for this chaotic supreme treasure? Being able to trap the chaotic hallowed beast for a while was enough to show how formidable it was. At the same time, the disciples of hallowed venerable Primum Mobile, hallowed venerable Luster, the disciples or descendants of the other hallowed venerables, and so on all used various methods to plead with the hallowed venerables to bestow some treasures to them. The chaotic origin stone tugged at the hearts of all the chaotic cultivators. For a few times in the past, battles had occurred. It was said that the chaotic origin stone had appeared. They resulted in heavy casualties, but in the end, it was found that the news was fake. There was no chaotic origin stone at all. Even fake news was enough to make many perfected deities fight to the death. Moreover, all the perfected deities had sensed the aura of the chaotic origin stone this time. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables were certain that it was the 8th chaotic origin stone. In the holy city Primum Mobile, Lin Feng was not even in seclusion. He had also studied the supreme rule in the chaotic origin stone. It was indeed very profound, but it was not impossible to understand. In the past, Lin Feng had wondered if this was fate that the chaotic origin stone had fallen into his possession. He should be the eighth chaotic hallowed venerable. But now, he was not so sure. This was because he could not comprehend the supreme rule. In other words, even if he had not given up on the chaotic origin stone and on becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable, and instead devoted himself to cultivating the supreme rule, he still would not be able to comprehend it. This supreme rule seemed to be tailor-made for a certain individual. If one was not meant to comprehend it, they could not. Perhaps there were other ways, but at least Lin Feng had no way. This meant that the eighth chaotic hallowed venerable was not Lin Feng. However, this did not mean that Lin Feng would give up the chaotic origin stone. Even if he was not the eighth hallowed venerable, he had to select the eighth chaotic hallowed venerable. If he did not give it away, others could not snatch it. Only by giving it away himself could an eighth chaotic hallowed venerable be born. At Lin Feng's level, he could do whatever he wanted, and no longer had to worry about the outside world. Alliance leader, there has been many turmoils outside recently. Some old perfected deities, entities even older than chaotic hallowed venerables, have already awakened one after another. There's also the lineages of chaotic divine beasts. They're also eyeing us. Even the devils are up to something, and fanning the flames in the dark. I heard that even the disciples of the hallowed venerables can't hold it in anymore. Alliance leader, just stay in the holy city of chaos. As long as you're in the holy city of chaos, no matter how many people gather outside, they can't do anything to you. Yuan Jinggang and the other core members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance were both excited and worried. A storm was brewing in the outside world, and the power gathered simply made their hearts palpitate. Even if the Alliance leader was the only hallowed spirit in the chaos, and was revered as the hallowed lord, they were still worried. The temptation of the chaotic origin stone was difficult to resist. They only hoped that Lin Feng could comprehend the supreme rule as soon as possible and become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Then, he would naturally be able to sweep through all other forces, and all threats would disappear. Lin Feng sat at the head of the table. Hearing that so many factions and forces had gathered to covet the chaotic origin stone, he was elated rather than afraid. He smiled and said, after waiting for so long, everyone who should come should have already arrived. I'll go out and deal with those ruffians, and show that I live up to my reputation as the hallowed lord. What? Alliance leader, you can't. Even if you're unparalleled, there's no need for you to take the risk. That's right, that's right. You just need to stay in the holy city of chaos, comprehend the supreme rule, and become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Why do you have to do this and invite more trouble? They did not understand Lin Feng's current actions. He could have stayed in the holy city and waited until he comprehended the supreme rule. Why would he take the risk? But Lin Feng could not possibly say that he could not comprehend the supreme rule at all, and could not become a hallowed venerable. Moreover, his path was not the path of a chaotic hallowed venerable. The chaotic origin stone was useless to him. Even though these were all facts, Lin Feng could not say them. Do you think they can't do anything if I never go out? What about the Mutual Assistance Alliance? We can disperse the members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. What about the Inception Continent? We'll give up on the Inception Continent. Then what about the Origin Universe? Should we give that up, too? Everyone looked at each other. That's right. The Mutual Assistance Alliance could be dispersed, and the Inception Continent could be given up, but what about the Origin Universe? Should Lin Feng give up the Origin Universe too? Yuan Jinggang was about to suggest that Lin Feng give up on the Origin Universe as well. In any case, Lin Feng's closest family was in the Holy City. However, Perfected Lord Long shook his head. He knew Lin Feng very well. Giving up on the Origin Universe was not something Lin Feng was capable of. The reason they haven't attacked the Inception Continent or the Origin Universe yet is that they want to force me to go out by myself. If I don't go out, they'll start attacking. It's not just the Origin Universe, nor the Inception Continent. They'll target every member of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Even you will be in serious danger, unless you never leave the holy city of chaos either. Perfected Lord Long and Yuan Zhengang both opened their mouths, but did not say anything in the end. The temptation of the chaotic origin stone exceeded ordinary people's imagination. At that time, those old perfected deities would not care that Lin Feng was the hallowed lord. They would not care if Lin Feng would settle scores with them in the future. They would do everything they could to force Lin Feng to leave the holy city of chaos, regardless of the price. Lin Feng had to go out, and this battle was unavoidable. Alliance leader. Hallowed Lord, you are our hope. How could perfected Lord Long and Yuan Zhengang not know that Lin Feng had made up his mind? However, in the face of such a matter, the Mutual Assistance Alliance, which they so took pride in, had become Lin Feng's burden, and could not help him at all. Lin Feng stood up. His originally thin body appeared sturdy as a mountain now. Lin Feng stared at the chaotic void and stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Don't worry. Although they gave me the title of Hallowed Lord, they still don't know the might of a Hallowed Lord. In this battle, I will let them and the entire chaos know the might of a Hallowed Lord. I am the Hallowed Lord, and shall dominate an era." With that, Lin Feng stepped forward and walked towards the chaotic void. Chapter 1088, 1088 How dare others interrupt while the Hallowed Lord speaks? 1088 How dare others interrupt while the Hallowed Lord speaks? In the chaotic void, a spaceship was slowly advancing. There were only some chaotic merchants inside. They were all perfected lords who were preparing to head to the Holy City Primum Mobile to purchase some supplies. That's the Holy City Primum Mobile. We finally arrived at the Holy City Primum Mobile. After purchasing the supplies this time, we can return to the chaotic continent quickly. We might be able to make another huge profit. The chaos is really dangerous. It'll be much safer once we reach the Holy City. These chaotic merchants were all overjoyed. Even with a perfected lord as the leader, it was still rather dangerous to trade in the chaos. If they were not careful, they might all be annihilated. Buzz. Suddenly, the chaotic perfected lords in the spaceship saw a faint figure walking in the chaotic void from the Holy City Primum Mobile. Although he was only walking, every step he took was faster than the chaotic spaceship. Who's that? What a terrifying aura. Could it be a chaotic perfected deity? At the thought of the chaotic perfected deity, the perfected lords on this chaotic spaceship held their breaths and focused. They had never seen a perfected deity before. Although there were many perfected deities in the holy cities, they all lived in seclusion, and rarely appeared in sight. As the mysterious perfected deity arrived in front of the chaotic spaceship step by step, everyone in the chaotic spaceship paid their respects to the perfected deity, not daring to slight him at all. Lin Feng stopped in front of the chaotic spaceship for a moment, then sent a voice transmission, "Hurry up and leave. This is a place of conflict. If you don't leave quickly, you won't be able to." "Ah. Perfected deity, what do you mean?" Many perfected lords in the chaotic spaceship were still slightly stunned, not knowing what he meant. Lin Feng was just giving a casual reminder. Whether they listened or not would depend on the luck of these chaotic merchants. Suddenly, the expression of a perfected lord in the chaotic spaceship changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Go, go, escape into the holy city Primum Mobile as fast as possible. Quick." Buzz. However, no matter how fast the chaotic spaceship reacted, it was too late. Traces of ripples suddenly appeared in the huge chaotic void. They were like intertwined threads that pierced through the void for billions of miles. Crack. After being pierced by these threads, the durable chaotic spaceship was instantly severed into a few pieces. Even the few chaotic perfected lords in the chaotic spaceship were reduced to ashes. Their perfected spirits flew towards the depths of the chaos to reincarnate. An undeserved calamity. This was a true undeserved calamity. Similar to these chaotic merchants, there were still many cultivators who had encountered undeserved calamities. Within a radius of billions of miles, many cultivators were killed by these seemingly harmless threads. These were not threads, but a top-notch divine array. Even a top-notch perfected deity would be ripped apart by this terrifying divine array. Lin Feng stood in the void. He had already used the spirit flame hallowed body. His body was burning with flames. No matter how strong these threads were, they could not injure him at all. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and looked in a certain direction in the void. He said indifferently, "You've waited for so long. Come out." His voice echoed in the void and spread into the distance. Swoosh. As expected, spatial ripples kept flickering in the void. A few figures suddenly walked out. The auras on all of them were top-notch. Perfected deities, and they were incomparably ancient and vast. Haha, as expected of the only hallowed lord in chaos. Hallowed Lord, we have been waiting for you for a long time. An old man with white hair and beard slowly walked out of the void. Behind him were 4 perfected deities. They were also top-notch. Perfected deities and followed suit. They appeared very respectful towards the old man. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not even look at the 4 top-notch perfected deities, but this old man with white hair and beard appeared unfathomable, even more terrifying than the disciples of those hallowed venerables. Who are you? State your name. Lin Feng spread his hand, as if he were the owner of this place. His demeanor did not falter. Huh. The old man's gaze focused, but the 4 top-notch perfected deities behind him shouted, "Impudence! The ancestor has arrived, yet Lin Feng is still so arrogant." That's right. Ancestor Mani was famed in the primordial era, even older than the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables. Even the hallowed venerables have to call him ancestor. How dare a junior like you disrespect him? Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and said, "So it's Ancestor Mani. Excuse my disrespect. It's rumored that Ancestor was a famous figure in the primordial era, one of the oldest entities in the chaos. Why would you want to get involved in this mess? The body that you have cultivated for billions of years might be lost. When that happens and your perfected spirit is destroyed, wouldn't it be too late for regrets?" Lin Feng did not stand on ceremony at all. So what? If it was Ancestor Mani, he was just an ancient perfected deity. So what if his seniority was high? In the chaos, the strong were respected, and the accomplished came first. Even if this Ancestor Mani saw the chaotic hallowed venerables, he had to address them respectfully as hallowed venerables. This old fogey actually dared to parade his seniority before Lin Feng, and call himself an ancestor. Lin Feng would not be polite. How dare you be disrespectful to the ancestor? You. The 4 top-notch perfected deities behind Ancestor Mani were about to berate him, when Lin Feng's eyes suddenly focused. It was as if infinite flames filled the air. Raging flames appeared on the top-notch perfected deity's body at once, burning wildly. Ah! What is this? Ancestor, save me! Flames filled the void. The esteemed top-notch perfected deity was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, but even Ancestor Mani couldn't do anything. Lin Feng, you. Ancestor Mani was furious, but he became even more wary. A dignified top-notch perfected deity had actually fallen with just a glance from Lin Feng. This capability was even more terrifying than what the rumors claimed. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was used to it. He said calmly, "How can anyone interrupt when I'm talking to Ancestor? It's just a minor punishment. I didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a mere wisp of my chaotic spirit flames. Where has billions of years of cultivation gone to?" Lin Feng shook his head, as if he was actually rather regretful. You. Ancestor Mani's eyes widened in anger. He was incomparably furious. Just now, his follower's body had been ignited with dozens of chaotic spirit flames. How could it be just a wisp of chaotic spirit flames? He had even asked, where has billions of years of cultivation gone to, which was clearly twisting logic. However, this glance from Lin Feng made the hearts of the surrounding cultivators hiding in the dark or in the open palpitate. This was not an ordinary siege. The one they wanted to surround and kill was the only hallowed spirit of chaos, Lin Feng, who was venerated as the Hallowed Lord. The Hallowed Lord would dominate an era. Even Ancestor Mani had no choice but to address him respectfully as Hallowed Lord. Hallowed Lord, you are indeed powerful. I'm convinced. However, Hallowed Lord, did you expect any friends to visit when you stepped out of the holy city today? Ancestor Mani gave a half-smile. He looked kindly, but in reality, there was no knowing how many lethal moves he's preparing behind the treacherous smile. As long as he found Lin Feng's weakness, he would definitely show no mercy, and kill Lin Feng with a single strike. Chapter 1089 Come out together. 1089 Come out together. Looking at Ancestor Mani's smiling face, Lin Feng remained indifferent. Who else wants to die? Come out together, Lin Feng said indifferently. He even pressed down with his empty hand. Buzz. The void shattered, and those experts could no longer conceal themselves. Gore. There was an earth-shattering roar. The massive bodies of chaotic divine beasts with extremely powerful auras stretched across the void, glaring menacingly at Lin Feng. There was a distance between them and other cultivators, and they seemed to form their own faction. Chaotic divine beasts. And with the bloodline of a hallowed beast at that. You're also courting death. Even if I give this chaotic origin stone to you, can you comprehend it? Lin Feng shook his head. Since these chaotic divine beasts had come to die, he would not stop them. Although the chaotic divine beasts were very displeased with Lin Feng's contempt towards them, Lin Feng was now famous as a Hallowed Lord, and had the same status as their ancestors. Hence, they could only conceal their discontent and glare at Lin Feng menacingly. There are more. Come out together. Lin Feng looked in another direction. Buzz. Spatial ripples appeared in the void. Right on the heels of that, figures leaped out of space one after another. They were old acquaintances. At least, they had met once before. Perfected. Deity Even-eyed, I didn't expect you to come as well. You're interested in the chaotic origin stone too? That's right. You're all both top-notch perfected deities. How can you resist the temptation of the chaotic origin stone? However, the battlefield is merciless. If we fight, I won't hold back. Lin Feng shook his head. Perfected deity Eventide's expression was very complicated. She looked at Lin Feng, as if she was seeing the proud perfected deity Easterly back then. However, even she had to admit that even if perfected deity Easterly was resurrected, he'd be far inferior to Lin Feng. Hallowed Lord, your ability to condense the ultimate divine ability can be considered unprecedented, and probably will remain unparalleled in the future. Even the resurrection of Senior Easterly cannot compare to your aptitude. However, the chaotic origin stone is an opportunity to attain the principle. Even if I have to fight to the death, I will give it my all. Is that so? And perfected deity Ziji, is it the same for you? Perfected deity Ziji nodded and said, that's right, Hallowed Lord. As a Hallowed Lord, there's no harm in letting go of the chaotic origin stone. Now, our lineup is so powerful. Even a chaotic hallowed beast probably won't be able to leave without trouble. You're the only Hallowed Lord among us cultivators. You do not need to fall here. Perfected deity Ziji's expression was also very complicated. In the beginning, these hallowed venerable disciples were disdainful, envious, and jealous of Lin Feng. But now, they addressed Lin Feng respectfully as Hallowed Lord. They were undoubtedly convinced by his capability. It had to be known that the title of Hallowed Lord was second only to the Hallowed Venerable. This title of Hallowed Lord represented status and respect. Even though all the cultivators present coveted the chaotic origin stone in Lin Feng's possession, they still respected Lin Feng, the Hallowed Lord, immensely. This was unlike the chaotic divine beasts. Those chaotic divine beasts even wanted to kill Lin Feng, the Hallowed Lord among cultivators, while fighting for the chaotic origin stone. Forget it, forget it. There's no knowing how many perfected deities' lives would be lost when it comes to an opportunity to attain the principle. It's just that when fighting, you should know when to advance and when to retreat. I won't hold back. However, before fighting, some people should come out sooner. Don't think it's so easy to sit back and reap the benefits after others have fought. Lin Feng extended his hand and pressed down. Boom. The void suddenly shook. The chaotic space stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and actually shattered completely. 3. Faintly discernible bodies actually concealed all their auras, so that even the perfected deities did not notice them. Devils. And they're greater devils. 3 greater devils are hiding behind us. Hey, trying to reap the benefits of our dispute. Even the devils are participating. They've just gained a foothold in the chaos, and they're already plotting to seize the chaotic origin. Stone. Even chaotic divine beasts had a natural sense of repulsion towards devils. After all, the demons were not chaotic life forms. Moreover, in the last battle, both perfected deities and chaotic divine beasts had suffered casualties. Naturally, they did not have a good impression of the devils. Cultivators, and chaotic divine beasts. Everyone wants to fight for the chaotic origin stone, but against this hallowed Lord second. Only to the hallowed venerables, it's extremely difficult for you to obtain it alone. Why don't we work together and deal with this hallowed Lord first before fighting for the chaotic origin stone? These 3 greater devils were all incomparably cunning, and naturally knew how to divide and conquer. In their eyes, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the greatest threat. As long as they dealt with Lin Feng first, with their strength as greater devils, their chances of obtaining the chaotic origin stone would undoubtedly be much higher. What a good plan. Why don't we let the hallowed Lord deal with you first? No matter what, the chaotic origin stone can't fall into the hands of devils like you. Some chaotic perfected deities smiled coldly. Lin Feng took a look and realized that these greater devils had no intention of attacking first. The other chaotic perfected deities also had no intention of dealing with the greater devils first. This situation was already clear. The 2 parties were using each other. For the sake of the chaotic origin stone, any hatred or disagreements could be put aside for the time being. Lin Feng lamented again at how tempting the opportunity to attain the principle was. No wonder every time the chaotic origin stone appeared, it would cause a bloodbath. It was not an exaggeration. Lin Feng stood tall in the chaotic void, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. It was as if he was completely unaware of the danger and hopelessness he was in. As for everyone else, be it the chaotic perfected deity, the chaotic divine beasts, or even the greater devils, none of them had any intention of attacking first. For a moment, the scene was in a strange stalemate. Rumble. In the distant chaotic void, hallowed venerable primum mobile and hallowed venerable Styx were about to make a move when they were stopped by the king of deception, Andre. Where are the 2 hallowed venerables going? Andre said with a half-smile. Andre, the chaotic origin stone is a supreme treasure of chaos. The opportunity to attain the principle is not something abyssal devils like you can touch. Hallowed venerable Styx naturally wanted to eliminate the 3 greater devils. Oh. The chaotic origin stone is an opportunity to attain the principle. Why can't we abyssal devils have it? Hallowed venerables, since we abyssal devils have already entered the chaos, we are a part of the chaos. There's no reason why life forms in the chaos like you can fight for it, but we devils can't. Moreover, I followed the rules of the chaos and didn't attack, right? Andre, you've got a good plan. Although you didn't attack, you mobilized a greater devil, which is comparable to a chaotic hallowed beast. Even the chaotic hallowed beasts were warned not to fight for the chaotic origin stone. Oh. That's too unfortunate. I've just arrived, and am still a little unfamiliar with the agreement between the hallowed venerables. I definitely won't make such a mistake again next time. Andre's words made the 2 hallowed venerables incomparably furious. For a moment, thunder rumbled in the chaotic void, as if the entire chaos was in turmoil. However, Andre did not move at all. He just stood calmly in the void. After a long while, the 2 hallowed venerables looked at each other and said in a low voice, "Forget it, Andre, this is your last warning. No matter what, you can't interfere. Otherwise, even if your location is exposed and the celestial devils are attracted, we will definitely annihilate your abyssal clan. With that, the two hallowed venerables disappeared. Undoubtedly, they've tacitly agreed to the actions of the devils this time. A smile appeared on Andre's lips, but there was a faint trace of worry in his eyes. The chaotic origin stone. Only by becoming a hallowed venerable, and completely becoming a part of the chaos, can we gain a foothold in the chaos. Without the abyss, we are all wanderers, Andre muttered softly. Even he, the Devil King, could not tolerate the days of wandering. Hence, Andre had to gain a foothold in the chaos at all costs, and completely integrate into it. Chapter 1090, 1090 The Might of a Hallowed Lord. 1090 The Might of a Hallowed Lord. Are we just going to let it be? In the secret chamber of the Holy City, Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile and Hallowed Venerable Styx's expressions were dark. Clearly, the matter had already exceeded their control. What else can we do? It's an opportunity to attain the principle. All the perfected deities are going insane over it. Even with our authority. As hallowed venerables, how can we suppress it? Think about what it was like when we fought for the chaotic origin stone back then. Moreover, among the many perfected deities fighting for the chaotic origin stone, there are also your disciples and mine. Hallowed. Venerable Styx's words made Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile fall silent as well. It was not just the disciples of the two hallowed venerables. The family and friends or disciples of the other 5 hallowed venerables were also participating in the competition for the chaotic origin stone. What a pity about Lin Feng. He's the only hallowed spirit in the chaos. He's even more outstanding than Easterly. Hallowed Venerable Styx seemed to see the shadow of perfected deity Easterly in Lin Feng back then. He was even more outstanding than perfected deity Easterly. Every time the chaotic origin stone appears, the chaos would be plunged into earth-shattering turmoil. However, the candidate for the hallowed venerable is actually already predestined. No one can take it away. Just wait and see. Perhaps the hallowed venerable will appear soon. Every hallowed venerable has experienced endless hardships step by step. If Lin Feng is really the predestined hallowed venerable, no matter how dangerous the situation is, it can be resolved. If not, forget about everything. The two chaotic hallowed venerables had already made up their minds not to interfere, and would only pay attention silently. An image appeared in front of them. It was the scene of Lin Feng being surrounded in the chaotic void. At this moment, countless people were paying attention to this battle. The news had already spread throughout the 7 holy cities. Hallowed Lord Lin Feng had left the holy city of chaos. Moreover, as soon as he left, he was surrounded by many experts. A shocking battle was definitely imminent. This battle might be able to determine the 8th hallowed venerable. This was because in the past, although there had also been a bloodbath when the chaotic origin stone appeared, chaotic hallowed venerables would soon appear and stand at the peak of the chaos. Ordinary perfected deities could not interfere in such a battle at all. Only top-notch perfected deities were qualified to participate. However, this did not mean that no one was paying attention. Even ordinary perfected deities were paying attention. After all, there was no difference in realm between ordinary perfected deities and top-notch perfected deities. They also yearned to obtain the chaotic origin stone. If they were compatible with the supreme rule, they could also become great, undying and indestructible chaotic hallowed venerables. Hence, the perfected deities learned about and paid attention to this great battle through various channels. Alliance leader is still a little careless. I didn't expect even those devils to interfere. How shameless. There's also perfected deity Eventide. She even met the alliance leader once back then. How can she be so shameless? There are also some top-notch perfected deities. Their virtue is unworthy of their status. They are even willing to join forces with the chaotic divine beasts and the devils to deal with the alliance leader. How despicable. The people of the Mutual Assistance Alliance were all filled with righteous indignation. Looking at the figures surrounding Lin Feng, they were inexplicably angered and saddened. Every figure was famous in the chaos. They were definitely not as simple as ordinary top-notch perfected deities. Even the top-notch perfected deity that Lin Feng killed with a glance was actually famed. He had cultivated for billions of years. If he appeared alone, he would be a major figure who would shake the chaos. No one who could participate in this battle was a nobody. They were all famous hegemons or ancient entities. Many perfected deities were paying attention to this battle. Some were worried, while others were naturally happy. Those who did not get along with Lin Feng and the Mutual Assistance Alliance were incomparably happy. For example, the last time perfected deity Infinity saw Lin Feng display his prowess and condense the ultimate divine ability, he was almost in despair. However, later on, when Lin Feng exposed the chaotic origin stone, not only was he envious, he was also incomparably happy. However, later on, Lin Feng kept staying in the holy city of chaos. Perfected deity Infinity was really worried that Lin Feng would comprehend the supreme rule and become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Then, he would really be dead. Fortunately, Lin Feng exited the holy city of chaos. Now that he was surrounded and attacked by so many experts, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, could he escape? Hence, perfected deity Infinity was also paying close attention to the development of the situation. Even if he did not have the chance to obtain the chaotic origin stone, he would not pass on any news regarding Lin Feng. In the chaotic void, Lin Feng did not care about the commotion outside at all. He had waited for so long. Those who should have come had all arrived, and so had those who should not have come. It seemed like the temptation of the chaotic origin stone was indeed considerable. Lin Feng had underestimated the temptation of the chaotic origin stone. However, he was a hallowed lord who could dominate an era. No matter how many came, he was ready. All of you, attack together. Once you attack, any friendship in the past would be forsaken. Even if you are the disciple of a hallowed venerable, even if you are the descendant of a hallowed beast, even if you had some connection with me back then, it will all be for naught. On the battlefield, those who attack me can only be enemies. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back in the chaotic void, showing his bearing as a hallowed lord. Even Lin Feng's enemies could not help but exclaim inwardly. As expected of the hallowed lord. With such bearing, even a top-notch perfected deity was far inferior. Lin Feng stood in the void. As soon as he finished speaking, no one dared to attack. If you don't dare to attack, I'll do it. Devils, life forms from another world, how dare you covet the supreme treasure of chaos? You deserve to die. Boom. Lin Feng made his move. He grabbed with his hand, and his arm stretched for thousands of kilometers, forming a huge flaming palm that grabbed towards the three greater devils. The three greater devils did not expect Lin Feng to dare to take the initiative to attack. However, Lin Feng had only used the spirit flame. Hallowed body. The three greater devils were not afraid. Hence, perfected deities appeared among the greater devils. All of them had sinister expressions and ugly appearances. They emitted the aura of the abyss, as if a hole had been torn open in the entire chaos. Boom. With this head-on clash, the flames that filled the air scattered in all directions. Lin Feng's large hand shattered with a bang, turning into specks of flames. However, in an instant, Lin Feng's flames condensed again. Prime Realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He had only used a portion of the Prime Realm divine ability, not even 1/10 of its power. However, even if it was only 1/10, the power that erupted instantly was unimaginable, simply earth-shattering. After all, Lin Feng's internal universe had improved countless times after the last battle between life forms in the other world. The Prime Realm divine ability was basically about the internal universe. The more it expanded, the more terrifying its power would be. At this moment, the Prime Realm divine ability was no longer the ultimate divine ability. Instead, it had reached an indescribably terrifying level above the ultimate divine ability. Thump. Lin Feng's large hand had already grabbed a devil. The moment Lin Feng grabbed the incomparably sinister and terrifying greater devil, a trace of fear actually appeared on his face. As Lin Feng clenched his hand, the greater devil's body was instantly reduced to dust, leaving only a diabolic pneuma in Lin Feng's hand. The dignified greater devil, an entity comparable to a chaotic hallowed beast in the abyss, was instantly crushed like a chick in front of Lin Feng. The power of a hallowed lord was daunting as thus. Chapter 1091, 1091 Invincible Hallowed Lord. 1091 Invincible Hallowed Lord. Diabolic gaze. Retreat, retreat quickly. The remaining two devils acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This was completely different from their previous plan. Their plan was to reap the benefits while sitting back in the dark. Why were they fighting Lin Feng head on now? The demons knew very well that against Lin Feng, the chaotic hallowed lord, even a greater devil was not his match without the enhancement of abyssal power. On the previous battlefield, Lin Feng had crushed 6 greater devils alone. Those were famed greater devils for billions of years in the abyss. Why are you still not attacking? If we die, you won't even have the chance to restrain him. The 2 greater devils roared at the other chaotic perfected deities and chaotic divine beasts. They were devils, and were the most cunning and fond of toying with people's hearts. Naturally, they knew that at this moment, the other perfected deities and chaotic divine beasts were actually on their side. As expected, with the greater devil's furious roar, some people were tempted. Lin Feng, the hallowed lord, was too terrifying. If he really dealt with the devils, they would not even have the power to restrain Lin Feng. Void deity slaying array, arise. Ancestor Mani made his move. He had set up a terrifying divine array within a radius of billions of miles in this void. Ancestor Mani had cultivated for billions of years. Not only was he ageless, he had also become a top-notch divine array master over the long years. Even chaotic hallowed venerables might not be stronger than Ancestor Mani in terms of attainments in divine arrays. Hence, if Ancestor Mani wanted to fight for the chaotic origin stone, he naturally had to come fully prepared. He set up a divine array composed of 81 layers in this void. Moreover, the 81 layers were ultimately combined to form the divine array, a terrifying divine array that could easily kill top-notch perfected deities. There was a sizzling sound. As Ancestor Mani activated the divine array, Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body was the first to collapse. Countless flames began to extinguish, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lin Feng's entire body. Gore. The chaotic divine beasts also attacked. These chaotic divine beasts did not care if Lin Feng died. They could not wait for Lin Feng to die. Having another hallowed lord among cultivators was not a good thing for the chaotic divine beasts. After all, there were already hallowed venerables above them, but at least the hallowed venerables would not attack lightly. Things were different for hallowed Lord Lin Feng. Hence, when the time was right, these chaotic divine beasts would attack with lethal force. Despicable. Perfected deity Eventide was in a daze, but she and the other disciples of the hallowed venerable did not attack at this moment. Even if they wanted the chaotic origin stone, they were still the disciples of a hallowed venerable after all. They had a trace of integrity, and did not join forces with the chaotic divine beasts and the greater devils. Even so, Lin Feng was in an extremely difficult situation now. He was completely trapped by Ancestor Mani's divine array, and being attacked by the greater devils and chaotic divine beasts from the side at the same time. Forget about a hallowed lord like Lin Feng, even a chaotic hallowed beast probably would not be able to survive it. Moreover, Lin Feng did not have a formidable body like the chaotic hallowed beasts. Ha ha ha, die. So what if you're the hallowed lord? The chaotic origin stone will eventually belong to our great devil king. Die, die. All cultivators deserve to die. The attacks of the chaotic divine beasts and the greater devils reached him almost immediately. They were so fast, as if they were already prepared. Even Ancestor Mani seemed to be a little reluctant. However, for the sake of attaining the principle, even if they had to make a few sacrifices, they would not hesitate. Perfected deity Eventide's expression was dim as she muttered in a low voice, "Why did you have to do this? If you had handed over the chaotic origin stone, you'd still be the hallowed lord. Why endure this calamity?" Now that you've fallen and your perfected spirit has entered reincarnation, there's no knowing when you will be able to return to your peak. In perfected deity Eventide's view, Lin Feng was already finished. Even a chaotic hallowed beast would be finished, let alone Lin Feng. The hallowed lord who had just been born in cultivation, the first hallowed lord in history, was about to fall in such a manner. For a moment, those perfected deities who originally had a little hope and even a little interest in the chaotic origin stone, but did not participate, could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Even the hallowed lord might fall, let alone them. At this moment, they were incomparably glad that they had not rashly participated in the competition. Otherwise, they would probably be implicated. In such a battle, no one could say for certain who would obtain the chaotic origin stone in the end. Boom. As the greater devils of the abyss released the death spell, and as the chaotic divine beasts used all kinds of innate abilities and charged towards Lin Feng with their powerful bodies, Lin Feng's spirit flame hallowed body collapsed instantly like a fragile eggshell. Countless people looked at the scene before them in disbelief. The Alliance leader is dead. No, the Alliance leader won't die. How can the Alliance leader die? He's the hallowed lord, the only hallowed lord among cultivators. Yet he has fallen here. Even the hallowed venerables did not interfere. Looks like they tacitly agreed that the hallowed lord should dominate an era. What a shame. Countless people lamented. When the hallowed lord who should have dominated an era and be unparalleled among all had died here. It was naturally lamentable. However, some people also thought of something. Why didn't I sense the perfected spirit of the hallowed lord? That's right. Why didn't the perfected spirit reincarnate? Just now, neither the devils nor the chaotic divine beasts had any methods to annihilate the perfected spirit. Even if Lin Feng, a hallowed lord, was dead, the perfected spirit of a hallowed lord would cause a huge commotion. They would definitely be able to sense it easily. However, in reality, no one sensed Lin Feng's perfected spirit reincarnating. Either his perfected spirit was annihilated, or Lin Feng was not dead. Swoosh. Everyone looked at the center of the battlefield. In the middle of the terrifying spatial tremors, a sphere of light appeared. The chaotic divine beasts all had shocked expressions. Even the abyssal devils found it somewhat unbelievable. In the middle of the sphere of light, Lin Feng still stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the massive body of the chaotic divine beasts to crush his insignificant body. However, that thin layer of light resisted the invasion of all power. Lin Feng raised his head and flicked his finger. There was a sizzling sound. An unparalleled power instantly pierced through the body of a chaotic divine beast. Then, with a flash of light, the body of the chaotic divine beast disappeared without a trace, and was swept into the internal universe. Lin Feng strolled through the chaotic void. He did not manifest the spirit flame hallowed body again, because it had already been blasted apart. But so what? His true strength still lay in his internal universe. Everyone, how is my prime realm divine ability? The principal realm is a world. It is connected to an entire world. Unless the entire world is destroyed, I am invincible. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng's invincible tone fell, Lin Feng's body seemed to have expanded billions of times at once. The daunting cosmic power wreaked havoc in a frenzy, turning into a terrifying storm that swept over. At this moment, Lin Feng did not hold back anymore. He used the prime realm divine ability to the limit. It transformed into a surging storm that enveloped the two greater devils and several chaotic divine beasts. Ah, great devil king! Impossible, ancestor, save me. The ultimate divine ability can't possibly have such terrifying power. This isn't the ultimate divine ability. How can there be such power? It's invincible. The greater devils and chaotic divine beasts all cried out in agony. Unfortunately, under Lin Feng's prime realm divine ability, they did not even have the strength to struggle. It was as if they were instantly pulled into the internal universe by billions of huge hands, and disappeared completely. The scene was incomparably quiet. It had to be known that Ancestor Mani's divine array had always been there, but Lin Feng seemed to have entered an uninhabited place. He killed divine beasts with a flick of his finger, and slayed devils in an instant. He annihilated 3 greater devils and multiple chaotic divine beasts effortlessly. Looking at the hallowed lord, Lin Feng, who was still standing with his hands behind his back and maintaining a faint smile on his face, everyone suddenly had a feeling. Invincible. The current Lin Feng was already invincible. The hallowed lord was invincible. Chapter 1092, 1092 Hallowed Lord, we have been convinced. 1092 Hallowed Lord, we have been convinced. Shock. Everyone was confused and shocked. Looking at the hallowed lord, Lin Feng, who was standing with his hands behind his back. In the void, even top-notch perfected deities and ancient entities like Ancestor Mani, who had lived for countless years, could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. How was this possible? With the restraint of Ancestor Mani's 81 layers of divine array, 3 greater devils, and powerful chaotic divine beasts, how could hallowed Lord Lin Feng deal with them so easily? Ancestor Mani could not believe it. Perfected deity Eventide could not believe it. Perfected deity Ziji could not believe it. Everyone who was paying attention to this battle seemed to be in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Lin Feng's expression was calm. His gaze swept across Ancestor Mani, perfected deity Eventide, perfected deity Ziji, and the others. He said indifferently, who else? This was true invincibility and dominance. Even though Lin Feng was standing there alone, he could suppress countless top-notch perfected deities. Even Ancestor Mani felt inferior before him. This was the bearing of a true hallowed lord. Perfected deity Eventide took a deep breath. Her entire body was trembling. It was not out of fear, nor was it because she was afraid, but because she was excited. Lin Feng's appearance had exceeded her understanding. A hallowed lord could dominate an era. It gave her a deep understanding of the meaning of dominate an era. The hallowed lord is omnipotent. You live up to your reputation. However, for the opportunity to attain the principle, I still have to make an attempt. Perfected deity Eventide was still unwilling to leave just like that. She was willing to risk her life for an opportunity to attain the principle. All right, I'll satisfy your request. However, once you attack, whether you live wouldn't be up to you. Of course. Hallowed Lord, excuse me. Perfected deity Eventide extended her hand and struck out. Swoosh. A dazzling golden steel ring instantly expanded infinitely and covered Lin Feng. Moreover, the aura locked onto him, and Lin Feng had no way to dodge. However, Lin Feng did not dodge at all, allowing the steel ring to encircle him at once. What? He's been confined. All right, that's the demon-subduing ring, the supreme treasure of chaos that allowed hallowed venerable Styx to rise to fame. It said. To be able to trap even chaotic hallowed beasts for a while. Haha, Lin Feng can't break free now. Perfected deity Eventide's expression was complicated. Lin Feng did not dodge, which made her feel guilty instead. This peerless hallowed lord should not die here. Hallowed Lord, you should hand over the chaotic origin stone. Master gave me this demon-subduing ring. It can even trap chaotic hallowed beasts for a while. You can't break free. You're a hallowed lord, great and powerful, an entity above all living beings. You're only one step away from becoming a hallowed venerable. If you hand over the chaotic origin stone, I'll be certain to retrieve the demon subduing ring immediately, perfected deity Eventide said sincerely. Oh. The demon subduing ring is a chaotic supreme treasure. You should have been more careful with the treasure of a hallowed venerable. Unfortunately, I'll have to offend hallowed venerable Styx. Lin Feng shook his head, as if he did not mind at all. Right on the heels of that, a massive aura surged from his body. One could vaguely see the phantom of a world, accompanied by the 3,000 principles of chaos. The principal realm. It was the prime realm divine ability again. Boom. An earth-shattering sound spread throughout the entire chaos. The demon-subduing ring, the supreme treasure of chaos of hallowed. Venerable Styx, was actually instantly reduced to dust by Lin Feng and completely shattered. Looking at Lin Feng's tall figure that was enveloped by the phantom of a world, like a true deity, everyone despaired. It was as if Lin Feng, the hallowed lord, was no longer a hallowed lord, but a hallowed venerable. What? Even the demon-subduing ring can't trap him. Impressive, impressive. As worthy of the current first hallowed lord. The hallowed lord's name shall be passed down in the chaos for all eternity. The hallowed lord is second only to hallowed venerables and undefeatable. The ultimate divine ability. This is the true ultimate divine ability. At this moment, be it those disciples of the hallowed venerables or some people who were paying close attention to this battle, all of them admired Lin Feng from the bottom of their hearts. Any top-notch perfected deity would not have been able to survive this battle in his place. However, hallowed Lord Lin Feng could fight them one against many, crush the siege of the enemies, and kill his enemies casually. Only those chaotic hallowed venerables from back then had such bearing and strength. The hallowed lord. This was what the true hallowed lord was like. Hallowed lord, I have been convinced of your power. The chaotic origin stone should belong to the hallowed lord. There was no longer any reluctance in perfected deity Eventide's expression, only sincerity. What about perfected deity Ziji? Ziji does not dare to be impudent in front of the hallowed lord. The chaotic origin stone naturally belongs to the hallowed lord. Although perfected deity Ziji did not attack, even perfected deity Eventide's demon-subduing ring was useless. So what if he had a treasure bestowed by the hallowed venerable? If he launched an attack regardless, he would only be asking for humiliation. Perfected deities, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to attack? Lin Feng swept his gaze over. The family and friends of those hallowed venerables or disciples all lowered their proud heads and said in unison, Hallowed Lord, we have been convinced. This battle had completely made Lin Feng's name as the hallowed lord. Be it the chaotic perfected deity, the devils, or the chaotic divine beasts, all of them had experienced the power of hallowed Lord Lin Feng. The hallowed lord was truly second only to hallowed venerables. He stood at the peak of the chaos, above billions of people. How is this possible? How is this possible? Perfected deity Infinity was also paying close attention to this battle. However, at this moment, his expression was dejected, as if he could not believe the truth in front of him. Hallowed Lord. After this battle, the situation had truly been determined, and his reputation as the hallowed lord had been established. In the future, even if everyone knew that the chaotic origin stone was in Lin Feng's possession, who would dare to covet it? Ha ha ha, how impressive, hallowed lord. Hallowed venerable Primum Mobile laughed aloud instead. His laughter was hearty and incomparably elated. On the other hand, hallowed venerable Styx said with some heartache, it's just a pity that my demon-subduing ring, the supreme treasure of chaos I nurtured for billions of years, also wound up making hallowed Lord Lin Feng's fame now. However, a smile still appeared on hallowed venerable Styx's face. There was no trace of blame at all. He was clearly very happy. After all, the hallowed lord was the hallowed lord among cultivators, and he possessed the chaotic origin stone. This was fate. He might even become the 8th hallowed venerable in the future, and be their comrade. Why would they blame him? Looks like this is fate. This hallowed Lord Lin Feng is probably the 8th hallowed venerable. TSK Competitions 4. Chaotic origin. Stones had taken centuries or even millennia in the past. However, this is probably the shortest time it's ever lasted, hallowed venerable. Primum Mobile said emotionally. With this great battle, Lin Feng, the hallowed lord, practically announced that the battle for the chaotic origin stone had ended. From then on, no one dared to covet the chaotic origin stone anymore. The 8th hallowed venerable was practically already decided. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables were so satisfied, let alone other perfected deities. Seeing that there was no hope of competing for the chaotic origin stone, many perfected deities bade farewell one after another. Perfected deity Eventide, perfected deity Ziji, and the others left one after another. Just as Ancestor Mani and the others were about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Ancestor Mani, when did I agree to let you leave?" Huh. Ancestor Mani's entire body froze, and he stopped where he was. Chapter 1093. 1093 The Ancestor submitted and obeyed orders for 10,000 years. 1093 The Ancestor submitted and obeyed orders for 10,000 years. The other perfected deities had all left, but perfected deity Mani alone was kept behind. Perfected deity Mani's heart tightened, but he said calmly, "What can I do for you, hallowed Lord?" Lin Feng said bluntly, "Perfected deity Eventide, perfected deity Ziji, and the others left because they all have chaotic hallowed venerables behind them. If we interact in the future, it will inevitably embarrass both parties. However, Ancestor Mani, although your seniority is high and you are ancient, unfortunately, you do not have a hallowed venerable behind you. You set up the 81 layers of divine array to trap me. Did you think that there would be no consequences, and you could leave safely?" Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His blunt words made Ancestor Mani's expression change drastically. Lin Feng was telling Ancestor Mani that did not have a supporter, or a hallowed venerable behind him, so he could not leave. In reality, that was indeed the case. Even though perfected deity Eventide and perfected deity Ziji had surrounded and attacked Lin Feng, they had at least shown some respect. Lin Feng was willing to show those chaotic hallowed venerables some respect. But what did Ancestor Mani have? He had set up the divine array to trap Lin Feng. If Lin Feng's prime realm divine ability was not so powerful, anyone else would probably really be doomed. Lin Feng was not so magnanimous as to forgive people who wanted to kill him. "Then, hallowed Lord, do you mean to kill me?" Ancestor Mani immediately became nervous. He had already seen the power of hallowed Lord Lin Feng. Even if he had not retracted the divine array yet, he was probably far from Lin Feng's match. "As for the few helpers around you, they are useless. I'll teach them a lesson." Lin Feng extended his hand and pointed. Raging flames burned. The few top-notch perfected deities around Ancestor Mani were all burned to ashes by the chaotic spirit flames, but Ancestor Mani had no thought of intervening at all. However, his face was ashen, and he did not know what Lin Feng meant. "As for Ancestor Mani, you can regain your freedom after obeying my orders for 10,000 years. It will depend on Ancestor's choice," Lin Feng said indifferently. He did not say what would happen if Ancestor Mani did not agree, because those who disagreed had ended up just like the few subordinates under Ancestor Mani. If Ancestor Mani was confident that he could escape, he could go ahead and reject Lin Feng. Ancestor Mani's expression changed indeterminately. He was the dignified Ancestor Mani, and his seniority was very high. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables could actually be considered his juniors, and he was practically a living fossil of chaos. But now, they had to submit to Lin Feng, a junior among the juniors. Even though Lin Feng was a hallowed lord that dominated an era, Ancestor Mani still felt very indignant. Ancestor Mani's expression kept changing. Finally, he seemed to have made a decision. He lowered his head and lowered his hands. His expression also became deferential. "Greetings, hallowed lord." Ancestor Mani had lived for billions of years, and he was not a hallowed venerable. After living for so long, he definitely had some pride. However, he certainly knew when to swallow his pride to survive. He knew how to make trade-offs, so this time, Ancestor Mani submitted. He had chosen to obey Lin Feng's orders for 10,000 years. Once 10,000 years had passed, he would be able to regain his freedom. Moreover, Ancestor Mani felt that Lin Feng was the only hallowed lord in the world, and he had the chaotic origin stone. He was practically the 8th chaotic hallowed venerable. It would not be a disgrace to his status to obey Lin Feng's orders for 10,000 years. Of course, this was just Ancestor Mani's self-consolation. No matter what, it could not conceal the fact that Lin Feng forced him to submit. Everyone noticed this scene. They could not help but be dumbfounded. Many people also lamented. Even a legendary entity like Ancestor Mani, who had been famous for so long, and was almost more terrifying than a top-notch perfected deity, had submitted to the hallowed Lord. He was willing to be a servant and obey the orders of hallowed Lord Lin Feng. This was enough to show Lin Feng's authority at this moment. He was probably already not inferior to a hallowed venerable. This further confirmed that the authority of a hallowed lord could not be offended. This battle had long spread throughout the chaos. Moreover, as time passed, it became more and more widespread. The authority of Lin Feng, the hallowed lord, was already close to that of the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables, or even approximate to them. As for Lin Feng's mutual assistance alliance, it was even more crowded. This time, chaotic perfected lords were not the only ones who took the initiative to join. There were even perfected deities. Although there were no top-notch perfected deities among these perfected deities, any of these perfected deities was a hegemon of a region, and a famous entity in the chaos. The fact that they took the initiative to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance was enough to show the influence of the Mutual Assistance Alliance at this moment. Everyone knew the real reason these perfected deities joined the Mutual Assistance Alliance. It was to get close to Lin Feng, the only hallowed lord in the chaos. In particular, Lin Feng still had the chaotic origin stone. Almost everyone treated Lin Feng as the 8th chaotic hallowed venerable in reserve now. If they joined the Mutual Assistance Alliance now and got close to Lin Feng, in the future, when Lin Feng became a chaotic hallowed venerable and established the 8th holy city of chaos, wouldn't they be meritorious elders? Lin Feng only shook his head and smiled at the current grandeur of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, and did not interfere. These people wanted to become meritorious elders when Lin Feng established a holy city of chaos, so that they could occupy a good position in the holy city of chaos in the future. Lin Feng would have to disappoint them. He had long given up on the path of a chaotic hallowed venerable. He would never become a chaotic hallowed venerable, nor could he become a chaotic hallowed venerable. He wondered if these people would be filled with regret after learning this news. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He was still cultivating in seclusion in the holy city of chaos. After all, he had devoured so many greater devils and chaotic divine beasts this time. Even destroying the Numas, expanding the reincarnation realm, and so on required time for stabilization. Moreover, Lin Feng's internal universe had expanded further. Even Lin Feng needed to organize it properly. In any case, the current Lin Feng had the status of a hallowed lord, and was in the holy city of chaos. It was incomparably safe. He did not have to worry about anything, and could focus on organizing things. Time went by. Cultivation was a timeless process, and nothing changed in the chaos for billions of years. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Without realizing it, 100 years had passed. 100 years was only the blink of an eye for many cultivators. In the chaos, 100 years was nothing. However, 100 years was torturous for some. This was the case for perfected deity Infinity in the holy city Luster. Every day felt like a year to him. Every moment was torture. Ever since that great battle, the name of hallowed Lord Lin Feng had completely spread throughout the chaos, and was almost comparable to a hallowed venerable. At that time, perfected deity Infinity felt a faint sense of despair and an ominous premonition. However, he still held onto a trace of hope, and continued to hide in the holy city. He had looked forward to others challenging Lin Feng, and others coveting the chaotic origin stone. However, year after year went by. Now, 100 years had already passed. Rumors in the outside world were all speculating when the hallowed lord would become a hallowed venerable. No one else dared to provoke Lin Feng. Hence, perfected deity Infinity despaired completely. Even though Lin Feng had no intention of dealing with him in the past 100 years, and had not even mentioned him, perfected deity Infinity still did not dare to leave Holy City Luster. He even felt that everyone's gazes around him were malicious. Once he left the Holy City of Chaos, there was probably no need for Lin Feng to do anything. Other perfected deities would be willing to do it for him. They would capture or kill perfected deity Infinity to claim credit before hallowed Lord Lin Feng. Perfected deity Infinity was really about to go mad from enduring such a life. After thinking hard for 3 days, perfected deity Infinity finally made an important decision. Swoosh. Perfected deity Infinity's figure flashed as he warped space directly towards Holy City Primum Mobile. Chapter 1094, 1094 Rumors about the Hallowed Lord. 1094 Rumors about the Hallowed Lord. Hallowed Lord, perfected deity Infinity greets you. The Holy City Primum Mobile had specially built a Hallowed Lord residence. It was magnificent, and was where Lin Feng lived. For 100 years, Lin Feng had been sorting out his internal universe. Now, his internal universe had already expanded by an unknown amount, exceeding a diameter of trillions of light years. As for the reincarnation realm, it had also expanded by more than 10 times. Even Lin Feng himself did not know how strong he currently was when unleashing the Prime Realm divine ability. After all, Lin Feng had never attacked again in the past 100 years. Perfected deity Infinity. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Of course he remembered perfected deity Infinity. Back then, his home planet had encountered a calamity, which was committed by the Chamber of Commerce under perfected deity Infinity. Hence, perfected deity Infinity had long become mortal enemies with him. However, perfected deity Infinity had always remained hiding in Holy City Luster. Even though Lin Feng was a hallowed lord, as long as he did not intend to fight with a hallowed venerable, he could not do anything to perfected deity Infinity. However, he did not expect perfected deity Infinity to take the initiative to come. Let him in. Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. There were many things that he could do without even doing anything. He wanted to see what perfected deity Infinity wanted to say. Soon, perfected deity Infinity arrived in front of Lin Feng. Greetings, hallowed lord. Perfected deity Infinity's expression was complicated, but he also took a deep breath and bowed. The current Lin Feng, as a hallowed lord, was worthy of such a bow. After all, even top-notch perfected deities had to call Lin Feng hallowed lord when they saw him. Perfected deity Infinity, are you here to beg for mercy? Lin Feng went straight to the point. Perfected deity Infinity shook his head and said, everyone in the chaos knows the prowess of the hallowed lord. I offended the hallowed lord, and I naturally have to pay the price. I only beg that the hallowed lord could be lenient, and allow me to commit discorporation, resolving all grudges in this life. With that, perfected deity Infinity knelt on the ground. Discorporation. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He was a dignified perfected deity. Even if perfected deity Infinity kept hiding in the Holy City Luster, Lin Feng really could not do anything to him. Moreover, in the past 100 years, Lin Feng had almost forgotten about perfected deity Infinity, and completely left him alone. However, Lin Feng did not know how influential he was now. As time passed, many people were certain that Lin Feng was about to become the 8th hallowed venerable. How could perfected deity Infinity withstand the torture day after day and year after year? It was better to resolve it through discorporation. When a perfected deity committed discorporation, it would allow their perfected spirit to reincarnate. All grudges would be resolved through discorporation in this life. Perfected deity Infinity, if you commit discorporation, the grudges of this life would naturally be resolved. I'll allow it. Lin Feng nodded. Perfected deity Infinity had taken the initiative to leave the holy city and come to plead guilty. Moreover, he had asked to commit discorporation. This was already extremely sincere. Moreover, when Lin Feng's home planet was destroyed, perfected deity Infinity was not the one who attacked directly. Discorporation was equivalent to the end of this life. As for whether perfected deity Infinity's perfected spirit could return to the peak safely in his next life, no one knew. Thank you, hallowed lord. Perfected deity Infinity finally heaved a sigh of relief. Hence, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to commit discorporation. His body disappeared bit by bit, and his aura slowly weakened. The last bit of his perfected spirit flew completely into the depths of the chaos. And he had already reincarnated. Even a dignified perfected deity was willing to take the initiative to commit discorporation. It was enough to show how terrifying Lin Feng's current power was. Hallowed Lord. Yuan Jinggang came in front of Lin Feng. What is it? Now that Lin Feng's authority was increasing day by day, even Yuan Jinggang, a perfected deity, no longer had the relaxed atmosphere he used to have in front of Lin Feng. Instead, he appeared somewhat formal. Hallowed Lord, there are some negative rumors in the outside world. Yuan Jinggang hesitated, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and voiced it. Go on. There are some rumors in the outside world that the Hallowed Lord has obtained the chaotic origin stone for 100 years, yet he still has not become a chaotic hallowed venerable. It could be that he is unable to comprehend the supreme rule, and is not the 8th hallowed venerable chosen by the chaos. With that, Yuan Jinggang looked at Lin Feng. Actually, rumors were not limited to the outside world. There were also some rumors within the Mutual Assistance Alliance. However, it had only been 100 years, and the impact had yet to occur on a large scale. Yuan Jinggang, what are your thoughts? Lin Feng did not answer. Instead, he asked Yuan Jinggang. Hallowed Lord, regardless of whether you can comprehend the supreme rule and become a hallowed venerable, you are still the Hallowed Lord. Hence, even if you cannot comprehend the supreme rule, please do not allow the chaotic origin stone to be taken by others. Oh. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He did not expect Yuan Jinggang to think so. Hallowed Lord, you already dominate the era. Apart from the hallowed venerables, you are already standing at the peak of the chaos. Moreover, the hallowed venerables have long agreed that the hallowed venerables are not to interfere in the matter of the chaotic origin stone. Hence, if you hold on to the chaotic origin stone tightly, what can the others do? Then, you will always be the hallowed Lord. It had to be said that Yuan Jingang's suggestion was very pertinent. Lin Feng smiled, but did not pay much attention to it. Yuan Jinggang had underestimated the chaotic hallowed venerables. He knew that this chaotic origin stone did not just concern a chaotic hallowed venerable. More importantly, it probably concerned the chaotic origin. Lin Feng was not familiar with any of the hallowed venerables, but he believed that when the time came, a hallowed venerable would naturally tell him the truth. He was not in a hurry. All right, I've already made my decision on this matter. You may leave. Yuan Jinggang could only retreat respectfully. Lin Feng looked at the vast chaotic void and played with the chaotic origin stone in his hand. Then, he smiled and shook his head. My internal universe is still a little lacking. I wonder how my current internal universe is compared to a hallowed venerable now. Lin Feng did not know, but he knew that his strength had actually long far exceeded that of the chaotic hallowed beasts. Even 10 chaotic hallowed beasts were not his match. In fact, Lin Feng was confident that he could even fight against the King of Deception, Andre. However, chaotic hallowed venerables could mobilize chaotic energy, and were the rulers of the chaos. Without fighting for real, Lin Feng was not confident at all. Time passed continuously. 200 years, 300 years, 400 years, 500 years. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. This period of time could be said to be the most peaceful time in the chaos. Almost nothing major happened. Everyone in the chaos was looking forward to Hallowed Lord Lin Feng comprehending the supreme rule and becoming the 8th chaotic hallowed venerable, so that he could establish the 8th holy city of chaos. But now, 100 years went by. Lin Feng had not become a hallowed venerable. Perhaps the time was too short. 200 years went by, and Lin Feng still had not become a hallowed venerable. At this point, there were already some rumors. 300 years passed. Lin Feng still had not become a hallowed lord. The rumors were already becoming more and more intense. However, due to the authority of the hallowed lord, no one dared to be impudent. After 400 years, there was still no movement from Lin Feng. Some quick-witted people could no longer hold it in, and began to secretly fan the flames, allowing the rumors to spread more wildly. After 500 years, almost everyone had lost their patience. Moreover, they were already certain that Hallowed Lord Lin Feng had encountered trouble. Chapter 1095, 1095 Secrets of the Chaos. 1095 Secrets of the Chaos. The chaos, which had been calm for 500 years, was in turmoil again. Although it did not happen in the open, undercurrents were surging. And rumors filled the air. Almost everyone knew about it. Have you heard? Hallowed Lord Lin Feng seems unable to comprehend the supreme rule. That's right. It's been 500 years, but the Hallowed Lord still has not become a hallowed venerable. It's indeed a little incredulous. There are patterns to past competitions for the chaotic origin stone. Normally, after studying the chaotic origin stone for 100 years, one can basically become a hallowed venerable. This was the case for all of the first 7 hallowed venerables. That's right, that's right. Even hallowed venerable Primum Mobile, who took the longest, only needed 113 years after obtaining the chaotic origin stone. In the end, he completely comprehended the supreme rule and became a chaotic hallowed venerable. How important is the position of hallowed venerable? It concerns the chaotic origin. If the hallowed Lord cannot comprehend the supreme rule even in 500 years, he should hand over the chaotic origin stone, and let it choose its true master. That's right. If fate allowed the chaotic origin stone to appear, it means that the 8th chaotic hallowed venerable has already appeared. He should hand over the chaotic origin stone and let the true 8th hallowed venerable take his place. The rumors grew more and more intense. Even people in the Mutual Assistance Alliance were feeling doubts. Lin Feng had been focused in the Hallowed Lord's residence, but he was not deaf or blind. How could he not know? Mani, Lin Feng opened his eyes and said slowly. Hallowed Lord, what are your orders? Ancestor Mani stood respectfully in front of Lin Feng. Ever since he was subjugated by Lin Feng, Ancestor Mani had also consciously humbled himself, as if he was really an old servant. Who would have thought that he was a top-notch perfected deity, older than the 7 chaotic hallowed venerables? Do you know the rumors outside? Hallowed Lord, I know. Then what do you think? Ancestor Mani pondered for a moment. Having accompanied Lin Feng for 500 years, he had a rough understanding of Lin Feng's temperament. Lin Feng seemed kind, but he adhered to the principle of not offending others unless they offended him. The chaotic origin stone belonged to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng did not give it away, he would not allow others to snatch it. At this thought, Ancestor Mani said, those rumors outside are just self-indulgent. Regardless of whether the Hallowed Lord can comprehend the supreme rule, the chaotic origin stone is in the Hallowed Lord's possession. Who can snatch it? If the Hallowed Lord doesn't give it to them, they can't take it. Lin Feng was a little surprised, so he said with a smile, haha, Mani, you've really figured out my temper. That's right, if I don't give it to them, they can't snatch it either. However, the chaotic origin stone doesn't just contain the supreme rule. There's more to it. It's time to visit Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile. Come with me. Ancestor Mani's heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng was actually going to visit the chaotic Hallowed Venerable. Even Ancestor Mani could not figure out the meaning behind this. However, he was only an old servant now, and did not dare to ask. He could only leave and make preparations. Soon, Lin Feng brought Ancestor Mani to visit Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile's concierge did not dare to delay the visit of the Hallowed Lord. He went straight to the Hallowed Venerable to report. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile naturally agreed readily and asked Lin Feng to pay a visit. Lin Feng left Ancestor Mani behind and went to visit Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile alone. Greetings, Hallowed Venerable. Lin Feng also bowed. Hallowed Lord, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. This was a quiet secret chamber. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile's attitude was amiable, and his expression was calm. He did not seem surprised to see Lin Feng, and did not put on the airs of a Hallowed Venerable. In reality, as the Hallowed Lord, Lin Feng was also very famous now. Even the chaotic Hallowed Venerables no longer viewed Hallowed Lord Lin Feng as an ant. Rather, they had to receive him properly. Lin Feng was not very close to Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile, but nor did he feel any disdain. From Lin Feng's perspective, the 7 hallowed venerables were great and powerful, and pragmatic above all else. Back then, when Lin Feng risked his life on the battlefield and repelled those devils, he had exposed the chaotic origin stone. Although the hallowed venerables did not interfere, he tacitly approved their disciples or family to come to fight for the chaotic origin stone. They even bestowed some chaotic supreme treasures. All of this was considered indirectly interfering with the matter of the chaotic origin stone. However, Lin Feng knew that there was no such thing as good or evil to it, nor was there right or wrong to it. There were only benefits. As for befriending a chaotic hallowed venerable, that was impossible. Everyone below a hallowed venerable was insignificant. A hallowed venerable could sometimes even leave his own disciple in the lurch. Hallowed venerable Styx, who could hunt down a chaotic hallowed beast for a disciple, was ultimately the exception and not the rule. These chaotic hallowed venerables were high and mighty, and were transcendent. They had even become a part of the chaotic origin, and had very few desires. As long as something did not threaten their status, they would remain removed from worldly affairs, and would not intervene at all. However, the chaotic origin stone was different. Lin Feng knew very well that if he kept the chaotic origin stone to himself, but could not become a chaotic hallowed venerable, these chaotic hallowed venerables would definitely intervene. In order to avoid these chaotic hallowed venerables interfering and putting himself in a passive state, Lin Feng might as well take the initiative to visit Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile. Hallowed Venerable, I believe you have also heard of some rumors in the outside world. Lin Feng went straight to the point. That's right. I do know a little about them. Hallowed Lord, what do you mean to say? Although those rumors in the outside world are self-inflicted, they're not groundless. In the past 500 years, I've tried to comprehend the supreme rule, but I've indeed not achieved anything. Lin Feng's ambiguous words did not make Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile suspicious. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile hesitated for a moment. In the end, he frowned and said, if what the Hallowed Lord said is true, I'm afraid the supreme rule in the chaotic origin stone is not compatible with the Hallowed Lord. Then, you will not be able to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. This is truly regrettable for the chaos. Actually, Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile also had some guesses, but Lin Feng's personal admission still caught him off guard. Hallowed Venerable, may I know what secrets this chaotic origin stone contains? When I studied the supreme rule in the chaotic origin stone, I kept feeling that the chaotic supreme rule is incomplete. This was Lin Feng's true purpose for coming today. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile looked at Lin Feng. As the only Hallowed Lord in the chaos, and with the chaotic origin stone, he was indeed qualified to know these secrets. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile then said, this is the greatest secret of the chaos. Actually, all the chaotic hallowed venerables know about it. There are a total of 9 chaotic origin stones, which contain 9 supreme rules. By controlling a supreme rule, one can link their perfected spirit to the chaos, and become a great and powerful chaotic hallowed venerable. As long as the chaos still stands, hallowed venerables will be undying and indestructible. Only 8 chaotic origin stones have appeared now. The 9th will definitely appear in the future. The hallowed venerable is actually already predestined. The bloody battles fought by these chaotic perfected deities are completely futile. Even if they obtain the chaotic origin stone, if they're not meant to be the hallowed venerable, they won't be able to comprehend the supreme rule. Hence, hallowed venerables like us would not interfere with the matter of the chaotic origin stone. Once the 9 chaotic hallowed venerables take their positions, chaos will be completely consummate. The principles are incomplete. In fact, as chaotic hallowed venerables, we are the avatars who fill the gaps in the chaos and complete the principles. Our success and failure as hallowed venerables are dependent on the chaos. Although we are undying and indestructible, we cannot control ourselves, and will never be able to leave the chaos. This was the greatest secret of the chaos. Lin Feng was the only hallowed lord in the chaos, and he possessed the chaotic origin stone. Otherwise, Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile would not have revealed such a shocking secret at all. Chapter 1096, 1096. If one can't become a hallowed venerable, they're ultimately insignificant. 1096. If one can't become a hallowed venerable, they're ultimately insignificant. Hallowed venerable. Lin Feng took it seriously and said in a low voice, in other words, the birth of 9 chaotic hallowed venerables is inevitable and unchangeable. That's right. It's destined that the 9 hallowed venerables would take their positions, and it's also very beneficial to hallowed venerables like us. This is because only when the 9 hallowed venerables take their positions can we gather the 9 supreme rules and completely mobilize the chaotic power. In fact, if we encounter the invasion of another alien world again, we can also take the initiative to attack, and let the chaos devour the alien world to grow. Lin Feng understood now. Only when the 9 chaotic hallowed venerables returned could the maximum power of the chaos be unleashed. It could even take the initiative to devour other alien worlds, and help the chaos grow. Hence, it was inevitable that the 9 chaotic hallowed venerables would take their positions. It was only a matter of time. Then, Lin Feng's inability to comprehend the supreme rule meant that he was not destined to be the one, and was not a chaotic hallowed venerable. If he continued to monopolize the chaotic origin stone, perhaps the hallowed venerables would tolerate it for the short term. But if this went on over long term, the hallowed venerables would probably interfere. Hallowed venerable, I understand now. Thank you. Hallowed venerable Primum Mobile naturally knew Lin Feng's goal. He actually thought very highly of Lin Feng. He had originally thought that Lin Feng was the 8th hallowed venerable, and was even willing to befriend him in advance. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had not been able to comprehend the supreme rule for 500 years. According to past experience, Lin Feng was indeed not the 8th chaotic hallowed venerable. The position of hallowed venerable had long been predestined. Even if the chaotic perfected deities fought to the death, it was useless. Back then, hallowed venerable Primum Mobile was only a top-notch perfected deity. Even he himself found it a little baffling. The chaotic origin stone, which those powerful top-notch perfected deities fought over, ended up in his hands. Moreover, he quickly found himself compatible with the supreme rule in the chaotic origin stone, and became a chaotic hallowed venerable. Wasn't this predestined? When Lin Feng visited hallowed venerable Styx, the 7 hallowed venerables quickly communicated. Some hallowed venerables were very regretful. They all thought very highly of Lin Feng. However, some hallowed venerables were very calm, and even a little happy. The chaotic origin stone was in the possession of Lin Feng, the hallowed lord. Naturally, no one dared to fight for it. However, since Lin Feng was not the chaotic hallowed venerable, this chaotic origin stone would naturally be passed down. At that time, the disciples or family and friends of the hallowed venerables would all have a chance. As for whether Lin Feng might not bear to part with the chaotic origin stone, that was impossible. Since Lin Feng had personally come to visit hallowed venerable Primum Mobile, he must already be prepared. Moreover, the hallowed venerables would also pay close attention to the development of the situation. If there was really no other way, the 7 hallowed venerables would also interfere. How could Lin Feng, the only hallowed lord in the chaos, dare to contend with the 7 hallowed venerables? Walls have ears. This was especially the case when some chaotic hallowed venerables deliberately leaked the news to their disciples or family and friends. The news quickly spread throughout the chaos. Is the hallowed lord really prepared to release the chaotic origin stone? I heard that the hallowed venerables have already confirmed that the hallowed lord is indeed not compatible with the supreme rule. In other words, the hallowed lord cannot become a hallowed venerable. It's a pity that so many died in that great battle hundreds of years ago, which established the hallowed lord's reputation of invincibility. It was for the sake of competing for the chaotic origin stone, but in the end, it wound up benefiting someone else. What a pity. However famed the hallowed lord is, what is the use? If he's not compatible with the supreme rule, he can only remain a hallowed lord forever, and can't become a hallowed venerable. All below hallowed venerables are insignificant. Even the hallowed lord is no exception. If he can't become a hallowed venerable, all the previous hard work would be in vain. Some lamented, some expressed regret, and some rejoiced. That battle back then established the invincible reputation of hallowed Lord Lin Feng. The Mutual Assistance Alliance also developed into the top faction in the entire chaos overnight. Countless perfected deities had fought to join. It was because they were sure that Lin Feng could become a hallowed venerable, and they could take up advantageous positions once Lin Feng established the holy city of chaos. But now, those opportunists were all filled with regret. On the other hand, others were eagerly preparing to act. Once the chaotic origin stone was released, there would definitely be another bloody battle. In the holy city Styx, perfected deity Eventide opened her eyes. Just now, she had received a message from hallowed venerable Styx and learned the truth. The hallowed lord is not compatible with the supreme rule. Perfected deity Eventide had originally completely given up on that trace of hope in her heart, but she did not expect that hope would come again. However, when she thought of how the famed and imposing hallowed lord from back then had a treasure trove, yet could not obtain the treasures within now, she had a complicated feeling. Alas, hallowed lord, you're extremely talented, but what's the use? The position of hallowed venerable is predestined. One's will cannot sway it at all. Perfected deity Eventide even thought of her senior, perfected deity Easterly. Back then, he was also extremely talented, but what then? He still died an unnatural death, and did not even have the chance to reincarnate and cultivate again. The position of the hallowed venerable was not determined by talent or strength. The most important thing was opportunity. Perfected deity Ziji also received this news. However, he was much more composed. His master had also told him some of the mysteries of the chaotic origin stone. The position of hallowed lord was predestined. Thinking about how even Lin Feng, the invincible hallowed lord, had worked for someone else's benefit, and had no choice but to give up the chaotic origin stone in his possession, Ziji was filled with emotions. Hey, if one can't become a hallowed venerable, they're ultimately insignificant. Perfected deity Ziji suddenly felt a little sorry for hallowed lord Lin Feng. Back then, the hallowed lord was peerless and domineering. His title as the hallowed lord was enough to dominate an era. Even those chaotic hallowed beasts did not dare to be impudent. This was all based on his own strength, rather than the reputation of the hallowed venerables. Although chaotic hallowed venerables were terrifying, the hallowed lord was even more respectable. The hallowed lord was already the peak of what cultivators could attain by relying on themselves. Even perfected deity Ziji admired him greatly, and saw him as his role model. But so what? In the eyes of hallowed venerables, he was still insignificant. If they wanted him to give up on the chaotic origin stone, he had to. Otherwise, if the hallowed venerables interfered, what could the invincible hallowed lord Lin Feng do? As long as one could not become a hallowed venerable, they would always be insignificant. Perfected deity Ziji did not know what hallowed lord Lin Feng would do, but if he were the hallowed lord, it would be rather difficult for him as well. How sad was it to have to hand over the chaotic origin stone he personally guarded unconditionally. Even the hallowed lord could not control his own fate, let alone perfected deities like them. For a moment, perfected deity Ziji was also a little infatuated. He did not even have a plan to fight for the chaotic origin stone next. Alliance leader, I've served in the Mutual Assistance Alliance for hundreds of years, and felt very incapable. Please approve my departure, Alliance leader. Alliance leader, I'd like to return to my hometown too. Alliance leader, I'm really sorry. I want to quit the alliance too. One perfected deity after another shamelessly came to bid farewell to Lin Feng and leave the Mutual Assistance Alliance. This was also allowed by the rules. Back then, the rules of the Mutual Assistance Alliance stated that one could join and quit freely. However, once they quit, they would never be allowed to join again. These perfected deities had clearly also received the news. They knew that Lin Feng would never be able to become a hallowed venerable, so they quit the alliance directly, adding insult to injury. Yuan Jinggang was incomparably furious and upset. He shouted, You all had better think it through. Even if a hallowed lord Can't become a hallowed venerable, he's still the esteemed hallowed lord. We just wanted to get a head start in the holy city of chaos. From the looks of it, our wish can't be fulfilled. Hallowed Lord, please approve our request. These perfected deities were still unmoved. They were opportunistic to begin with, and aimed to occupy some advantageous positions in the eighth holy city of chaos. Now that Lin Feng could not become a hallowed venerable, they were naturally unwilling to waste time staying in the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Approved. Thank you, hallowed Lord." For a moment, countless perfected deities eagerly left the Mutual Assistance Alliance. The huge Mutual Assistance Alliance actually appeared a little quiet. Yuan Jinggang and perfected Lord Long looked at Alliance leader Lin Feng. They even vaguely sensed that the thin figure of their Alliance leader, the dignified hallowed Lord, also appeared a little desolate at this moment. Chapter 1097 News that ignited the chaos. 1097 News that ignited the chaos. The chaotic origin stone. Lin Feng looked at everyone in the hall. All who were left at this moment were the core members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. They were all people who experienced both success and hardships together with the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Lin Feng flipped his hand, and an ordinary stone landed in his palm. However, everyone's breath could not help but hitch. This ordinary stone contained a supreme rule like the fiery sun. Without a doubt, this was the chaotic origin stone. Even ordinary perfected deities yearned to study the chaotic origin stone. Hallowed Lord, Yuan Jinggang was a little confused. What was Lin Feng trying to do by taking out the chaotic origin stone in front of everyone? I will invite an array master to set up a divine array. An absolutely safe and confined place will be specially opened. I will reward anyone who makes outstanding contributions in the Mutual Assistance Alliance with the right to study the chaotic origin stone for 1 month. Remember, you only have one chance. If anyone can comprehend the supreme rule in the chaotic origin stone, and become a chaotic hallowed venerable, I and the Mutual Assistance Alliance will wish them well. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone in the hall felt their minds go blank. What was Lin Feng doing? He wanted to give the chaotic origin stone to others to study. This was simply incredible and absurd. However, Yuan Jinggang quickly calmed down. That's right, this was a wonderful method. Even if Lin Feng was the hallowed lord, he must be under a lot of pressure now, because if Lin Feng could not comprehend the supreme rule, he was not a candidate for becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable. However, how could Lin Feng possibly hand over the chaotic origin stone for free? Lin Feng had dominated the era and killed countless chaotic perfected deities and chaotic divine beasts to guard this chaotic origin stone. Even if it was given to others to study, Lin Feng had to make the call. This way, although the chaotic origin stone would only be given to others to study within the scope of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, it was still given to others to study, and not Lin Feng keeping it for himself. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables could not say anything about it. Thus, Lin Feng would be making the decision. Even if someone could really comprehend the supreme rule in the future and become a chaotic hallowed venerable, they would still be a member of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. They would also thank Lin Feng and the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Having understood this point, Yuan Jinggang sincerely bowed to Lin Feng and said, "Hallowed Lord, you are a genius. Only then can you firmly keep the chaotic origin stone under the Mutual Assistance Alliance's control." Those people who clamored to leave the Mutual Assistance Alliance before will definitely regret their actions. Indeed, the people who clamored to leave the Mutual Assistance Alliance before would definitely regret it deeply once they learned of this news. This was because although they could leave the Mutual Assistance Alliance freely, once they left, they would never be able to join again. All right, spread the news. Lin Feng waved his hand, looking a little weary as well. Speaking of which, this was a silent confrontation between him and the chaotic hallowed venerables. He had lost. At least, he had compromised. I'm still not strong enough. Hallowed Venerable. If I had power comparable to a hallowed venerable, so what if I possess the chaotic origin stone, and never share it? Lin Feng shook his head. He knew that there were some things that one had to compromise on. His current self was far from a match for a chaotic hallowed venerable. However, since he had the internal universe, he had infinite possibilities. What? As long as you join the Mutual Assistance Alliance and make outstanding contributions, you can obtain the opportunity to study the chaotic origin stone. How is this possible? It sounds like a fantasy, but it's absolutely true. Heavens, the Hallowed Lord is taking an alternate path. Everyone thought that the Hallowed Lord would hand over the chaotic origin stone. I didn't expect him to use this method. No matter what, as long as I have the chance to study the chaotic origin stone, so what if I join the Mutual Assistance Alliance? That's right, that's right. It's not that easy to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Perhaps I'm the predestined one. When the news of the Mutual Assistance Alliance spread, it instantly ignited the entire chaos. That was the chaotic origin stone. In the past, when the chaotic origin stone appeared, there would be battles to the death. Those who were not top-notch perfected deities were not even qualified to participate. They could only watch the show. Even if some ordinary perfected deities obtained the chaotic origin stone, they might not even have time to study it before being hunted down everywhere, and eventually dying. But what was happening now? As long as one joined the Mutual Assistance Alliance and made enough contributions, they could openly study the chaotic origin stone without any danger. After all, with the Hallowed Lord guarding over it, who would dare to take it by force? Moreover, there was a way to study the chaotic origin stone now. Who would take the risk to offend the Hallowed Lord and fight for it? For a moment, the Mutual Assistance Alliance was completely ignited. Countless perfected deities, be they ordinary perfected deities or top-notch perfected deities, all joined the Mutual Assistance Alliance. In an extremely short period of time, the Mutual Assistance Alliance quickly became the strongest faction in the entire chaos. Hearing this news, the 7 hallowed venerables also had mixed feelings. They looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. This Lin Feng is indeed worthy of being the Hallowed Lord. Since he came up with this method, we can't interfere either. That's right. As long as the chaotic origin stone can still be studied by other perfected deities, it will be in line with the will of the heavens and the law of operation of the chaos. Hallowed venerables like us should still follow the agreement and not interfere. Alas, it's a shame about the Hallowed Lord. I originally thought that he was the 8th hallowed venerable. If he could become a hallowed venerable, it would probably be a grand event in the chaos. What a pity. Haha, there's nothing bad about it now. If the Hallowed Lord becomes a hallowed venerable, and there's no one below the realm of hallowed venerables to deter them, those chaotic hallowed beasts will go wild again. However, we still have to be wary of the king of deception, Andre. He lost 3 greater devils last time, and there's been no movement from him at all. He definitely won't let go of such a good opportunity this time. As long as Andre doesn't attack personally, it's fine. The chaotic hallowed venerables exchanged opinions with each other, then fell silent. If Lin Feng allowed the chaotic origin stone to circulate and be studied by other chaotic perfected deities, it would conform to the law of chaos. Even hallowed venerables could not find a problem that required interference. For a moment, countless people developed ideas. The Mutual Assistance Alliance headquarters was crowded. Even perfected lords were eager to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. After all, what if they became perfected deities? They would also have a chance to study the chaotic origin stone. Even those disciples of the hallowed venerable were tempted. Originally, the chaotic origin stone was in the possession of hallowed Lord Lin Feng. They had already despaired and given up. The hallowed Lord's strength had deterred them, and convinced them completely that it was not meant for them. However, who would have thought that hallowed Lord Lin Feng could not comprehend the supreme rule, and was not a candidate for the chaotic hallowed venerable? Then, everyone began having different ideas. Now that Lin Feng had released this news, this meant that any perfected deity among them had a chance of becoming a chaotic Hallowed Venerable. Chapter 1098, 1098 The First to Study. 1098 The First to Study. Perfected deity Eventide was originally cultivating in seclusion under hallowed venerable Styx. However, she also learned of this news. Her expression was very complicated. Master, did you force the hallowed lord to do this? No, this is the workings of fate. The eighth chaotic hallowed venerable must appear. It's not that I coerced Lin Feng, but that he knows its workings, and implemented this method in response. The hallowed lord is far wiser than you imagine. It's a pity about your third senior brother. If Easterly were as wise, he might not have taken the initiative to provoke the nine-headed Taotia. Hallowed Venerable Styx shook his head. Lin Feng's actions could indeed be considered wise. It was something neither he nor the other hallowed venerables had expected. They had originally thought that Lin Feng would hand over the chaotic origin stone in a very humiliating manner. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng still controlled the situation in his own hands in the end. Hallowed Venerable Styx rather appreciated Hallowed Lord Lin Feng's course of actions. Then, Master, can I go and make an attempt? Of course. How can I stop you when there's an opportunity to attain the principle? However, if you join the Mutual Assistance Alliance, be loyal. The Hallowed Lord has a bright future ahead of him. I understand. I will be certain to follow Master's instructions. Hence, perfected deity Eventide stood up, and stepped out of Holy City Styx. There were many top-notch perfected deities like perfected deity Eventide. Most of them were the disciples or family and friends of the hallowed venerables. They all knew that this was a rare opportunity. Perfected deity Ziji and the others were also eager to make an attempt, and rushed to the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Great Devil King, Hallowed Lord Lin Feng is publicly recruiting perfected deities. As long as they join the Mutual Assistance Alliance, they will have a chance to study the chaotic origin stone. This is our chance. That's right, that's right. The Abyssal Devils suffered heavy losses last time, but we can't lose hope. We must study the chaotic origin stone no matter what. Especially Your Majesty the Devil King. It would be best if Your Majesty can study it personally. With Your Majesty's cultivation level, you may be able to comprehend the supreme rule directly and become a chaotic hallowed venerable. This way, our Abyssal clan will completely gain a foothold. The three greater devils were now the only three greater devils left in the Abyssal clan. After hearing the news of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, all of them began to develop ideas. They had never given up on coveting the chaotic origin stone. The King of Deception, Andre, had a profound gaze. He seemed to be staring in the direction of the Holy City Primum Mobile in the distance. After a long while, Andre said slowly, "Those chaotic hallowed venerables won't give me a chance to comprehend the chaotic origin stone. However, you have a chance. No matter what, we can't give up on the chaotic origin stone. Your Majesty, if you can't study the chaotic origin stone, how can we succeed?" That's right. After all, we're foreign life forms. I'm afraid even if we comprehend the chaotic origin stone, we won't be able to comprehend the mysteries within. Only Your Majesty the Devil King can comprehend the supreme rule by force if you study it personally, and become a chaotic hallowed venerable. However, the King of Deception, Andre, smiled slyly and said, "If you study it, it is equivalent to my studying it. Do you still not understand?" One of the greater devils said excitedly, "Could Your Majesty intend to use the diabolic avatar?" That's right. Your Majesty can use the diabolic avatar to hide completely within our bodies. This way, even those chaotic hallowed venerables won't be able to discover us. As long as we can study the chaotic origin stone, it will be equivalent to Your Majesty the Devil King studying it. Once Your Majesty succeeds in studying it, comprehend the chaotic supreme rule, and become a chaotic hallowed venerable. So what if those chaotic hallowed venerables find out? They can't do anything to Your Majesty at all. That's right. We'll head to the Mutual Assistance Alliance now and strive to join it. We have to obtain the opportunity to comprehend the chaotic origin stone no matter what. I just hope that Hallowed Lord Lin Feng won't stop us. If he really tries to stop us, Your Majesty the Devil King can just as well just kill him immediately and seize the chaotic origin. Stone. I believe that by the time those chaotic hallowed venerables find out, they definitely won't dare to attack us for real. Otherwise, we'll just perish together. These devils were all very insane. They were wandering life forms to begin with, and had endured all kinds of suffering in the dark domain. Now that they had finally entered a complete world, they naturally wanted to gain a foothold completely. For this, they would not hesitate to pay any price. Holy City Primum Mobile was already surging with people. All kinds of chaotic perfected deities in the chaos had already rushed to the Holy City Primum Mobile. Thank you for your trouble, perfected deity Rui. At this moment, perfected deity Rui was setting up a divine array for Lin Feng. This was Lin Feng's request. The place to study the chaotic origin stone was set in the center of the divine array. Even if fighting was forbidden inside Holy City Primum Mobile, the temptation of the chaotic origin stone was too great. In order to deter people from taking the risk, they had to adopt the necessary preventative measures. The top divine array master in Holy City Primum Mobile was perfected deity Rui. All right, once this divine array is set up, anyone other than the Hallowed Lord would be trapped for a period of time. Even if the Hallowed Lord personally takes action, they will at least be delayed for a period of time. It's guaranteed that no one will be able to bring the chaotic origin stone out silently, perfected deity Rui said to Lin Feng with a smile. Haha, I naturally trust the divine array set up by perfected deity Rui. Perfected deity Rui looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Back then, he had done Lin Feng a favor. He had originally hoped that when Lin Feng became a perfected deity in the future, and had the strength of a top-notch perfected deity, he would be able to make Lin Feng fulfill his promise. But now, after Lin Feng became a perfected deity, he was far more than just a top-notch perfected deity. He had actually become a Hallowed Lord in one leap, the only Hallowed Lord in the chaos, and dominated the era. How shocking was this? There had never been a Hallowed Lord in the chaos, but Lin Feng had become a Hallowed Lord. Moreover, this Hallowed Lord was someone who could fight his way through the countering force of the entire chaos, and establish his supreme authority. No one dared to underestimate the Hallowed Lord. Hence, even though perfected deity Rui was very confident in his strength, he grew uncertain about his previous plan. Lin Feng had suddenly become a Hallowed Lord, and his strength far exceeded perfected deity Rui's own. Hence, perfected deity Rui did not mention the promise that he needed Lin Feng to fulfill for a long time. Perfected deity Rui, don't worry. The promise I made back then is valid at all times. Lin Feng thought that perfected deity Rui was worried about the promise he had made back then. Hence, he assured perfected deity Rui not to worry. However, the more Lin Feng said this, the more complicated perfected deity Rui felt. Moreover, perfected deity Rui has worked hard to set up the divine array this time. Are you interested in joining the Mutual Assistance Alliance? Join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Perfected deity Rui was slightly stunned. That's right, join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. The chaotic origin stone has been placed in the divine array for some time. Unfortunately, the first person to study it has yet to appear. If perfected deity Rui is willing to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance, your contribution of setting up the divine array for the Mutual Assistance Alliance is enough. Hence, the first person to study the chaotic origin stone would be you, perfected deity Rui. What do you think, perfected deity Rui? What? You'll allow me to study the chaotic origin stone? Perfected deity Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the chaotic origin stone, the supreme treasure that all perfected deities dreamed of obtaining. Even perfected deity Rui did not have extravagant hopes of studying the chaotic origin stone. But now, an opportunity had really appeared in front of him. That's right, it's to study the chaotic origin stone. Perfected deity Rui, are you willing? Lin Feng confirmed again. Yes, yes. How can I not be willing? I don't think any perfected deity in the entire chaos can refuse such magnanimity. Perfected deity Rui's entire body trembled. Even as experienced and knowledgeable as he was, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Chapter 1099, 1099 The devils were here again. 1099 The devils were here again. The chaos was in an uproar over the hallowed Lord Lin Feng taking out the chaotic origin stone to share. Even within the Mutual Assistance Alliance, it was very lively. The people who took the initiative to leave the Mutual Assistance Alliance previously were all dumbfounded, and incomparably regretful. Leaving the Mutual Assistance Alliance at such a critical moment was equivalent to betrayal. Although the hallowed Lord did not pursue the matter, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream for them to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance again. Even if many perfected deities were unwilling to accept it, so what? They were facing the colossal Mutual Assistance Alliance, and the invincible hallowed Lord. They could only conceal the indignation in their hearts. In any case, they no longer had a chance to study the chaotic origin stone. Right now, the focus of many people's attention was who could be the first to study the chaotic origin stone. In the Mutual Assistance Alliance, there were also some perfected deities who were eager to make an attempt. Though, in terms of merit, there was no doubt that it should be the Alliance deputy leader, Yuan Jinggang's turn. However, Yuan Jinggang was not in a hurry. He knew that sooner or later, he would be able to study the chaotic origin stone. Even if that was a chaotic supreme treasure, he was not in a hurry. What? Perfected deity Rui would be the first to study the chaotic origin stone. Perfected deity Rui. I didn't expect it to be perfected deity Rui. That makes sense too. After all, perfected deity Rui is the top divine array master in Holy City Primum Mobile. Didn't perfected deity Rui personally set up the many divine arrays in the Mutual Assistance Alliance? With such merit, after joining the Mutual Assistance Alliance, his contributions would also be considerable. He is entirely worthy of being the first perfected deity to study the chaotic origin stone. Perfected deity Rui is really lucky to have the first turn. I wonder if perfected deity Rui can seize this opportunity to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. When many people learned that perfected deity Rui had become the first cultivator to study the chaotic origin stone, they all sighed with much emotion, and felt a little anxious. They did not know that actually, chaotic hallowed venerables were all destined. They thought that by studying the chaotic supreme rule first, they would get a better chance. But in reality, if one was not destined to be the chaotic hallowed venerable, even if the chaotic origin stone had been in his possession for billions of years, he had no chance of becoming a chaotic hallowed venerable. Hence, many people were nervous, and silently waiting for the outcome. A month was neither long nor short. It would pass with perhaps a period of seclusion, or the blink of an eye. But if one was paying attention to the outcome, every day felt like a year. Every minute and every second felt very long. Lin Feng was very calm. After all, he was someone who knew the secrets of the chaos. The chaotic hallowed venerable was predestined. They might be able to resonate with the supreme rule after studying it for a day. If one was meant to be a hallowed venerable, they would eventually become a hallowed venerable. If they were not the hallowed venerable, it made no difference how long they studied it, or when their turn to study it came. Soon, a month was up. Swoosh. In the secret chamber of the divine array, a figure stepped out. It was perfected deity Rui, who had entered only a month ago. Perfected deity Rui, how was it? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Perfected deity Rui's expression was both surprised and elated, but also a little regretful. He shook his head and said, "The supreme rule is profound. Unfortunately, I can't comprehend its true meaning." Lin Feng had already expected that perfected deity Rui would not be able to comprehend it, but the others were overjoyed. One less perfected deity Rui meant that other perfected deities still had a chance. What a joke. It's ridiculous that I once risked my life to fight for the chaotic origin stone, and failed to obtain it. I've been brooding over it until now. If something is not meant to be mine, it's ultimately not mine. Perfected deity Rui looked at Lin Feng for a long time. In reality, after studying the supreme rule, he attained a kind of enlightenment. He vaguely understood what the supreme rule signified. The supreme rule was not that profound or miraculous. However, if one could not resonate with it, they would not be compatible with the supreme rule. In other words, they would not be able to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. The one who could resonate with it was already destined. Hallowed Lord, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Perfected Deity Rui bowed deeply to Lin Feng. He was sincerely grateful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. You deserve this, Perfected Deity Rui. You made outstanding contributions by setting up these divine arrays. They can also be considered contributions to the Mutual Assistance Alliance. The promise I made to you back then is still valid. Perfected Deity, you can ask me to fulfill my promise at any time." Lin Feng mentioned the promise he had made with Perfected Deity Rui last time. Asking Perfected Deity Rui to study the chaotic origin stone this time was not Lin Feng's way of fulfilling his promise. This Perfected Deity Rui was stunned, but in the end, he nodded and said, "Let me go back and consider this matter carefully. After I've thought it through, I'll naturally reply to the Hallowed Lord." "That's great." Then, Perfected Deity Rui bade farewell and left. As Perfected Deity Rui left, turmoil arose through the chaos again. As expected, Lin Feng was not offering the chaotic origin stone for show. He was really offering it for people to study. Perfected Deity Rui had personally studied it. Although he could not successfully conform to the supreme rule, it was normal for there to be no conformity. If everyone could conform to it, how many chaotic hallowed venerables would there be? With Perfected Deity Rui's example, the Mutual Assistance Alliance immediately became even more popular. Be it ordinary perfected deities or top-notch perfected deities, regardless of whether they had joined other factions previously, they would all withdraw now. They were all prepared to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. As for those perfected deities who had left the Mutual Assistance Alliance previously, they had simply suffered an enormous blow. Countless perfected deities mocked them as negative examples. Those perfected deities were short-sighted and opportunistic. They thought that Hallowed Lord Lin Feng could not become a hallowed venerable, so they added insult to injury, and abandoned Lin Feng and the Mutual Assistance Alliance. But what was the outcome? Lin Feng was still the Hallowed Lord. He was still in charge of the chaotic origin stone. Countless perfected deities fought over just the opportunity to study it, yet there were actually people who were foolish enough to leave voluntarily. Without a doubt, they had become a huge joke in the chaos. Those perfected deities no longer had the face to establish themselves in the chaos. They all announced their seclusion. Out of sight. Out of mind. Although perfected deity Rui had obtained the opportunity to study the chaotic origin stone, it was impossible for the chaotic origin stone to be studied by others forever. Lin Feng also established some rules and regulations. For example, if one wanted to study it, they had to make some contributions in the Mutual Assistance Alliance. For example, they had to discover a chaotic continent, or incorporate the chaotic continent into the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Only after making certain contributions could they obtain the opportunity to study the chaotic origin stone. Some perfected deities with deep foundations gritted their teeth and took out some of their assets, such as the few chaotic continents under their command. They were all incorporated into the Mutual Assistance Alliance. This way, the foundation of the Mutual Assistance Alliance was also strengthened further. As the people who studied the chaotic origin stone grew, more and more chaotic perfected deities could not sit still anymore. Among them, the three greater devils from Abyss City also tried to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Moreover, they brought a few chaotic continents to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance together. According to the previous rules of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, once these greater devils joined the Mutual Assistance Alliance, their contributions would be enough for studying the chaotic origin stone. However, could these devils really obtain the opportunity to study the chaotic origin stone? The perfected deities of the Mutual Assistance Alliance did not dare to make the call, and reported this matter to Hallowed Lord Lin Feng. Chapter 1100, 1100 Andre, did you ask me? 1100 Andre, did you ask me? Devils. Lin Feng frowned. These demons were actually here again. It seemed like they had not given up on their evil intentions, and were still thinking of studying the chaotic origin stone. However, the chaotic hallowed venerables did not reveal any stance regarding this matter. Presumably, it was not appropriate for the chaotic hallowed venerables to interfere with just the three greater devils. Looks like I have to be the villain here. Lin Feng shook his head. These chaotic hallowed venerables wanted to drive these devils away, but the devils had something on them. So there was nothing they could do. They wanted to keep these devils away from the chaotic origin stone, but it was impossible for them to act personally. They could only let Lin Feng, the hallowed lord, be the villain. If Lin Feng agreed to let those devils study the chaotic origin stone, those hallowed venerables would probably immediately fall out with them and personally make an appearance. Lin Feng felt more and more that in the chaos, hallowed venerables were great and powerful, and viewed everything as insignificant. However, even without the chaotic hallowed venerables, it was impossible for Lin Feng to let those devils study the chaotic origin stone. Let's go. I'll take a look. Hence, Lin Feng personally went to the Hall of the Mutual Assistance Alliance. In the Hall of the Mutual Assistance Alliance, the three greater devils emitted a terrifying abyssal aura. They were at the registration with hostile expressions. Suddenly, the three greater devils raised their heads and looked ahead. Alliance leader. The Alliance leader is here. Hallowed Lord. These devils actually want to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance as well. When the three greater devils saw Lin Feng, their expressions also turned serious. Originally, there were more than 10 greater devils following Devil King Andre, but just Lin Feng alone had killed a total of 9. Hence, the devils were also very wary of Lin Feng, the hallowed lord. What's the commotion about? Lin Feng asked. Alliance leader, these three devils want to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. The three devils hurriedly said, Hallowed Lord, cultivators like you are all reasonable. According to the rules of your mutual assistance alliance, you don't refuse anyone. Why can't we apply to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance? That's right, that's right. We sincerely want to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Moreover, we brought a few chaotic continents, enough to add some power to the Mutual Assistance Alliance, the three greater devils said one after another. It seemed like they had planned this. As for those chaotic continents, they had probably been taken by force from cultivators, or exchanged using some benefits. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. He said firmly, no means no. As for the reason, I can give you one if you want to hear it. The purpose of the Mutual Assistance Alliance is to help each other, and it refers to cultivators. Have you seen a single chaotic divine beast in the Mutual Assistance Alliance? You are devils, and invaders. You want to join the Mutual Assistance Alliance? Impossible. Is this reason enough? Lin Feng's words poured over the heads of the three greater devils like a bucket of cold water. How was this a reason? It was clearly a last-minute excuse that Lin Feng had come up with, and it was not such a proper excuse. The implication was that if he did not allow it, it was not allowed. There was no way to reason with him at all. Lin Feng, you cultivators are so cunning. Would you go back on the rules you've set yourselves? Do we need to follow the rules with devils like you? If we really want to follow the rules, you should return to the dark domain and wander, not stay in the chaos shamelessly. Lin Feng scoffed at this. If the devils could be shameless, were cultivators helpless and obliged to follow the rules? That was nonsense. There was nothing much to talk about between cultivators and devils. Well said. These devils are not of our race and must have ulterior motives. They still want to get their hands on the chaotic origin stone. Dream on. That's right. If the Hallowed Lord doesn't allow it, that means it's not allowed. Can you devils obediently scram to the dark domain? You're lucky to have a place in the chaos. You're delusional to think that you can get your hands on the chaotic origin stone. The surrounding cultivators all snorted disdainfully. The three greater devils grew anxious. They could not even join the Mutual Assistance Alliance. Previously, their plan was that once they joined the Mutual Assistance Alliance, they would find an opportunity to approach the chaotic origin stone and study it. In reality, they would allow Devil King Andre, who was possessing them, to personally study it. Now that they did not even have the chance to approach the chaotic origin stone, how could they complete the Devil King's mission? Lin Feng, you're going too far. The three greater devils' gazes were cold, and their entire bodies were filled with killing intent. Is that so? If you dare to attack in the holy city of chaos, even your Devil King can't protect you. Lin Feng raised his brows, not taking these three greater devils seriously at all. He could easily deal with these three greater devils, without the need for the chaotic hallowed venerables to attack. Attack! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The three greater devils were slightly stunned, but they attacked without thinking. Boom! Endless abyssal aura wreaked havoc in the holy city Primum Mobile. The three greater devils roared at the sky. At the same time, the true forms of the devils quickly split apart. Countless pieces of flesh flew out, forming an enormous body. Moreover, this body was still expanding continuously. The 3 heads and 6 arms instantly expanded to millions of feet tall. From afar, it was like a black hole, devouring everything around it in a frenzy. The King of Abyss, Andre. The flesh and blood that flew out of the 3 greater devils in front suddenly formed a figure. It was actually Devil King Andre. At that moment, before the surrounding chaotic perfected deities had time to react, Devil King Andre's arm grabbed them instantly. Thud. 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 Andre grabbed those perfected deities and stuffed them into his mouth. In an instant, they were devoured by him. Immediately, the huge, diabolic body appeared even more real. At this moment, Devil King Andre clearly no longer had the patience to deal with Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng as quickly as possible and seize the chaotic origin stone. Abyss King Andre, how dare you? In the chaos, hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile's furious voice sounded. Unfortunately, no matter how fast hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile was, he could not be faster than the current Andre. Andre had already extended his huge arm directly into the divine array. Crackling sounds came about. This was the famed Devil King. Even if he had lost the abyss, he was still a Devil King. Even the divine array set up by perfected deity Rui was useless. It was broken in the blink of an eye. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile roared in exasperation, about to descend and stop Andre at all costs. But how could hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile stop him? It was already too late. Andre even smiled. He could already see the chaotic origin stone, emitting a strange aura and fluctuations of the supreme rule. As long as he had the chaotic origin stone, Devil King Andre was confident that he would definitely be able to crack the mystery of the supreme rule, and master the supreme rule of chaos. He would become one of the chaotic hallowed venerables, and completely gain a foothold in the chaos. At that time, so what if the other 7 hallowed venerables were displeased? The hallowed venerables could not kill another hallowed venerable. Just as Andre was incomparably excited, and about to grab the chaotic origin stone in the next moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Andre, did you ask me about taking the chaotic origin stone? Chapter 1101, 1101A Strike from the Devil King. 1101A Strike from the Devil King. Andre, did you ask me about taking the chaotic origin stone? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. At the same time, a figure appeared in the divine array. It was the hallowed Lord, Lin Feng. At some point, hallowed Lord Lin Feng had actually entered the divine array. Moreover, he was holding the chaotic origin stone in his hand as he looked coldly at Devil King Andre. No. Give me the chaotic origin stone, or die. Devil King Andre went completely berserk. The huge hand did not stop at all and slammed down hard at hallowed Lord Lin Feng. This was a shocking strike from the Devil King. Even without the abyss, Devil King Andre's strength was very terrifying, comparable to a strike from an ordinary chaotic hallowed venerable. However, his endurance was far inferior to that of the chaotic hallowed venerables, and his strength was depleted with every attack. This time, Devil King Andre was clearly ready to go all out. There was no way out at all. He must be determined to obtain the chaotic origin stone. No matter who was in his way, he would crush them into dust. Hallowed Lord, retreat quickly. Alliance leader, run. Devil King Andre has gone mad. Alliance leader, get out of the way quickly. Devil King Andre is hysterical. Only a hallowed venerable can resist him. Seeing Devil King Andre's palm strike down madly, everyone was terrified. Even a large chaotic continent would probably be shattered by such power. Even a holy city of chaos would collapse under this palm strike. This was no longer power that a perfected deity could possess. This was a terrifying power that only the chaos or the abyss could possess. Devil kings or chaotic hallowed venerables were all world rulers. Once such entities attacked, the impact would definitely be world-shattering, and even an enormous world would be torn apart by the force. At this moment, in Lin Feng's eyes, there was only the palm strike of Devil King Andre. Even Lin Feng felt an infinite sense of threat. It was as if all his abilities, all his strength, and everything would be shattered by this palm strike. This was a crushing assault in raw strength. For the first time, Lin Feng encountered a full power strike from a world ruler. However, Lin Feng did not retreat. He was already fully focused on his internal universe. Prime Realm. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. Lin Feng knew that he had no way out now. How terrifying was a strike from a ruler-level entity. Forget about dodging now, even if he hid tens of millions of kilometers away now, it would be useless. Then, he could only fight head-on. Moreover, Lin Feng was also looking forward to a strike from a ruler-level entity. He wanted to see how much difference there was between him and a world ruler. Hence, when he used the Prime Realm divine ability, a huge phantom of a world appeared behind Lin Feng. It appeared dense, as if countless living beings were within it. The 3,000 universe demons, as well as some natural life forms from before, seemed to have sensed the trouble Lin Feng had encountered. Hence, the 3,000 universe demons also held their breaths and focused. They resonated with the universe with all their might, and contributed their strength. Immediately, the 3,000 forces seemed to fuse into the internal universe at once. Lin Feng's Prime Realm divine ability became stronger. All of a sudden, and vaguely ascended to another level. This was a terrifying power far above the ultimate divine ability. Even Lin Feng did not know how strong his divine ability was. However, he knew that this was already him going all out and mobilizing all the power he could. His internal universe had already expanded to an unknown extent. Its diameter had long exceeded 1 trillion light-years, and it was unimaginably massive. Hence, the power it could unleash also far exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. Boom. The terrifying powers collided fiercely. Lin Feng felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. The entire internal universe shook violently, and he felt as if it was about to be torn apart. Even the holy city of chaos shook at once. Terrifying aftershock wreaked havoc in the holy city of chaos. No divine array could withstand the aftershock of the terrifying power. Andre, you're courting death. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile had arrived in time. He mobilized layers of chaotic energy. It instantly descended and enveloped Devil King Andre. Rumble. How terrifying was a full-power battle between two ruler-level entities. All the surrounding perfected deities retreated in a frenzy and left the holy city of chaos. However, everyone could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. The dignified Hallowed Lord, the one and only Hallowed Lord among cultivators, had died just like that. Moreover, he had been blasted apart by Devil King Andre with a single palm strike without any warning. That was a strike comparable to a Hallowed Venerable. Everyone below Hallowed Venerables was insignificant. This was almost an unchanging truth. No one could remain safe and sound under an attack from a Hallowed Venerable. Even the 9-headed Taotia back then had fled into the dark domain of chaos immediately, and did not fight with Hallowed Venerable sticks. Was it worth it, for the sake of a chaotic origin stone? Even a hallowed lord fell for the sake of the chaotic origin stone. Alas! It's the chaotic origin stone. Every time it appears, there will be bloodshed, and even war in the chaos. However, this time, even a hallowed lord has fallen, evoking a battle between hallowed venerable level entities. This is simply unbelievable. No matter how strong the hallowed lord is, even if he can dominate for an era, he's still nothing before a hallowed venerable level entity. All below hallowed venerables are insignificant. Looking at the dust that filled the air, many perfected deities fell silent. Perfected deity Eventide seemed to be in disbelief. The esteemed hallowed lord, that proud and peerless hallowed lord, had died just like that. It was too surreal. However, what miracle could there be under the strike from a hallowed venerable level being? There was no miracle. There could be no such thing as a miracle. The hallowed lord was dead. Alliance leader. Countless members of the Mutual Assistance Alliance were inconsolable, and even incomparably lost. It was thanks to hallowed Lord Lin Feng that the Mutual Assistance Alliance could get to where they were today, and become one of the largest factions in the entire chaos. Now that the hallowed lord was dead, the collapse of the Mutual Assistance Alliance was probably inevitable. Devil King Andre, you deserve to die. At this moment, hallowed venerable Styx also arrived. Immediately, the two hallowed venerables attacked at the same time and trapped Devil King Andre tightly. Chaotic power surged out in a frenzy. It seemed to firmly suppress a strange abyssal power. Under such circumstances, the abyssal power was suppressed. At this moment, the figure of Devil King Andre was also revealed. Andre's face was pale. His three heads kept shaking. Clearly, he was about to collapse as well. He was the king of Abyss and had the imprint of the Abyss on his body. The Abyss had collapsed, so he could no longer obtain the support of the power of the Abyss. Hence, every time he used his strength, it would be depleted. How could he be a match for two chaotic hallowed venerables? Hallowed venerables, why are you so angry? I didn't obtain the chaotic origin stone. Andre stared in the direction of the holy city of chaos and revealed a bitter smile. Ah! You didn't obtain the chaotic origin stone. Impossible. That strike just now was clearly a strike from a hallowed venerable level entity. How is that possible? Before hallowed venerable Primum Mobile could finish speaking, the dust in the holy city of chaos had already dissipated. A familiar figure was still standing in the void of the holy city. Chapter 1102, 1102 The Hallowed Lord is still the Hallowed Lord. 1102 The Hallowed Lord is still the Hallowed Lord. Cough. Even though the figure standing in the holy city of chaos was pale, and his hair was disheveled, his aura was still incomparably majestic. The phantom of the world behind him carried a surging and terrifying aura that intimidated people from looking directly at it. So much for being the Abyss King, Andre. Lin Feng's words echoed majestically throughout the holy city of chaos. It was blatant mockery, but at this moment, no one dared to respond. Hallowed Lord. This was the voice of the Hallowed Lord. It was already unbelievable that the Hallowed Lord was still alive. But now, the Hallowed Lord was still mocking Devil King Andre. For a moment, everyone felt as if a surge of passion was about to gush out of their hearts. After a long while, Devil King Andre looked deeply at Lin Feng, but he was not angered. Instead, he said to the two hallowed venerables, I didn't obtain the chaotic origin stone. Do the two of you still want to fight to the death? If you really want to fight and eliminate us, even if the Abyssal clan is eliminated, I'll send the coordinates of chaos to the celestial devils. Threat. This was another blatant threat. But so what? This was something that could be used against the chaos by Devil King Andre. Devil King Andre could disregard the previous agreement and make a gamble at all costs, but Chaotic Hallowed Venerable could not. Even though they really wanted to kill Devil King Andre on the spot, they did not dare to. Humph, Andre, if this happens again, I will be certain to kill you. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile snorted coldly, and Hallowed Venerable Styx did not say anything else. This time, the chaotic side did not suffer any losses. Hallowed Lord Lin Feng was not dead, and the chaotic origin stone was still in Lin Feng's possession. On the other hand, Devil King Andre had lost all his dignity. Devil King Andre did not care about the threat of hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile at all. He only took a long look at Lin Feng, then transformed into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the chaotic void. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile and Hallowed Venerable Styx looked at Lin Feng for a long while. Even they could not figure out how Lin Feng could survive a strike from Devil King Andre. It had to be known that that strike was a strike from a true Hallowed Venerable level entity. Even a full power strike from them could only reach this level. However, Lin Feng's aura did not even decline. If you could survive a full power strike from a Hallowed Venerable level entity, Hallowed Lord Lin Feng, you should be the strongest person in the chaos. With that, Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile and Hallowed Venerable Styx disappeared into the chaotic void. Boom. Everyone was stunned. Hallowed Venerable Primum Mobile's words, if you could survive a full power strike from a Hallowed Venerable level entity, Hallowed Lord Lin Feng, you should be the strongest person in the chaos, were simply shocking. The strongest person in the chaos. How high of a praise was this? Moreover, it came from a Hallowed Venerable. Even back when Lin Feng became a Hallowed Lord and dominated an era, no Hallowed Venerable had ever praised him with such fervor. This honor had already reached the peak, and was almost equivalent to the status of a Hallowed Venerable. Someone sighed and said, even if he can't comprehend the supreme rule, even if he can't become a Hallowed Venerable, so what? The Hallowed Lord is still the Hallowed Lord, still invincible. That's right. The Hallowed Lord is still standing at the peak of the chaos. Even in billions of years, he'll still be at the peak of the chaos. It's ridiculous how short-sighted those perfected deities who left the Mutual Assistance Alliance back then were. They didn't realize that true greatness was right in front of them. So what if the Hallowed Lord is only a little bit inferior to a Hallowed Venerable? He's still the great and powerful Hallowed Lord. Moreover, he survived a full power strike from a Hallowed Venerable. The Hallowed Lord is already close to a Hallowed Venerable. Ha ha ha, the Hallowed Lord should be the pursuit of cultivators like us. There are only a few Hallowed Venerables, and they have to be compatible with the supreme rule and fight to the death. How many people can become Hallowed Venerables? They all have to rely on opportunities. However, the Hallowed Lord is different. The Hallowed Lord relies on his own strength. It turns out that cultivators like us can also reach this level by relying on our own strength. The Hallowed Lord is indeed the role model for cultivators like us. That's right. A cultivator who can reach the level of the Hallowed Lord is already at the peak. If one can reach the level of the Hallowed Lord through diligent cultivation, they wouldn't be far from a Hallowed Venerable. Then, what regrets would they have? For a moment, many cultivators seemed to have come to a realization. They looked at Lin Feng's figure in the holy city of chaos with reverence. This was someone standing at the peak of cultivation. It was far more realistic than becoming a Hallowed Venerable. Even top-notch perfected deities like perfected deity Eventide, perfected deity Ziji, and ancestor Mani looked at Lin Feng in a daze. This time, the impact Lin Feng gave them was just too great. Everyone below Hallowed Venerables was insignificant. However, Lin Feng had broken the eternal theorem in the chaos. Not everyone below Hallowed Venerables was insignificant. If one could cultivate to the level of a Hallowed Lord, they would also be comparable to a Hallowed Venerable. Even if they were not comparable to Hallowed Venerables, if they could survive before a Hallowed Venerable, what was the difference? With a Hallowed Venerable. More importantly, Hallowed Venerables were high and mighty, and intangible. Even if they could get the chaotic origin stone. How many people were confident that they could conform to the chaotic supreme rule, and become a chaotic Hallowed Venerable? There were only 9 Hallowed Venerables, and there were only 2 left now. No one expected to be the one of the only 2 lucky ones left, but at least there were other paths that could allow them to reach the peak. The Hallowed Lord is still the Hallowed Lord. Perfected deity Eventide muttered softly. Then, she also turned around and disappeared. This battle was destined to become a classic battle in the chaos, and would be remembered by countless cultivators. The Hallowed Lord had once escaped unscathed from a full power strike from Devil King Andre, and earned his reputation as the Hallowed Lord at the peak. Lin Feng returned to the secret chamber of the holy city of chaos. At this moment, his expression was apathetic, but his heart was churning with emotion. The outcome of this battle was also a huge shock to Lin Feng himself. So, unknowingly, I've already grown to my current level, and can withstand a single strike from a hallowed venerable. Previously, Lin Feng was extremely ambitious. Only when facing the terrifying strike from Devil King Andre did he understand why. Hallowed venerables were so great and powerful, and treated everyone below hallowed venerables as insignificant. That power was almost despairing. However, Lin Feng had resisted it, especially by relying on the prime realm divine ability and the power of the internal universe, though. He had also paid a huge price to withstand a strike from Devil King Andre. At this moment, Lin Feng immersed his consciousness in his internal universe. The internal universe had long been plunged into chaos. The void was filled with cracks everywhere. The strike of Devil King Andre had almost blasted the internal universe apart. But now, at least the reincarnation realm was not damaged, and the internal universe could still be maintained. At most, it had lost a lot of energy. According to the situation of my internal universe, if I go all out, I can withstand at least 3 full power attacks from a hallowed venerable. Lin Feng already had an estimate of his current strength. He could only withstand 3 strikes from a hallowed venerable. After 3 strikes, his internal universe would collapse, and he would be completely powerless to resist. To many cultivators in the universe, this was a magnificent feat who could be confident in resisting 1 strike from a chaotic hallowed venerable, let alone 3 strikes. However, Lin Feng knew very well that it was not enough. This was far from enough. Lin Feng's goal was not just to resist 3 strikes from a chaotic hallowed venerable. His goal was not just to survive against a hallowed venerable. His goal was to contend with hallowed venerables, and even surpass them. He wanted to achieve this without relying on the supreme rule or the chaotic origin stone. The hallowed lord must rise above hallowed venerables. This seemed like a fantasy, but it was not impossible for Lin Feng. However, his internal universe was far from enough for Lin Feng to contend with chaotic hallowed venerables, let alone surpass them. My internal universe still needs to become stronger. Just staying in the chaos is far from enough to strengthen my internal universe. Lin Feng looked into the distance in the boundless dark domain of chaos, deep in thought. Chapter 1103, 1103 The Secret of Perfected Deity Rui. 1103 The Secret of Perfected Deity Rui. Time passed quickly. After one major event after another occurred in the chaos, things were gradually calming down now. The chaotic origin stone was still in Lin Feng's possession. In the Mutual Assistance Alliance, all perfected deities who had contributed to the Mutual Assistance Alliance and joined it could get to study the chaotic origin stone for a month. During this period of time, the use of the chaotic origin stone had trended towards regularization and orderliness. Even without Lin Feng, the Mutual Assistance Alliance could decide who should study the chaotic origin stone without causing some disputes. A total of 15 perfected deities had all studied the chaotic origin stone. Among them, there were both ordinary perfected deities and top-notch perfected deities like perfected deity Rui. Unfortunately, all those who had studied the chaotic origin stone had dejected expressions. They shook their heads and sighed. Clearly, they had all failed. No perfected deity had comprehended the supreme rule. In other words, the 8th hallowed venerable in the chaos still had not been born. The position of hallowed venerable was still pending. Perfected deity Rui had already considered it for a year. Ever since he studied the chaotic origin stone last time, he had been preparing for something, or thinking about something. A chaotic hallowed venerable. Unfortunately, even if I only had a little hope, it's all gone now. If I can't become a chaotic hallowed venerable, perhaps that's the only way. Fortunately, there's still the hallowed lord. He's trustworthy. Perfected deity Rui closed his eyes and recalled everything about hallowed Lord Lin Feng in the past. In particular, even though he allowed perfected deity Rui to study the chaotic origin stone, he still kept his promise. He was the esteemed hallowed lord. So what if he did not keep his promise? Or rather, if the esteemed hallowed lord had given perfected deity Rui a chance to study the chaotic origin stone, and considered it equivalent to fulfilling his promise, even perfected deity Rui himself probably would not find it unusual. However, the hallowed lord distinguished gratitude and grudges clearly. Everything followed order and rules. He still kept his promise to perfected deity Rui back then. In the past, perfected deity Rui's plan was to find Lin Feng to act together after Lin Feng became a perfected deity, and possessed the strength of a top-notch perfected deity. At that time, even if Lin Feng had any ideas, perfected deity Rui would be able to control the situation. However, who would have thought that Lin Feng would become the hallowed lord later? This way, perfected deity Rui was no longer confident, and had dragged the matter on until now. Later, the appearance of the chaotic origin stone ignited a trace of hope in perfected deity Rui's heart. Now that he had already studied the chaotic origin stone, his hope had been extinguished. It was time to face reality. If he continued to stay in the chaos, he might always be perfected deity Rui, and could never improve further. Such a life was not what perfected deity Rui wanted. At this thought, perfected deity Rui closed his eyes. After careful consideration, he made up his mind. Then, he opened his eyes and walked towards the Mutual Assistance Alliance. In the Mutual Assistance Alliance, Lin Feng had already placed the chaotic origin stone in the divine array. Moreover, it was in the holy city Primum Mobile. Even the hallowed venerables paid close attention to it. Unless Andre took the risk again, no one could snatch the chaotic origin stone by force. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been organizing his internal universe. Now, his internal universe had recovered. After all, he had been severely injured by Andre's strike, though his foundation had not been damaged. With the reincarnation realm, he would be able to recover quickly. However, his internal universe had never refined more devils or other things that contained massive energy again, so it never improved further. Now, Lin Feng had also summarized some tips regarding the internal universe. If he wanted to expand it, he would definitely need a huge amount of energy. Apart from a huge amount of energy, it would be best if it could carry some imprints of other complete worlds. For example, those devils carried the abyssal imprint. There were just no complete rules. Only these world imprints could make the reincarnation realm in the internal universe stronger and more perfect. The reincarnation realm was the foundation of the internal universe, and it was very important. If he could refine Andre, Lin Feng believed that his reincarnation realm would definitely improve by another level, and even completely expand his internal universe to the level of a hallowed venerable. Unfortunately, even the chaotic hallowed venerables could not do anything to Andre. Lin Feng could only imagine it. Andre controlled the lifeline of chaos, and the weakness of chaos was still in his hands. Even the chaotic hallowed venerables did not dare to push him further. Not to mention that Lin Feng wanted to refine him. Currently, Lin Feng did not have the ability. Hallowed Lord, perfected deity Rui requests an audience. Perfected deity Rui. Lin Feng did not expect perfected deity Rui to visit him. Could it be to ask him to fulfill his promise? That seemed to be the only possibility. Invite perfected deity Rui to enter. Lin Feng immediately gave the order. No matter what perfected deity Rui wanted, Lin Feng naturally would not decline to fulfill his promise. After all, perfected deity Rui had helped Lin Feng a lot back then. Soon, perfected deity Rui arrived in front of Lin Feng. Greetings, hallowed lord. Even perfected deity Rui bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, perfected deity, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Why are you here, perfected deity? Perfected deity Rui was a little hesitant, but he still gritted his teeth and said, hallowed lord, I wonder if the promise you've made previously still stands. Of course it counts. I will fulfill my promise. Perfected deity, if you need me to fulfill it, just tell me. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. That's great. Perfected deity Rui's expression softened slightly. He pondered for a moment and said, I did come here this time to ask for your help. Hallowed Lord. What is it? To tell you the truth, hallowed Lord, this matter was the reason I asked you to make a promise previously. I've been planning this for tens of thousands of years, and I've almost always been planning for this matter. Now, I've already studied the chaotic origin stone. I know that certain things are destined. I'm not a candidate for the hallowed venerable, so I can only make a gamble. Hallowed Lord, please help me by making a trip with me to the dark domain of chaos. The dark domain of chaos. Lin Feng was stunned. It was the dark domain of chaos again. Why was perfected deity Rui going to the dark domain of chaos? Lin Feng looked at perfected deity Rui in confusion. As if sensing Lin Feng's confusion, perfected deity Rui said in a low voice, Hallowed Lord, I've actually always had a shocking secret. It's precisely because of this secret that I could become the best divine array master in the holy city Prima Mobile. Even in the entire chaos, there aren't many who can surpass me in terms of divine arrays. It's precisely because of this secret that I can become one of the top divine array masters in the entire chaos. You're saying that you had a fortuitous encounter in the dark domain of chaos. That's right, a fortuitous encounter. Back when I was only an ordinary chaotic perfected lord, I accidentally entered the dark domain of chaos. By chance, I entered a miraculous place. There, I obtained a fortuitous encounter, and became one of the top divine array masters in the chaos. However, the secrets in that place far exceeded my meager knowledge of divine arrays. There was a gate there, left behind by a great entity. That gate perhaps leads to another incredible world. Perfected deity Rui's words shocked Lin Feng. Chapter 1104 Decision. 1104 Decision. What did you say? It leads to another world. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Even as a dignified hallowed lord, he could not help but feel emotional and incomparably excited when he heard this news. In the vast dark domain of chaos, even the abyssal devils had wandered for countless years before they were lucky enough to find a world like the chaos. But now, perfected deity Rui said that there was a gate in the dark domain of chaos that led to another world. How was this possible? Perfected deity Rui looked at Lin Feng's excited expression and took a deep breath. It's absolutely true. All these years, I've been focused on studying the divine array of that gate. I've already studied most of it. Although I can't completely control that divine array, I'm certain that it must be a divine array for teleportation. As for its destination, I'm not sure. However, it must be a place very, very far away. Otherwise, that ultra-long-distance teleportation array wouldn't be needed at all. Hence, I've determined that there should be a world behind that gate. Of course, this is only my judgment. There are all kinds of possibilities in the infinite dark domain of chaos. Perhaps that teleportation array can only teleport into the infinite dark domain, or it's a trap. All these are possible. With that, perfected deity Rui stopped talking. This was his greatest secret. Now, he was actually confessing it to Lin Feng. This was because he knew very well that if he wanted to convince Lin Feng, a dignified hallowed lord, to enter the dark domain of chaos, he must not conceal anything. If he did, how could he hide it from Lin Feng? In fact, if they really found that place, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Feng fell silent, his emotions fluctuating. After a long while, Lin Feng asked in a low voice, even hallowed venerables can't mark the exact location in the vast dark domain of chaos. How can a perfected deity ensure that he can definitely reach that place back then? Hallowed Lord, that place is unique, because there's no need to search for it at all. All these years, I've studied divine arrays, and have already cracked some of them. We can teleport there directly. There's no need to search at all. Can we still return alive after teleporting there? Of course we can return. However, this is only my speculation. If there are any special restrictions in that place, my divine array probably won't work. However, the possibility of this is low. The possibility that we can return is very high. Lin Feng nodded. This was much better than he had imagined. There was no need to search in the dark domain of chaos, so there was no danger of getting lost. They could also return. In other words, if something went amiss, or if he regretted it on the spot, he could still return to the chaos. However, all this was based on the premise that perfected deity Rui was trustworthy. Lin Feng stared intently at him. He could not sense any emotional fluctuations from perfected deity Rui. Perfected deity Rui was trustworthy. Moreover, why would perfected deity Rui lie to Lin Feng? It had to be known that Lin Feng was the dignified hallowed lord. No matter the environment he was in, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill perfected deity Rui. Perfected deity Rui also knew very well. It was why he hesitated for so long before coming to find Lin Feng. He actually had some reservations about Lin Feng. After a long while, Lin Feng said slowly, "Originally, I made a promise back then that if perfected deity asks me about something, I would definitely agree to it. I'm duty-bound. However, this matter has too many implications, and I can't give an affirmative answer. Still, I can agree to explore it with perfected deity first before making a decision." Perfected deity Rui's face lit up. Understood. Hallowed Lord, there's no need to agree to it now. Let's take a look first and see if I'm telling the truth. As long as Lin Feng agreed to take a look, perfected deity Rui's goal would be achieved. Perfected deity, when will you go? Everything is ready. I await your arrival, hallowed Lord. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "In 3 days, I'll go find you, perfected deity." Haha, it's a deal. With that, perfected deity Rui bade farewell and left. Looking at the departing back of perfected deity Rui, Lin Feng began to use the Mutual Assistance Alliance to secretly investigate perfected deity Rui's situation. This was also to ensure that nothing went wrong. The Mutual Assistance Alliance was now the #1 faction in the chaos, and Lin Feng was the hallowed lord. If he wanted to find any information, he would be almost no different from a hallowed venerable. They could even find out some secrets of the hallowed venerables. All the information on perfected deity Rui was placed in front of Lin Feng, even some very confidential information. Lin Feng checked carefully and realized that perfected deity Rui was indeed very mysterious. Moreover, he had suddenly ascended to power. He had also displayed talent in divine arrays while he was a chaotic perfected lord. Perfected deity Rui was the first chaotic perfected lord that could set up a divine array. Back then, he had caused a huge stir. Moreover, according to the information, back then, perfected deity Rui had a great enemy, who had forced perfected deity Rui into the dark domain of chaos. However, in a very short period of time, perfected deity Rui returned. Moreover, relying on his ability to set up arrays, he obtained the protection of a perfected deity. From then on, he cultivated in peace, and eventually became a perfected deity. He killed that great enemy instead, and from then on, attained his supreme reputation as perfected deity Rui. If there's really a new world, it would be a good place to go. At the very least, my direction of cultivation has already been confirmed. I can only keep plundering and devouring. The requirements of my internal universe can no longer be satisfied in the chaos. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh. He knew very well that he had given up on the path of a hallowed venerable. Or rather, he had no choice but to give it up. Just like perfected deity Rui, he was at his wit's end now. His path of cultivation had already come to an end. If he could not comprehend the supreme rule, he would not be able to become a chaotic hallowed venerable. Staying in the chaos would just be a waste of time. Lin Feng's path was destined to be a path of plunder and devouring. For example, if he could devour the abyss, he would become a terrifying entity, even more terrifying than a hallowed venerable. This was Lin Feng's advantage. Of course, how difficult would it be to devour and plunder a world? After all, which world did not have figures like hallowed venerables? Just the will of the world alone was unimaginably powerful. Moreover, even if he could really head to a new world, if it was an incomparably powerful world, one even stronger than the chaos, what could Lin Feng do? Even if it was only as powerful as the chaos, there was nothing Lin Feng could do. A hallowed venerable only needed 3 strikes to break Lin Feng's internal universe. Although the current Lin Feng was the chaotic hallowed lord who claimed to be infinitely close to a hallowed venerable, in reality, only Lin Feng himself knew that the gap between him and a hallowed venerable was actually still huge. That was an insurmountable chasm. No matter what, I have to take a look and explore before making a decision. Lin Feng made up his mind. Hence, 3 days later, Lin Feng announced that he would enter seclusion. In reality, he silently headed to the residence of perfected deity Rui to search for him. Part 17 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.